In the beginning, one finds themselves transported to a world where data reigns supreme, and the art of monster slaying and leveling up is a common pursuit. This realm boasts a myriad of professions, bizarre creatures, mystical relics, and extraordinary abilities. Xia Zhi is fortunate enough to become a down-and-out summoner. The potential for summoners is notoriously high and low, reliant on the fickle hand of fate for their summons. The concept of an infinitely evolving eternal contract beckons. Eternal Contract, Female Transformation Version, SSS Effect 1, transforms contracted beings into half-human forms, with subsequent summons limited to female companions. Effect 2 allows the summoner to ascertain the materials required for the advancement of contracted pets, thereby enhancing their potential, accompanied by an evolution formula. Even the most lackluster of creatures can ascend to divine-like existence, perhaps even surpassing the gods themselves. Is there still a chance of being outmatched? Fear not, for I can also bestow infinite traits. Tenfold Retaliation inflicts tenfold counterattacks based on the damage received. Self-Destruction, sacrificing one's life, it unleashes a tenfold attack based on total health. Equipment drops, not forthcoming. Heavenly Blessing directly enhances the drop rate of all items tenfold. Engaging in battles has also granted me fusion skills, marking the end of the days when a fragile summoner could be easily felled. And when I obtain the Stairway to Divinity, everything shall be transformed. Chapter 1. Eternal Contract. Infinite Traits, ***. Xia Zhi slowly awakens, surveying the furnishings of the room, and abruptly springs from his bed. What the hell is this place? Surveying the room, he realizes it is not at all like the one he used to inhabit. The space is modest, merely over 20 square meters, yet despite its size, it is equipped with everything one might need, from kitchenware to a bathroom, and even the small bed he had been sleeping on, complete with a shower. What's going on? Xia Zhi feels somewhat bewildered. Moments ago, he had been peacefully dozing off, only to find himself here upon awakening. He picks up a photograph on the bedside, revealing a somewhat handsome young man, flanked by a pair of relatively youthful individuals in their 30s. It is evident that the image captures a family portrait. Could this be a kidnapping? With that thought, Xia Zhi hastily rises from the bed, preparing to leave. Yet, as he approaches the door, a mirror catches his eye. Reflected in the glass, the young man from the photograph appears before him. Xia Zhi instinctively glances back, but finds no one there. A realization dawns. He touches his own face, and the figure in the mirror mimics the gesture. However, before he can fully comprehend the situation, a wave of dizziness washes over him, causing him to stumble and collapse to the floor. As evening falls, a bustling city contrasts sharply with the dilapidated dwelling. Xia Zhi stares vacantly out the window. Through the recent melding of memories, he understands that he has traversed into another world, assuming the identity of the young man from the photograph. Just when I finally had a moment to relax, what does this mean? He leans against the wall, feeling a sense of resignation. After a long day of work, he had intended to unwind, only to be met with this unexpected turn of events. The individual he has become had poor academic performance and, until recently, was preparing to return home after 3 years of study abroad, only to discover that his parents had been cultivating a secondary character. With such poor grades, why not get a job sooner? Xia Zhi criticizes himself. This is a world where games have come to life. All achievements are but illusions, primarily dependent on one's potential at awakening. Each year, students graduate, coinciding with the awakening ceremony to that moment, bodies become digitized, and professions are bestowed. The awakening brings joy to some and despair to others. With good fortune, one might acquire a hidden profession or formidable talents. With ill fortune, one ends up as an ordinary practitioner. Naturally, he is among the common folk, transitioning into a nondescript summoner devoid of any remarkable talent. While mediocrity is not inherently problematic, summoners thrive on luck, as their initial summon often dictates their fate, presenting both high potential and low limitations. Summoning beings such as fairies, demons, or dragons would undoubtedly bring joy, rivaling some of the lesser hidden professions. However, the original owner of this body had dismal luck, managing only to summon a creature known as the color cloudworm, with abysmal attributes. You couldn't have been a little more reliable and summoned a powerful profession for me. Xia Zhi laments. Wearing a bitter expression, he opens the system panel, revealing a translucent box before his eyes. Name, Xia Zhi. Talent, Infinite Traits. Eternal Contract, Female Transformation Version, SSS. Level, First Order, Level 0. Health, 80. Mana, 100. Constitution, 8. Strength, 8. Agility, 6. Intellect, 10. Contracted Pet, Color Cloudworm. What is this? Xia Zhi's eyes widen as he gazes at the panel before him. From his memories, he recalls that the original owner possessed no talents, existing merely as a bland entity with lackluster data. Yet now, he not only has a talent but possesses one of undetermined rank. Eternal Contract, Female Transformation Version, SSS Effect 1. Transforms contracted beings into half-human forms, with subsequent summons limited to female companions. Effect 2. Allows the summoner to ascertain the materials required for the advancement of contracted pets, enhancing their potential, truly worthy of an SSS tier talent. The effects are astonishing. Xia Zhi feels a surge of excitement within an SSS tier talent is a rarity indeed. Official statistics reveal that only 1 or 2 emerge globally each year, with years passing without a single occurrence, highlighting just how exceptional it is. The first effect of the Eternal Contract doesn't concern him much. Having all future summons as female companions aligns perfectly with his preferences. However, it is the second effect that captivates him most, for in this world, strength reigns supreme, and the potential of one's pets often dictates their power. Pet potential is graded from 1 to 9 stars. The higher the potential, the greater the strength. Some have summoned angelic companions with a remarkable 7-star potential, overshadowing many hidden professions. Each summoning is entirely random. Securing a high-tier pet is akin to winning the lottery. The higher the level, the slimmer the chances of summoning a superior beast. In his recollection, only a handful of individuals among billions have summoned pets with 7-star potential. Yet, even those few rank among the elite, underscoring the substantial impact high-potential pets have on personal strength. Now, Xia Zhi merely needs to locate materials to continuously enhance his pet's potential. Calm down, stay composed. Xia Zhi steadies his breath and shifts his attention to the other talent. The talent represented by 3 question marks is something he has neither encountered nor heard of in his past life. Infinite traits. As levels increase, it allows for the addition of traits to pets, augmenting the number of traits that can be unlocked. Traits: Rock Solid, Unstoppable Assault, Heavenly Blessing, Hammer Strike, Lightning Speed, Cloud Riding. Not fully unlocked. New traits will be revealed as levels rise. Xia Zhi stares blankly at the traits section, lost in contemplation. Have I struck it rich? After a lengthy pause, he leaps from the bed, his face alight with exhilaration. Each trait mentioned is akin to a talent, one that is immensely powerful. No wonder he is so elated. For instance, the rock-solid trait could directly amplify his defense tenfold, while unstoppable assault would boost attack power tenfold as well. And these are merely 2 out of hundreds of traits if I were to unlock them all. This thought. Xia Zhi's lips curl into a slight smile as he becomes enraptured in a daydream of possibilities. For him, even a low-tier pet, if endowed with all its attributes, would far surpass countless practitioners of the same rank. Furthermore, his beast possesses the ability to enhance its potential. Should the two synergize, a promising future awaits. Keep it low-key, Xia Zhi muttered incessantly, forcing himself to regain composure. Ultimately, his pet was still rather feeble, essentially belonging to the category that could hardly hold its own against anyone. Currently, it could only manifest a single attribute, with some yet to be unlocked. Far from being invincible, even a few practitioners of a higher tier could easily leave him at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, with these 2 talents, becoming stronger is merely a matter of time. As long as his level is sufficiently elevated, even a seemingly worthless pet could be cultivated to a level capable of overpowering divine beast. In the beginning, I found myself transported to a world where data reigns supreme, and the pursuit of monsters and levels is the norm. This realm is characterized by a plethora of professions, bizarre creatures, enchanting ruins, and extraordinary abilities. Xia Zhi, was fortunate enough to become a somewhat down-and-out summoner. The potential of a summoner is both high and low. It all hinges on luck during summoning. An eternal contract of infinite evolution awaits my discovery. Eternal Contract, Female Transformation Version, SSS Effect 1. Transforms summoned entities into semi-human forms, with future summons limited to female companions. Effect 2. Enables the summoner to ascertain the materials required for the evolution of the summoned creature, thereby enhancing its potential. With the accompanying evolution formula, even the most mediocre of summoned beasts can evolve into divine beings, or even transcend the divine. If I still cannot compete with others, fret not, for I can also bestow infinite traits, tenfold retaliation, inflicts tenfold damage in response to the received attack. Self-Destruction, sacrificing all health to unleash an attack equivalent to 10 times my health. What if I can't obtain equipment? Heavenly Blessing, increases the drop rate of all items tenfold. Moreover, I acquired fusion skills in battling monsters, banishing the days of being a fragile summoner. Once I obtain this stairway to divinity, everything will be transformed. Chapter 1. Eternal Contract. Infinite Traits, ***. Xia Zhi gradually awoke, surveying the furnishings of the room, and abruptly sprang up from the bed. What on earth is this place? A swift glance around the modest chamber revealed it was not the room he once inhabited. The space was not expansive, barely 20 square meters. Yet, despite its size, it was well equipped, featuring kitchenware, a bathroom, and even a small bed with a shower. What is going on? Xia Zhi felt utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been in a state of drowsiness. Only to awaken in this unfamiliar setting, he picked up a photograph from the bedside table, revealing a somewhat handsome young man, flanked by a pair of relatively youthful adults in their 30s. It was evident that the image depicted a family. Could it be a kidnapping? With that unsettling thought, Xia Zhi hastily climbed out of bed, preparing to escape. However, as he approached the door, his gaze was drawn to a mirror. Reflected in it was the young man from the photograph. Instinctively, Xia Zhi turned to glance behind him, but found no one there. Once he comprehended the situation, he touched his face, mirroring the action of the figure in the mirror. Before he could further investigate, a wave of dizziness overcame him, causing him to stumble and collapse onto the floor. As twilight fell, the bustling city contrasted sharply with the dilapidated abode. Xia Zhi stared vacantly out of the window. Following the merging of memories, he comprehended that he had traversed to another world. The individual he had become was the young man from the photograph. After finally finding a moment to relax, what is the meaning of this? Leaning against the wall with a sense of resignation, Xia Zhi lamented his unfortunate circumstances. He had ventured out to unwind after work, only to encounter such a bizarre turn of events. The young man he had become had poor academic performance, and only recently learned that his parents had been practicing their own pursuits while he studied away from home for 3 years. With such dismal grades, he should have sought employment sooner. Xia Zhi engaged in self-reflection. This was a world where games had descended and all academic achievements were mere facades. True potential lay in the awakening process. Each year, students graduate, coinciding with the awakening ceremony, during which their physical forms become data and they acquire profession. During awakening, some rejoice while others despair. Those fortunate enough may obtain hidden professions or powerful talents, while those less fortunate become ordinary practitioners. Naturally, he belonged to the latter category, becoming an unremarkable summoner, devoid of any noteworthy talents. While mediocrity was commonplace, the summoner's fate hinged on luck. The initial summon largely determined success or failure, making it a profession with both high ceilings and deep lows. Summoning beings such as fairies, demons, or dragons would undoubtedly be met with jubilation, rivaling some of the weaker hidden professions. Yet, the previous individual had been exceptionally unlucky, summoning only a creature known as a colorful cloudworm, with lamentable attributes. You couldn't have summoned something stronger for my sake, Xia Zhi sighed in frustration. Opening the system panel, a semi-transparent window materialized before him. Name, Xia Zhi. Talent, Infinite Traits, Eternal Contract, Female Transformation Version, SSS. Level, 1, 0 Experience. Health, 80. Mana, 100. Constitution, 8. Strength, 8. Agility, 6. Intelligence, 10. Contracted creature, colorful cloudworm. What is this? Xia Zhi's eyes widened as he beheld the panel before him. From his memories, he recalled that the original had possessed no talents, merely exhibiting utterly mundane statistics. Yet now, not only did he possess a talent, but one with an indeterminate level as well. Eternal Contract, Female Transformation Version, SSS Effect 1. Transforms summoned entities into semi-human forms, limiting future summons to female companions. Effect 2. Enables the summoner to ascertain the materials required for the evolution of the summoned creature, thereby enhancing its potential. Truly worthy of an SSS-level talent. The effects are astonishing. Xia Zhi felt a surge of excitement within an SSS talent is a rarity, with official statistics indicating that only 1 or 2 emerge globally each year, and there have been stretches of years without any at all. He did not dwell much on the first effect, as summoning female companions aligned perfectly with his preferences. However, it was the second effect that intrigued him most, for in this world, strength reigns supreme, and a creature's potential often dictates its power. Potential is rated from 1 to 9 stars. The higher the potential, the greater the strength. Some have even summoned angelic companions with a staggering 7-star potential, overshadowing most hidden professions. Every summoning is entirely random, akin to a lottery. The higher the level, the slimmer the chance of summoning high-tier creatures. In his recollection, among billions of individuals, only a few had summoned creatures with 7-star potential. Even these few ranked among the elite, underscoring the immense impact high-potential creatures have on an individual's strength. Now, he merely needed to locate the materials to continuously enhance his creature's potential. Stay calm, Xia Zhi reminded himself, shifting his attention to the other talent. The talent with 3 question marks was something he had never encountered, and the original had not even heard of it. Infinite Traits. As levels increase, it allows for the addition of traits to creatures, augmenting the number of traits that can be unlocked. Traits: Rock Solid, Unyielding Assault, Heavenly Blessing, Hammering Strike, Swift as the Wind, Riding the Clouds. Not fully unlocked. New traits will be revealed as levels rise. Xia Zhi gazed blankly at the traits section, unable to gather his thoughts for an extended period. Have I struck it rich? After some time, he leaped from the bed, exhilaration illuminating his face. Each of the mentioned traits could be likened to a powerful talent. No wonder he was so elated. For instance, the rock-solid trait could directly provide tenfold defense, while unyielding assault would enhance attack power tenfold. And these are merely two among hundreds of traits. What if they all unlock? With that thought, a subtle smile crept across Xia Zhi's face as he succumbed to a delightful daydream. Him. Even a mere low-tier pet, if endowed with all its attributes, would far surpass countless practitioners of the same rank. Moreover, his beast possesses the capability to enhance its potential. Should these two elements synergize, the future appears promising. Maintain a low profile. Maintain a low profile. Suji muttered incessantly, compelling himself to regain his composure. Ultimately, his pet remained rather feeble, belonging to the category that could scarcely hold its own against anyone. Presently, it could only manifest a single attribute, and some attributes even remained locked. Far from invincible, a few practitioners of a higher tier could easily render him speechless. Nevertheless, with these two talents at his disposal, his ascendance in strength is merely a matter of time. Provided his level is sufficiently elevated, even a lackluster pet could be nurtured to a point where it could dominate divine beasts. Chapter 2. Color Cloud Bug and Inming. After examining the two talents, Xia Zhi shifted his attention to his summoned beast. In his recollection, the color cloud bug resembled a fist-sized, multicolored beetle. I hope it proves useful, he murmured softly. He was somewhat concerned about whether the color cloud bug could transform into a beast maiden. Although he possessed an eternal contract, this talent had emerged later, and its efficacy on the color cloud bug remained uncertain. With a heart full of apprehension, Xia Zhi activated the summoning array. As he summoned, a magic circle emanating white light materialized upon the ground. Once the brilliance subsided, a petite figure, approximately 1.5 meters tall, adorned in a white dress with a cascade of rainbow-colored hair and tentacles atop her head, emerged before him. How adorable! Unable to resist, Xia Zhi reached out to gently caress the color cloud bug's head. It must be said, even with such humble strength, her charming appearance would undoubtedly draw a multitude of admirers. The color cloud bug seemed to revel in his touch, nuzzling against him as he withdrew his hand. Quite delightful. Gazing at the little girl before him, Xia Zhi was overwhelmingly pleased. Initially, he had harbored fears that the color cloud bug might be incapable of transformation or, worse yet, become an unsightly creature. Now, at least, he could set his mind at ease regarding his choice. He opened the panel for the color cloud bug. Summon creature, color cloud bug. Potential, 1 star. Level, 1, 0. Health, 50. Mana, 50. Constitution, 5. Strength, 3. Agility, 2. Intelligence, 5. Skill, Rainbow Bubble. Rainbow Bubble, level 1 consumes 10 mana points to release a bubble that attacks an enemy, with attack value equal to intelligence. The color cloud bug's panel was exceedingly lackluster. Even less impressive than that of a typical summoner, let alone other professions. It was likely that a mere 2 strikes from an opponent could easily extinguish the color cloud bug. As for the skill, it was hardly worth examining. Such pitiful attributes surely could not inflict any significant damage. I can't help but wonder if the original host met their demise. Staring at the color cloud bug's panel, Xia Zhi was overwhelmed with a sense of dismay. While low-tier monsters in the wild were not particularly formidable, they were still several times stronger in comparison to the color cloud bug's attributes. If he ventured outside, it would likely only serve to provide a meal for the wild beasts. With time still on his side, let us take you out for a stroll, Xia Zhi said as he stood, affectionately patting the color cloud bug's head. Good. Upon hearing that they could go out, the color cloud bug leaped with excitement. Observing her childlike enthusiasm, Xia Zhi felt a weight lift from his heart, his earlier melancholia dissipating considerably. Drawing upon the original host's memories, he retrieved a bank card from behind the cabinet, containing the savings accumulated over the years. I wonder if it will suffice. Although his family was not affluent, his parents had never neglected him, regularly sending money each month. Back and forth, he had managed to save over 3,000 yuan. His late-night outing was primarily aimed at acquiring some evolution materials. Given the color cloud bug's currently low potential, the materials required for evolution were not particularly precious. However, he was not well versed in the pricing of such items. Yet, if he did not pursue evolution, he feared that their outing the next day would end in disaster at the hands of wild monsters. After all, no matter how strong the traits, they could not compensate for the color cloud bug's dismal panel. Upon exiting, Xia Zhi first led the color cloud bug to a small restaurant downstairs. Having skipped dinner, he was feeling a bit peckish. After ordering several dishes, the color cloud bug eagerly began to devour her meal, watching her with food smeared all over her face. Xia Zhi couldn't help but chuckle. Just as he was about to eat, a woman entered the restaurant, clad in a sleek black pencil skirt and professional attire. Her long, lustrous hair framing a delicately sculpted face and voluptuous figure. Instantly recognizing her, Xia Zhi hastily lowered his head, quietly focusing on his bowl of rice. Yet, the more he tried to avoid her, the more fate seemed to conspire against him. A waft of delightful fragrance enveloped him as she took a seat beside the color cloud bug, her voice ringing like silver bells, melodious and enchanting. It has been quite a while, hasn't it? came the lilting sound from across the table. Indeed, it has been a long time, Xia Zhi replied, mustering the courage to lift his gaze and forcing a stiff smile at the sight of her beautiful features. This was none other than his classmate, an Yinming. At the time of their awakening at school, she had successfully transitioned to the hidden profession of starry swordsman. If that were all, it would be manageable. However, an Yinming was also his landlord, having offered him a consistently low rent, courtesy of their camaraderie as classmates. Yet now, he was not the original host, and thus wished to maintain a distance from her. You haven't ventured out to level up at all during this past half-month, have you? An Yinming inquired, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Although everyone had graduated, they still retained contact information for convenient communication. Class group chats were frequently filled with messages regarding team formations for leveling up, naturally prioritizing familiar faces. Xia Zhi's absence in these interactions had not gone unnoticed. Had it not been for the old man at the door frequently spotting him, she might have assumed he had fallen victim to monsters. I've been a bit preoccupied lately, so I haven't had much time, Xia Zhi replied, attempting to mimic the original host's demeanor. As for leveling up, that would hardly be leveling. It would be akin to seeking death. After all, with his pathetic color cloud bug, even a dog would shake its head in disdain. From his perspective, had it not been for the minimum potential being 1 star, he would have deemed half a star too generous for the color cloud bug, which was precisely why the original host had refrained from joining any parties. The original host had possessed a modicum of self-awareness, rather than face ridicule and disdain from others. He preferred to remain discreetly alone. We should team up sometime. I can help you level up, an Yinming suggested with a smile. After all, they were classmates. It was difficult not to notice Xia Zhi's predicament. The position of a summoner was exceedingly awkward. Summoning a high-potential pet was comparable to a hidden profession. Yet, nearly all summoners called forth low-potential creatures, with only the rare exception of one with slightly higher potential. Moreover, some summoners even summoned pseudo-1-star pets, which were creatures devoid of both beauty and strength. Xia Zhi had once summoned such a creature. Sure, let us plan to team up when we have the chance, Xia Zhi replied with a smile, treating an Yinming's offer as mere politeness. As one of the outstanding students in their class, an Yinming excelled in both family background and personal merit. Her transition to a hidden profession had only elevated her reputation further, with invitations to team up often met with long queues. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, an Yinming said, casting a glance at the color cloud bug before departing the restaurant. As she exited, Xia Zhi let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the original host's generally taciturn nature had spared him from her suspicions. All you do is eat. Observing the color cloud bug engrossed in her meal, Xia Zhi playfully pinched her delicate little face. Eat up, she replied, her mouth full, words muffled by the food. Xia Zhi chuckled and shook his head. Watching the dwindling food on the table, he joined her in the feast, heartily consuming his share. After devouring 2 large bowls of rice, they leaned back in their chairs, satisfied, rubbing their full bellies. Chapter 3, Zhongjiang Commercial Firm, Mother of the Color Cloud Bug. You eat so much. I'm afraid I won't be able to afford it, Xia Zhi lamented as they strolled down the bustling street. Their recent meal had cost them over 200 yuan. The color cloud bug alone had consumed an amount equivalent to 3 of his portions. He couldn't fathom how her stomach could accommodate such a bounty. I can afford it, the color cloud bug pouted, seemingly unfazed. However, her gaze remained fixated on the various snack stalls around them, an unmistakable gluttonous gleam in her eyes. Stop looking. We'll buy you some treats once we earn some money, Xia Zhi urged, hastily gripping the color cloud bug's hand and steering her away from the street filled with enticing aromas. If they lingered any longer, his wallet would surely suffer. Right now, the priority was to assist the color cloud bug in evolving. Otherwise, they would soon find themselves on the brink of starvation. After a series of twists and turns, the two soon arrived at a shop that specialized in selling materials. When it comes to job transitions, there are not only combat-oriented professions, but also those centered around daily life. Many potions, equipment, and certain special items are produced by these life-oriented professions, which is why such shops thrive with business. The establishment before them was the largest trading company in Donyuan City, the Zhongjiang Trading Firm. Inside, an extensive array of equipment, potions, and various materials awaited, albeit at slightly elevated prices compared to the market. The reason for his visit was not merely to shop here, but rather a fear of acquiring counterfeit goods, which would lead to even greater losses. Since the ability to awaken and transition to new professions emerged, an astonishing variety of jobs has appeared, including that of the creator. Originally, this profession was designed for crafting special items. However, the strength of a profession is often contingent upon the creativity of the individual. Consequently, the creator has garnered a rather notorious nickname, the counterfeiter. By employing their skills to alter the appearance of certain items and reassigning new names to them, counterfeit goods could emerge. At the pinnacle of their craft, there have even been instances where a creator deceived a formidable 7th-tier warrior. Upon entering the Zhongjiang Trading Firm, he was greeted by a receptionist with a professional smile. "Hello, how may I assist you today?" she inquired cheerfully. "I would like to purchase some materials," he replied, producing a prepared list of items and handing it over. After receiving the list, the receptionist scrutinized it carefully. Seizing this moment, he glanced at her prominently displayed name tag, Su Jiao. Soon, she clarified the materials on the list. The total for these items amounts to 2,700 coins. If you wish, I can fetch them for you right away, Su Jiao said politely. Please do so. He nodded in agreement. As he watched her retrieve the materials, a sigh of relief escaped him. He harbored a genuine concern that his funds might fall short, which would necessitate devising a plan to acquire more money. The offensive capabilities of the colorful cloud bug were woefully inadequate, without evolution. Even with a tenfold increase in attack characteristics, the damage output would likely remain marginal. Moreover, pets typically could only equip specialized gear, which was often quite expensive. Reflecting on this, he was suddenly struck with realization. While the beast form indeed could not wear equipment, the half-human form was quite different and could don gear. For instance, humanoid fairies and angels were capable of equipping items. How could I have forgotten? He muttered in frustration. It was also due to his relatively brief acquaintance with this world that, despite possessing the memories of his former self, he was still unfamiliar with many aspects. His ingrained thought patterns occasionally led him to overlook such matters. Oh well, I've already made the purchase. Besides, evolving is certainly more practical than buying equipment, he consoled himself. Casting a glance at the inquisitive colorful cloud bug, before long, the receptionist returned, carrying a bag. Upon seeing her, he opened the bag and meticulously checked its contents before decisively retrieving his bank card to make the payment. We welcome your next visit, Su Jiao said courteously as he completed his transaction and departed. Exiting the Zhongjiang trading firm, he felt the bank card in his pocket. Realizing he only had 300 coins left. We must hurry. If you don't exert some effort, we might find ourselves begging for scraps, he remarked, considering the colorful cloud bug's appetite, which would quickly deplete their meager funds. I'm not going. You go, the colorful cloud bug retorted, turning its head away. Observing the pet's haughty demeanor, he fought the urge to scold her and instead guided her in the direction of their rented accommodation. Although her intelligence had improved, her personality seemed to be rapidly evolving with her exposure to the outside world. Before long, they returned to their rented space. The first thing he did upon arriving was to eagerly unpack the evolution materials he had purchased. Arranging the materials in a specific order, he then summoned the eternal contract, which conjured a circular array inscribed with various runes on the ground. The colorful cloud bug watched his actions with curiosity as the materials placed within the array began to melt slowly, filling the array. Yet before the colorful cloud bug could finish its sentence, he swiftly picked it up and tossed it onto the eternal contract. Inside the array, the colorful cloud bug's eyes became vacant, and the array began to glow. The light flickered, and after a brief moment, the array gradually vanished, leaving only the colorful cloud bug standing in the center of the room. What happened? Did something go wrong? It inquired, perplexed. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But he felt as though the colorful cloud bug had grown slightly larger. The once unremarkable features were now more pronounced, and even its voice had taken on a comparatively mature tone. Everything is fine, he reassured with a smile, before opening the colorful cloud bug's panel. Summon creature, colorful cloud bug mother. Potential, 2 stars. Level, 1st tier, 0th level. Talent, insect body division. Health, 100. Mana, 100. Constitution, 10. Strength, 8. Agility, 8. Intelligence, 10. Skills, rainbow bubble, insect devour. At this moment, the colorful cloud bug's panel had undergone a qualitative transformation, with all attributes having significantly improved. This was precisely why high potential pets were so sought after. Their innate high attributes could easily surpass many practitioners, not to mention those of the most mediocre summoners. Moreover, it had acquired the insect devour skill, which allowed it to restore health by consuming corpses, a remarkably simple yet practical ability. However, what intrigued him most was that talent. Insect body division can create new colorful cloud bugs through health points. For every 10 health points, 1 new colorful cloud bug can be produced. The strength of the colorful cloud bug is determined by the mother. The stronger the mother, the stronger the colorful cloud bug. No wonder it evolved to possess the insect devour skill. It must be intended for producing new colorful cloud bugs. He mused aloud while contemplating the description of the insect body division talent. Although the description sounded impressive, given the potential of the colorful cloud bug mother, it probably wouldn't be exceedingly powerful. The specifics would only be revealed when it was actually summoned. Chapter 4. Insect body division, strong devour skill. The name is rather lengthy. Perhaps I should give you a new name. He gazed at the colorful cloud bug mother resting on the bed, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Let us call you Colorful Cloud. Satisfied with his choice, he nodded in approval. As a self-proclaimed naming genius, he adhered to the principle of simplicity, bestowing upon it what he deemed a brilliant name. Simultaneously, a new name appeared at the top of the colorful cloud bug mother's panel. Colorful Cloud, come over and try out your insect body division talent, he called out to her. Colorful Cloud lifted her head, gazing at him with a bewildered expression, seemingly unable to comprehend his words. Witnessing her adorably clueless demeanor, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. perhaps due to her nature as a low-tier beast pet. Although her intelligence had seen a considerable increase, she remained oblivious in certain aspects. Suppressing the urge to scold her, he could only exercise patience in his instruction. The bond between a summoner and their beast is not static. While battling, rare items may drop, some of which could potentially enhance the beast's potential. Although low-tier items were more common, they were still exceedingly rare and valuable. Consequently, some individuals encountered situations akin to his own, where the intelligence and strength of their summoned beast did not align, preventing them from fully realizing their combat capabilities. First, focus your attention, he urged, pulling Colorful Cloud off the bed and beginning his instruction. A low intelligence did not equate to a lack of comprehension under his guidance. Colorful Cloud quickly began to grasp her innate talent. A blood-red magic circle manifested upon the ground, and at that moment, Sayun's health diminished by 10 points. As the circle reacted, a fist-sized, multicolored ladybug emerged from it. Hooray! Success! I truly am a genius, Kaiyun exclaimed, jumping with excitement at her first successful summoning. Indeed, indeed. You are a genius, Xia Zhi chuckled, affectionately ruffling Sayun's hair before shifting his gaze to the newly summoned Kaiyun bug. Summoned creature, Kaiyun bug. Health, 10. Mana, 10. Constitution, 1. Strength, 1. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 1. Skill, Devour. Devour. A creature possessing this skill inflicts damage equal to its strength, which cannot be immunized against. Upon observing the attributes of the diminutive Kaiyun bug, Xia Zhi was left speechless. This was beyond mere mediocrity, aside from the somewhat acceptable agility stat. All other attributes were a dismal one. Such statistics would scarcely breach even the weakest monster's defenses. However, the skill was indeed impressive. While the Kaiyun bug's stats were unimpressive, it boasted an exceptional ability. Unlike the realm of online games, where damage is dealt only if one surpasses the opponent's defenses, here, any failure to do so would yield no damage whatsoever. There exist professions capable of summoning vast legions of creatures, such as the renowned necromancer. Although the attributes of the skeletons they summon may be lackluster, their sheer numbers compensate for this. Yet, without sufficient offensive power, even they would fail to inflict tangible damage. Was this to be considered a consolation prize? A bittersweet smile flitted across Xia Zhi's lips. Despite its apparent prowess, the paltry attributes rendered it ineffective. The Kaiyun bug could likely be crushed by a single swipe from a monster. Nevertheless, it was better than having nothing. Consoling himself, Xia Zhi turned his attention to the innate ability of the bug. Given its lackluster attributes, he sought to compensate with its special traits. Soon, he discovered one. Tenfold retaliation. Upon receiving damage, the creature reflects the damage back to the attacker at 10 times the original amount, with a cap that cannot exceed its own health multiplied by 10. Though the Kaiyun bug's attributes were lacking, its potential for quantity was undeniable. Based on Sayun's health, she could summon 10 at once. Had he managed to escape mediocrity? Not entirely, but upon calculating, Xia Zhi was left dumbfounded. 10 multiplied by 10 equaled 100. If a monster were to eliminate all the Kaiyun bugs, that would mean it had attacked him 100 times. Yet, he quickly remembered that the damage dealt would be based on the Kaiyun bug's health. With only 10 health points, even multiplied by 10, it could at most inflict a total of 100 damage. Perhaps he had been overly optimistic. Xia Zhi unconsciously rubbed his nose. Yet even so, Sayun's skill should not be underestimated. After all, quantity holds the potential to overwhelm. With level increases, both the health and number of the Kaiyun bugs would improve. He intended to test the Devour skill, but lacking even a foul fish in his room, he abandoned that thought. Sleep beckoned. Tomorrow would be the day to embark on leveling up. Just as Xia Zhi prepared to retreat to bed, he noticed Kaiyun sprawled out and fast asleep on the other side. It was ironic. He was the master, yet he felt more like a caretaker. He gently nudged Kaiyun towards the bed, then settled in himself, drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, Xia Zhi lay in bed. Dreaming of the technician he frequently visited, the two of them engaged in an intense kiss. Yet, after a while, something felt amiss, and he groggily opened his eyes. What the heck? Xia Zhi exclaimed, jolting awake as if from a nightmare. He found Kaiyun sitting on the other side of the bed, grinning at him. The technician had inexplicably transformed into Sayun's leg. What a sleeping position. Next time, you're on the floor, Xia Zhi protested, swatting at Kaiyun's leg, frustrated that a pleasant dream had turned into a nightmare. He had no inappropriate thoughts about the girl, as he was particularly sensitive to such matters. You were the one who hugged me. What does that have to do with me? Kaiyun pouted, sporting an innocent expression. All right, it's my fault. Once I earn some money, I'll buy you a big bed of your own, Xia Zhi reassured, seeing her pitiful demeanor. After all, she was a little treasure he needed for monster hunting. Unlike the skeletal minions of a necromancer, his summoned creatures had their own minds, and a poor relationship could lead to lackluster performance in battle. After promising a sumptuous meal downstairs, Kaiyun reverted to her lively self. Following their morning routine, they enjoyed a breakfast worth over 100 coins before heading straight to the city gate. Today was a significant day. If they didn't venture out to battle and acquire some loot, they would soon find themselves starving. Donyuan City, North City Gate. After spending over 100 coins on a taxi, Xia Zhi finally arrived at the city gate. As a crucial passage for adventurers, the gate bustled with activity. In addition to the throngs of adventurers, many vendors lined the streets, hawking their wares. After all, setting up a stall was far more economical than renting a shop. This arrangement not only offered convenience, but also the chance to catch an unsuspecting recent graduate off guard for a lucrative deal. Xia Zhi paid little mind to them, passing by without a glance. It wasn't that he had no need for their goods. Rather, he simply couldn't afford them at present. And looking was only a torment to his desires. Chapter 5. Tenfold Retaliation. Once outside the city, Xia Zhi made his way toward the nearest leveling area, Guzi Mountain. Guzi Mountain, the closest low-level leveling zone to Donyuan City, housed monsters primarily at level 110, making it ideal for novice adventurers. Many freshly graduated professionals typically chose this as their first training ground. Of course, he did not count himself among them. In the absence of a decent summon, he would only be met with disdain from potential teammates, especially with a Kaiyun bug that was more of a joke than a combatant, lacking both offensive and defensive capabilities. Others were not foolish enough to team up with him, especially when experience would also be split among members. Before long, Xia Zhi arrived at Guzi Mountain with his Kaiyun bug. The area was adorned with towering trees, lush and vibrant. Surrounding them were numerous groups of adventurers. Xia Zhi even spotted a few former classmates. Having not reached level 10 in half a month, they were in a similar predicament, each carrying their own disadvantages. Choosing not to engage, he ventured directly into the forest. Due to Caiyun's human-like appearance and youthful allure, many sought to team up with them. However, Xia Zhi declined these offers, citing their duo status as a reason. He was no longer the inexperienced novice. Teaming up would only hinder his leveling speed. Shortly thereafter, Xia Zhi and Kaiyun found themselves in a secluded area. This was a level 3 training ground, home to a creature known as the Wasteland Wolf. It didn't take long for him to locate their target. The Wasteland Wolf boasted a health pool of over 400 and an attack power of 30. Without a team, it could easily dispatch an ordinary player in just a few strikes. Kaiyun, it's time to begin, Xia Zhi instructed the girl beside him, perhaps due to a satisfying breakfast. Kaiyun showed no signs of discontent and seemed eager to engage. With arms outstretched, she summoned a circular magic array over a meter wide, from which countless small Kaiyun bugs poured forth. She continued summoning until her health was nearly depleted, ceasing only when 10 tiny Kaiyun bugs had emerged. Their appearance quickly caught the attention of a nearby Wasteland Wolf, which charged directly toward the pair. As the howling plains wolf approached, the vibrant cloud insect unfurled its shell and fluttered its wings, soaring into the air. The plains wolf, eyeing the diminutive cloud insect, lunged forward and bit down on it. 28, 28, 91, 91, 11. You have slain the plains wolf, earning 30 experience points. The initial figures reflected the damage dealt by the cloud insect, while the latter indicated the damage reflected back. Among these were numerous instances of 1 damage, all stemming from the cloud insect's mandatory damage. It seemed that this damage could not be disregarded entirely. Xia Zhi sighed. However, he quickly shifted his focus to other matters. So many cloud insects had perished. 5 had died just to fell a single plains wolf. Yet, it was precisely due to this that the plains wolf, with over 400 health points, had succumbed on the spot. Quite commendable. Xia Zhi nodded, satisfied with the outcome. The demise of 5 cloud insects had resulted in such considerable damage, which was indeed impressive. Cloud utilized the insect devour skill. Xia Zhi watched intently, eager to observe how she would employ the skill. The outcome, however, was not what he had anticipated. With a mere gesture, Cloud summoned the surrounding cloud insects to descend upon the corpse of the plains wolf, feasting upon it. Simultaneously, Cloud's health increased by 50 points. This revelation relieved Xia Zhi. He had feared that Cloud might consume the corpse herself, a scenario he could scarcely bear to imagine. Recovering 50 health points was acceptable. Xia Zhi murmured while observing the plains wolf being devoured. He had not expected the insect devour skill to restore such a substantial amount of life. Yet, reflecting on the insect body differentiation skill clarified matters. Without the reflection damage ability, relying solely on the cloud insects would likely result in their complete annihilation without slaying a single creature. As for the rainbow bubble skill, he had no hope for it. His former self had tested it and found it only capable of dealing meager damage. Even with upgrades, achieving a damage output in the tens would be remarkable. Subsequently, it became a one-sided slaughter. Under Cloud's command, the cloud insects willingly offered themselves to the plains wolf's maw. You have slain the plains wolf, earning 30 experience points. You have slain the plains wolf, earning 30 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up by 1. In a mere moment, 3 plains wolves had been dispatched, and Xia Zhi had ascended a level. Exhilarating, exhilarating, exhilarating. This was what leveling up was meant to be. Xia Zhi gazed at his newfound level with excitement. As Cloud was his summoned creature, her level mirrored his own, resulting in her elevation as well. Summoned creature, Cloud Insect Mother. Potential, 2 stars. Level, first rank, level 1. Talent, Insect Body Differentiation. Health, 140. Mana, 140. Constitution, 14. Strength, 9. Agility, 9. Intelligence, 14. With each star of potential achieved, an additional 5 points in attributes would be granted. Upon reaching 2 stars, Cloud would gain 10 fixed attribute points with every level increase. This was the reason many sought high-potential summoned creatures. When he leveled up, all attributes received a fixed increase of 1 point, followed by 5 free attribute points. In addition to upgrading ranks, the stronger the class, the more attribute points one could acquire. For instance, an Yiming Starry Swordsman class could earn 15 attribute points upon leveling up, 3 times what he received. This was merely the first rank. The disparity would only widen with higher ranks. The stronger you are, the more my excitement grows. Xia Zhi clenched his fists, speaking to himself, without delving into other matters. Just the tenfold reflection damage was enough to leave these individuals in dismay. It was entirely possible that a single strike could obliterate him. Yet, he could only ponder this. In lower ranks, it was manageable, but upon reaching higher ranks, every class possessed life-saving skills. Priests could even wield resurrection skills to revive allies. Moreover, others were not oblivious. They recognized the threat posed by the Cloud insects and would prioritize attacking him instead. Following Cloud's level up, both she and the Cloud insects experienced enhancements, with all attributes increasing by 1 point and health reaching 20. This meant that where previously 5 insects were required to take down a plains wolf, only 3 would suffice now. However, when Cloud resummoned the Cloud insects, their numbers peaked at 14 before ceasing. Is there a limit to summoning? Xia Zhi felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, reflecting on Cloud's low star rating, it was hardly surprising that unrestricted summoning was not feasible. Furthermore, the insect body differentiation talent was already quite formidable, allowing for cooldown-free summoning. Although Cloud's health limited the number of summons, it remained a force to be reckoned with. If an additional healing trait were added, it could ensure that the number of Cloud insects remained at maximum capacity without necessitating a search for corpses to restore health. Onward. Xia Zhi did not dwell too long on this, as Cloud was still only at 2 stars. Once her star rating increased, perhaps his wish for instantaneous ascension might be realized. You have slain the plains wolf, earning 30 experience points. You have slain the plains wolf, earning 30 experience points. What followed was a massacre. Within half an hour, he had leveled up to 3. The reason for the duration was primarily due to the time spent locating monsters. Guzi Mountain was not solely his domain for monster hunting. He preferred to avoid excessive interaction with others, thus primarily navigating around them. Even so, his leveling speed surpassed that of the average individual by a considerable margin. Even if an Yiming were to arrive, she would not match his pace. After all, his self-sacrificial playstyle diverged significantly from that of a necromancer, as he merely needed to keep sending himself in, while a necromancer had to gradually whittle down foes. However, the necromancer could eventually learn corpse explosion, yet in comparison to his reflection damage, it paled in significance. Chapter 6, Self-Destruct Feature. It seems that an auxiliary drop rate feature must be appended. My luck is truly abysmal. Xia Zhi felt somewhat exasperated. After slaying over 20 plains wolves, he had yet to obtain a single piece of whiteboard equipment. If this continued, he would likely find himself begging by tomorrow. Nevertheless, he had not returned empty-handed. Having consumed numerous plains wolves, Cloud's insect devour skill had reached level 2, with its restoration capacity now at 60. Initially, he had hoped to acquire a healing trait by level 5, but given the current circumstances, it was unnecessary for the time being. After reaching level 3, continuing to hunt plains wolves seemed unworthy. Thus, he directly sought out the level 6 rampaging bear. The rampaging bear boasted 800 health points. Although this was double that of the plains wolf, his summoned creature had also leveled up. Now, only 3 Cloud insects were needed to take down a single rampaging bear. As the frequency of monster slaying increased, Cloud's control over the small Cloud insects became increasingly adept. Under her command, 3 Cloud insects flew straight into the rampaging bear's mouth. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, the rampaging bear paused momentarily before furiously crushing the Cloud insects in its jaws. 365, 365, 365. You have slain the rampaging bear, earning 60 experience points. 3 identical figures erupted from the rampaging bear, and it ascended to the heavens right where it stood. Well done. Xia Zhi patted Cloud on the head. The rampaging bear likely died bewildered, pondering how its demise had come to pass. Of course, it failed to recognize who it was dealing with. Cloud, proudly lifting her head, bore an expression of triumph. Yes, 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 you are the greatest. Xia Zhi chuckled. The experience awarded for the rampaging bear's death was double that of the plains wolf. The reason for switching monsters was not solely the low experience yield from the plains wolf. Another factor was the experience decay. As levels increased, hunting lower-level monsters incurred an experience penalty. Once the rampaging bear had been thoroughly devoured by the Cloud insects, a battle axe was left behind on the ground. Just as I lamented my bad luck, this appears. As Xia Zhi moved forward to collect it, he noticed Cloud eagerly rushing over to seize the axe and swinging it a few times. Whether it was due to awkwardness or a lack of skill, after playing with it for a short while, Cloud tossed it directly to Xia Zhi. Upon receiving the axe, Xia Zhi examined its attributes. Name, Purple Copper Battle Axe. Level 6. Attack Power, 45. The axe stands as the most formidable weapon in terms of attack value among the available equipment. The gear is categorized into several tiers: ordinary, advanced, exquisite, rare, treasured, epic, and legendary. The higher the tier, the superior the attributes. Although this axe is merely a plain piece of equipment, it nonetheless augments the attack power by 45 points. At the first tier, most ordinary classes have their strength multiplied by 2. For a typical warrior, even after investing all points into strength upon reaching level 10, the total strength barely exceeds 70 points, translating to an attack power of 140. The axe contributes nearly 5 levels worth of attack power, underscoring the immense significance of equipment. Indeed, the funds for 2 days' meals have materialized. Satisfied, Xia Zhi affectionately caressed the axe, which was the first piece of gear he had acquired. Among the various classes, the warrior is the most populous, and this axe is estimated to be worth over 1,000 coins. He still needs to gather funds for a spatial item. Glancing at the axe in his hand, Xia Zhi felt somewhat helpless. This world resembles an online game in many aspects, yet it lacks built-in inventory space. Moreover, if a person dies and is not resurrected by a priest within an hour, they perish for good. With no alternatives, Xia Zhi resorted to tying a grass rope around his back. Carrying the axe instantly made him feel significantly slower. However, this was unavoidable unless he discarded the axe or acquired a spatial item. Time to continue leveling up. With the aid of retaliatory damage, the ferocious bears in Guzi Mountain fell victim to Kaiyun's relentless onslaught, meeting their untimely demise under mysterious circumstances. Before long, Xia Zhi reached level 5. This meant he could bestow new traits upon Kaiyun once again. Yet he hesitated when it came to selecting the traits. The trait of invincibility was swiftly dismissed from consideration. A tenfold increase in attack power for the Kaiyun bug was hardly substantial, rendering it nearly equivalent to having no enhancement at all, and certainly less potent than retaliatory damage. Thus, he opted for self-detonation. After much contemplation, Xia Zhi ultimately settled on self-detonation. Similar to retaliatory damage, it is calculated based on health points. Just like humans, summoned beasts perish upon death and must be resummoned. However, should a summoner lose more than 3 summoned beasts, their beast contract becomes unusable. Furthermore, due to the death of previous beasts, newly summoned ones may develop a disdain for their original master. Throughout Blue Star's history, there have been instances where this method was exploited, leading to the summoning of the 7-star fire dragon on the 3rd attempt. Although the fire dragon cannot attack its master, it is not without vulnerabilities. At that time, this troublesome dragon issued a bounty. Whoever slays its master could forge a contract with it. The renowned 9th-tier dragon tamer of the Yin Kingdom accomplished this feat, gaining a dragon in the process. With 2 dragons at his command, the tamer's combat effectiveness soared, earning him this illustrious title. Yet, this also served as a cautionary tale for future summoners. After all, one's life is far more precious than the summoning of powerful beasts. But Xia Zhi found himself in a different situation. The Kaiyun bug summoned by Kaiyun was merely a manifestation of her innate abilities. As long as Kaiyun did not self-detonate, no issues would arise, and her strength could effectively double. Self-detonation, akin to retaliatory damage, inflicts damage equivalent to 10 times 1's health. Moreover, the damage from both abilities is cumulative. However, self-detonation has the advantage of being activated voluntarily. Not everyone is foolish enough to attack a summoned beast that possesses retaliatory damage. Initially, he refrained from selecting self-detonation because he lacked a concrete understanding of retaliatory damage. Should retaliatory damage prove ineffective against the Kaiyun bug, Kaiyun could still masquerade as a tank. Life is singular. If Kaiyun were to self-detonate, it would be an irreparable blow to him. After choosing self-detonation, Xia Zhi felt significantly more at ease. Now, Kaiyun could summon 30 Kaiyun bugs, and upon their demise, they would directly inflict 1,200 points of damage. Below level 10. As long as the enemies are not elite tier or above, they could be swiftly dispatched. Haha. With this thought, Xia Zhi found himself laughing heartily. However, amidst his daydreaming, a commotion erupted behind him. Turning around, he saw a throng of people rushing toward him, their excitement palpable. What could this mean? What did they intend to do? Xia Zhi felt perplexed. He promptly seized the arm of a young man in his 20s. The young man glanced at Xia Zhi, preparing to reprimand him. But upon noticing Kaiyun beside him, he quickly adjusted his demeanor. May I inquire what brings you to me? The young man approached Kaiyun, wearing what he believed to be a congenial smile. What are you all up to? Xia Zhi interjected, stepping protectively in front of Kaiyun. Although the young man felt a twinge of annoyance, he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and responded honestly. An elite-level boss has appeared over there. We are preparing to take it down. After speaking, the young man surveyed the surrounding crowd, feeling torn. If they arrived late, they might miss out entirely. Yet he was reluctant to forego the opportunity to engage with the captivating beauty before him. Then let us go together. Xia Zhi replied with a smile, eager to witness the strength of this boss. With such a formidable weapon at his disposal, he might seize the opportunity to earn some extra coins, alleviating his financial strain. After all, his motivation for earning money extended beyond mere sustenance. He also needed to support Kaiyun's further advancement. Chapter 7. The Fire Cloud Minotaur. Very well then. I am Jiang Ming. May I ask for your esteemed name, miss? Jiang Ming inquired as he sidestepped Xia Zhi to approach Kaiyun. I am Xia Zhi. And this is my cousin Kaiyun, Xia Zhi introduced, pulling Kaiyun protectively behind him. Aside from her two antennae, Kaiyun bore no distinguishable differences from a human. And most individuals would merely perceive the antennae as decorative, much like the young man before him. Ah, so you are cousins. A pleasure to meet you, Jiang Ming exclaimed, immediately grasping Xia Zhi's hand with enthusiasm upon learning of their familial connection. Let us proceed. Xia Zhi subtly extricated his hand from Jiang Ming's grip. The two then set off together toward the location where the boss had respawned. Throughout the journey, Jiang Ming chattered incessantly, attempting to engage Kaiyun. Yet all he received in return were her dismissive glances. Xia Zhi merely smiled at the exchange. If Jiang Ming were to discover that Kaiyun was a summoned beast, he might well regret his advances. The path ahead was already cleared of monsters by the group that had preceded them, allowing them to move swiftly. And soon they arrived at their destination. The boss respawn point was situated at the summit of Guzi Mountain. In this world, bosses do not spawn in fixed locations. If left unattended for extended periods, they may roam freely, even leading minions to assault cities, a phenomenon known as a monster siege. Bosses differ from ordinary monsters, boasting significantly higher health and attributes. At present, they were confronted with a level 20 elite tier creature. Before them stood a towering minotaur adorned with crimson cloud-like patterns, wielding a colossal axe. It is the Fire Cloud Minotaur, Xia Zhi murmured softly, gazing at the nearly 3-meter-tall creature. In his previous life's memories, the highest tier boss that could spawn in Guzi Mountain was indeed the Fire Cloud Minotaur, and it was classified as an elite tier monster. Monsters are categorized into tiers: ordinary, elite, leader, lord, and king. The king tier represents the uppermost limit accessible to average individuals. Guzi Mountain, merely a gathering ground for level 110 low-tier monsters, could spawn a level 20 elite tier creature. If one were to adhere to the settings of a novice village, this would be akin to a gatekeeping boss. Unfortunately, this was not a game world. Many individuals present were professionals in their teens and 20s. Although the Fire Cloud Bullhead is of low rank, it cannot be underestimated due to its formidable level of 20. From this vantage point, at least 30 individuals have gathered within. Among them, Xia Zhi even spots a few classmates, including an Ming, who also notices the newly arrived Xia Zhi. However, she finds it peculiar that Xia Zhi, who is not engaged in leveling up, would come here for no apparent reason. It is well known that a single attack from the Fire Cloud Bullhead can easily eliminate a novice below level 10, with only one elite monster present. How will these individuals allocate their efforts? Observing the ongoing battle, Xia Zhi curiously inquires. There's no need to ponder. It's obviously damage-based allocation. The one who inflicts the most damage gets priority in choosing loot, calculated based on the value of the items dropped, Jiang Ming explains with a smile. This is the standard method for distributing rewards when tackling bosses, ensuring that while one claims the prize, the others don't suffer too greatly. Of course, some may disregard the rules, but they often face dire consequences. Xia Zhi nods in understanding. In the fray, an Ming bears the brunt of the assault while the mage classes keep their distance, and even the warriors strike a few blows before retreating. Unlike typical MMORPG monsters, these creatures possess a degree of intelligence and prioritize attacking the weaker participants. Were it not for an Ming's presence, even if the others managed to win, they would likely suffer heavy casualties. Even defense-oriented characters can only withstand a few attacks from the level 20 Fire Cloud Bullhead. Its health is approximately 100,000, which may seem manageable, but it is bolstered by high defensive capabilities. An Ming is the highest damage dealer, consistently inflicting over 500 points of damage, while the others lag significantly behind, with the most skilled only managing around 200. This illustrates the remarkable prowess of hidden classes. At this juncture, the Fire Cloud Bullhead's health has dwindled to 1/3, and it seems that its demise is imminent. Bro, I'm heading in first. Don't leave until I'm done. Today's feast is on me. With that, Jiang Ming flamboyantly draws his great sword and strikes a pose towards Kaiyun before charging forward. Let us finish it quickly so we can indulge in a grand meal, Xia Zhi remarks playfully to Kaiyun. The prospect of a lavish feast ignites excitement in Kaiyun's eyes, prompting her to unleash her 30 summoned Kaiyun bugs directly at the Fire Cloud Bullhead. The sudden appearance of the Kaiyun bugs startles everyone, but once they realize they are summoned creatures, they pay little heed. After all, the sheer number of Kaiyun bugs pales in comparison to the might of a necromancer's skeletons. Moo. At that moment, the Fire Cloud Bullhead, seemingly possessed, raises its massive axe, engulfed in flames, and strikes the ground with tremendous force. Retreat. An Ming commands, sprinting backward. The others, witnessing the Bullhead's skill activation, swiftly follow her lead and retreat. The nature of the Fire Cloud Bullhead's abilities has been well studied over the years. Its attacks are expansive and devastating, capable of obliterating any character below level 10 with a single touch. If caught directly by the axe, even an Yiming might not survive. While others cower in fear, Xia Zhi remains undaunted. He feels compelled to engage, driven by his unique attributes. Boom. The axe crashes into the ground, sending forth a surge of fire from beneath. A few unfortunate souls who fail to escape in time are launched backward, suffering at least 1,000 points of damage. Had it not been for the healer behind them, they would have been finished on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the group breathes a sigh of relief, a series of explosive sounds reverberates throughout the arena. The area where the fire cloud bullhead stood is immediately engulfed in a massive explosion, kicking up clouds of dust. 998. 998. You have slain the fire cloud bullhead, gaining 8,000 experience. Congratulations, you have leveled up by 1. A cascade of damage notifications erupts from above the defeated bullhead, propelling Xia Zhi up 2 levels with the influx of experience. The astonishing figures leave the onlookers momentarily breathless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even an Yiming finds herself momentarily stunned. While she can deal such damage with her own abilities, she cannot replicate the ensuing chain reactions. As the dust settles, the fire cloud bullhead lies lifeless in the crater, clearly defeated. Which esteemed individual, with nothing better to do, decided to wreak havoc here? One whispers, while another cautions. Keep your voice down. You wouldn't want the expert to hear you. They might just turn you to ashes. Is no one concerned about those Kaiyun bugs from earlier? If they could deal that kind of damage, I would gladly perform a handstand and eat dung in public. The group begins to murmur among themselves. Yet none dare to approach the loot, fearing the wrath of the concealed class that might eliminate them with ease. To take down a fire cloud bullhead with nearly 30,000 health, it would require at least a tier 3 elite. However, they remain unaware that high-level players face a penalty when slaying low-tier monsters. Even without such a penalty, there is little merit in dispatching these lesser creatures. How pretentious! The thought crosses their minds, as they question the purpose of such high levels if not to flaunt their prowess. Chapter 8. Fire Cloud Stone, Robbery. While the crowd quietly debates, Xia Zhi descends the cliff with Kaiyun in tow. He has come specifically for the spoils, and now that he understands the rules, he intends to claim his rightful share. What are you doing? Be careful not to provoke the tier 4 lurking in the shadows, Jiang Ming warns, stepping forward to grasp Xia Zhi's arm. Although he knows Kaiyun has been accompanied by those bugs, he cannot fathom them inflicting such damage. Should they anger the concealed tier 3 class, Xia Zhi might pay the price. While Kaiyun remains innocent, he feels compelled to ensure Kaiyun's safety before Xia Zhi risks his life. The monster was slain by my sister. Naturally, I shall claim the spoils. Xia Zhi responds with a smile. Ignoring Jiang Ming's concerns, he strides forward to examine the loot. As a being capable of dealing 30,000 damage in a single blow, his DPS is undoubtedly the highest, making his claim entirely justified. The others silently observe Xia Zhi, not out of goodwill, but in hopes of finding a scapegoat to gauge the tier 3's disposition. Only an Yiming, after a moment's contemplation, approaches him. Xia Zhi, please don't take everything indiscriminately. If you're in need of equipment, I can provide you with a full set. She speaks softly. She assumes Xia Zhi is acting out of desperation to improve his gear, particularly given the plight of summoners, especially those who first summon weak creatures. As classmates, she hopes Xia Zhi does not meet his end before her eyes. I'm fine. With that, Xia Zhi lowers his gaze to inspect the equipment and items. There are not many pieces: a massive axe, an armor piece, and a necklace. Yet all 3 are of high quality. Name: Heavy War Axe. Grade: Advanced. Level: 20. Attack: 155. Strength: 30. Additional attribute: increases damage by 5. Name: Fire Cloud Armor. Grade: Advanced. Level: 20. Defense: 85. Constitution: 22. Additional attribute: increases defense by 5. Name: Crimson Copper Necklace. Grade: Advanced. Level: 20. Magic Defense: 90. Intelligence: 31. Additional attribute: increases fire damage by 5. The axe, renowned for its unparalleled attack power, adds a staggering 215 points to attack, not counting the final attribute. If bestowed upon a hidden class focused solely on strength, it could potentially enhance their attack by over 300 points. Moreover, armor can consist of 5 pieces, with the armor providing the highest defense. The remaining necklace, particularly advantageous for professions wielding flame skills, bestows an additional 5% damage. However, the level 20 equipment is beyond his current capability, not to mention unsuitable for him. Should he acquire an item that enhances all attacks by 10%, it would certainly be wearable. Aside from these 3 pieces of equipment, the rest consists of various materials, including the Fire Cloud Stone. Xia Zhi picked up a piece of earthy yellow stone adorned with red patterns. Name: Fire Cloud Stone. Usage: can be utilized in the crafting of various equipment or serve as material for magical formations. Please refer to the capabilities of each profession for specific applications. This particular stone bears the highest value and is perfect for enhancing Kaiyun. The respawn time of the Fire Cloud Bull's head is erratic, ranging from a week to a month. After some contemplation, he decided to tuck the stone into his pocket. While equipment is indeed valuable, such materials are far rarer. If he were to leave it behind, and should the shop not have it available later, it would inevitably hinder his leveling progress. I'll take this one. You all can decide the rest, Xia Zhi remarked, weighing the stone in his hand and smiling at an Yiming beside him. With that, he and Kaiyun descended the mountain without a glance back. Hey, wait for me. Just as Xia Zhi had not ventured far, Jiang Ming's voice echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw Jiang Ming running and waving his arms, a look of triumph upon his face, as if he had just received a substantial sum of money. Did you finish splitting the money? Xia Zhi inquired, puzzled as Jiang Ming approached. What money? I barely touched it before the boss was defeated. I merely wanted to see if that big shot would show up, but after the loot was divided, they didn't appear. It was likely just a casual encounter. Jiang Ming replied with a hint of regret. Initially, he had hoped to identify the one boasting, but after a lengthy wait with no one emerging, the others had already claimed their share and departed. Cousin, what do you want to eat? I'll take you, Jiang Ming said, turning to Kaiyun beside Xia Zhi with eager politeness. I just want delicious food, Kaiyun exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the mention of food. Xia Zhi rubbed his forehead, somewhat speechless. The lower the star level of a pet, the lesser its intelligence. His transformed companion, already considered quite wise, still retained a childish demeanor. All right. I know a restaurant that serves delectable dishes, Jiang Ming announced cheerfully. Only Xia Zhi found humor in Jiang Ming's eagerness, while many harbored different sentiments toward humanoid pets. This typically pertains to summoned beasts and one's own tamed creatures. He could already envision Jiang Ming's expression upon discovering that Kaiyun was a pet. Just in time. I'm feeling a bit hungry, Xia Zhi said, patting his stomach. It was nearly noon, and returning now would coincide perfectly with mealtime. The group proceeded in the direction of Dongyuan City. However, as they reached the foot of the mountain, they were intercepted by 3 individuals. What's the matter? Xia Zhi asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Kid, you didn't contribute any damage, so taking items is rather inappropriate, don't you think? One armored man stepped forward, declaring, how could I not have dealt damage? Was the final blow yours? Xia Zhi retorted, instantly discerning their intentions. They believed he hadn't contributed enough damage and sought to seize his belongings. Although a fire cloud stone isn't exorbitantly priced, it is still valued at around 10 to 20,000 coins. That wasn't your kill, kid. I advise you to hand over the goods. The armored warrior brandished a large sword menacingly. Could you show me some courtesy? Jiang Ming stepped forward, attempting to defuse the situation. Show you courtesy? Who do you think you are? The warrior mocked. Everyone deserves some courtesy. Otherwise, who knows how many favors would be owed? Kaiyun. Jiang Ming attempted to speak further. But Xia Zhi, wishing to avoid unnecessary dialogue, directly called out to Kaiyun. Understanding immediately, Kaiyun activated her innate ability, and a blood-red magical formation materialized on the ground. The trio of warriors felt a chill run down their spines, yet with their impending level 20, they felt a bit more at ease. Haha, are you summoning such a trivial creature to fight us? They laughed upon seeing the insect emerge from the formation, initially expecting something formidable. They were dismayed to discover it was merely a flimsy creature. They believed they could easily dispatch the Kaiyun bug with a single strike. Chapter 9, Counterattack. The initial encounter with the job change scroll. Hee, let me show you, Xia Zhi said, gesturing for the Kaiyun bug to sway. I believe I've witnessed enough. The warrior scoffed, swinging his sword without concern. As anticipated, the Kaiyun bug could not withstand the onslaught, yet it erupted with a resounding explosion. Boom. 1085. 522. 513. The warrior absorbed the retaliatory damage from the self-detonation, while the other 2 were caught in the blast, all 3 being sent flying. Fortunately, all 3 were of the warrior class and not of low level. Otherwise, their leader would have been obliterated. Now, do you still want me to hand over my belongings? Xia Zhi asked the warrior with a smile. No, that's fine. The trio hurriedly waved their hands, signaling their acquiescence. They now comprehended that the self-damage combined with the explosion was entirely in line with the earlier battle. The one responsible for such formidable damage was none other than this seemingly harmless girl before them. Now it's my turn. Hand over your most valuable possessions, Xia Zhi declared, brandishing the massive axe on his back and pointing at the trio. He was not one to submit meekly if they sought to rob him. They should not expect leniency. The 3, not daring to voice any objections, promptly produced their most valuable items and placed them on the ground. Previously, Kaiyun had summoned dozens of Kaiyun bugs. They certainly did not possess the same health pool as the Fire Cloud Bull's head to withstand such rampant bombardment. Observing the items on the ground, which were mostly materials, Xia Zhi then turned his gaze to the equipment adorning the trio. Strip them off, he commanded, narrowing his eyes at their gear. Were it not for Jiang Ming's presence, he would have had no qualms about eliminating these individuals. Although he couldn't take their lives, it didn't mean he would allow them to escape unscathed. One of the 3 hesitated. Strip, the lead warrior shouted with a darkened expression, subsequently beginning to disrobe. Compared to the value of those external items, their lives were undoubtedly more precious, and besides, their belongings were not easily relinquished. The trio hastily removed their equipment and and set it on the ground. Can we leave now? The lead warrior inquired. Yes, feel free to leave. We welcome you to return. Xia Zhi waved dismissively, smiling. Once the trio departed, Xia Zhi pondered the equipment left behind, troubled. He had no space-enhancing items, and thus could not carry them all. Allow me to assist you with that, Jiang Ming offered, eager to impress Kaiyun. He retrieved his portable spatial pouch and began stuffing the equipment scattered on the ground into it. Thank you, Xia Zhi said with a smile. He was unperturbed by the thought of Jiang Ming claiming the gear for himself. The mere value of a single spatial item was at least 100,000, far surpassing such trifling sums. Moreover, if Jiang Ming were to actually take it, he ought to fervently hope not to cross paths with him again. With damage output exceeding 30,000 per second, Xia Zhi doubted his adversary could withstand such might. Having resolved the matter of the equipment, the trio made their way towards Dongyuan City. Upon arrival, the streets were bustling with people due to the mealtime rush, creating a cacophony of lively chatter. Back in the city, Xia Zhi's first action was to present the video to the city guards. This world was starkly different from a virtual gaming realm. Death here was irrevocable, prompting the Yin Kingdom to enforce stringent regulations regarding such matters. While wilderness looting was commonplace, the potential for fatal encounters lingered, necessitating the maintenance of a record for accountability. Furthermore, the diverse array of professions meant that even a single mind-based vocation could discern truth from deception. Subsequently, the group proceeded to the Zhongjiang Trading Company. Their visit was not solely to sell equipment, but also to procure materials, aiding Kaiyun in her next evolution. Given her current prowess, another evolution might well render even second-tier professionals incapable of withstanding her damage output. I'm familiar with this place. Let's head straight in, Jiang Ming said with a grin as he led the way to the entrance of Zhongjiang Trading Company. Once inside, he bypassed the front desk entirely, making his way to the back, with Su Jiao showing no inclination to stop them. Jiang, what are you doing? Xia Zhi inquired, puzzled. Nothing to worry about. My family owns this place. Why would I let you trade outside? Jiang Ming puffed out his chest, adopting a tone that suggested he was seeking flattery. Your family is this wealthy, yet you are still at this level? Xia Zhi retorted bluntly. Not to mention, Zhongjiang Trading Company was the largest commercial entity in Dongyuan City. As the son of its owner, Jiang Ming's possessions, aside from a spatial pouch of some worth, consisted solely of inexpensive gear. His level, too, was likely not high. Still lingering around Guzi Mountain. The transition to a new profession is quite troublesome and has consumed some time, Jiang Ming sheepishly admitted, scratching his nose. He had graduated 2 years prior, but had wasted considerable time due to the need for a profession reassignment. Reassignment? Xia Zhi queried, bemused. Isn't that fixed upon awakening at school? You might not be aware, but aside from the initial awakening, reassignment can also be achieved through special profession scrolls. However, this method is cumbersome, requiring the collection of various materials, Jiang Ming explained with a smile. Such a process exists? I must admit my ignorance, Xia Zhi acknowledged, realizing the extent of the complications involved. Although the specifics of the profession scrolls remained unclear, the fact that even Zhongjiang Trading Company had taken so long suggested the materials were far from trivial. Moreover, the fact that the son of Zhongjiang Trading Company would resort to such measures indicated that his new profession was likely formidable, if not invincible. Regrettably, the previous encounter with the Fire Cloud Minotaur had ended too swiftly for Xia Zhi to discern Jiang Ming's true capabilities. In contrast, an Yiming's Starry Blade Master appeared significantly stronger. Even without intervening, it was believed that she would soon dispatch the boss. Rest assured from now on, I shall look after you, Jiang Ming said, draping an arm over Xia Zhi's shoulder. Look after you? Can I not take care of myself? Kaiyun retorted defiantly. Indeed, indeed. You are the mightiest, Jiang Ming conceded without argument, recognizing her undeniable strength. Let us expedite this. Once completed, we can dine, Xia Zhi remarked, patting his stomach. Jiang Ming then led Xia Zhi and Kaiyun through a narrow passageway to a room behind the trading hall. Chapter 10, Jiang Quan, Selling Equipment. The rear of Zhongjiang Trading Company featured lavishly decorated private booths, with elegant servers flitting about, clearly reserved for esteemed guests. Good day, young Master Jiang. The servers greeted warmly upon spotting Jiang Ming, a testament to his standing within the establishment. Next time you visit, mention my name, and I'll ensure you receive a discounted rate, Jiang Ming boasted, wrapping an arm around Xia Zhi's shoulder, while Xia Zhi smiled outwardly. Inwardly, he cursed the merciless capitalist system. Yet, if he enjoyed such a privileged background, he too would not hesitate to flaunt it occasionally. Under Jiang Ming's guidance, they quickly arrived at a booth marked with the characters for Autumn Chrysanthemum. Upon entering, they found a middle-aged man clad in an ornate robe, his head shaved to a buzz cut, seated within. Uncle, what brings you here? Jiang Ming asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice upon recognizing the man. Am I not allowed to come? The middle-aged man replied calmly. Of course, Jiang Ming hurriedly assured, his face a mask of forced cheer, knowing that his uncle could easily report him to his father, resulting in a well-deserved reprimand upon his return. And who are these? The middle-aged man inquired, scrutinizing Xia Zhi and Kaiyun. This is my friend Xia Zhi, and this is his cousin Kaiyun. This is my uncle, Jiang Quan, Jiang Ming introduced. Cousin, is this not a pet beast? Jiang Quan remarked, his curiosity piqued as he observed Kaiyun. Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered a beast of this type. A pet beast? Uncle, you must be mistaken, Jiang Ming responded uncertainly. Ridiculous. Even if I couldn't discern her aura, surely you noticed those antennae. Jiang Quan retorted, exasperated. This is indeed my beast companion, Xia Zhi admitted, no longer concealing the truth. He felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing that high-level individuals could easily identify Sayun's uniqueness. You have concealed this well, Jiang Ming lamented, his expression one of dismay. He had hoped to treat Kaiyun to a meal, oblivious to her true nature. He had merely assumed her antennae were a quirky trait of hers. There is a reason. I prefer not to disclose her as my companion, Xia Zhi confessed, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Though he was thick-skinned, being exposed in front of others still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. I understand. It appears your beast companion possesses considerable potential. Jiang Ming quickly regained his composure, smiling. It was well known that any beast, particularly those resembling human form, typically harbored significant potential. Coupled with her previous damage output, everything began to fall into place. A high-potential beast could inflict extraordinary damage, even at lower levels. This was precisely why summoners were often regarded as hidden professions among ordinary vocations. The disparity between their upper and lower limits was astounding, with power closely tied to their attributes. What type of beast companion is she? I've never seen one like her, Jiang Quan inquired, examining Kaiyun closely. Aside from the antennae suggesting a possible insect-like creature, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a human. Xia Zhi hesitated, unsure of how to respond. After all, Kaiyun was not like other beasts. She was transformed from a Kaiyun insect. Uncle, why all the questions? We have matters to attend to, so we shall not linger. Jiang Ming interjected, sensing Xia Zhi's discomfort and stepping in to provide an escape. With that, he pulled Xia Zhi out of the booth, and they turned a corner. Returning to the front desk, he had intended to impress Xia Zhi, but with his uncle present, he opted to conclude the transaction to avoid further inquiries. Let us sell the items quickly so we can eat, Jiang Ming said cheerfully, promptly retrieving the equipment he had stored and placing it before Su Jiao. Please hold on. Su Jiao replied, beginning to assess the value of the equipment, while Xia Zhi seized the opportunity to remove the axe from his back. The total comes to 123,000. A mere few minutes later, Su Jiao completed the pricing. Xia Zhi was quite pleased with the amount, despite the numerous pieces of equipment possessed by those individuals. Their quality was rather mediocre, with not a single exquisite item among them. The only advanced piece of gear was the large blade wielded by the lead warrior. Please convert the money into these materials. Do you think it will suffice? Xia Zhi then proceeded to list the names of the materials. Brother, why do you require so many materials? Are you perhaps undertaking a class change task as well? Jiang Ming inquired, puzzled. Typically, such materials were sought after by those in crafting professions. Yet Xia Zhi was indeed a summoner. It's for a friend, Xia Zhi replied vaguely, fabricating an imaginary friend out of necessity. After all, as a summoner, his quest for materials might easily provoke curiosity among others. Before long, Su Jiao returned to the front desk with a bag of materials. Here are the materials you requested, totaling 13 million, she said, handing them over while observing Xia Zhi. She recalled that he had purchased some ordinary materials the previous night and was surprised to see him back today. Accompanied by Jiang Ming, Xia Zhi received the materials, feeling a sense of relief that the funds were adequate. Earlier, he had noticed that fire cloud stones cost as much as 30,000 each. Fortunately, he had the foresight to select fire cloud stones beforehand. Otherwise, he would not have been able to gather enough for Sayun's evolution. After meticulously examining the items, Xia Zhi produced his bank card and transferred the remaining 10,000 into it. One must admit, if one wishes to amass wealth, robbing and plundering is indeed the quickest method. The axe he had obtained was worth several thousand, and the gear from the brigands fetched over 100,000. Let us go eat, Xia Zhi said, affectionately ruffling Sayun's head, smiling at Jiang Ming. Then let us hurry. I shall treat you both to something delightful, Jiang Ming declared, leading the way outside. Despite the earlier deception, he bore no ill will, recognizing that they were not yet well acquainted and that a degree of caution was reasonable. Moreover, with Xia Zhi's formidable beast companion, he anticipated that their future prospects would be promising, thus deeming it prudent to foster a good relationship. Under Jiang Ming's guidance, they soon arrived before an opulent building. Upon gazing at the grandiose structure, Xia Zhi's intention to treat Jiang Ming to a meal dissipated. He had initially imagined that Jiang Ming would lead him to a more modest establishment, yet to his astonishment, they found themselves at the largest restaurant in Danyuan City. The Hongyan restaurant. Jiang Ming, perhaps we should consider dining elsewhere? Xia Zhi suggested, glancing apprehensively at the towering edifice. In his previous life, he had only known that Hongyan restaurant was expensive, yet the exact extent of its lavishness remained a mystery. He had heard from former classmates that merely entering would cost no less than 100,000. Not at all. It has been ages since I dined here. And I have heard that they have introduced new dishes. We should seize this opportunity to try them, Jiang Ming said, draping an arm around Xia Zhi's shoulder with a grin. Coming from a wealthy family, treating someone to a meal was a trivial matter for him, insignificant compared to the expenses incurred during his class change. Seeing Jiang Ming's enthusiasm, Xia Zhi hesitated no longer. He could always invite him again for a meal when he had the means. Chapter 11, Ascending Again. Upon entering the restaurant, a man dressed in a suit approached them. Xia Zhi glanced at the name tag on his chest. Tang Run, the lobby manager. Young Master Jiang has arrived. Shall we proceed to the usual private room? Tang Ren asked, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile. As the scion of the Zhongjiang Commercial Bank, while ordinary people might be oblivious, he had to keep such details etched in his memory. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences for him. Yes, let us go, Jiang Ming replied with a stoic expression. Under Tang Ren's guidance, they swiftly ascended to a luxurious private room on the 12th floor. Ah, how delightful it is to be wealthy, Xia Zhi remarked, surveying the opulent decor of the room. The spacious area, with its lavish design and ornate furnishings, epitomized extravagance. I have kept it quite understated, I assure you. Jiang Ming shrugged. Indeed, quite understated, Xia Zhi mused, stroking his nose. Were it not for the conspicuous number 8 on the door and the blindingly gaudy decor, he might have believed Jiang Ming's jest. Let us eat, I am famished. Kaiyun pouted, patting her empty stomach. We shall order shortly, Jiang Ming said, chuckling at Sayun's adorable demeanor. Although she was not human, her behavior mirrored that of an ordinary neighborhood girl. No need to order excessively. 3 dishes will suffice. Xia Zhi interjected, noting Jiang Ming's disregard for the menu. For him, the priority was to leave satisfied without being wasteful. After all, one must eventually repay the generosity of others. Would you care for a drink? Jiang Ming inquired, smiling. Not necessary. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Xia Zhi waved his hand. He still needed to assist Sayun's evolution, and drinking too much could lead to forgetting or, worse, mishaps during the process. Seeing Xia Zhi decline, Jiang Ming did not press further and instructed Tang Ren to prepare the dishes. One cannot deny the advantages of a grand restaurant. The speed at which the dishes arrived was commendable. In no time at all, the table was laden with an array of delicacies. You've gone to great expense, Xia Zhi said with a hint of exasperation. Despite his earlier request for moderation, the table boasted nearly 10 dishes, particularly a whole roasted lamb prominently displayed in the center. Let us eat before it grows cold, Jiang Ming exclaimed, picking up his chopsticks. Kaiyun, unencumbered by Xia Zhi's reservations, gleefully tore off a leg of lamb and began to feast. Xia Zhi, do you wish to team up for dungeon runs at level 10? Jiang Ming suddenly asked midway through the meal. Team up? Is it not feasible to go solo? Xia Zhi set down the lamb leg, regarding Jiang Ming with curiosity. He preferred to level up and tackle dungeons alone, aligning with his desire for discretion. Of course, but the nightmare level is not quite so simple, Jiang Ming said, his expression growing serious. Xia Zhi quickly rummaged through his memories from his previous life. Before long, he unearthed information related to dungeons. Dungeons were categorized into 6 levels: normal, elite, expert, master, nightmare, and hell, each varying in difficulty, rewards, and drop rates. Nightmare dungeons could yield treasure-level items and rare skills, making them invaluable. As for hell-level dungeons, their difficulty was nearly unfathomable, as only a handful of players could conquer them, leaving the rewards unknown. Furthermore, dungeons had level restrictions. Exceeding them would prevent entry altogether. Perhaps we shall discuss it in a couple of days. At present, I am unable to attempt a run, Xia Zhi mused after a moment of contemplation. Upon reaching level 10, he would acquire a second summoning beast, and should its potential be insufficient, he would first need to earn money for upgrades. Very well. Should you wish to delve into a dungeon later, do reach out to me, Jiang Ming replied with a smile. The level 10 dungeon was a must for him. Equipment was a trivial matter, but skills were a different story. Their rarity necessitated high difficulty dungeons, and even purchasing them was impossible. The reason he invited Xia Zhi was due to his formidable damage output. With Xia Zhi's participation, he believed their dungeon journey would be significantly smoother. The two continued to eat and chat, and once their meal concluded, Xia Zhi eagerly returned to his rental apartment. Upon entering the apartment, despite its dilapidated state, Xia Zhi felt an unusual sense of comfort. Have you been reincarnated as a glutton? Eating so much, Xia Zhi remarked, exasperated, as he gazed at Kaiyun, who lay on the bed with a protruding belly. Kaiyun devoured half a whole sheep as if she had never tasted food before. And had it not been for his restraint, who knows if this glutton would have truly burst her belly. Delicious, she declared defiantly, rubbing her swollen stomach. As if I have mistreated you, Xia Zhi muttered, extracting the materials from his bag and beginning to set up according to the directives of the eternal contract. Once completed, a sense of melancholy washed over him. The cost for the first star upgrade was a mere 3,000 coins, yet the second soared to an astounding 110,000. Who could fathom the materials required for the next? He could only pray for a high potential pet at level 10, lest he truly fear he could not afford to sustain them. Come forth, advance quickly, and rest soon, Xia Zhi remarked, casting a glance at Kaiyun, who lay motionless on the bed, his expression darkening. It was not only humans who yearned for strength. Pets shared the same desire. Yet, this one before him seemed far more interested in her next meal. Suppressing the urge to give her a good thrashing, he grasped Kaiyun by the scruff and tossed her onto the eternal contract. A pearlescent glow flickered, and Kaiyun lay still on the ground, akin to a lifeless fish. What's wrong? Did it fail? Xia Zhi's face contorted with anxiety. If it failed, it would mean losing over 100,000 coins. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the contract began to shift. Kaiyun's swollen belly gradually shrank, her body elongated, and the antennae atop her head radiated a crimson glow. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance occurred, and the contract vanished, the materials disintegrating into dust, leaving only Kaiyun standing in the center of the room. Successful? He gazed at Kaiyun, noting that while her belly had once again rounded slightly, her cherubic face remained unchanged. Hastily, he opened her status panel. Summon creature, Color Flame Moth Queen. Potential, 3 stars. Level, Stage 1, Level 7. Talent, Insect Body Differentiation. Health, 450. Mana, 450. Constitution, 45. Strength, 22. Agility, 22. Intelligence, 45. Skills, Rainbow Bubble, Insect Devour, Flame Bubble. Flame Bubble, Level 1 consumes 30 points of mana. Upon activation, the Flame Bubble grants the user a flame attack capability for 5 minutes, dealing 0.2 times the damage of the Moth Queen. When a creature infused with the Flame Bubble attacks, flames will cling to the enemy, inflicting continuous burn damage equal to 0.1 times attack power, stacking up to 10 layers for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Having dealt a third of the damage while battling a boss, she gained a significant amount of experience, resulting in a 2-level increase. With this evolution, Kaiyun's species transformed into the Color Flame Moth Queen. Additionally, all her attributes increased by 7 points, effectively granting her 15 attribute points for each level. While the differences were not immediately apparent, as her level and star rating rose, the gap between her and ordinary professions would inevitably widen. However, as ordinary professions advanced, their attributes would also improve. At this moment, Kaiyun possessed the potential equivalent to that of an ordinary profession attaining a second-tier advancement. Yet, her strength primarily stemmed from Xia Zhi's infinite characteristics, meaning with every advancement, her power would exponentially amplify. Chapter 12, Color Flame Moth, Damage Doubled. Kaiyun not only enhanced her attributes, but also acquired a new skill, Flame Bubble. Xia Zhi speculated that this ability was bestowed upon her by the Fire Cloud Stone. The Flame Bubble served as a supportive skill, combined with her insect body differentiation talent. She could swiftly stack 10 layers of burn buffs. Although the damage multiplier was modest, its prolonged duration was advantageous. Excluding the burn damage, it was akin to each Color Flame Moth being augmented with 1/5 of the Moth Queen's attack power. As Kaiyun was an intelligence-based pet, her attack power was calculated as intelligence multiplied by 2. Thus, a thorough calculation revealed a rather considerable attacking figure. Xia Zhi then opened the panel for the Color Flame Moth. Sub-summon creature, Color Flame Moth. Health, 150. Mana, 80. Constitution, 15. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Intelligence, 15. Skill, Devour. 1. Devour. The creature possessing this skill inflicts real damage equal to its strength, which cannot be evaded. 2. When attacking, it adds fire damage equal to intelligence multiplied by 2. Compared to Kaiyun, the transformation of the Color Flame Moth was considerably less pronounced. While all attributes were enhanced, the actual increase in fire attribute skill damage was merely in the tens. What a pity, if only it had fully allocated to Constitution, Xia Zhi lamented. Though the Devour skill was impressive, under the influence of his infinite characteristic talent, health remained the key attribute for Kaiyun's output. Nevertheless, with his current damage output, a focused assault could easily dispatch a level 20 Fire Cloud Bowl. Moreover, in his strategic vision, once Kaiyun was endowed with a Self-Destruct trait, typical attack methods would no longer suit her. Henceforth, her characteristics would primarily focus on defense, as survival was essential for output. While opponents could not withstand the Color Flame Moth, Kaiyun's meager health meant that even elite-level foes could easily bring about her demise with a single blow. Yet, this was still a significant improvement. Leveling up had become much easier. A smile broke across Xia Zhi's face. Monsters below level 10 typically had health not exceeding 1/500. Even if they refrained from attacking the Color Flame Moth, her self-destruction would ensure their demise. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 3 p.m. After some contemplation, Xia Zhi decided against the idea of venturing out to level up. Kaiyun likely had been reincarnated from a pig in her past life, as she lay on the bed, stuffed and snoring, exuding an aura that made him inexplicably want to give her a good thrashing. He nudged her further onto the bed before lying down himself, pulling out the counterfeit device he had invested heavily in. Though it was only worth a little over 1,000 coins, it had cost him a considerable amount of saved funds. Opening the phone, he began to search for posts regarding dungeons. Dungeons were ubiquitous, and their sheer number was staggering. Periodically, a fresh batch would spawn for humanity to conquer. No one knew the origin of these dungeons, as if they had existed since the inception of this world. The level 10 dungeon in Dongyuan City was known as the Silent Forest, teeming with black spider-like monsters, with the nightmarish bosses reaching Lord tier. While the quality appeared unimpressive, a comparison to the Fire Cloud Bowl would reveal just how formidable Lord tier monsters truly were. Without a genuinely elite team, defeating such creatures would be nearly impossible. Moreover, this was not the pinnacle of the monsters, merely the limit of the dungeon. The scarcity of those who had succeeded in conquering it stemmed from the lack of skills and subpar equipment at lower tiers. Once a practitioner transitioned to the second tier, the strength of the monsters would also escalate. A level 20 elite monster possessed 100,000 health. The disparity of two ranks meant that Lord tier monsters would boast at least 1 million health. Although Kaiyun was powerful, such prowess required a conducive environment. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Forget it, I'll reach level 10 tomorrow and see what kind of pet I can contract. Every 10 levels allowed for the recontracting of a pet, though the likelihood of summoning one with potential exceeding 3 stars was slim. The first summoning was entirely random, while the subsequent ones were influenced by individual strength. The higher the tier, the lower the chances of contracting high-potential pets. The following morning, Xia Zhi rose from his bed. Due to excessive feasting the previous day, both he and Kaiyun had even skipped dinner. Observing Kaiyun, who lay like a dead pig, utterly unresponsive, he could only helplessly drag her by the scruff to the bathroom. A basin of cold water splashed down, instantly awakening her. What happened? Is it raining? Colorful Cloud, bewildered, glanced around and exclaimed, "What is going on?" "It's nothing, time to rise. We'll have breakfast shortly," replied Xia Zhi, chuckling as he set Colorful Cloud down on the ground. Breakfast sounds delightful. At the mere mention of food, Colorful Cloud instantly perked up, momentarily forgetting about her thirst. After freshening up, the two enjoyed a lavish breakfast downstairs before hailing a cab towards the north gate of Dongyuan City. This time, Xia Zhi did not head towards Guzi Mountain. Besides Guzi Mountain, the north gate also led to a leveling area, Xianfang Slope. The creatures there were all level 11-19. Though they possessed greater health, the experience gained was significantly higher as well. Given his current attack power, it was the most suitable place for him to level up. As he exited the city gates, he noticed two shadowy figures stealthily trailing behind him. It must be that group from yesterday, Xia Zhi mused to himself. Being new to the area, he had hardly offended anyone. He lacked both wealth and equipment, and aside from a few robbers, ordinary individuals would hardly spare him a glance. Nevertheless, he chose not to return to the city. Since he had already crossed paths with them, it was best to settle the matter once and for all. Had it not been for Jiang Ming's presence yesterday, he would have dealt with the robbers then and there. Without lingering, Xia Zhi proceeded towards Xianfang Slope, deliberately taking a route through secluded and sparsely populated areas. "Boss, do you think that kid knows we're following him?" one of the henchmen from the robbery group asked. Eyeing Xia Zhi ahead, "Let him find out. That kid is probably counting on his powerful ally to lure us in, but I think he might be underestimating us," the lead warrior replied, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Although the opponent's damage was indeed alarming, this time he was not unprepared. If they sought to eliminate him, he too desired to make Xia Zhi pay for his previous humiliation. After being robbed yesterday, they had endured mockery from their peers, and today was their chance to redeem themselves. Not long after, Xia Zhi halted in a dense thicket. The area was filled with grass towering to waist height. An ideal setting for ambushes. This is perfect, it will serve as their burial ground. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of others, Xia Zhi stood quietly, awaiting the arrival of the trio. Chapter 13, Assassin, Treasure Map. After a brief wait, the robbery trio appeared in Xia Zhi's line of sight. However, he found it peculiar that these three, clearly outmatched, chose to follow him. They must have some sort of support, he muttered, observing the cautious group. Few would knowingly charge to their doom against a stronger opponent. Yet, he too was prepared. He merely wished to discern what reliance they had. "Kid, knowing we're on your tail and still not fleeing? You can't truly believe yourself invincible," the lead warrior taunted, drawing his sword. "You think you're a match for me? You lot, after not seeing you all night, have come back to deliver your equipment?" Xia Zhi jested. After being robbed yesterday, the trio had surprisingly donned new gear. However, it was evident that the quality was subpar, cobbled together from various sources, and even missing some pieces. "You won't be laughing for long," the lead warrior hissed between clenched teeth. They had spent a meager amount on these new items, even borrowing money to afford them. They were determined to make Xia Zhi pay dearly this time. Boom. Just as the two were about to exchange further jibes, a deafening explosion erupted in the distance, and a shadow was violently propelled into view. "I knew you had a trick up your sleeve. I didn't expect you to bring an assassin," Xia Zhi quipped. Though inwardly he remained vigilant. The shadow was clad in black robes, a scarf obscuring its face, wielding twin daggers, a classic assassin's appearance. The decision to battle here was strategic, as the surrounding foliage was perfect for ambushes. Before entering, he had instructed Colorful Cloud to disperse the colorful flame bugs, hiding them in the grass, precisely to catch the trio off guard. Fortunately, this arrangement prevented the assassin from nearing him unnoticed. "Run!" the lead warrior shouted as the surprise attack failed, retreating hastily. The The previously stunned assassin slipped back into invisibility, seeking to escape the scene. Think you can flee? Isn't it a bit late for that? Xia Zhi remarked ominously, watching the fleeing figures. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of successive explosions reverberated as 30 colorful flame bugs detonated, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. As the haze settled, 2 henchmen lay motionless on the ground, while the assassin had vanished, leaving only the lead warrior, enshrouded in dust and surrounded by a golden aura. Quite the survival skill you have there, Xia Zhi observed, intrigued by the lead warrior. Survival skills were exceedingly rare and invaluable. Most were obtained through drops or fortuitous encounters. However, skills like these typically came with level restrictions. Please, spare me, the lead warrior pleaded, kneeling beside his fallen comrades. Xia Zhi's damage output had been so overwhelming that he had triggered his survival skill almost instantaneously. Farewell. Xia Zhi waved dismissively, preparing to strike. Wait, I have a treasure map in the city. I can give it to you if you spare my life. The lead robber hastily exclaimed. Too late. Xia Zhi hesitated only briefly before signaling Colorful Cloud to attack. Boom. One colorful cloud bug exploded, sending the lead warrior to his demise before he could react. It wasn't that Xia Zhi was disinterested in the treasure map. He simply had doubts about its existence. These treasure hunters were seasoned veterans, and to avoid unnecessary complications, it was far better to eliminate the threat. He commanded a few colorful flame bugs to consume the corpses, while the remaining 10 stayed near Colorful Cloud. This was also a downside of Colorful Cloud's abilities. Using her talents drained health rather than mana, severely limiting her sustainability. Ironically, the assassin was quite unfortunate. Lacking any perception skills, he could not detect the hidden threat. By sheer coincidence, he had stepped on a colorful flame bug, triggering an explosion. Otherwise, had Colorful Cloud been ambushed, she might have been instantly defeated. This was a lesson in inexperience for Xia Zhi. He had not anticipated the presence of an assassin. Perhaps the assassin, terrified, had fled after witnessing the 3 corpses being devoured, not daring to reappear until they were completely consumed. They must have left, Xia Zhi murmured softly. Assassins detested invisibility skills, and without counter-detection methods, they were difficult to detect unless one was very close. Afterward, he instructed Colorful Cloud to summon 18 more colorful flame bugs before advancing to search for loot. The trio's equipment was lackluster, but a tattered piece of cloth caught Xia Zhi's attention. Fragmented treasure map. 3 pieces must be assembled to form a complete treasure map, unlocking the treasure within. Indeed, a crafty survivor. Even in death, he hoards secrets, Xia Zhi mused as he extracted the treasure map. Thankfully, he had not taken the lead robber's word at face value. Otherwise, with their cunning, they would have surely hidden the map from him. Regrettably, it was not the complete version. Treasure maps differed from monster drops. They could yield a wide array of rewards, possibly exquisite equipment, powerful skills, or even access to a one-time dungeon. After securing the treasure map, Xia Zhi dug a hole in the ground, discarding the equipment within and burying a few colorful flame bugs alongside. After scanning the area, he led Colorful Cloud away from the grassy expanse. Boom, boom. Just as they had not ventured far, the distant sound of explosions echoed once more. Such insatiable greed, unable to discern even the simplest ruse. Upon hearing the explosion, Xia Zhi retraced his steps. Before long, he stumbled upon a motionless corpse clad in a black robe, lying beside the buried equipment. Xia Zhi, feeling uneasy, signaled to Kaiyun to release 3 colored flame insects towards the body. The assassin before him was at least a second tier, for otherwise, the prior explosion would have surely claimed their life. Unlike monster slaying, killing a person does not yield any notification sound or experience points, nor can one see their health bar, which is why many resort to such underhanded methods to eliminate others. As the colored flame insects drew near, the assassin suddenly sprang to life. I belong to the blood-killing hall. If you kill me, they will only send more formidable individuals. The assassin hastily exclaimed, eyeing Xia Zhi. As a second-tier assassin with over 5,000 health points, he never anticipated falling prey to a mere first-tier professional. The formidable damage from his opponent was reminiscent of a higher tier. Internally, he harbored resentment towards the warrior who had issued the task. Had it not been for him, he would not have nearly perished in the earlier explosion. The blood-killing hall, an assassin organization? Xia Zhi stroked his chin, striving to recall his previous life's knowledge on the matter. Chapter 14, The Blood-Killing Hall. In the Flame Kingdom, numerous organizations exist. For instance, guilds for mages, warriors, or priests, and the Assassin Guild is among them, all functioning within the law. While assassins are permitted to establish guilds, this does not grant them the license to kill. Under Flame Kingdom law, killing organizations are deemed illegal, and the Blood-Killing Hall operates as a guild that profits from accepting assassination tasks. The Blood-Killing Hall maintains a strict hierarchy. As long as the payment is sufficient, they will dispatch their subordinate assassins to execute the killing tasks. Furthermore, upon accepting a task, if the target remains alive, they will initiate 3 attacks, hence the title 3 Kill Hall. However, should one evade these 3 attacks, the assault will cease unless the employer pays again, for a failed assassination typically indicates the assassin's demise. If 3 attempts cannot slay a single person, the cost of the assassination has far exceeded the employer's payment. Everyone is astute enough not to stubbornly pursue a single individual. TSK. Did you truly believe I was merely a frightened child? What difference does it make with your ragtag group? Xia Zhi replied nonchalantly. Surviving in the Flame Kingdom, indeed, requires considerable strength, but that does not imply unrestrained audacity. Judging by the appearance of those 3 bandits, they certainly could not afford to hire higher-tier professionals. The Blood Killing Hall is not a charitable institution. At most, they would send individuals of 3rd tier or below. Approaching level 10, he would soon be able to summon another pet, further enhancing his strength. I can help you resolve your troubles, as long as I remain alive. The Blood Killing Hall will not send further individuals. Noting Xia Zhi's indifference, the assassin hurriedly proposed, while his mind raced with thoughts of escape. That may be so, but do you truly believe I would let you go? Xia Zhi retorted. He had no faith that an assassin would naively assume their life was safe. Indeed, before he finished speaking, the assassin suddenly vanished into thin air. Observing this, Xia Zhi decisively commanded the colored flame insects to self-destruct. Boom, boom. Following a series of explosions, the assassin was flung away from his vicinity. He had not even considered fleeing, Xia Zhi murmured. Initially expecting the assassin to escape, he was surprised by their choice to launch a surprise attack instead. Watching the motionless figure of the assassin, Xia Zhi sent another colored flame insect forth. And after a resounding explosion, the corpse remained utterly still. This time, the assassin was thoroughly dead. Even a 2nd-tier assassin, with a maximum health of 7 to 8,000, could not withstand his damage. It is imperative to level up quickly, Xia Zhi grumbled as he rifled through the assassin's belongings. Although the assassin lay dead, he still faced the impending pursuit of other blood-killing hall assassins, especially within the city. It was impractical for him to carry a swarm of colored flame insects at all times. After collecting what little remained, he found the assassin had left behind nothing of value, just some ordinary equipment around level 30, along with a token inscribed with the character for kill. However, he did discover a ring engraved with a lotus flower in the assassin's pocket. Name, Lotus Ring. Grade high. Level, 5. Magic defense, 35. Constitution, 15. Additional attribute, restores 50 mana points per minute. Quite a decent attribute. It could fetch a good price. Afterward, Xia Zhi handed the equipment to Kaiyun. Try it on. Previously, he had wished to test whether his pet could wear equipment, but in his haste to level up, he had forgotten, and now was the perfect opportunity. Kaiyun eagerly accepted the ring, playing with it for a moment before adorning it on her hand. Upon wearing the ring, Kaiyun's attributes shifted. Her constitution rose to 60, and her health significantly increased. Alas, if only such an attribute could be bestowed upon the colored flame insects. Xia Zhi took a moment to check. Aside from the change in Kaiyun's attributes, the colored flame insects remained unchanged. Nevertheless, this was acceptable. Summoning more would effectively enhance his damage. A brief calculation revealed that with 80 colored flame insects, even if they were not killed and merely self-destructed, they would collectively deal a staggering 120,000 damage. This was sufficient to outright slay a level 20 elite Fire Cloud Minotaur, showcasing the magnitude of his damage. He wondered if it was due to the warrior-type gear, as Kaiyun could not wear any other equipment. Surely, she couldn't be limited to only accessories? With no other equipment available, Xia Zhi could not ascertain much further. He then dug another hole and buried the equipment within. Once done, he set off towards Zuanfangpo. Having already wasted a fair amount of time, he intended to level up several times today. After half an hour of travel, he finally arrived at his destination. Zuanfangpo, though remote, was frequented by many seeking to level up, and Xia Zhi even spotted a few former classmates. However, he had no intention of greeting them. Instead, he opted to circumnavigate and head towards the less populated areas. Along the way, numerous individuals sought to form a party with him, all of whom he politely declined. Given his damage output, he no longer required a team. Having not walked far, he encountered a swarm of monsters, the black jade mosquito. This creature, comparable in size to the colored flame insects, was level 15 with a health pool of 500. Every 10 levels, a monster's health significantly escalates, contributing to the difficulty of leveling up. Even a fully equipped warrior would have an attack power of around 300. Thus, it would take nearly 10 strikes to bring one down, even if it stood still. Moreover, monsters are adept at evading attacks, and their own attack power is considerable, compelling ordinary individuals to opt for team battles. Let us go? Xia Zhi smiled faintly at the monsters. The black jade mosquito's attack power was not particularly high, but their sheer numbers were intimidating. Following Xia Zhi's command, Kaiyun unleashed a barrage of colored flame insects, launching them at the clustered black jade mosquitoes. Boom. 2,655. 1,322. With a resounding blast, the attacked black jade mosquito was obliterated by the retaliatory explosion, with even nearby mosquitoes suffering collateral damage. You have slain a black jade mosquito. Experience, 150. You have slain a black jade mosquito. Experience, 150. The explosions continued unabated, with black jade mosquitoes perishing in the onslaught. Congratulations, you have leveled up. After vanquishing over 20 black jade mosquitoes, Xia Zhi finally attained a new level. Grateful for his high damage output, he mused on how long it would have taken otherwise. With each level gained, the required experience escalated. In this world, ordinary individuals do not receive experience bonuses from teaming up. Conversely, teaming up to slay monsters results in experience being divided, yet many still opt for safety in numbers. Having finished off the swarm of monsters, his battle drew the attention of others nearby. Who is this esteemed individual, wandering here to disrupt the fishing grounds? There aren't enough monsters to go around. Keep your voice down. With such meager damage, you might find yourself eliminated by a monster. They hardly have the leisure to concern themselves with us. Who knows what this person is thinking, flaunting their presence here instead of leveling up. Yet, they can only speak behind our backs. After all, life is singular, and death is final. Chapter 15. Summoning a new pet. Xia Zhi chose to disregard the others and ventured deeper. You have slain a black jade mosquito, gaining 150 experience. You have slain a black jade mosquito, gaining 150 experience. Congratulations, you have leveled up by 1. As he traversed and dispatched monsters, it wasn't long before his level rose again to 9. A bit more grinding, and he would be able to summon his second pet, thereby enhancing his power further. Xia Zhi clenched his fists, a hint of excitement bubbling within him. His strength was intrinsically linked to his pets. The more formidable they were, the mightier he became. Furthermore, with the imminent threat of the Bloodkill Palace pursuing him, it was paramount that he grew stronger. Xia Zhi, is that you? Amidst his musings, a shout echoed from behind. Xia Zhi turned to see a few individuals jogging toward him. Upon reflection, one of them was indeed Wei Qing, a close friend from his former life. Back then, Wei Qing had sought to level up alongside the previous incarnation of Xia Zhi. But out of pride, and due to his own inadequacies, Xia Zhi had rebuffed his generous offer. Who would have anticipated their reunion under such circumstances? Wei Qing. Xia Zhi forced himself to call out. Encountering someone connected to his previous life was his greatest dread. Any slip could necessitate an explanation, but fortunately, he had inherited the previous memories and was not entirely oblivious. It truly is you. I thought you had returned home, Wei Qing exclaimed excitedly, grasping Xia Zhi's arm. Since graduating, Xia Zhi had refused to team up with him due to the inadequacy of his summoned creatures. The last time they communicated, he mentioned a desire to return home. I was considering it, but some matters have arisen, Xia Zhi replied with a hint of resignation. What is this? Wei Qing's gaze suddenly shifted to the side, landing on Kai Yun with curiosity. He had no recollection of Xia Zhi befriending such a beautiful girl. This is my pet. After some contemplation, Xia Zhi revealed Kai Yun's identity. It was not that he wished to conceal it. But should he encounter high-level professionals like Jiang Quan again, his identity would likely be discerned at a glance. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, it was better to clarify now. You've reached level 10 already? Wei Qing asked, his expression one of astonishment. He recalled their recent conversation when Xia Zhi had claimed he hadn't ventured out to level up. And now he had achieved level 10 so swiftly. I'm not quite at level 10 yet. A few days ago, I was fortunate enough to stumble upon a treasure chest in the wild, which yielded an item for pet evolution, Xia Zhi said with a smile. Treasure chests often appeared in the wild, and what one could find was entirely a matter of luck. The item for pet evolution was simply a fabrication on his part. Such items existed, albeit they were exceedingly rare. The previous incarnation would never have been able to afford such a treasure in a lifetime. Your luck is extraordinary. It's like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Wei Qing's eyes sparkled with envy. Wild treasure chests were not something one encountered casually, let alone discovering an evolution item. And not only did he obtain the item, but it also evolved into a humanoid pet. Typically, humanoid creatures, regardless of their initial strength, were unlikely to be weak. Are you still going to level up? Once you reach level 19, we need to tackle a dungeon. Just as Xia Zhi prepared to speak, one of the men behind Wei Qing interjected impatiently. Indeed, if you're not interested, we can find someone else, echoed the 4 individuals behind him. Wei Qing was a warrior, a class that happened to be the most populous. Xia Zhi had heard about the Kai Yun worm, a rather lackluster pet, knowing that even if it evolved, it wouldn't be particularly formidable. Then you should hurry and level up. Xia Zhi encouraged with a smile at Wei Qing's conflicted expression. It was not that he was unwilling to help him level up, but he was not the previous incarnation. Any slip could lead to complications. Besides, teaming up with Wei Qing would have his experience gain, slowing his own progression. Be careful while leveling alone. Wei Qing acknowledged his own limitations, knowing his strength was average, and that teaming up was merely out of camaraderie. You too, take care. After saying this, Xia Zhi watched Wei Qing depart before turning in another direction. You have slain a black jade mosquito, gaining 150 experience. You have slain a black jade mosquito, gaining 150 experience. Congratulations, you have leveled up by 1. After approximately half an hour, Xia Zhi's level reached 10. At last, he had reached level 10 and could summon his second pet. Rubbing his hands together, he felt an unusual thrill. However, he was not prepared to summon just yet. The area was crowded and rife with monsters that occasionally appeared. Summoning a pet was a meticulous process. If interrupted, it would mean losing the opportunity entirely. There was even a risk of reverse summoning, which could lead to being stranded in another world, making it exceedingly difficult to return to his original realm. Gazing at the sun, he noted time had flown by. It was nearly noon. Perhaps it was best to return and manage his items. Although his luck had not been stellar, he had managed to obtain a few pieces of equipment. Unfortunately, they were all suited for assassins, and he could not equip them. Lacking space-oriented gear would hinder his movement, and considering he had buried quite a bit of equipment earlier, it was prudent to return. The journey back was uneventful. Even if news of the Bloodkill Palace traveled swiftly, it was not so simple for them to dispatch someone to this location. Upon returning to Donyuan City, he sold his assorted gear to the Zhongjiang Trading Company for a total of 150,000. While the warrior equipment was not particularly valuable, the assassin gear commanded a higher price due to its elevated level. After selling his items, Xia Zhi eagerly returned to his dilapidated rental apartment. Heaven help me. I ask not for a magnificent summon. Merely a pet with 9-star potential will suffice. Xia Zhi fervently prayed, his heart steady, before invoking the eternal contract. The contract was a talent possessed by every summoner and was the crux of pet summoning. Unlike during evolution, as he activated the summoning, the originally milky white contract transformed into a rich, earthy hue. As Xia Zhi summoned, a slender figure gradually materialized. Is it really that tall? Xia Zhi lifted his gaze, fixated on the figure still enveloped in the earthy glow, his expression a mix of curiosity and confusion. The being before him stood at least 2.5 meters tall, leaving him perplexed as to what exactly he had summoned. As the yellow glow faded, the figure within became visible. A serpent? The creature had an elongated body, its lower half wrapped in yellow, crystalline scales, while its upper half was bare, boasting a voluptuous form with porcelain skin. Its face was a classic oval shape, adorned with a purple diamond crystal on its forehead. With pointed ears lined with delicate white scales and a cascade of translucent green hair, every smile and gesture exuded an air of allure. The eternal contract truly delivered. Regardless of its strength, just the appearance alone was worthy of admiration. Xia Zhi gazed excitedly at the being before him. With such a visage, she was undoubtedly the quintessential enchantress, a veritable heartthrob for any otaku. Chapter 16. The mutated shattered star serpent python, are you my master? The serpent woman leaned forward, bringing her face close to Xia Zhi, her ethereal voice resonating in his ears. There's no need to call me master. Just Xia Zhi will suffice, he replied, feeling a bit flustered at such close proximity to a beautiful woman. In comparison to the vibrant cloud spirit, the serpent maiden undoubtedly aligns more closely with his aesthetic preferences. After all, a lowly will always pale in comparison to the allure of a mature woman. Yet, why do I find myself in this predicament? The serpent maiden coiled her serpentine tail, scrutinizing her current appearance with meticulous care. She recalled that aside from her tail, which remained unchanged, she lacked the human form that others possessed. However, on the whole, it seemed that having hands significantly enhanced her capabilities, allowing her to accomplish feats previously beyond her reach. That is the power of the innate contract. Fret not, it bears no detriment to you, Xia Zhi remarked with a smile, expressing considerable satisfaction with the serpent maiden before him. Casting a disdainful glance at the nearby lowly, Kaiyun, he noted her utter lack of awareness regarding her role as a summoned creature, seemingly oblivious to her standing. Are we done yet? I'm starving, Kaiyun pouted, perhaps sensing Xia Zhi's gaze upon her. Having not enjoyed a warm meal since their return, her stomach had been growling incessantly. I'll take you to eat shortly, Xia Zhi replied with a hint of exasperation. Kaiyun appeared almost human, yet her intellect was similarly limited. Were it not for the substantial cost of switching pets, he might have seriously considered replacing her. Don't you have any clothes? Xia Zhi inquired, looking perplexedly at the bare serpent maiden. When he first summoned Kaiyun, she had appeared adorned in a flowing white gown. Clothes? The serpent maiden paused in surprise. She glanced at her own form, and then at Xia Zhi and Kaiyun. Gradually, it seemed she began to recognize the difference. With a flash of black light, a fitted black top resembling scales materialized, gracefully accentuating her alluring curves. The exposed skin at her waist and shoulders revealed a different kind of charm. Can your tail be retracted? Xia Zhi pondered, stroking his chin as he regarded the serpent maiden. While her appearance was indeed striking, the nearly 2-meter-long tail was overly conspicuous, making any attempts at disguise futile. No, that is a part of my physical constitution, something beyond my control. The serpent maiden shook her head. Since her summoning, her form had solidified, feeling almost as if it were her true body. Then what about your attire? Can it be adjusted to match hers? Xia Zhi gestured towards Kaiyun. Since her physique could not be altered, it would be prudent to err on the side of modesty. He certainly did not wish to attract unwanted attention. With my current powers, I cannot control that freely. The serpent maiden examined her top. However, just as she finished speaking, crystalline formations resembling black rocks began to spread from her tail, enveloping her entire body. As the luminescence faded, the serpent maiden was adorned in a suit of black armor, her serpentine tail now encased in a thick layer of dark carapace. Is this a skill? Xia Zhi asked, observing the serpent maiden who now resembled a warrior goddess. As he accessed her status panel, summoned entity, mutated crystal serpent python. Potential, 3 stars. Level, stage 1, level 10. Innate ability, body of crystal. Health, 6,000. Mana, 200. Constitution, 60. Strength, 60. Agility, 40. Intelligence, 20. Skills, star shatter armor, meteor sword, crystal wall. Body of crystal. Health increases tenfold. Defensive and offensive capabilities are enhanced twofold. And agility is significantly improved. Star shatter armor. Envelopes the entire body in a unique black armor, providing defense equivalent to the Constitution. Meteor sword. Summons a meteor sword that applies double gravity to the target, impairing their mobility for 10 seconds, while enhancing the user's strength attribute by an equivalent amount. Crystal wall. Consumes 50 mana points to manipulate earth elements, creating a rock wall that can absorb damage up to twice its own defensive power. With a cooldown of 1 minute. That is absurdly powerful, Xia Zhi mused in astonishment as he perused the Serpent Maiden's panel. Despite both being classified as 3-star potential creatures, Sayun's attributes appeared woefully inadequate in comparison to the Serpent Maiden. However, in a true confrontation, the unenhanced Serpent Maiden would still struggle against Sayun's formidable abilities, particularly given the latter's extraordinary talent for insect body division, which could easily obliterate the Serpent Maiden. Yet, the Serpent Maiden's attributes were undeniably impressive. Among her 3 skills, 2 directly augmented her stat panel, and combined with the enhancements from Body of Crystal, her capabilities were nothing short of terrifying. Crystal Serpent Python, Xia Zhi muttered, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Upon recalling his previous life, he remembered that during his time at school, someone had also summoned this creature. However, it appeared to differ from what he now witnessed. After some contemplation, Xia Zhi accessed his phone to search for information regarding the Star Shatter Python. Before long, he located the desired details. The descriptions bore significant discrepancies from the Serpent Maiden, as the Star Shatter Python possessed a talent for increased defense and agility, while its skills, aside from Crystal Wall, were purely Earth attribute attacks. Mutated, Xia Zhi pondered the implications of this term. The Serpent Maiden's strength was indeed somewhat excessive. Generally, a 3-star potential creature would be marginally stronger than a fully equipped fighter of the same level, but only to a limited extent. A level 10 warrior would typically have an attack power capped at around 140, whereas the Serpent Maiden, disregarding her skills, had already achieved an attack power of 240 solely through her innate abilities. As for her health, if she reached level 20, it would undoubtedly exceed 10,000. In his memories of his former life, he recalled that mutated creatures were categorized into 2 types, either beneficial or detrimental. Most mutated creatures tended towards malevolent alterations, often proving weaker than their original species, while beneficial mutations, like the Serpent Maiden, enhanced innate skills. If I am already this strong without any enhancements, what would happen if I were to gain them? Xia Zhi felt an exhilarating thrill. The presence of the Serpent Maiden signified a substantial increase in his survival capabilities. Once he progressed to the 2nd stage, he would be able to learn the Summoner's Mental Link skill, allowing him to share a portion of a creature's health. The Mental Link was one of the Summoner's most vital skills and the foundation of their existence. Given that Summoners possess few skills, nearly all their abilities are channeled into their summoned creatures. Should a Summoner fall, even the mightiest of their creatures would be returned to their original realm. It seems my luck is rather favorable. I only wish I had traversed here sooner. Xia Zhi gazed with a complex expression at Kaiyun, who was frolicking around the Serpent Maiden. Unlike the Serpent Maiden, little information could be found about Kaiyun online. In a certain sense, Sayun's insect form was a rare specimen. After all, it was indeed a rarity for a summoner to bring forth such an unconventional creature. In contrast to Kaiyun, few would ever consider utilizing precious star upgrading items on such a lackluster being. Consequently, there were no recorded instances of Kaiyun exceeding 1 star, let alone any subsequent information. Chapter 17, Supremely Regenerative. Regarding the Serpent Maiden's remarkable mutation strength, Xia Zhi harbored another hypothesis, the eternal contract. The term innate could signify more than its literal interpretation. Some abilities possess hidden effects that largely depend on personal discovery. For instance, a talent that augments strength may only represent one facet of its potential. During combat, a powerful individual might induce dizziness or incapacitation in weaker foes. However, given the limited comparative data, he could not ascertain whether his suspicions held merit. In many respects, within this virtual world, the distinctions in effectiveness were not vastly different from those in his previous life, aside from health metrics. Yet, how could he bestow traits upon his creatures? Xia Zhi contemplated the infinite potential of innate abilities, falling into deep thought. Currently, his level remained too low, otherwise, he need not ponder so extensively. He could simply apply all enhancements without hesitation. Let us settle on these 3. After pondering for a moment, Xia Zhi transferred the attributes of unyielding offense, rock-solid defense, and superb regeneration onto the Serpent Woman-S panel. Unyielding offense increases attack power by tenfold. Rock-solid defense enhances 1's defense and physical endurance tenfold. Superb regeneration restores 20% of health per second, and continuously heals bodily injuries. These 3 attributes were straightforward and effective, adept at countering all frivolities. Among them, he placed the utmost importance on the healing aspect of superb regeneration. With sufficient attack power and strength attributes, incapacitating an opponent was a relatively simple endeavor. However, if the injuries were too severe, it would adversely affect one's health and attack, thereby drastically diminishing combat capability. To mend such grave wounds, a healing profession of at least the 4th tier was necessary. Initially, he contemplated adding a counterattack attribute. But the Serpent Woman's armor was exceedingly robust, rendering her virtually immune to substantial damage from foes. What about Kaiyun? Glancing at Kaiyun beside him, Xia Zhi fell into contemplation. Kaiyun served as his main offensive force. Although her attack power was formidable, her sustainability posed a significant issue. The most troublesome aspect was her ability to evolve, which consumed health. While she could restore health through her devouring ability in normal circumstances, it became challenging to leverage her strengths during one-on-one encounters. Once her health dwindled, it would signify a complete loss of offensive capability. Never mind. Let us grant you a healing ability as well. After some deliberation, Xia Zhi decided to bestow Kaiyun with a healing attribute. Sooner or later, it would be necessary, and having too little health could easily result in her being eliminated by monsters, leading to greater losses. From now on, you shall be called Jingjing, Xia Zhi said to the Serpent Woman, who was frolicking with Kaiyun. Naming had always been his forte, simple, clear, and melodious. Sounds good. A faint smile graced the Serpent Woman's lips. One must admit, the Eternal Pact was indeed quite useful, if given the choice. Most summoners would likely opt for such semi-human forms. It must be time for a meal, Xia Zhi murmured softly, considering the Serpent Woman's appearance. It seemed inappropriate to take her out to eat, yet he could not simply return the summoned beast to her original world. Doing so could expose her to dangers, such as attacks from native species or other unforeseen circumstances. Historically, some summoners had lost their summoned beasts under such circumstances. Damn it, being a summoner is truly burdensome. I still need to save money to purchase the Beast Mastery Space Skill book. Xia Zhi rubbed his somewhat aching head. To ensure the safety of his summoned beast, he could only buy specialized skill books, yet a single Beast Mastery Space book cost several million. Although he had earned over 200,000 from just 2 outings, most of it was due to the contributions of those little thieves. Forget it, let us just order takeout. With that thought, Xia Zhi took out his phone and began searching for food. Perhaps sensing the impending meal, Kaiyun's antennae perked up, and she immediately stretched her head towards Xia Zhi's shoulder, her eyes fixated on the phone screen. Even Jingjing cast a curious glance in that direction. As a humanoid pet, she possessed considerable intelligence, yet she had never encountered a device like a smartphone and could not comprehend its purpose. As Xia Zhi placed the order, he regaled the curious Jingjing with tales of the phone's uses. Before long, he had completed the order. Can I play with it? Once Xia Zhi finished ordering, Jingjing could not resist asking. Xia Zhi found her eagerness amusing and handed the phone over. Upon receiving it, Jingjing began to fiddle with the device. As for Kaiyun, she seemed solely interested in food. Seeing that it had yet to arrive, she boredly returned to her resting position on the bed. The wait for the food was excruciating, and it was nearly an hour before a delivery person arrived with 2 large bags of food. As soon as the dishes were laid out, Kaiyun sprang up from the bed with a sudden burst of energy, while Jingjing continued to play with the phone. Dinner is served, Xia Zhi called out, prompting Jingjing to reluctantly set down the device. Her eyes glanced at the screen, where a notification indicating a successful payment caught Xia Zhi's attention. Picking up the phone, he opened the message to find dozens of notifications regarding a payment of 648. What the hell? Xia Zhi's eyes widened in shock. He had no qualms about playing games, but spending money was out of the question. Free play was the true way to go. Moreover, engaging in a game within a virtual world felt oddly disconcerting. Ignoring the Serpent Woman's pleading gaze, Xia Zhi silently tucked the phone into his pocket, fearing that his balance would dwindle if he waited any longer. After all, it was not every day that he received tens of thousands in income. While the Serpent Woman longed to play with the phone, she soon redirected her focus to the food, transforming into a true foodie. In other words, she could not indulge in such delectable delights. After a satisfying meal, the 3 gluttons laid back on the bed, their bellies full. After a brief respite, Xia Zhi took out his phone and dialed Jiang Ming's number. The two conversed for a while, settled on a meeting place, and then hung up. Subsequently, Xia Zhi opened the slightly tattered wardrobe and retrieved some of his previously cleaned clothes. He quickly found 2 hooded sweatshirts and a cap, draping one of the sweatshirts over the Serpent Woman. Not bad, but it seems something is still missing. Observing the Serpent Woman with her hands in her pockets, Xia Zhi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then, he slapped his forehead and retrieved a mask from a nearby drawer, placing it on the Serpent Woman. Now it looks much better, although her serpentine tail remained attention-grabbing, obscuring her face and figure significantly reduced her presence. With everything prepared, Xia Zhi donned a sweatshirt and a cap himself, then set out with the 2 ladies. He had already arranged to team up with Jiang Ming for a dungeon run. Throughout the journey, although the Serpent Woman attracted attention, it did not incite any uproar. This world was filled with bizarre creatures, and as a humanoid pet, she elicited more envy than anything else. Primarily, aside from a few half-beast pets, most humanoid pets represented high potential. Chapter 18, Dungeon Entrance. Accompanied by his two pets, Xia Zhi soon arrived at an open area, where the dungeon was situated at the center. As the only level 10 dungeon in Danyuan City, a considerable crowd had gathered at its entrance. Due to his presence with humanoid pets, Xia Zhi drew many gazes, with some individuals eager to approach for conversation. Standing before the dungeon, it resembled a black void, floating half a meter above the ground. To the lower left was a stone tablet that recorded the duration of successful completions. The tablet bore numerous names, chronicling past challengers. At the top was a name, Xing Yushu, who had cleared the Hell-level dungeon in just over 3 hours. He was also the only individual to have completed the Hell-level dungeon recorded on the tablet. Xing Yushu, Xia Zhi murmured. This name held profound significance. Xing Yushu, the mayor of Danyuan City. According to the memories of his former self, he was a formidable individual who had reached above the 5th tier, coming from a modest background. He was even less accomplished than the former self. After clearing the dungeon before him, the once obscure Xing Yushu began his meteoric rise. In just a few short years, he soared in level. With his own strength, he defeated all rivals, and, with the support of the former mayor, ascended to the position of mayor of Danyuan City. Calculating, Xing Yushu was merely around 30 years old now. Could this fellow also be a transmigrator? Xia Zhi raised an eyebrow, an inexplicable thought crossing his mind. It was no wonder he considered this. The speed of this fellow's rise was simply astonishing. Moreover, not only was his leveling speed extraordinary, but he also encountered numerous opportunities along the way. His tale of an underdog's triumph became a source of admiration for many. Xing Yushu's ascension to the position of mayor can be attributed not only to the backing of the former mayor, but also to the invaluable contributions of several key individuals. In Yin country, the role of mayor is not solely determined by capability. It necessitates securing the votes of over half the city's populace, a feat that is undoubtedly daunting. As Xia Zhi pondered these complexities, a voice interrupted his thoughts from behind. Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback to see Jiang Ming, wearing a broad smile, flanked by 8 companions. Among them were 2 familiar faces. One was an Yin Ming, his landlord and classmate, and the other was a male named Hua Shang, a fellow student from a previous life, albeit one with whom he had not shared a close acquaintance due to being in different classes. Hua Shang was widely recognized as an exemplary student, his background, academic performance, and character beyond reproach. He had even transitioned into a rare class of a holy paladin. I didn't expect you to level up so swiftly, Jiang Ming remarked with a hint of exasperation as he approached and draped an arm over Xia Zhi's shoulder. But isn't it a bit premature to form a party for a dungeon run at this stage? The level cap for the level 10 dungeon was set at 19, and given the significant difficulty, many opted to reach that level and equip themselves with the finest gear before tackling dungeons of nightmarish difficulty or higher. Yet, Xia Zhi had barely managed to reach level 10 yesterday, and now he was being summoned for a dungeon run after only a morning's time. Whether we run it now or later makes little difference. A few extra levels won't drastically affect our capabilities, Xia Zhi replied with a smile. The leap in his strength compared to before was nothing short of monumental. If he were to falter now, it would surely be due to external factors. Had it not been for his amicable rapport with Jiang Ming, he might not have entertained the idea of grouping up. After all, there was a certain satisfaction in soloing a dungeon, where all spoils belonged solely to him. Xia Zhi, how fortunate you are to have acquired a humanoid pet. And Yin Ming exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the serpent lady standing beside him. In her recollection, there was no record of such a creature. However, she did not dwell on it, as every year saw a myriad of summoners conjuring peculiar beasts. Judging by its appearance, it was unlikely to possess mediocre potential. Your luck is remarkable. Others aspire for just one, yet you've managed to summon 2, Jiang Ming mused, finally redirecting his attention to the serpent lady. He had reviewed Xia Zhi's profile the previous night and was aware that upon graduation, Xia Zhi had only summoned a mere cloud bug. Now, not only had the original cloud bug evolved into a humanoid form, but his second beast was also of a similar anthropomorphic nature. Luck is a fickle mistress. One never knows who will be favored and who will depart first, Xia Zhi responded half-jokingly. If he were truly fortunate, he would not have summoned merely a beast of 3-star potential. Had he summoned anything of 7 stars or above, combined with his innate talent, he would have soared to greatness in an instant. Nevertheless, he was content with his current situation, with the added traits. It was likely that any beast below 7 stars would be no match for the serpent lady. Greetings, Hua Shang approached to extend a greeting. Initially, knowing him merely as a classmate had not stirred much in Xia Zhi, for if he were truly formidable, he would not have remained inconspicuous at graduation. However, the presence of a humanoid pet, acknowledged for its high potential, shifted perceptions. Although exceptions existed, like the common orc, whose potential typically fell below 3 stars, the royal lineage could reach 5 to 7 stars, while other humanoid beasts generally boasted potential exceeding 5 stars. Even without knowledge of Xia Zhi's beast, its appearance suggested it was formidable. Indeed, we share the same alma mater, Xia Zhi replied with a smile. Huashang was undeniably impressive, clad in armor, wielding a large shield, and adorned with a long sword at his waist. Complemented by his handsome visage and affluent background, no wonder he was the object of admiration among the female students at school. In contrast, had the previous incarnation not relied on looks to outshine him, he would have deemed himself unworthy of even assisting Huashang. After some casual conversation, one of the younger members standing behind Jiang Ming interjected impatiently, "Are we going to run the dungeon or not? If not, I'm leaving." The others regarded him with incredulity. Except for an Yinming and Huashang, the rest were hired by Jiang Ming, and they were content to let the conversation flow, as they were being compensated for their participation and could potentially earn additional rewards from the dungeon run. "Let us hasten the dungeon run," Xia Zhi replied nonchalantly, his purpose being to complete the run and level up as quickly as possible. However, Jiang Ming's expression shifted to one of displeasure. "Remove your gear. You may leave," he stated flatly, pointing at the young man. Had Jiang Ming not been preoccupied with transitioning classes, he would not have needed to assemble this group in the first place. The young man was merely a hired hand, lacking the authority to act presumptuously before him. The young man's expression soured, caught off guard by Jiang Ming's directness, leaving him momentarily speechless. As he attempted to protest, Jiang Ming cut him off. "Remember to return the deposit, or else." Though Jiang Ming's words trailed off, the implication was clear. Despite the young man's decent skill, he was nothing more than slightly above average. Had he not awakened a useful B-class talent, he would not have even caught Jiang Ming's eye. For a commercial entity like the Zhongjiang Trading Company, individuals like him were 10 a penny, and had time permitted, Jiang Ming would have assembled a stronger team. Fortunately, today was merely a preliminary test. He had not anticipated a successful dungeon breach, reserving that expectation for the next visit. Chapter 19. Entering the dungeon, the spatial ring. The young man's countenance darkened, but he dared not retort, silently removing his equipment. Xia Zhi contemplated speaking up, but restrained himself upon noticing Jiang Ming's warning gaze, instead letting out a quiet sigh. This was a trivial matter, akin to the playful banter in his previous life when gaming. As long as they played without negligence, all would be well. The young man soon finished removing his gear, casting a resentful glance at Xia Zhi as he departed. Xia Zhi felt exasperated. He had not been the one to send him away, so why the hostility? Ignore him. He's lacking in skill and merely throwing a tantrum. Letting him go now spares us from his hindrance during the run, Jiang Ming remarked indifferently. The others remained silent, tacitly endorsing this course of action. After all, this was the real world. They would not allow someone with whom they had no rapport to join them in the dungeon, especially given the young man's underwhelming capabilities. "Let us proceed with the dungeon run," Xia Zhi urged, his patience wearing thin. Having only traversed into this world 2 days prior, he was still acclimating to many aspects. He had thought that dispatching a few robbers indicated his successful integration into this realm. Nevertheless, he soon cast aside these thoughts, regardless of any individual's disdain for him. Who here could truly challenge him? "Allow me to introduce you. This is Xia Zhi, a summoner," Jiang Ming declared as he stowed his equipment and pulled Xia Zhi close. Jiang Ming's affluence was evident, as he had even managed to bring along the financially well-off Huashang and the stoic and Yinming. With Jiang Ming's introduction, the others began to express their own introductions warmly. After all, someone who could summon a humanoid beast was undoubtedly lucky. With 2 formidable pets at his side, even if his future summons were less impressive, he would have ample reason to boast for quite some time. Through the course of these introductions, Xia Zhi quickly familiarized himself with the current team composition, which included a pair of twin priests, 2 mages, and an archer. Regrettably, the twins were both male, which added a touch of disappointment to the otherwise promising assembly. As the beacon of enmity, the radiant paladin attracted the ire of foes, while an Yinming and Jiang Ming served as formidable melee damage dealers. The individual who had just departed, known as Long Yun, was a defensive warrior. Their initial strategy entailed the 2 of them alternating in drawing the monster's aggro. However, with one of them now absent, the responsibility fell squarely upon Huashang. Nevertheless, Huashang, as a hidden class, possessed undeniable strength, and given that this venture was primarily for the purpose of familiarization, the actual outcome was of little consequence. Surely, everyone was acquainted with the Silent Forest dungeon, correct? Jiang Ming cleared his throat and spoke. The group nodded in agreement, having prepared for the dungeon run. They had perused the relevant strategies. Yet, this knowledge proved useful only for dungeons below master level. The higher the dungeon tier, the greater the unpredictability, relying more heavily on individual ability, where strategies merely served as guidelines. After all, the monsters within were exceptionally grotesque, boasting not only extensive health pools but also ludicrously high attack power. Sustaining a few hits would likely spell doom for any adventurer. Given this, let us proceed, Jiang Ming stated. Observing the nods of consensus from the others, he sent a party invitation to Xia Zhi and stepped boldly into the inky black entrance of the dungeon. Once everyone had entered, Xia Zhi followed suit. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he found himself standing in a dense forest. Xia Zhi surveyed the surroundings, Despite having reviewed the strategy beforehand, the reality of the scene left him in awe. The crescent moon hung high above, casting a faint glow, while visibility was exceedingly low. True to its name, the silent forest was eerily quiet, as if devoid of life altogether. Everyone, remain vigilant. Do not fall prey to the monsters lurking in the shadows. Jiang Ming cautioned, his voice low and serious. The decision to include 2 priests in their party stemmed from the current absence of resurrection spells. If several members were to perish, they would be unable to progress further. Additionally, dungeons imposed restrictions, aside from level limitations. Each dungeon could only be attempted 3 times within a single day. Familiarizing oneself with a nightmare-level dungeon could consume a considerable amount of time, and falling victim to a surprise attack would undoubtedly lead to frustration. I will lead the way, do not lag behind, Huashang declared, scanning the area with a serious demeanor. Nightmare-level dungeons differed significantly from ordinary ones. Not only did they require the elimination of minor monsters, but they also necessitated the identification of hidden bosses. Even more daunting, nightmare-level bosses would not patiently await their arrival at the checkpoint. They could be lurking just out of sight, biding their time to launch a surprise assault. Many had fallen prey to such ambushes, failing to conquer the dungeon. Some unfortunate souls had never even laid eyes on the boss before meeting their untimely demise. With everyone prepared, Xia Zhi summoned Kai Yun, conjuring nearly 100 colorful flame insects to encircle the group in vigilance. With their self-healing abilities, Kai Yun's survivability and endurance had received a significant boost. Why is everyone staring at me? Xia Zhi inquired, noticing the peculiar glances from his companions. Initially nervous about their first dungeon run, he now felt somewhat bewildered by their reactions. Although Jiang Ming had previously mentioned Kai Yun's prowess, doubt lingered in their minds regarding whether these insects were truly as formidable as claimed. Brother, we are counting on you this time. This contains potions. You should take it, Jiang Ming said, sidling up to Xia Zhi and presenting a brilliant blue ring. A mere glance revealed its considerable worth as a piece of spatial equipment. I don't need it. Xia Zhi began to refuse, but Jiang Ming interrupted. What is the big deal? It's not a token of affection, if necessary. We can always trade it for equipment later. Jiang Ming pressed the item into Xia Zhi's hands with nonchalance. Unable to decline any further, Xia Zhi accepted it, reasoning that it would be more convenient to possess it now rather than carrying equipment around. Upon attempting to open it, he quickly sensed a space of approximately 2 square meters filled with various potions. Thank you, Xia Zhi said, gesturing to the ring on his arm. Aside from an Yinming and Huashang, the others gazed at him enviously, pondering how to strengthen their rapport with Jiang Ming in hopes of receiving similar gifts in the future. Let us hurry, once we finish. I'll treat you all to a grand feast, Jiang Ming chuckled. Having witnessed Xia Zhi's damage output, which had reached nearly 30,000 previously, he anticipated an even greater increase now that he had reached level 10, while a few among them had hidden classes. The true strength of such classes only blossomed in later stages. Early on, they were merely marginally stronger than ordinary classes, and achieving 30,000 damage was unrealistic. Only as their levels increased and their skills matured would hidden classes truly shine. Whether they could conquer this dungeon might well depend on Xia Zhi's performance. Chapter 20, Silent Forest, Crystal Rock Wall. Regrettable. I should have recruited an assassin, Jiang Ming lamented after a brief walk. They had been traversing for at least 5 minutes, yet not a single monster had been sighted, as if the entire forest was devoid of life. Let us take our time. The mechanics of nightmare-level dungeons differ significantly from ordinary ones. Who knows where these monsters have scurried off to? And Yiming replied with a hint of exasperation. That's just how nightmare-level dungeons operate. The Silent Forest not only boasts an expansive map, but also features monsters with remarkably high intelligence. It's possible they might even witness monsters turning on each other in bizarre circumstances. Why not lure the monsters out? Wandering aimlessly isn't a viable strategy, suggested a bowman named Tianguang. The bowman had a skill involving flares, typically used to counteract the invisibility of assassins and provide illumination. In the darkened expanse of the Silent Forest, such a skill would be particularly conspicuous. The reason it had not been employed earlier was due to the fear of attracting too many monsters. An overwhelming number would be impossible to withstand. Let us find a spot with cover. Then, Jiang Ming pondered momentarily before agreeing to the idea. It would likely take several hours to fully explore this forest. After all, today was merely for familiarization, and dying once was not a significant concern. With that in mind, the group began searching for a suitable location. Xia Zhi trailed behind, refraining from offering any unsolicited advice. Meanwhile, Kai Yun, seemingly having procured a snack from somewhere, munched happily beside the snake woman. Where did you get that food? Xia Zhi inquired, eyeing Kai Yun, who was savoring her treat. That big sister gave it to me, Kai Yun said, pointing towards an Yiming as she continued to munch. Perhaps sensing the conversation behind her, an Yiming turned back and offered a subtle smile, which Xia Zhi returned. Next time, try not to eat someone else's food. What if they poisoned it? Xia Zhi whispered to Kai Yun. Then I'll just eat less, she replied, taking another large bite before offering some to Xia Zhi. As they walked, an Yiming seemed to catch wind of their exchange, abruptly halting and casting a fierce glare at Xia Zhi. Feeling somewhat awkward, Xia Zhi intended to snack a bit to ease the tension, only to discover that Kai Yun had handed him an empty bag. He glanced at Kai Yun, who responded with a cheeky grin, seemingly mocking his intelligence. Incoming. Just as Xia Zhi contemplated reprimanding her, the snake woman beside him narrowed her yellow-slit pupils, fixating intently on a direction behind them. What? Xia Zhi hesitated before quickly realizing. There are monsters. Upon hearing Xia Zhi's exclamation, everyone turned to him with puzzled expressions, for they had detected no sound of movement nearby. Time is of the essence. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Xia Zhi held an unwavering belief in the words of the serpent woman. Serpents inherently possess thermal vision, a biological trait that is innate to their kind, akin to how fish require only a modicum of air to navigate freely beneath the waves. Hua Shang, the stalwart frontliner of the team, sprinted towards the direction indicated by the serpent woman, promptly positioning his shield in front of him, ready for any eventuality. A soft, pearlescent glow enveloped his armor, encasing him completely. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the colorful flame insects Xia Zhi had strategically placed around them erupted in a series of explosions. 3,300. 3,300. Damage numbers sprang forth as a shadow lunged towards the group, crashing heavily at Huashang's feet. It was a gigantic spider, half a meter in size, its body cloaked in pitch black with gray stripes. The spider, however, did not continue its assault. Instead, it lay motionless on the ground. You have slain the Silent Night Spider. Experience gained, 250. Xia Zhi gazed at the monster's carcass, his mind swirling with questions. He had anticipated a fierce battle, only to witness the creature fall so easily. The others remained in stunned silence, still reeling from the fact that Xia Zhi had dispatched a monster so swiftly. Though the creature was merely level 10, it was an elite beast with a staggering health pool of 250,000. Brother, I truly did not misjudge you, Jiang Ming exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. He had indeed underestimated Xia Zhi. During their last encounter, Xia Zhi had not exhibited such formidable damage output. To his astonishment, in just one night, the damage had escalated to such an outrageous degree, effortlessly eliminating a monster with a mere glance. Stay humble, stay humble. Xia Zhi waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixated on the direction from which the Silent Night Spider had come. Run, Hua Shang suddenly shouted, drawing nearer to the group. The others turned to face the location of the monster's emergence, only to be met with a chilling sight, a swarm of Silent Night Spiders, surging towards them like a horde of locusts. Curse it, Jiang Ming cried out, hastily urging everyone to flee. Just moments ago, they had discussed luring the monsters with cover. Yet now the creatures had come directly to them. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. They could see over 70 or 80, and there were surely more lurking behind. If they were to be surrounded by the Silent Night Spiders, even a single bite from one could lead to their total annihilation. The group fled desperately in another direction, but the spiders continued to close in. Had these monsters gone mad? Xia Zhi lamented inwardly as he watched the advancing horde. He had not anticipated that they would appear in such numbers. To make matters worse, his infinite trait could not be conferred upon himself. With only a few hundred health points, he could not withstand the monster's onslaught. Escape was not an option, especially considering their party consisted of 5 magic-based classes, which could never outrun the creatures. If 2 healers fell, their chances of defeating the monsters would vanish entirely. Damn it, this is a disastrous start. I have long heard tales of the nightmarish dungeon's treachery, but I never expected it to be this dire. Jiang Ming jogged up to Xia Zhi, grumbling about their predicament. This is indeed a nightmarish dungeon, completely disregarding the rules, leaving them no room to breathe. Running like this is futile, we might as well stop and fight. And Yin Ming chimed in, her expression tinged with resignation. Aside from her and Jiang Ming, only the archer had any chance of escaping. But even if they managed to flee, the 3 of them would still be unable to contend with the impending boss. It would be wiser to fight, even if it meant total obliteration. Stop. Xia Zhi suddenly had an epiphany and halted. The others, realizing they could not escape, followed suit, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Hua Shang stood resolutely at the forefront, shield raised, while the others began to channel their various skills. Jing Jing, erect a crystal wall to provide us shelter. Xia Zhi commanded the serpent woman beside him. Crystal wall consumes 50 mana points to manipulate earth elements, forming a rock barrier that can withstand damage equivalent to twice its own defense, with a cooldown of 1 minute. The serpent woman nodded in acknowledgement, then spread her arms, emitting a peculiar wave of energy. At that moment, the ground beneath them began to tremble, and a massive, translucent, earthen wall rose from behind them. Chapter 21, Surrounded. And Yin Ming and the others gazed in astonishment at the crystalline barrier. In a mere moment, a wall measuring 5 meters wide and 3 meters high stood behind them. With this gray crystal wall erected, the group felt a modicum of reassurance. If possible, they certainly did not wish to be wiped out so easily, and this barrier offered them a defensive position. Although it could only protect one side, it was better than nothing. Could it not form a semicircular shape? Xia Zhi inquired of the serpent woman beside him. The crystal wall had significant drawbacks. Despite its formidable defensive capabilities, its casting speed was rather slow, making it impractical in ordinary circumstances. Yet, in this moment of desperation, the skill he had previously dismissed became a lifeline. Unlike the others, he was not prepared to embrace death. Survival was paramount. I cannot. My power is too weak to control its direction, the serpent woman replied softly, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhi did not linger on the matter. His current level was too low, having just reached level 10, which naturally constrained the serpent woman's capabilities. However, this was not a significant issue. They would merely need to use the skill a few more times. Just then, a large swarm of silent night spiders converged upon them. Huashang hefted his shield and slammed it down in front of him, summoning a colossal light shield nearly 2 meters high to protect the group. At that moment, the silent night spiders launched their assault. Countless black orbs manifested, bombarding Huashang's light shield, filling the air with thunderous roars. Huashang, true to his hidden class, withstood the onslaught. After a round of attacks, his shield bore only a few cracks. Everyone, attack quickly, we can't hold out much longer. Huashang bellowed. As his words fell, the light shield shattered under the second wave of attacks. Simultaneously, the group's retaliatory strikes landed on the silent night spiders, with the mages dealing particularly devastating blows. A fireball, the size of a human head, struck one of the spiders, triggering a violent explosion that sent the surrounding spiders flying. Meanwhile, 2 priests invoked an unknown skill, causing a pearlescent formation to appear beneath their feet, and Xia Zhi felt his strength surge. The archer's performance was relatively unremarkable, yet his rapid-fire rate spoke volumes of his prowess. Though his attack power was modest, he was undoubtedly a favorite among the affluent. Truly, the choice of a wealthy patron was evident. Even if the class was ordinary, their talent was surely exceptional. Xia Zhi observed the fervent efforts of his companions. It was obvious that each of them sought to impress Jiang Ming, the affluent benefactor, in their final moments. In contrast, Jiang Ming and an Yin Ming stood out remarkably. An Yin Ming, surrounded by crackling lightning, moved with the speed of a bolt, weaving through the monsters and reaping their lives. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was much more brutish in his approach, launching wide, sweeping attacks with his great sword, dealing damage in excess of 1,000 points, showcasing the might of his class. Seeing everyone engaged in battle, Xia Zhi was unwilling to lag behind and commanded the colorful clouds to summon the colorful flame insects. The flame insects surged forth, akin to a horde of locusts, toward the approaching silent night spiders. Boom, boom, boom. 3,233, 3,211, 3,222. You have slain the silent night spider, experience gained, 250. You have slain the silent night spider, experience gained, 250. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, a series of vivid damage numbers floated above the heads of the silent night spiders, as the system's notification of acquiring experience resonated like a melodious chime. After vanquishing dozens of spiders, Xia Zhi's level ascended by 1. Xia Zhi, your damage output is utterly extraordinary. What star potential does your pet possess? Jiang Ming inquired. Glancing back at Xia Zhi, one cannot deny that Xia Zhi's damage was truly terrifying. In such a short span of time, he had inflicted more damage than all of them combined. Not only Jiang Ming, but everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips at such overwhelming damage. Particularly Huashang, who, as a top student, was taken aback by the emergence of such a formidable character without his prior knowledge. You can't possibly have a 7-star pet, can you? Unable to contain her curiosity, an Yin Ming chimed in when Xia Zhi remained silent. She had encountered many extraordinary summoners, including several with 6-star potential. Yet none had been as formidable as Xia Zhi's beast. At this stage, a mere glance could likely eliminate them all in an instant. Roughly, Xia Zhi replied ambiguously. This was one of the reasons he preferred not to team up with others. What was merely basic operations seemed to incite exaggerated reactions from everyone, as though it were a monumental affair. Contemplating this, a subtle smile crept across Xia Zhi's face. Human beings are such paradoxical creatures. In his heart, his foremost thought was that if strength could not be used to flaunt, then leveling up would be utterly meaningless. Had I known, I would have chosen a summoning class as well. Fighting monsters by oneself is certainly not as exhilarating as auto-battling, Jiang Ming sighed, feeling a sudden disillusionment with the great sword in his hand. Initially, he had chosen to become a Lionheart warrior to better showcase himself. Yet, glancing at the seemingly idle Xia Zhi beside him, he felt more like a mere laborer. The narrative in his mind was not supposed to unfold this way. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the violent explosions, a clear area was swiftly carved out from the swarm of silent night spiders, while the surrounding spiders inexplicably halted their advance. What is going on? Xia Zhi queried, somewhat perplexed. Be cautious. These creatures may be gearing up for something significant, Huashang warned, retreating into the crowd. In both reality and dungeons, monsters exhibited considerable intelligence. The stronger the monster, the more adept they were at discerning advantages and disadvantages, sometimes even displaying signs of retreat. Now, with the silent night spiders neither fleeing nor attacking, It was evident they were plotting something grand. "Brother, with you here today, we might just clear this dungeon," Jiang Ming said with a hint of excitement as he approached Xia Zhi. "Let us deal with this horde of monsters first," Xia Zhi shrugged, his gaze shifting to the semicircle of silent night spiders surrounding them. Although his damage output was indeed impressive, the sheer number of monsters was not to be underestimated. With the intelligence of elite-level monsters, they should be able to identify who among them was the primary damage dealer. While Kaiyan also exhibited high damage, concentrated attacks would likely take her down in just a few hits. Seizing the moment, the snake woman once again employed the crystal wall skill, conjuring a massive crystal barrier that formed a triangular enclosure around the group. This significantly reduced the number of monsters they would face directly. "I wonder what these spiders are waiting for. We should strike first," and Yiming remarked, her gaze fixed on the spider before her. However, regardless of their actions, the silent night spiders seemed resolute in their intent not to engage, retreating beyond the range of their attacks and merely observing from a distance. Meanwhile, Xia Zhi and the others hesitated to exit the crystal barrier, fearing they might become overwhelmed. Just as the crystalline shield enveloped them, the spider horde began to stir, slowly advancing towards the group. Chapter 22, The Boss-Level Moonlit Spider. As the spider horde drew near, the expressions of the group turned grave. Ordinarily, they would gradually lure monsters before dispatching them, yet the situation had reversed, making them feel as though they were the prey. "Damn it. These spiders aren't waiting for a boss to arrive, are they?" Jiang Ming couldn't help but voice his frustration while observing the horde. At that moment, the once pitch-black forest appeared even darker under the moonlight. The group hastily looked up to the sky, where a massive shadow swooped down from above, crashing heavily against the crystal barrier. "What the hell?" Both priests exclaimed in unison, fearing for their lives. Not just the two of them, but everyone else displayed expressions of impending doom. Even more despair loomed behind, as several other dark figures followed closely, hurtling towards them. "Can we withstand this?" A thought crossed everyone's mind. It was not that they doubted Xia Zhi's abilities. Rather, the sheer size of the approaching monsters suggested immense strength. And strength correlated directly with destructive capacity. Xia Zhi was only at level 11. How robust could his defensive skills possibly be? With threats both ahead and behind, retreating was no longer an option. Bang, bang, bang. Contrary to their expectations of the crystal barrier shattering, the outside world reverberated with impacts akin to ping-pong balls colliding. They gaped in astonishment, staring at the scene unfolding before them. Not only had the crystal barrier remained intact, but it showed no signs of even a single crack, leaving everyone in disbelief. So strong? Even the usually composed Huashang began to question his own existence. If the data was accurate, the creature outside should be a boss-level moonlit spider. Such monsters possessed not only vast health pools, but also absurd strength. What kind of attributes did Xia Zhi's pet possess to endure such force? Perhaps the moonlit spider had been momentarily stunned by the collision, losing control and tumbling from the crystal barrier. It then stood there, dazed, examining its own sharp legs. The group finally got a clear look at the creature. The moonlit spider was over 5 times the size of the silent night spider, covered in silvery fur, with spider spears reaching 2 to 3 meters long embedded in the ground, and 7 pairs of eyes adorning its forehead. "It actually looks rather cute," and Yiming remarked, turning to her companions. They were genuinely taken aback by her peculiar sense of aesthetics. Setting aside everything else, just those numerous pairs of eyes were enough to send chills down one's spine, far from anything resembling cute. "I just have a fondness for small creatures," she added, perhaps sensing their thoughts, her cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Brother, you're impressive. Your luck is off the charts. This one isn't also an Ultra 7-star pet, is it?" Jiang Ming, noticing an Yiming's discomfort, quickly shifted the topic, redirecting everyone's attention back to Xia Zhi. "It's merely a skill that's a bit unique," Xia Zhi replied, scratching his nose vaguely. The defensive power of the crystal wall was, of course, formidable. According to calculations, the combined defense of the crystal body and star-shattering armor reached 300, coupled with a tenfold defensive characteristic, multiplied by the crystal wall's twofold effect. It boasted an astounding 6,000 defense. At this stage, not to mention boss monsters, even lord-level creatures would struggle to breach such formidable defenses. With a skill this powerful, perhaps we could even tackle hell-level dungeons, Jiang Ming exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Xia Zhi on the shoulder. The higher the dungeon level, the more formidable the skills acquired. Just look at Mayor Xing Yushu as a prime example. It was rumored that he achieved his current stature by relying on skills obtained from the initial hell-level dungeon. If Xia Zhi could secure such skills, combined with his hidden profession, he might even surpass Xing Yushu. "Let us focus on clearing the nightmare level first," Xia Zhi replied with a hint of exasperation. Having not yet conquered the nightmare level, aiming for the hell level seemed far-fetched. Moreover, he was not a free laborer. Taking a group to farm dungeons was hardly as rewarding as going solo, where all the loot belonged to oneself. Observing Jiang Ming and an Yiming, it was clear that they were commendable allies. Thus, it was reasonable for him to support them. As for the others, they were of no concern to him. Meanwhile, the moonlit spider regained its composure, summoning the silent night spiders behind it to surge forward, intending to trample the individuals within the crystal barrier. However, upon reaching the entrance, the moonlit spider quickly disowned a flaw. The opening was too narrow. Once the moonlit spider entered, the other spiders could not follow, leaving only a few silent night spiders capable of crawling in from below. Huashang, block it! Jiang Ming urgently called out to Huashang, who wasted no time and raised his large shield to confront the threat. Yet, he was met with an assault from the moonlit spider's spider spear, which forcefully pushed him back inside. This collision adversely affected those behind him. The individuals poised to attack found their spells interrupted, and even the healing spells of the two priests were disrupted, their milky white light dissipating. This won't do, Huashang muttered gravely as he rose from the ground. The moonlit spider's previous strike had drained 1/5 of his health. Without healing spells, he could not endure for long. Although he was a holy light knight, his low level meant he had not learned any healing skills. Jingjing, use the crystal barrier again. At that moment, Xia Zhi called out to the serpent woman beside him. The serpent woman blinked her large eyes in understanding. With a tremor of the ground, another massive crystal barrier emerged from the earth, effectively pinning the moonlit spider between two rock walls, rendering it immobile. What a chance! And Yiming's eyes gleamed as she seized her long sword and charged forward. This time, without needing further prompting, the others unleashed their attacks, launching a barrage of skills directly at the spider's eyes. 1,355, 2,333. Numerous damage figures erupted from the spider's head, instantly depleting tens of thousands of its health points. While the damage was substantial, it paled in comparison to the nearly 1 million health points of a boss-level creature. Fortunately, the monster was immobilized, and for the moment, it could not retaliate. Outside, the 5 moonlit spiders, witnessing the scene, relentlessly assaulted the crystal barrier with their sharp spider spears, desperate to breach the obstacle. However, the barrier's defense was exceedingly robust. After relentless strikes, only a few scratches marred its surface. Let me show you how it's done. Observing the valiant efforts of his companions that had only managed to whittle down nearly 100,000 health points, Xia Zhi finally understood why it took hours to defeat the external stone tablets in dungeons. At this pace, defeating the final boss would require no less than 5 hours. Kaiyun, unleash your fury. With his command, Kaiyun understood immediately. Extending her delicate hand, a blood-red summoning array materialized on the ground, from which countless colorful flame insects emerged and flew into the massive jaws of the moonlit spider. The 7 pairs of small eyes of the moonlit spider glimmered with malice. Upon witnessing the approaching colorful flame insects, it savagely tore them apart. Boom. 3,122. A tremendous explosion erupted from the spider's mouth. The moonlit spider seemed momentarily dazed, stunned by the explosion. However, it quickly regained its wits and ceased attempting to bite the colorful flame insects. Quite intelligent, Xia Zhi chuckled. It must be said, as the level of monsters increased, so too did their intelligence, discerning what should or should not be engaged. Yet, this posed no obstacle for Xia Zhi. As the colorful flame insects approached the moonlit spider, they activated their self-destruct mechanism. 1,577. 1,567. With the self-detonation of the colorful flame insects, a cascade of damage figures erupted from the moonlit spider, inflicting over 100,000 damage in mere moments. Xia Zhi, is your pet too powerful? Jiang Ming stared in astonishment at the terrifying damage wrought by Kaiyun, incredulously inquiring. The damage was indeed astounding. They had battled tirelessly, yet Xia Zhi's singular output surpassed theirs. Even if they had powerful skills remaining, they could not possibly achieve such high damage in an instant. Saiyun's evolved skills are rather unique, Xia Zhi replied with a smile. Another special skill? Yiming's lips twitched. The star rating of a pet merely indicated its potential strength, while seemingly ordinary beast companions might evolve to possess extraordinary skills. Take the infamous Death Touch, for instance, which holds an unparalleled instant death capability. However, even the most formidable skills require corresponding attributes to unleash their true power. The Death Touch, for example, necessitates intelligence as its foundation, which explains its outrageous effectiveness. In legend, even gods fall victim to its death effect. Yet, such formidable skills carry inherent drawbacks. The Death Touch, during its casting, also subjects the user to a judgment, making it a pure gamble of fortune. Those who draw the short straw perish first. Xia Zhi's luck is extraordinarily favorable, devoid of any apparent flaws, Huashang remarked contemplatively. The average person would consider themselves fortunate to possess a single special skill, yet Xia Zhi had 2. While the serpent woman's skill bore significant limitations, her formidable defensive capabilities rendered her exceptionally useful in specific contexts, not to mention Saiyun's astonishing damage output. At present, he could not discern any flaws in the summoning of flying insects. There was indeed one flaw. Xia Zhi stroked his chin, refraining from elaborating further. The flaw lay in the depletion of health, but he had already compensated for it. Currently, Kaiyun functioned as a perpetual motion machine, as long as she remained alive. She could continuously summon colorful flame insects to attack. Even though he had mitigated this weakness, divulging it to others was out of the question. Moreover, Kaiyun herself was quite frail, Without his exceptional talents augmenting her, she would likely still be struggling. Special skills, he mused. However, this realization sparked a thought in Xia Zhi. In a certain sense, true damage is indeed an extraordinary attribute. After all, even gods can be harmed by genuine damage. Nevertheless, the notion of using colorful flame insects to slay a god was utterly fanciful. With such meager damage output and health points, they would likely be annihilated before even approaching. Speaking without intent, the listener heeded. Huashang observed the incessantly summoning Kaiyun, his gaze flickering. After a prolonged contemplation, he could not ascertain where Tseyun's weakness lay. Even her seemingly endless summoning ability surpassed that of a necromancer. The battle raged on, but it had devolved into a showcase of Tseyun's prowess. Countless colorful flame insects emerged from the blood-red array, flying towards the moonlit spider to self-detonate. In this back-and-forth exchange, to the onlookers, Kaiyun appeared as though she were under the influence of some cheat. They could not comprehend the source of such a formidable summoning ability. Typically, casting spells required mana, and maintaining a summoning skill of this magnitude necessitated a reservoir of energy. Even alternative methods required some form of energy substitution. Yet, Kaiyun seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of mana. Abyssal creatures? Or perhaps other species? Jiang Ming suddenly pondered. As the son of the wealthiest man in Donyuan City, he had encountered nature more than the average person. Some creatures could siphon power from other realms, transforming it into their own strength. Many abyssal beings could harness the blessings of the abyss. While their manifestations differed, they bore striking similarities. Xia Zhi, could Kaiyun be an abyssal creature? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ming asked with concern. It was not that abyssal creatures could not form contracts, but rather that, in comparison to ordinary beings, they were considerably more perilous. The others also perked up, listening intently. The creatures of the abyss are renowned for their formidable prowess, and some possess the uncanny ability to sever their contracts, transforming into exceptionally powerful wild beasts. Abyssal creatures? The Kai Cloud is merely an ordinary Kai Cloud worm, having evolved purely by chance. Xia Zhi paused momentarily before speaking candidly. In the memories of his previous incarnation, as a summoned beast, he had a certain understanding of various types of summoned creatures, including those from the abyss. These beings are known for their fierce combat abilities and diverse classifications. Some particularly formidable abyssal entities, bolstered by the will of the abyss, are capable of breaking their summoning contracts, thereby liberating themselves from the constraints of their summoners. Once the original contract is shattered, typical creatures would return to their original realms. However, abyssal species are an exception. Throughout history, many summoners have met their demise in such a manner. Consequently, it is customary for summoners to seek governmental assistance after calling forth abyssal creatures, in order to nullify the contract and prevent these beings from lingering in this world. That's a relief, isn't it? Jiang Ming visibly exhaled, relieved. The infamous reputation of abyssal creatures precedes them. Over a decade ago, a particularly reckless summoner had summoned a high-ranking abyssal demon. After breaking free from control, it rapidly grew in strength, ultimately annihilating an entire city. It took the sacrifice of several 7th-tier human champions to banish the abyssal creature back to its realm. Under Jiang Ming's explanation, the others quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. They had indeed heard of a city being destroyed, but the news had been swiftly suppressed, leaving only fragmented tales that faded into obscurity over time. What is there to fear? Even if it were true, can we not contend with a mere low-tier abyssal creature with our numbers? Remarked the archer, who was merely a bystander. The others regarded him as though he were a fool. If it were truly an abyssal creature, with K-Cloud's current strength, a single encounter could likely devastate them all. Even possessing life-saving skills would not guarantee their survival. Moreover, should they fall to an abyssal creature, special items would be required to dispel the abyssal aura before they could be resurrected. Not only did they lack a priest capable of resurrection, but even if they had one, it would be futile. Fear not. Should you be attacked by an abyssal creature, we shall ensure your remains are collected, the mage reassured. Patting the archer on the shoulder, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. The archer appeared rather embarrassed. Xia Zhi shook his head at the antics of the two clowns. Chapter 24, Flattery and Silver Light Beams. The archer was named Hezhan, the mage was called Zuiyu, and another companion went by Daijia. Through Xia Zhi's keen observation, he could surmise their talents merely from watching. Hezhan's skills enhanced his attack speed, a perfect match for the archer's vocation. The mage evidently possessed abilities that amplified spell power, though it remained unclear whether he specialized in fire magic or had a more balanced aptitude. The classifications of mages are numerous, allowing for a wide array of choices during advancement. All attribute mages possess a broader skill set, yet their overall strength tends to be weaker. In contrast, single attribute mages excel in potency, gaining more direct and powerful talents upon advancement. As for the two priests, one named Lu Ming and the other Lu Wang, their damage-enhancing abilities hinted at a talent that could only be fully realized by twins. Nevertheless, while their attribute-boosting abilities were commendable, they were not particularly synergistic with Xia Zhi's own strengths, which were primarily vested in his pet. Kai Cloud did not rely on attributes. Only health was of paramount importance. As for the snake lady, there was yet no need for her to intervene. 1566. You have slain the moonlit spider, gaining 15,000 experience. Congratulations. Your level has increased by 1. Under the relentless assault from Kai Cloud, the moonlit spider succumbed in less than 3 minutes. With the influx of experience, Xia Zhi's level rose once more. Bringing you along was indeed a prudent choice, Jiang Ming said, clasping Xia Zhi's shoulder enthusiastically. The others could not help but cast a glance in Xia Zhi's direction. This was a nightmare-level dungeon, and it was likely the first time they had experienced such a monster-clearing spree. Not only did the monsters fall swiftly, but they hardly needed to lift a finger. Merely playing a supporting role. Brother Xia, you must be weary. I have a stool for you to rest upon, said the mage Zhuo Yu. Suddenly approaching and producing a stool from his ring, placing it beneath Xia Zhi, even offering him some snacks. No need for such fuss, Xia Zhi replied, rendered speechless. He was not tired in the slightest. He had merely been a bystander, devoid of opportunities to engage or even display any offensive capabilities, rendering him a pure onlooker. What are you doing? Heejin approached with a serious expression. The group initially thought he would reprimand Zhuo Yu for his actions, but instead, Heejun snatched the snacks and opened them, offering them to Xia Zhi. It's easier to eat this way, he remarked, casting a smug glance at Zhuo Yu. Though he lacked spatial equipment and had not brought snacks, he would not let such an opportunity to curry favor slip away. Flatterer, murmured an Yinming under her breath. The two remained undeterred, continuing their antics, even generously sharing snacks with Kai Cloud and the Snake Lady. Despite their commendable talents, Xia Zhi's pet was simply too formidable, rendering them vastly outmatched in comparison. Furthermore, what was wrong with being a sycophant? Once Xia Zhi's strength increased, even small gestures of generosity could suffice to keep them well-fed and comfortable. Should Xia Zhi meet his end along the way, they would incur no losses. It was a win-win situation. All right, let us resume monster hunting, Xia Zhi said, rising in exasperation and pushing the two aside. While receiving flattery was gratifying, he preferred to maintain a degree of distance from too many connections. Instead of wasting time on such distractions, he deemed it far more practical to enhance his own capabilities. With strength, followers would naturally abound. Just then, a faint crack echoed in the ears of the assembled group. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, as they beheld the crystalline wall that had ensnared the moonlit spider fracturing into several fissures. Simultaneously, the moonlit spiders outside sensed the commotion and began to stir ominously. This is bad, Xia Zhi exclaimed, instantly realizing the cause of the crystalline wall's disintegration. Although the Snake Lady's defenses were not weak, she could not withstand the relentless bombardment from Kai Cloud. As they observed the wall fracturing, a sense of unease gripped the group. Crystal, with Xia Zhi's shout, the Snake Lady reacted swiftly, attempting to conjure another crystalline barrier. However, the moonlit spiders outside showed no signs of mercy. 5 moonlit spiders simultaneously raised their heads, silver light coalescing around them, illuminating the moon in the sky. Damn it, the strategy didn't mention this skill. Jiang Ming cursed vehemently. He had spent a considerable sum on his guide, more detailed than the simplistic versions available online, yet it had failed to address this particular skill. The coordinated skill of 5 boss-level monsters was bound to be immensely powerful. Take cover behind me, Huashang commanded gravely. The group wasted no time, including Xia Zhi, who hastily fell in line behind Huashang. Subsequently, Huashang raised his large shield and slammed it into the ground, a circle of golden light radiating from beneath him, forming a 2-meter-wide barrier. The moonlit spiders, prepared for their assault, transformed their silver light into a sphere, unleashing a beam of light half a meter wide upon the fractured crystalline wall. With a thunderous crash, the crystalline wall shattered. The golden barrier beneath their feet flared to life, erecting a shimmering wall of light to protect them from the oncoming silver beam. For a brief moment, the golden wall held firm, but it began to flicker, as though on the verge of collapse at any moment. Upon reflecting on the moonlight spider, it is evident that it is indeed a boss-level creature, showing no signs of ceasing its relentless assault. The pressure is mounting. Huashang's complexion paled, revealing the toll of excessive exertion. After all, facing 5 boss-level monsters, a direct hit from their onslaught would likely spell instant demise. What was once a crystalline wall meant for defense now felt more like a prison confining them. As the golden barrier began to wane, the group hastily activated their defensive skills. Xia Zhi glanced around, feeling somewhat awkward. He was the only one devoid of any skills, cursing his past self 1,000 times in his mind. After some contemplation, he positioned himself behind the spell-casting serpent woman. With her astonishing defense, boasting an impressive 3,000 defense points, if she couldn't withstand the assault, he would truly be at a loss. As the golden aura shattered, a tremendous silver beam surged into the crystalline enclosure, engulfing everyone within. Boom. Under the immense impact, Xia Zhi sheltered behind the serpent woman, clutching Kai Yin tightly. He was unsure whether it was due to the serpent woman's formidable defense, but he hardly sensed any significant energy fluctuations. Curiously lifting his head, he noticed the silver beam striking the serpent woman, all of it absorbed by her shattered star armor. Numbers indicating 300 continuously emerged above her head. Yet due to her super regeneration trait, her health quickly replenished. Meanwhile, the Serpent Woman's incantation remained uninterrupted as a colossal crystalline wall gradually ascended, shielding them from the external silver beam. As the silver column dissipated, the group slowly re-emerged into visibility. Chapter 25, Resurrection Items. Xia Zhi surveyed the surroundings of the crystalline enclosure. Aside from Jiang Ming, who still stood, the others had been instantly eliminated, lying motionless on the ground. Given their current levels, even with any life-saving skills, survival wouldn't last long. The recent silver beam had lasted at least 5 seconds, making it clear that no defense could withstand such power. Jiang Ming, looking tattered, clutched a broken hourglass-like object in his hand. The surface of the hourglass appeared shattered, resembling something on the brink of destruction. TSK, what a wealthy individual, possessing such a precious item. Xia Zhi couldn't help but tease, though envy bubbled within him. A tycoon is indeed a tycoon. Even his items were extraordinary. As far as he knew, resurrection items were exorbitantly priced, starting at no less than 10 million. Despite their steep cost, they were in high demand, often leading to scarcity in the market. After all, when lives are at stake, one cannot always be accompanied by a priest. Furthermore, the priest's resurrection spell also had limitations. It could only revive individuals whose physical integrity was not compromised by more than 1/3 and who had perished within an hour. Damn it. I completely forgot that the dungeon allows for resurrection, wasting a precious opportunity with the hourglass. Jiang Ming exclaimed in exasperation. Though his family possessed wealth, such items were not easily acquired. They were typically traded among prominent figures. In dungeons, one could resurrect simply by exiting. Well, since you're wealthy. A waste is just a waste, Xia Zhi remarked with a smile. It's not about being wasteful. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes. What now? Should we return? He surveyed the motionless bodies of their teammates, querying Xia Zhi. Aside from the two of them, everyone else lay lifeless. The recent damage was overwhelmingly severe. Although they could have evaded had they been able to withstand it, the cramped space of the crystalline enclosure offered no room for escape. Xia Zhi hesitated. Even without teammates, he could manage a solo run. However, since Jiang Ming was the one he had called, it felt inappropriate to proceed alone while leaving others behind. Just then, a pale light emanated from Huashang's corpse, and he noticed Huashang's hand twitching slightly. What does this mean? Is he coming back to life? Xia Zhi gazed curiously at Huashang. It's merely a resurrection unique to the Holy Light Knight class, albeit with a lengthy cooldown. He likely won't be able to use it for a week, Jiang Ming explained. Yet his eyes betrayed an undeniable envy. He understood far more than Xia Zhi. The Holy Light Knight was one of the few classes endowed with a resurrection ability, and further advancement could grant access to similar skills. In contrast, while his hidden class was powerful, it lacked such capabilities. Truly, hidden classes are incredibly overpowered. Xia Zhi marveled. After all, it's a resurrection ability. Who cares if the cooldown is lengthy? It's a life-saving skill when it truly matters. Huashang gradually rose from the ground, wearing an expression of disbelief as he regarded the two. Ever since his class change, he hadn't anticipated that his first contribution would occur under such circumstances. Today felt like a significant loss. The memory of the silver beam made Huashang's stomach churn. Not only had they failed to clear the dungeon, but he had also squandered his life-saving skill. That skill was passively triggered. Upon death, he would resurrect on the spot, with an outrageous cooldown period of an entire week. What is the big deal? It's just lying around. After all, if it's available, why not use it? Moreover, I didn't say anything when I used a resurrection item, so why should you lament about your infinite use? Jiang Ming nonchalantly retorted. Heh. Huashang turned his head away, unwilling to look at Jiang Ming's ostentatious demeanor. Let us head out. We'll wait for the others to resurrect before attempting the dungeon again. We may not have been prepared this time, but with the crystalline barrier that Xia Zhi summoned, we might just succeed next time. Jiang Ming remarked with a grin. Although they hadn't cleared the dungeon this time, they had discovered a solution. Xia Zhi's serpent woman could conjure such an impressive barrier, which would undoubtedly ease their efforts in the future. Very well. Huashang nodded, looking at the ground. He noticed that an Yiming and the others had already vanished, clearly resurrected outside the dungeon. The three silently recited the exit command, and then their forms shimmered and distorted before disappearing from the dungeon. Upon exiting the dungeon, an Yiming and the others awaited them outside. Just a moment. I'll go buy some items, Jiang Ming informed them before turning towards a vendor. The group observed as Jiang Ming conversed with the merchant, who then produced several red, 20-centimeter long sticks. There are too few vendors here. I wonder if this will be enough, Jiang Ming said regretfully. What is this? Beast attractant? An Yiming inquired uncertainly. Indeed, it is the beast attractant. The monsters here are quite cunning, and with this, we need not fear their escape, Jiang Ming declared, brandishing one of the attractants. Not bad at all. I didn't expect this item to exist, Xia Zhi remarked, taking one of the attractants to examine it. As the name implies, the beast attractant is designed to lure monsters. The stronger the monster, the higher its intelligence, and this holds true even for those within the dungeon. Typically, The attractant sees little use. In the wild, it can backfire disastrously by drawing too many monsters, often leading to a devastating beast tide. However, within a dungeon, the confined space mitigates that risk, and dying merely allows for resurrection, which is why such items are sold at dungeon entrances. Yet this is mostly limited to low-level difficulties. For their nightmare-level dungeon, employing such tactics would be tantamount to courting death. With this item, we need not worry about the monsters fleeing, Jiang Ming said with a gleeful expression, showcasing his find. Originally, their plan was to gradually lure and defeat monsters. However, with Xia Zhi's Iron Turtle, they could adopt a different strategy, significantly enhancing their efficiency in clearing monsters. Wealth truly sets one apart. The sheer volume of goods purchased, amounting to tens of thousands, is astonishing, and Yiming found herself somewhat speechless. The primary culprit was Jiang Ming, who had procured an excessive number of items, nearly 30, each capable of sustaining for half an hour, resulting in a staggering expenditure of hundreds of thousands. While her family was well off, such extravagance was beyond her comprehension. It's not that I fear a shortage, Jiang Ming explained, but failing to eliminate these minor foes will complicate matters when we confront the boss. Technically, during dungeon runs, defeating the minor enemies was not obligatory. The goal was simply to locate and vanquish the boss. However, should they choose this route, it was highly plausible that the boss would summon all the minor foes during the fight. Therefore, it seemed prudent to clear out the lesser enemies beforehand to avoid such complications. Chapter 26. Re-entering the dungeon, engaged in monster hunting. After making preparations, the group stepped through the portal and into the dungeon. Upon entering, Xia Zhi immediately realized their position was different from their previous entry, although the overall area remained similar. This time, it's up to you, Jiang Ming grinned, patting Xia Zhi on the shoulder, unable to conceal his excitement. Perhaps they might even break the record inscribed on the stone tablet, allowing him to hold his head high in front of his family. After all, the job transition had not only consumed time, but also considerable funds. A successful outcome would silence many critics. All right, just watch me, Xia Zhi replied with a nod. Calling upon the snake woman to employ the crystal wall skill, initiating alterations to the surrounding terrain. After more than 10 minutes of effort, they fashioned a room measuring 6 meters by 6 meters, accommodating everyone within. Learning from prior experience, Xia Zhi had intentionally made it larger this time to facilitate their performance. Inside the crystal wall chamber, he even had the snake woman add an additional layer of crystal wall to prevent any prior breaches. Additionally, he left several small openings, measuring 40 centimeters in width, on the southern side, ensuring they could attack, while also preventing monsters from entering. How does it look? Is everything all right? Xia Zhi inquired. Noticing the snake woman's pale complexion, her intelligence attribute was not particularly high, necessitating reliance on mana potions for her frequent skill usage. In this reality, overexertion could lead to physical discomfort. I'm fine. A short rest will suffice, the snake woman replied, her delicate features breaking into a smile. That's a relief. Now, let us get to monster hunting, Xia Zhi signaled to Jiang Ming. Without hesitation, Jiang Ming retrieved a beast summoning incense from his spatial pouch, igniting it and tossing it through the previously prepared openings. As the dark red smoke wafted out, the previously tranquil silent forest erupted with rustling sounds. Prepare yourselves, Jiang Ming called out, calmly producing several stools for the group to sit and observe the spectacle. Having witnessed the defensive capabilities of the crystal wall, he knew that unless someone like Xia Zhi unleashed a barrage of attacks, it would be nearly indestructible. Meanwhile, Zuyu had generously brought an assortment of snacks for everyone. Xia Zhi found the scene somewhat absurd. They were ostensibly there to hunt monsters, yet it was more akin to a picnic. However, it wasn't due to a lack of desire to attack. Among them, Hua Shang and Yiming and Jiang Ming were all melee fighters. Coincidentally, aside from 2 healers with weaker attack power, the remaining 3 were ranged classes. This is my first time tackling monsters like this. It feels a bit unusual, Jiang Ming remarked, sipping on a drink with a smile. One could not deny that Xia Zhi's assistance had made their endeavor considerably easier. Not only were they spared the burden of fighting, but they also had the leisure to sip tea and engage in conversation. At that moment, the monsters outside, with blood-red eyes, charged toward the crystal wall. Zuyu and the others began unleashing their skills to attack, but their efforts were feeble, and with the hidden classes idling, they could hardly inflict any damage. Time to get to work. Once we're done here, I'll treat you to a grand feast, Xia Zhi urged, nudging Kaiyun, who was seated on the ground munching on snacks. Kaiyun possessed the highest attack power in the group. Without her, they might be stuck for ages. All right, but don't forget, Kaiyun pouted, reluctantly rising to her feet. I won't forget. Once we finish, I'll take you out for a nice meal. Jiang Ming interjected eagerly. When dealing with a foodie, the best strategy was to promise food. During today's dungeon run, he had not anticipated Xia Zhi's contribution would prove so significant, essentially single-handedly handling the monster hunting. He was grateful for his foresight in making arrangements in advance. Otherwise, Xia Zhi might have completed the task alone. With Sayun's involvement, a steady stream of color fire insects emerged from the crystal wall chamber, perhaps influenced by the beast summoning incense. The silent spiders seemed to have lost their rationality, attacking the emerging color fire insects indiscriminately. Explosions erupted continuously outside. 3,443. 1,722. Countless damage numbers appeared, signifying the demise of numerous monsters. You have killed a silent spider. Experience gained. 250. You have killed a silent spider. Experience gained. 250. Amidst the accumulating corpses of monsters, Xia Zhi amassed a substantial amount of experience points. This is my first time sitting down to hunt monsters. What a pity that our experience points are capped, and Yinming lamented. Not only she, but apart from Xia Zhi, everyone else had long since reached the requirements for advancement and thus received no further experience. Had it not been for their reluctance to forego the rewards from the nightmare level dungeon, they would not have remained at level 19. Indeed, if we could hunt monsters like this every time, who would worry about slow leveling? Huashan concurred. Perhaps you should consider who my brother is, Jiangming joked, throwing an arm around Xia Zhi's shoulder and laughing heartily. Less chatter, more eating, Xia Zhi retorted, somewhat exasperated. As he pushed Jiangming away while stuffing a handful of snacks into his mouth, Jiangming, caught off guard by the sudden snack assault, choked momentarily, eliciting laughter from the others. Congratulations. Your level has increased by 1. As the number of fallen monsters increased, Xia Zhi's level swiftly rose by 1. I finally leveled up. Xia Zhi reflected with a sense of accomplishment. In just a few hours that afternoon, he had managed to elevate his level by 3. However, with each ascension, the experience required escalated significantly. Moreover, within the dungeon, the experience yield was already modest and dropped another tier due to their party status. The same elite-level monsters offered nearly 10 times the experience compared to these silent spiders. Why haven't the moonlit spiders shown up? Huashan queried, puzzled as he gazed outside. At that moment, the monsters outside had suffered substantial casualties, yet the moonlit spiders remained absent. Indeed, could it be that the moonlit spiders are spawning from a greater distance this time? And Yinming mumbled with her mouth full of snacks. The spawn patterns of nightmare-level dungeons differ from those of ordinary dungeons, operating on a completely random spawning mechanism. If luck were to fail them, they might find the boss appearing directly before them. If it doesn't emerge, we'll coax it out, Jiangming declared, standing up and producing 3 beast-summoning incense sticks, tossing them out through the crystal wall's opening. As the incense smoke wafted into the air, the silent spiders outside became increasingly frenzied, relentlessly battering against the crystal wall. Unfortunately, the snake woman's defensive capabilities were exceedingly high. Even the boss-level moonlit spider could not breach such fortifications, let alone these elite monsters. Come on, if you have the guts. Come at me, Jiangming taunted, leaning against the crystal wall and making a face at the monsters. Beware, the boss might come and turn you to shreds. Observing Jiangming's somewhat comical demeanor, and Yinming couldn't help but chuckle. Are you afraid? She mockingly inquired. I'm not afraid of anything. If they have the guts, let them come in, Jiangming retorted defiantly, yet he instinctively took a couple of steps back. The earlier silver beam had left a significant impression on him. Who knows if that skill becomes more potent with the number of monsters. As the moonlit spiders drew closer, the group had long been prepared. 2 mages exchanged glances, their hands glowing with vibrant blue light. In an instant, several ice spikes shot forth, accurately striking the moonlit spiders still in motion. The moment they were hit by the icy projectiles, the spider's speed noticeably diminished. However, being a leader-class creature, the moonlit spiders possessed remarkable resistance, quickly recovering from the deceleration. Although the ice spikes inflicted minimal damage, their rapid cooldown and slowing effect proved to be quite practical. After a brief wait, another volley of ice spikes was launched. Kaiyun. Xia Zhi called out to the nearby Kaiyun. Understanding his intent, Kaiyun commanded the flame insects to split into 2 groups. 80 of the flame insects charged directly at the moonlit spiders, while the remainder was tasked with clearing the remaining nocturnal spiders. The air was filled with the sounds of explosions. 3,855. 1932. 21. 87. Countless damage numbers erupted above the monsters, interspersed with dozens of fire and true damage indicators. Xia Zhi, what if I also switch to a summoner class? How much would you sell Kaiyun to me? Jiangming inquired, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Perhaps driven by jealousy. As long as a pet's level does not exceed that of its master, it can be transferred through special means. This is how the 9th-tier dragon tamer of the Flame Kingdom acquired another dragon beast. However, before Xia Zhi could respond, he noticed Sayun's weary expression, which suggested she might refuse to cooperate any further. Don't even think about it. Kaiyun is more important than my own life. I could never sell her to you, Xia Zhi declared resolutely. Seeing Kaiyun retract her threatening gaze, Xia Zhi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Deep down, he was somewhat tempted. If he sold her, perhaps he could get another pet to evolve to 7 stars or higher. However, he could only fantasize about it, even if Kaiyun were given to someone else. Without his innate talent to support her, she would merely be an ordinary creature. Furthermore, doing so might offend Jiangming, as the cost of changing classes is undoubtedly substantial. If he failed to acquire a powerful pet and was forced to change classes, the two would truly become adversaries. Why not reconsider? Jiangming persisted, unwilling to give up. A pet capable of such explosive damage in his possession, combined with his resources at home, would only grow stronger. Enough talk. I'm not selling. Xia Zhi waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Ming opened his mouth to protest further, but, upon seeing a few flame insects hover beside him, he could only force a chuckle and turn his gaze back to the ongoing battle. At this moment, the nocturnal spiders had nearly been dealt with. While the moonlit spiders had reached the crystal wall, the leading moonlit spider opened its mouth wide, unleashing a silvery beam that struck the crystal wall. Yet, the wall remained unyielding, only sustaining a faint scratch. Witnessing this, the other spiders raised their massive spider spears, attacking the crystal wall relentlessly like wild beasts. What awaited them next was the onslaught of the flame insects. Due to their clustering, aside from the first spider losing nearly 400,000 health points, the rest were also affected by the self-destruction, suffering a loss of between 100 to 200,000 health points. One must admit, the visual experience of such a barrage was unparalleled, especially considering the immense damage inflicted. It was hard to believe that even a third-tier monster could withstand such an assault. What is up with your pet? Even a dragon of the same tier would survive that, and Yiming remarked, her eyes wide as she observed the incessant summoning of Kaiyun. The others nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiments. Who else fights monsters like this? They had only been there for about 20 minutes, and not only had the minor creatures been cleared, but even the health of the leader-class boss was plummeting rapidly. This was a nightmarish-level dungeon. At this rate, they might breach the dungeon in under an hour. Meanwhile, outside, the speed monument had registered the first clear at hell level, and the second took nearly 3 hours to complete. It's just a higher star rating. Xia Zhi replied ambiguously, internally lamenting how troublesome it was to team up with others. Fortunately, no one was aware of Caiyun's true star rating, otherwise, they would certainly have different thoughts. The monsters are nearly defeated. Left Yu's exclamation interrupted and Yiming's probing curiosity. The group turned their attention outside, where one moonlit spider was nearly at its end under Caiyun's relentless assault. 3,935. You have slain a moonlit spider, gaining 15,000 experience. With the final self-detonation, 9 moonlit spiders had been defeated. Despite the substantial experience gained, the escalating experience requirements with each level meant that no one had leveled up. Just one more, and I'll level up, Xia Zhi thought to himself. Perhaps due to the death of their kin, the once rampaging moonlit spiders seemed to regain some awareness under the influence of the beast's scent. Look, Left Yu pointed at the monsters outside. The 8 moonlit spiders ceased their erratic attacks and began to absorb moonlight once again, seemingly preparing to unleash their previous combined skill. Can we withstand it this time? Jiang Ming asked uncertainly. Last time, only 5 had released their skill together, but now there were 8. The group held their breath, watching the gathering silver light column. Kaiyun continued her relentless summoning of flame insects for self-detonation attacks. As the silver orb formed in the sky, a beam thicker than before crashed down upon the crystal wall. Boom. As the beam struck the wall, the group clenched their fists in anxiety. If they failed to withstand this, the others had little confidence in their ability to fend off the invading monsters. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed in their ears, heightening their tension. The increase in the monsters' numbers had indeed amplified their power significantly. Jingjing reinforced the wall. Seeing the group's anxiety, Xia Zhi called out to the serpent woman standing nearby. Watch this. The serpent woman smiled slightly, extending her hands. Just then, the first crystal wall shattered, and the silver beam struck the second barrier. However, Xia Zhi remained unfazed. As the serpent woman's magical energy surged, a new crystal wall slowly rose from the ground. With the emergence of the new crystal wall, the silver beam only managed to break a small section of the second barrier before losing its strength and dissipating. Wow, Xia Zhi, your crystal wall is incredibly resilient. It can withstand such attacks, Jiang Ming exclaimed, patting the crystal wall, finally relieved. Earlier, when the wall had shattered, their hearts had nearly leapt into their throats. They hadn't expected that adding just 3 more moonlit spiders would significantly enhance the power of the attack. Just average, third best in the world, Xia Zhi modestly remarked. Given its strength, it was unlikely that even a typical third-tier warrior could break it. Hua Shang examined the crystal wall, his gaze flickering. This time, no one dared to refute him. In this world, strength reigns supreme. As long as Xia Zhi remains alive, the future accomplishments he achieves with these 2 formidable beasts will undoubtedly be extraordinary. And Yiming gazed at Xia Zhi with a mixture of emotions, recalling how he had all but vanished after his awakening at school. To her astonishment, merely a month later, she could not fathom what fortuitous circumstances had transformed an ordinary colorful cloud insect into such a powerful ally. Xia Gu is indeed remarkable. His prowess is nothing short of extraordinary, remarked Zhuayu, eagerly approaching. One might think the beasts were his own. Xia Zhi paid no heed to Zhuayu, instead directing his gaze toward the crystalline barrier outside the chamber. At that moment, the moonlit spider, having expended all its energy in a flurry of attacks, lay despondently on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the colorful cloud insect unleashed a relentless assault, summoning its fiery kin to attack. Although the moonlit spider attempted to resist, the colorful flame insects were tenacious. Even in the absence of direct strikes, they continuously detonated in explosions around it. 3,899. 3,922. With the completion of their previous combined skill, the Moonlit Spider's defenses waned significantly, amplifying the damage from self-detonation and counterattacks. You have slain the Moonlit Spider, earning 15,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Finally, under the relentless onslaught from the colorful cloud, the second Moonlit Spider succumbed, granting Xia Zhi another level increase. Following this, the remaining Moonlit Spider continued its attacks on the crystalline barrier, suggesting a lengthy cooldown period for its skills. Observing the spider wielding its spear, Huashang chuckled, recalling the explosive damage he had endured from that very skill. Ordinarily, they would have to employ all their wits to evade such assaults, but the situation had changed. Not only was their safety substantially enhanced, but even the monster-slaying process felt remarkably effortless, akin to a leisurely outing. As time passed, upon the defeat of the fifth Moonlit Spider, the remaining four inexplicably ceased their attacks on the barrier and darted into the depths of the forest. These creatures are remarkably cowardly. Unable to win, they flee. And Yinming expressed her disbelief at the retreating monsters. Under the influence of beast attractant, it was rare for monsters to abandon a fight. The sight of them retreating without a fight left her somewhat bemused. What should we do? Should we chase them? Huashang inquired, glancing around at the group. The others exchanged uncertain glances. Pursuing them could easily lead to ambushes, and the four leader-level monsters could easily obliterate any one of them. Yet, if they chose not to pursue, they might encounter these monsters again during the final boss fight, potentially causing chaos. Let's pursue, Xia Zhi said, somewhat exasperated. He felt a twinge of helplessness. Given his past experiences, one would expect the monsters in a dungeon to fight to the bitter end. Yet here they were, fleeing from battle, in a nightmare-level dungeon. The lack of dignity displayed by the boss was disheartening. At Xia Zhi's signal, the snake woman placed her hand upon the crystalline barrier. With a sharp crack, a sizable hole appeared, allowing the group to slip through and pursue the retreating Moonlit Spiders. Unfortunately, the spiders were exceedingly swift, and after only a brief chase, they vanished from sight. Hezhen, Jiang Ming called out to the fastest archer. As Hezhen ran, he drew his longbow, and with arrows enveloped in a green glow, he released a shot that struck the last of the fleeing Moonlit Spiders. Just then, the spider made a sharp turn and disappeared from their view. These creatures are incredibly fast, Zuiyu exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot. Being a leader-level monster, its attributes were exceptionally high, including speed. If they had acted sooner to apply a slow effect, the monsters might not have escaped. Enough complaining, I've marked the target. Just follow my lead. Hezhen replied with a slight smile. Each class possesses its unique advantages, and archers are no exception, agility being merely one aspect. The marking skill allows them to track prey, not only revealing their location but also enhancing damage dealt. The group followed closely behind Hezhen as they ventured deeper into the forest. As they proceeded cautiously, their vigilance heightened with proximity to the forest's center. It was essential to remember that this dungeon harbored more than just these two species of spider monsters. It also concealed the Lord-level Night Spider Matriarch. Although the final boss of the nightmare-level Silent Forest was merely a Lord-level creature, it posed a formidable challenge for ordinary players lacking proper equipment and skills. In the absence of numerical superiority, only hidden classes stood a chance against it. Do you think those four monsters might have reached the Night Spider Matriarch? And Yinming pondered, eyeing the dense foliage ahead. 4 leader-level monsters combined with a Lord-level creature would be a daunting prospect, even with Xia Zhi's presence. Moreover, without the protective crystalline barrier, their chances of survival had diminished significantly. That is unlikely. Do not forget that the monsters here respawn randomly. The matriarch may not have appeared in the forest center. Huashang reassured her, though he too was merely speculating. While monster respawn locations are indeed random, it is common for a map's final boss to spawn in a central area, with only a few exceptions. We are almost there. Hezhen suddenly crouched down, signaling for silence. The group understood and mimicked his actions, lowering themselves and parting the grass to peer ahead. Indeed, as Hezhen had indicated, several towering trees were draped in white spider silk, with the escaped Moonlit Spiders ensnared within. They refrained from rushing in, cautiously observing their surroundings for any signs of the Night Spider Matriarch. After a thorough surveillance, they found no trace of other monsters. Chapter 29, Cleanup, Excessive Healing. It seemed the Night Spider Matriarch had not respawned in this location. Jiang Ming exhaled in relief. Without the crystalline barrier, their primary concern was now avoiding unforeseen encounters. Let us prepare for the attack. Dai Jia, you will initiate with fire spells to incinerate the webs. Zuiyu, employ ice spikes to hinder the monster's speed and prevent their escape. Huashang instructed, stroking his chin. As for the rest, prioritize protecting Xia Zhi. He is our main source of damage. Their initial preparations for the dungeon had been less than ideal, lacking one member and overall strength. Were it not for Xia Zhi's exceptional damage output, they might still be deliberating on strategies for monster attraction and elimination. Thus, the forthcoming battle would primarily hinge on Xia Zhi's capabilities. To unlock the Hell-level dungeon, they must first conquer the Nightmare Level 1. even if they did not pursue hell level immediately. Completing the dungeon sooner would allow for earlier advancements and upgrades. Remaining stagnant at a single level was not sustainable. Once roles were assigned, the group expressed no dissent. Following Huashang's directions, Xia Zhi and the colorful cloud concealed themselves within a particularly dense thicket. Lacking the crystalline barrier, this was their only means of evading monster attacks. Once everyone was ready, Dai Jia initiated the assault, igniting several small fireballs that set the nearby webs ablaze. Quick to react, the moonlit spiders attempted to flee. In swift succession, Zuiyu unleashed 4 ice spikes, striking the moonlit spider's abdomen and significantly reducing its speed. Realizing escape was futile, the moonlit spider lunged at Zuiyu, determined to eliminate the one impeding its freedom. Before even reaching Zuiyu, over 100 colorful flame insects emerged around the monster, all launching themselves in a suicidal charge. The explosion from the swarm obliterated nearly half a meter of soil within a 10-meter radius of the moonlit spider. Caught off guard, the moonlit spider was thrown to the ground, its health diminished significantly in an instant. Just a moment later, the once rejuvenated moonlit spider found itself nearly at death's door. As the creature attempted to rise and retaliate, it was met with the formidable shield of Huashang. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Ming and an Yinmeng surged forward, engaging in close combat. The others, aside from the priest, were all executing their respective attacks. Meanwhile, Xia Zhi remained hidden in the grass. Leisurely leaning against the coiled tail of the snake lady, a blade of grass clutched in his mouth. Beside him, Kai Yun was grinning foolishly as she unleashed her skills. Ever since they took refuge in the grass, Kai Yun had displayed some rather peculiar behavior, as if she relished in the thrill of stealthy actions. On the battlefield, the already battered moonlit spider relentlessly attacked the 3 frontliners in an attempt to break free from their encirclement. Aside from Huashang, who bore the brunt of the attacks due to his limited mobility, Jiang Ming and an Yinmeng adeptly dodged most of the strikes thanks to their commendable agility, thereby alleviating a considerable amount of pressure on the priest's healing resources. After all, as a boss-level monster, the moonlit spider's attack power was exorbitantly high, capable of inflicting nearly 1,000 damage with each strike, while Huashang, even with his equipment, boasted only around 5,000 health points. Fortunately, the moonlit spider had already been severely weakened, and after a short while, it was ultimately defeated. Congratulations, your level has increased by 1. Simultaneously, Xia Zhi's level also rose to 15. Opening the pet panel, he observed, Summon, Mother Fire Insect. Potential, 3 stars. Level, First Stage, Level 15. Talent, Insect Body Differentiation. Health, 850. Mana, 850. Constitution, 850. Strength, 43. Agility, 42. Intelligence, 85. Summon, Mutated Crystal Snake Python. Potential, 3 stars. Level, First Stage, Level 15. Talent, Body of Crystal. Health, 8500. Mana, 350. Constitution, 85. Strength, 85. Agility, 55. Intelligence, 35. Although Kai Yun's stats had improved significantly, they still paled in comparison to the Snake Lady, particularly concerning health, which was tenfold that of Kai Yun's. However, Kai Yun was not without her merits. Her formidable attack power surpassed that of the Snake Lady. After all, the Snake Lady could only employ standard attacks, whereas Kai Yun wielded a terrifying summoning capability. What kind of traits should be appended? Perusing the attributes displayed under talents, Xia Zhi rubbed his slightly aching head. Among the infinite traits available, many could not yet be attached, such as the grotesque true damage. The options currently available were limited, but one particularly piqued his curiosity. Sensitive skin. When this trait is activated, it amplifies skin sensitivity tenfold, enhancing the skin's perception of external stimuli. With his simplistic mindset, he truly struggled to grasp the practical applications of such a trait. Within the options lay many bizarre traits, such as transformation. Cthulhu. This allows any part of the body to transform into tentacles, and those bearing this trait may experience uncontrollable changes. Warning: this trait carries uncertainty. Please use with caution. While he understood what tentacles were, the phrase uncontrollable raised alarm bells in his mind. This implied the potential for both beneficial and detrimental transformations. Nevertheless, he had no intention of bestowing this trait upon his pets at present. Cthulhu primarily symbolizes horror, corruption, and the aberrant. Such matters were far too perilous. He could not ascertain whether endowing his pets with such a trait might trigger some form of contagion. Moreover, the warning was quite explicit. With only these 2 pets at his disposal, any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Yet, the most dangerous elements often signified the most potent power. He could only wait and see what kinds of pets would emerge in the future before deciding whether to utilize this trait. Gazing at the plethora of traits, Xia Zhi fell into a dilemma. After some contemplation, he decided to grant the Snake Lady an excessive healing trait. Excessive healing, regardless of the type of healing method employed. Any surplus healing will be stored, forming a shield equivalent to 10 times the health to absorb damage. Since he intended for the Snake Lady to serve as a tank, naturally, he would prioritize her durability. With her innate self-healing ability combined with this trait, her health surged to over 90,000, rivaling that of a level 20 elite tyrant. With tenfold defense, even a lord-level monster would struggle to inflict genuine harm upon her. However, this presented a dilemma for him. Observing Kai Yun, who was busy pulling grass, Xia Zhi muttered softly. The current setup for Kai Yun was rather awkward. Clearly an output class, yet her attacking methods were singular and excessively reliant on self-destructive tactics. Furthermore, her trait, which enhanced her attack power, did not factor in health damage. The most embarrassing aspect was that summoning the colorful flame insects precluded the use of any other skills. There might be improvements in the future, but it was evident that she was not suited for this trait at present. Perhaps she should also receive the excessive healing? Xia Zhi hesitated. Kai Yun's health gains were evidently inferior to the snake lady's, and self-destructing belonged to health damage, which had little to do with shielding. Forget it, he would reconsider later. After pondering, Xia Zhi still could not decide which trait to append. For now, he had enough, and he planned to wait until another evolution or when a need arose. Chapter 30, Seeking the Boss. Xia Zhi, what are you doing? I've been calling you for ages with no response. An Yinming approached, addressing Xia Zhi, who lay in the grass. I'm just resting a bit after grinding monsters all day. I'm quite exhausted, he replied, yawning. Exhausted? What does monster hunting have to do with you? An Yinming glared at Xia Zhi, who lay sprawled on the snake lady's tail, her teeth clenched in frustration. This guy had been merely coasting along, letting his pets do all the work. How could a slacker like him dare to claim fatigue? That's rich coming from you. I have to direct their actions, after all. While my body may not be tired, who can understand the fatigue I feel inside? Xia Zhi, caught red-handed, showed no signs of embarrassment and even countered with an excuse. You. An Yinming pointed at him, but after a moment of silence, she could find no retort, so she huffed away in anger. This left Xia Zhi somewhat bewildered. What did he do wrong? Why was she upset all of a sudden? Brother, I need to tell you something. When speaking with girls, you must indulge them. At this rate, you'll end up all alone. Jiang Ming's head popped out from the nearby grass, teasing. Whatever, do I look like someone who needs a wife? Xia Zhi replied, casually stroking the snake lady's long tail. Sigh, if I had known, I would have chosen to become a demon summoner. Perhaps I could have summoned a succubus instead. Jiang Ming looked at Xia Zhi, who was reclining on the snake lady, his face filled with envy. He even regretted becoming a Lionheart warrior. Initially, he had trusted his father's words, which painted a grand picture of his future filled with women flocking to him. But now, looking at Xia Zhi, he pondered, who among humans could compare to a beast? You should have chosen the demon summoner. That would have been much better. Xia Zhi sat up, smiling. It sounds good in theory, but that path is fraught with the risk of being corrupted by abyssal will. One might not even know whether they end up as a human or a monster. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes. Indeed, demon summoners were significantly stronger than ordinary summoners. Most of their skills related to demons, making them the most susceptible to abyssal influence. However, the threat from the abyss was immense. One misstep could lead to falling into the abyss and becoming an abyssal creature. Thus, only a select few with formidable willpower would choose to embark on such a profession. Hurry up, Hijun has gone to find the boss and should be back soon, Jiang Ming urged, pulling Xia Zhi to his feet. In the absence of assassins and thieves, it was evident that Hijun, as an archer, was far more suited to hunt for monsters. What a pity. We must finish the dungeon before we can receive our equipment, Xia Zhi remarked, casting a displeased glance at the moonlit spider carcass left behind. Dungeons are indeed the cradle of high-tier equipment, yet they are fraught with pitfalls. Only by conquering the dungeon can one reap rewards, while slaying monsters merely yields experience. However, those capable of farming the nightmare level have likely maxed out their experience. Dungeons below the nightmare level do not provide substantial experience, and due to insufficient strength, few would resort to grinding dungeons for leveling up. Don't be disheartened. There is still one last lord boss left, though I wonder if we can defeat it. Jiang Ming sighed. Other monsters might be outsmarted, but such tactics are ineffective against lord-level creatures. The allure of beast attractant has a negligible effect on them. They may not even bother to notice. Thus, they had no choice but to confront it head-on, which was all they could do at present. As for whether they could prevail, even with Xia Zhi's presence, he harbored little hope. Given their current equipment and skills, losing even one member with a weak teammate made victory nearly impossible. Fear not. Today we shall undoubtedly conquer this dungeon, Xia Zhi declared with a smile, patting Jiang Ming on the shoulder. After all, having obtained a spatial ring worth millions from someone else, it was not his style to take without contributing. However, after this, any future endeavors would require payment up front. I appreciate it, Jiang Ming replied with a grin. It must be said that with Xia Zhi's involvement, their dungeon run had indeed become significantly easier. Perhaps they would truly succeed today. Before long, Hijun emerged from the thicket. Did you find the mother of night spiders? Jiang Ming rushed forward to inquire. I stumbled upon a cave up ahead. If all goes well, it should be there. Hijun indicated the direction he had come from. The group followed him deeper into the forest. After approximately 2 minutes, they finally beheld a 3-meter-wide opening, surrounded by numerous cobwebs. It resembled the descriptions they had read. Surely, this was the place. What are we waiting for? Let us get in. And Yiming exclaimed impatiently, drawing her longsword. Let us lure it out. The space inside is too confined for us to fight effectively, Jiangming suggested as he peered into the cave. Having purchased a strategy guide, he was well aware of the mother of night spider's nature. Inside the cave, aside from the mother, there were also several unhatched level 10 ordinary spiders. Though their quality was lacking, their sheer numbers were daunting. Should they engage in battle within the cave, they would likely be overwhelmed by the swarm of smaller spiders. Let us use fire as we did before, to smoke the mother out, he continued, drawing his greatsword to chop down a nearby tree. After several strikes, he had gathered a pile of firewood. Zuiyu, it's your turn. Zuiyu conjured a large fireball in her hands and hurled it onto the pile. Although the wood was unseasoned, the power of her fire magic quickly ignited it. Without hesitation, each member grabbed 2 pieces and tossed them into the cavern. Soon, the webbing inside caught fire, smoke billowing from the cave. Observing the swirling smoke, Xia Zhi suddenly contemplated sealing the cave's entrance with his serpent woman. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. The cave was exceedingly deep, nearly 100 meters. Even if they blocked the entrance, they would still fall within the attack range of the monsters, and the creatures possessed high resistance, making it unrealistic to burn the mother to death. Just as Xia Zhi was lost in thought, a silk strand, as thick as a white finger, shot out from the cave, adhering to a large tree behind them. It's coming. The group swiftly arranged themselves in formation, while Xia Zhi once again sought refuge in a corner. Although he could bestow traits upon his pets, he could not do so for himself. If he were to be eliminated accidentally, his pet would vanish alongside him. Without his support, the others would find it exceedingly difficult to clear the dungeon. At that moment, a dark silhouette emerged from the cave, climbing along the taut silk. It was a creature cloaked in silvery fur, boasting 9 pairs of eyes, with a vertical stripe etched upon its forehead. The white spider spear glimmered with a lethal cold light, and its massive mandibles opened and closed, seemingly intent on crushing everything in sight. Chapter 31, Mother of Night Spiders. Doesn't that health bar seem a bit excessive? Heejin remarked, his palms sweating with anxiety as he gazed at the monster's health gauge. He had only heard tales of nightmare-level dungeons. He had never personally ventured into one. Had it not been for Jiang Ming's substantial payment to recruit him, he would likely never have had the chance to tackle such a high-level dungeon in his lifetime. However, upon seeing the level 20 monster with 5 million health, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He even began to doubt whether they could inflict any damage on this creature. There's no avoiding it. Monsters are called monsters for a reason, because they are formidable. Jiang Ming shrugged. Though the monster is powerful, we are not without our strengths. Most hidden professions excel in the later stages, as their ranks increase. So too do their attributes. We have yet to complete our first advancement. Although our attributes surpass those of ordinary professions, the growth coefficient is too low. True power only begins to manifest at the 2nd tier. No wonder they say dungeons are challenging. We're only level 19, and Yiming remarked, gazing at the mother of night spiders in disbelief. This is no mere monster hunt. It feels more like a monster is hunting us. Enough lamenting. Let us commence. Hua Shang, clad in a translucent white armor, charged forward. As he approached, the mother of night spiders swung one of its forelegs, and the spider spear struck Hua Shang's large shield with a resounding impact. Hua Shang staggered backward, suffering 1,500 points of damage. However, 2 green glows flickered overhead, and 2 800-point healing numbers appeared above Hua Shang's head, restoring his health to full. As the battle began, the mages and archers spread out to attack, while Jiang Ming and an Yiming rushed in. The mother reacted with alarming speed, repelling Hua Shang once more and targeting Jiang Ming and an Yiming with its appendages. Seeing that he could not evade, Jiang Ming raised his greatsword defensively, yet he still sustained 1,800 points of damage. An Yiming, however, was much more agile. Enveloped in blue lightning, she deftly evaded the attack. The two then lunged forward, delivering a flurry of strikes, but the damage was minimal, only a few hundred points. At that moment, the priest trailing behind began casting a spell, bestowing a buff called Inspiration upon the group. Inspiration increases attack and defense by 20%. In an instant, their damage output surged by 20%, exceeding 1,000 damage. As the group drew the monster's attention, Xia Zhi commanded the rainbow flame insects to attack. In an instant, over 100 of the vibrantly colored insects surged forth, flying toward the mother of night spiders. Upon seeing the swarm, the mother opened its mandibles, unleashing a torrent of silk that ensnared nearly 1/3 of the rainbow flame insects. However, this proved futile at that moment. The explosion radius of the insects was 10 meters, and the mother was perfectly situated within that range. Boom, boom, boom. 1833, 1755. The series of explosions erupted with unparalleled force, sending the unsuspecting mother reeling back 2 meters. Depending on the location of the attack, the damage varies significantly, with head strikes inflicting notably higher damage. The remaining color flame insects followed their predetermined trajectory, targeting positions that would facilitate the spider matriarch's assault. The matriarch, in perfect synchrony, had her bristles dance as if caressed by a gentle breeze, subsequently radiating a brilliant white light. "Everyone, take cover," Jiang Ming shouted, retreating at an incredible speed. And Yiming, swift as the wind, quickly dashed in front of Jiang Ming. In contrast, Huashang moved considerably slower, hastily brandishing his large shield, upon which the white light coalesced, erecting a barrier before him. A peculiar buzzing sound emanated as the silver glow enveloping the night spider matriarch began to diffuse outward. Trees and underbrush were obliterated in its wake, stirring up vast clouds of dust, which engulfed Huashang's figure. Yet this chaos played right into Xia Zhi's hands, simultaneously clearing the surrounding color flame insects. Damage figures soared, 3,887, 3,659, culminating in nearly 300,000 points of damage in an instant. As the dust settled, the silhouettes of Huashang and the matriarch emerged. Huashang's shield was riddled with scars, his health nearly depleted to a mere sliver. Promptly, two priests rushed to heal him, their emerald lights barely restoring his vitality. Conversely, the night spider matriarch fared no better. Much of her silvery bristles had been ravaged by the explosion, leaving patches starkly bare. What a disaster. One more hit like that, and I'll be done for. Huashang lamented loudly. Were it not for his concern for his image, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Although the damage was lesser than that of the moonlit spider's combined abilities, this single skill had nearly incapacitated him. Not to mention, they were acutely aware that the matriarch had yet to unleash her ultimate ability. Should she do so, he would likely be eliminated in an instant. Without him as a tank, the battle would almost certainly reach its demise. Let us attack quickly. If we fail, we can always attempt again, Jiang Ming urged with resignation. They had calculated their strategy. Other teams had not been afforded a second chance at the dungeon, having directly confronted the final boss's lair. Even the Lord of Danyuan City had overcome the boss only after numerous attempts and errors. The group surged forward once more, launching their offensive. Observing the battlefield, Xia Zhi instructed Color Cloud to continue the assault while he stealthily led the snake woman to the cave behind the boss. "Now, Jingjing, seal this entrance," Xia Zhi whispered to the snake woman, concealed in the underbrush. Nodding in understanding, the snake woman carefully bent down, pressing her hands against the spider's cave entrance, activating her crystal wall skill. As the magic took effect, a translucent stone barrier gradually sealed the opening. Now, that's settled, Xia Zhi sighed in relief, a smile gracing his face. This strategy was employed to prevent the matriarch from summoning smaller spiders, thereby alleviating the pressure on their attacks. Meanwhile, the night spider matriarch had already lost nearly 1,000,000 health points. Most of the damage was dealt by Color Cloud, while the others contributed merely over 100,000. However, the matriarch soon sensed something amiss, shaking her head in a frenzy, attempting to discern the origin of the color flame insects. Yet, under Xia Zhi's command, Color Cloud had ordered the summoned insects to maneuver a distance in the grass before launching their attacks, making it difficult for the matriarch to pinpoint their location. Failing to locate Color Cloud, the matriarch, in a fit of rage, unleashed a wide-area attack upon Huashang and his companions. Drawing from prior experience, the two frontline fighters swiftly retreated from the blast zone, leaving Huashang to absorb the damage, which stirred up another cloud of dust. Just as the group awaited the debris to settle, the night spider matriarch suddenly lunged from the smoke, targeting the others. Chapter 32, The Boss Goes Berserk. "Watch out," Xia Zhi shouted, but his warning inadvertently revealed his position. The night spider matriarch turned, her 8 pairs of eyes fixated on Xia Zhi, sending a shiver down his spine. This is bad, Xia Zhi thought, realizing the dungeon's creatures seemed unnaturally intelligent, capable of feigning distraction to lure hidden players out. But it was too late. The night spider matriarch redirected her charge straight at Xia Zhi. The others, positioned too far away, were unable to provide timely support. Holy shield strike. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the dust. It was Huashang. He raised his large shield, and a shield adorned with white spikes materialized before him, colliding directly with the matriarch. Caught off guard, the matriarch was knocked to the ground. "Well done," Jiang Ming exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Xia Zhi was their primary damage dealer. The majority of the team's offensive output stemmed from him. If he were to perish, it would be exceedingly difficult to prevail in a short span. A misstep could lead to an immediate wipeout. "Nice job." Xia Zhi gave a thumbs up. He had been prepared to let the snake woman absorb damage. However, he was reluctant to reveal her presence. After all, appearing overly powerful could raise suspicions, and it was wiser to let the others gradually adapt. Color Cloud had already left them in awe. Introducing another extraordinary entity like the snake woman would complicate explanations. Little did he anticipate Huashang's fervor and exceptional team spirit would so valiantly shield him from the night spider matriarch. Squeak. The night spider matriarch rose, enraged, letting out a furious cry. "This is bad." She is about to summon the smaller spiders. And Yiming warned. The group gripped their weapons tightly, on high alert for the spider lair's entrance. Yet, after a prolonged wait, no creatures emerged, leaving everyone puzzled. Not only were they confused, but even the matriarch paused. bewildered as to why her minions had not appeared. "Don't worry. I sealed her lair earlier," Xia Zhi reassured the anxious group with a smile. "I noticed you sneaking around earlier," Jiang Ming commented, giving Xia Zhi an approving nod, prompting collective sighs of relief from the others. "Does your snake woman possess any other skills?" An Yiming suddenly inquired, piquing everyone's curiosity. Since entering the dungeon, the snake woman had only demonstrated a defensive skill and had not contributed further. Previously, they had been distracted by color cloud, momentarily forgetting about the snake woman. Xia Zhi was about to dismiss the question when Huashang interrupted. "What are you chatting about? Get back to helping," Huashang exclaimed. His face twisted in frustration as he absorbed the brunt of the boss's aggression while the others conversed. Were it not for the two priests who had not given up on him, he would have likely perished by now. "Haha, my bad." Jiang Ming sheepishly scratched his head before rushing back into the fray. The group refocused their efforts on the Night Spider matriarch, diligently unleashing their attacks. With the distraction resolved, Xia Zhi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Truth be told, he had another reason for concealing the snake woman. He had no desire to lead this group through a hellish dungeon. Ultimately, he was not well acquainted with them. Should he reveal too much, they would undoubtedly find ways to enlist him for hell-level runs, unless, of course, remuneration was involved. The Night Spider matriarch, true to her high intelligence, sought every opportunity to close in on Xia Zhi during her assaults, but Huashang and the others consistently thwarted her attempts. Meanwhile, Xia Zhi frequently darted into the underbrush, constantly shifting his position. Were it not for the distance limitation on color cloud summons, he would have hidden away in a secure spot long ago. Under the relentless assault, the matriarch's health steadily diminished, soon reaching 2/5 of her total. However, the matriarch's fury escalated, her attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Huashang narrowly escaped elimination multiple times. The matriarch is on the brink of going berserk, Jiang Ming warned gravely. The boss's health had plummeted to 2/5, heralding the onset of her berserk abilities. At that moment, not only would the attacks be augmented, but the ultimate move could also be unleashed, resulting in an instant demise upon contact. The spider matriarch's silvery form gradually became enveloped in crimson, a pitch-black orb, resembling an eye, opened amidst her 8 pairs of ocular spheres. Just as Jiang Ming was about to warn everyone to evade, he witnessed a staggering surge in the monster's attack speed. With a mere swing of its forelimb, it sent Huashang crashing into the ground, a damage value of 2,855 appearing above his head. Upon seeing this number, Xia Zhi felt a jolt of alarm. As the tank of the team, Huashang possessed the highest health and resistance. If he could be reduced to half health, others would surely meet their demise upon a mere touch. The enraged spider matriarch had significantly amplified both her attack and speed, though in exchange, her defenses had notably weakened. Originally capable of inflicting over 3,000 damage, the color flame insects were now dealing upwards of 4,000. Just as the matriarch sought to capitalize on her advantage, a color flame insect suddenly detonated before her, and a spider spear struck beside Huashang's head. "Attack her eyes." Witnessing the matriarch's movement, Xia Zhi had an epiphany and called out to the hidden Kai Yun in the grass. Even if they couldn't blind the matriarch, obstructing her line of sight would suffice. Indeed, amidst the continuous explosions, the night spider matriarch was compelled to prioritize attacking the color flame insects. It was effective enough. Xia Zhi sighed in relief. Thankfully, the fundamental rules of this world remained unchanged. Even a formidable boss, when subjected to incessant attacks in the same location, could become afflicted by debilitating buffs. However, unlike skill-related buffs that required multiple hits to trigger, and which would heal with the restoration of health, this still granted Huashang precious time. Even under the barrage of close-range explosions, one of the matriarch's eyes had already been shattered. Upon witnessing this, the others began to focus their assaults on her eyes. Yet the matriarch was no pushover. She swiftly maneuvered to evade the attacks of the color flame insects. Damn it! How can such a monster possess such heightened intelligence? Xia Zhi was utterly confounded by the boss before him. He began to doubt how the Lord of Donyuan City had managed to conquer the hellish dungeon. Although the color flame insects could not match the matriarch's speed, their self-destruct radius extended a full 10 meters, thus inflicting considerable damage. Moreover, due to their sheer numbers, the matriarch was forced to flee to areas with fewer color flame insects. The two mages were not idle either. Realizing they could inflict minimal damage, they instead employed ice spike spells to slow the matriarch down. Once her speed was reduced, an Yiming, enveloped in crackling lightning, swiftly closed the gap and struck the matriarch's abdomen with her sword. This blow caused the matriarch to momentarily falter. Lion's heartbreak. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ming was enveloped in a golden lion's head aura and struck the matriarch's thigh with his great sword. Not only did he sever 2 of her legs, but he also caused her to stumble and crash to the ground. Chapter 33, Clearing the Silent Forest. As the boss collapsed, the others joined in the attack, and the pursuing color flame insects detonated as well. Under this onslaught, the matriarch's health plummeted rapidly. By the time the matriarch struggled to rise from the ground, she had only 1 million health remaining. Observing this, the group felt rejuvenated, their spirits soaring as they pressed their assault. Yet in this moment of fervor, they forgot about the boss's ultimate move. Suddenly, the vertical eye at the center of the night spider matriarch was ensnared by a black radiance. And before the group could react, it was too late. A black beam shot forth, sweeping over Jiang Ming and Yin Ming and the two priests in an instant. 96,333, 91,536. For significant damage values appeared above the heads of the four players, and they fell to the ground, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Holy hell! Huashang trembled at the sight of the damage. Not only him, even Xia Zhi was taken aback by the sudden blow. Such damage would instantly obliterate even the snake woman. However, seeing the uneven damage values suggested that the snake woman's defenses mitigated a considerable portion of the assault. With the sudden reduction in their ranks, the matriarch seized the opportunity to breathe. Though she had lost 2 legs, her mobility remained remarkably swift. With Huashang becoming her first target, devoid of the priest's assistance and with Jiang Ming and the others preoccupied, the matriarch dispatched Huashang with a mere 2 strikes. Next to fall were the 2 mages and the archer. The mages, lacking the speed of Huashang, met the same fate without any surprise, followed by Hizhan. As Xia Zhi was left standing alone, the matriarch exhibited a human-like smirk of derision. Oh, so they've deliberately saved me for last, have they? Xia Zhi chuckled and provocatively raised his middle finger. While the night spider matriarch may not have understood the gesture, the contempt in Xia Zhi's eyes ignited her fury. She charged through the color flame insect's defenses, heading straight for Xia Zhi. However, halfway through her sprint, the snake woman stepped in between them. The matriarch regarded the snake woman with disdain, raising her spider spear for a direct strike. Ding with a resounding chime, the spear appeared to strike a solid iron plate, inflicting no damage upon the snake woman. Xia Zhi was not surprised by this outcome. With the enhancements of the shattered star armor, crystalline body, and her inherent traits, the snake woman's pure defense soared to 5,100. Without the benefit of armor-piercing attributes, it was nearly impossible for monsters below level 20 to breach her defenses. Only a repeat of that earlier ultimate move could inflict significant damage upon her. Still daring to mock me? Take her down. Upon Xia Zhi's command, the snake woman, leveraging her agility, ascended the matriarch's back via the spear. Summoning the meteor sword, she pierced the joint at the back of the matriarch's neck. 4,886. A substantial damage value erupted from the matriarch. The matriarch attempted to retaliate, but her body suddenly felt heavy, causing her to crash to the ground. The gravity effect of the meteor sword was indeed impressive. Observing the matriarch's fall, Xia Zhi stroked his chin, expressing his delight. The meteor sword could impose double gravity on its target, significantly affecting both their movement and attack speeds. Yet, true to her nature as a boss, the matriarch adapted swiftly. She rolled her body on the ground, dislodging the snake woman from her back. Come at me, Xia Zhi taunted, beckoning the matriarch with a hand gesture. Enraged, the matriarch rose from the ground, and just as Xia Zhi anticipated an attack, she unexpectedly turned to flee. However, hampered by gravity, she became merely a living target. Under the relentless barrage of the color flame insects, the night spider matriarch finally succumbed to humiliation, collapsing against the crystalline walls of the spider lair. You have slain the night spider matriarch, earning 35,000 experience. As the matriarch perished, a golden chest, resembling a crystal and adorned with peculiar engravings, appeared on the ground. Congratulations on clearing the Silent Forest dungeon. Would you like to claim your final reward? Just as the system's voice echoed, Jiang Ming and the others reappeared beside Xia Zhi, their gazes fixed upon the lifeless form of the night matriarch. You defeated her. Recovering from their shock, Jiang Ming and the others looked at Xia Zhi in disbelief. Even with the matriarch's mere 1 million health, she was not someone a summoner like Xia Zhi, lacking in both defense and health, could withstand. Moreover, Xia Zhi possessed no decent equipment, his prowess barely surpassing that of the fragile Kai Yun. Truly a remarkable feat. From now on, I must be sure to summon him for assistance whenever needed. Lefty reacted with astonishing quickness, stepping forward to lavish praise upon Xia Zhi. Today, when Jiang Ming sought to form a team, he did so without any expectation of success. They were all acutely aware that they were merely temporary workers. Once Jiang Ming discovered other hidden professions, it was inevitable that they would be replaced. Yet, to their astonishment, Xia Zhi bestowed upon them a grand surprise. Although they had been startled by their sudden demise moments ago, it did not hinder their current elation. A true powerhouse, Xia Zhi was destined to become the foremost champion of the Yen Kingdom. The others quickly caught on. Even the more reserved 2 priests approached to flatter him. Only Huashang, Jiang Ming, and an Yin Ming directed their gazes toward the serpent woman beside Xia Zhi. They had essentially deciphered the attack pattern of the colorful cloud, which relied on summoning colorful flame insects to self-destruct for damage, interspersed with fiery assaults. However, the serpent woman remained a mystery since entering the dungeon. Apart from employing the crystal barrier skill, her only notable feat was withstanding the moonlit spider's attack for Xia Zhi. The brilliance of that moment had been too blinding for them to discern the events clearly. Given the frail nature of a summoner, it was nearly impossible to endure an attack from the night arachnid matriarch. Thus the issue undoubtedly lay with the serpent woman. They needed to distribute the loot quickly. After a long day, it was time to rest. Xia Zhi, indifferent to their musings, urged them onward. Indeed, they should hasten the distribution. Left Yu and the others echoed this sentiment. After all, it was Jiang Ming who had initiated this team. As the captain, even if Xia Zhi's damage output was exceptionally formidable, the chest should be opened by Jiang Ming. I shall humbly take the lead and see what treasures await, Jiang Ming declared, not one to dawdle, as he rubbed his hands together and stepped forward to unlock the chest. As they reveled in the excitement of opening the treasure chest within the dungeon, the stone tablet outside underwent a transformation. The tablet flickered for a moment, and the position of the second place shifted downward, with the names of Xia Zhi and the others now appearing prominently. A man inadvertently caught sight of the names inscribed on the tablet, and, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, inspected them closely. Second place, Jiang Ming and Yimeng Huashang. Xia Zhi, completion time, 1 hour, 35 minutes, 16 seconds. Old Xiao, quickly look. The tablet has changed, the man exclaimed, pulling at the arm of his companion. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. With a leader emerging, others abandoned their tasks, directing their attention to the tablet. Incredible. Someone has indeed broken the record. It was not merely a record-breaking feat. They had surpassed the previous time by over 2 hours. Who were these individuals? When did Danyuan City acquire such formidable characters? Where did they come from? Even Jiang Ming of the Zhongjiang merchant group was unaware of their existence. I witnessed them enter just moments ago. And Yimeng and Huashang were recent graduates of Danyuan Academy, while the others, aside from Xia Zhi, were relatively well-known figures. Chapter 34, Opening the Treasure Chest. As the group opened the treasure chest, unbeknownst to them, chaos erupted outside. Hurry and open it. We're starving. And Yimeng urged softly. Jiang Ming reached into the chest, retrieving a massive axe, a longsword, a robe, and 2 spellbooks. As he extracted the last item, the chest began to fade away. Is that all? Xia Zhi gazed in bewilderment at the spot where the chest had vanished. It dawned on him that earning money was arduous, and getting rich was even harder. After all the effort expended on such a challenging dungeon, the rewards were disappointingly meager. With so many participants, there was barely enough to go around. Be grateful. This is merely a level 10 dungeon, and the rewards are not insignificant, Jiang Ming remarked, a slight smile curving his lips as he fondled the gleaming silver axe. Name, Crescent War Axe. Grade, Treasure. Level, 20. Attack, 343. Strength, 35. Additional attributes. 1. Increases user's skill level by 1. 2. Increases damage by 10. Although the axe's level was modest, its grade was commendable, having reached the 5th tier. The additional attributes were impressive. A higher skill level naturally equated to greater power, not to mention the increased percentage of damage. Such a formidable weapon would suffice for quite some time. Yet, this paltry haul was hardly sufficient. Xia Zhi, feeling somewhat exasperated, promptly examined the remaining items. Name, Night Spider Sword. Grade, Treasure. Level, 20. Attack, 272. Strength, 15. Agility, 25. Additional attributes. 1. Chance to trigger Silver Moon Wave upon attack, damaging enemies within a 5-meter radius. 2. Increases attack speed and movement speed by 20. Name, Moonlit Robe. Classification, Cloth Armor. Grade, Treasure. Level, 20. Defense, 309. Intelligence, 15. Constitution, 15. Additional attributes. 1. Increases attack power by 15 in moonlit environments. 2. Increases attack power by 10. By the heavens. Upon seeing the Night Spider Sword, Xia Zhi found it rather standard, but when he laid eyes on the moonlit robe, he could no longer contain his astonishment, exclaiming loudly. This single piece of equipment granted a direct increase of 25 in damage. Although the conditions were somewhat stringent, it was tailor-made for the Silent Woods. Moreover, the percentage bonuses made it a viable option for continuous wear in the absence of superior gear. The remaining 2 items were identical spellbooks. Lunar Energy Detonation, a universal spell for magic users, condensing lunar energy to inflict 50 spell damage per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Must be used in conjunction. Each additional participant increases damage by 50, with a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 10. No wonder it could eliminate so many foes in an instant. Xia Zhi mused. Clearly, the Moonlit Spider had employed this skill previously. The main reason others had not witnessed it was likely due to the creature's overwhelming strength, causing players to engage only one at a time, thereby preventing the Moonlit Spider from activating this skill. Fortunately, it was a sustained skill, otherwise it might have severely injured the serpent woman. What is this? Why the surprise? Left Yu approached, glancing at the robe and finding himself momentarily dumbfounded. This is utterly outrageous. How could it be so powerful? Left Yu, regaining his composure, exhibited even more astonishment than Xia Zhi. Although Jiang Ming had equipped them with a set of fine gear, it paled in comparison to this one. Not only was it of a higher grade, but its enhancements were truly extraordinary. The two were not even in the same league. If he were to don a complete set, the transformation in strength would be remarkable. The others swiftly gathered around to witness. while an Yiming's attention fixated on the night spider sword. The sword's hilt was pitch black, the blade a lustrous white, adorned with intricate web-like engravings, making it visually captivating. Not to mention the spellbooks, with their power seemingly limitless. As per tradition, the individual with the highest damage would select one item, while the remainder would be distributed according to need, with any shortages compensated financially. Jiang Ming cleared his throat and announced, "Although I covet other equipment, they hold little utility for me. Were it not for the scarcity of those capable of conquering nightmare-level dungeons, I wouldn't need to grind this dungeon for gear. I shall choose the moonlit robe," Xia Zhi declared without hesitation, taking the robe into his possession. The spellbook was formidable and universally applicable for magic users. Yet he preferred not to engage in a fixed team, rendering it of little use to him. "Then I shall take this," and Yiming said, picking up the longsword, while Jiang Ming joyfully seized the massive axe. Although the distribution was based on need, the limited equipment meant the recipients were nearly predetermined. Ultimately, only 2 spellbooks remained. Left Yu and the others exchanged glances, showing no inclination to claim the skills, without mentioning that Jiang Ming had already provided compensation. The skills that could only be acquired from nightmare-level dungeons would be of little use to them, even if given. They lacked the capability to assemble a team of that caliber again. Moreover, they had already received the finest reward, the completion bonus for the dungeon. Oh well, claiming it would be futile anyway. Huashang sighed helplessly. In truth, he was the one at a loss this time. The only keepable item he had, the longsword, had been taken by an Yiming, leaving him with nothing. Although the equipment dropped in the dungeon was excellent, the quantity was exceedingly scarce. So be it. I will personally compensate you with 1 million, and the others will receive 100,000 each. Jiang Ming, ever the affluent one, waved his hand, and just like that, 1,500,000 vanished. Without any contention, he tucked the 2 skill books into his embrace. "Since the dungeon had been cleared, let us depart," and Yiming said with a smile. Soon, the group silently recited their return to town and vanished from the dungeon. Meanwhile, Xia Zhi cast a quiet glance at the completion reward, silently declining it. It was not that he did not wish to claim the reward, but this dungeon's reward could only be obtained once. If he were to claim it now, when he faced the hell-level dungeon, there would be no completion reward. Only a dungeon treasure chest. He wondered if Kai Yun could equip it. "I'll take you to eat in a bit," Xia Tian murmured, glancing at the lifeless Kai Yun beside him. At the mention of food, Kai Yun immediately sprang to her feet. Food is good, food is good. Today, Kai Yun was the greatest contributor, having dealt 90% of the total output. Moreover, after continuously casting skills, her body would feel exceedingly fatigued, making her actions entirely understandable. Just a few more levels, and she would be fine. Xia Tian stroked his chin, speaking to himself. Previously, Kai Yun had donned a ring, fearing that the accessory might differ from her equipment. However, now that she had transformed into human form, she should be indistinguishable from any regular person. Xia Zhi turned to glance at the snake woman behind him. He wondered if she could wear shoes. Muttering softly, Xia Zhi exited the dungeon. Chapter 35, The Internet-Addicted Girl. As soon as he emerged from the dungeon, Xia Zhi spotted Jiang Ming and the others encircled by a throng of people, chattering incessantly about the dungeon's completion. Sensing trouble, Xia Zhi lowered his head and discreetly led his 2 companions out from another direction. Maintaining a low profile was his principle. Yet the stone tablet did not comprehend his intent, still etching his name upon it. Remaining here would only lead to further encirclement. As for the matter of dining, it would have to wait for another time. Casting one last glance at Jiang Ming and the others, Xia Zhi eagerly headed towards Dongyuan City. Upon returning to the city, Xia Zhi sought out a restaurant and ordered a lavish spread. The snake woman was too conspicuous, so adhering to his principle of discretion, he specifically reserved a private room. As soon as the dishes arrived, Kai Yun eagerly seized a chicken leg and began to gnaw at it. In contrast to this glutton, the snake woman appeared far more refined, savoring her food delicately, resembling a true human. "Slow down, there is plenty more," Xia Zhi remarked with a smile while observing Kai Yun. However, Kai Yun paid him no mind, continuing to devour her meal with gusto. After satisfying their appetites, Xia Zhi stepped out of the restaurant. Dingling. Just as he stretched, his phone in his pocket rang. It was evident it was Jiang Ming calling. Pulling out his phone and answering, Jiang Ming's voice came through, inquiring about Xia Zhi's whereabouts and the dining situation. After Xia Zhi, on Kai Yun's behalf, indicated they had already eaten, Jiang Ming had no choice but to reschedule the meal for the following day. Xia Zhi had initially considered postponing the gathering, but Jiang Ming's warm invitation was hard to resist. After weighing his options, he agreed, setting the time for around 10 in the morning. Quite convenient. It saved him the cost of breakfast. Xia Zhi murmured to himself as he led his 2 companions towards the nearby pedestrian street. After all, his companions were also in human form, and he had to procure some clothing and daily necessities for them. As he wandered through the streets, this was his first chance to thoroughly observe the city. Dongyuan City had an overall modern urban appearance, aside from pedestrians adorned in gear and a plethora of diverse pets. It bore little difference from his past life. However, this was merely Dongyuan City. Within the memories of his previous life, There were even cities floating on water and others built around volcanic craters. The entire world was significantly larger than before. After casually purchasing a few articles of clothing, Xia Zhi entered a store selling various items. The beast-attracting incense that Jiang Ming had previously bought proved to be highly practical, and he intended to acquire several, which would facilitate his solo journey. Otherwise, solely relying on himself would consume an excessive amount of time merely traversing maps. Upon entering the shop, he found not only 2 sales clerks, but also a number of people selecting items. As he surveyed the dazzling array of goods, Xia Zhi momentarily felt overwhelmed. The store offered not only commonly used potions, but also a plethora of peculiar items. For instance, there was a beast-repelling incense made from stinkbug grass. As he understood it, this grass not only repelled monsters, but would also cause humans who inhaled its scent to feel nauseous for an entire day. There were even strength-enhancing pills catering to couples. Sir, would you like some strength-enhancing pills? Our products are of exceptional quality, and the store is currently offering discounts. We can provide them to you at a reduced price. A salesgirl approached, smiling brightly, likely sensing Xia Zhi's interest in the pills. No, thank you. Xia Zhi shook his head, but then added, not needed. Sir, there's no need to feel embarrassed. If you wish, I can offer you an additional 20% discount. The salesgirl continued to smile. Although Xia Zhi was somewhat handsome, matters of that nature were unpredictable. Just give me a few beast-attracting incenses, he replied curtly. The thought of discounts only incited irritation within him. After completing his purchase, Xia Zhi departed the store without looking back, vowing never to return. After leaving the store, Xia Zhi went to a supermarket to buy some snacks and daily necessities before returning to his dilapidated little abode. Upon arriving, he lay on his bed to rest. It was only a little past 5 in the afternoon, and he planned to take a short break before tackling the Hell-level dungeon in the evening. Although he was uncertain about the specifics of the Hell-level dungeon, with his experience from the Nightmare-level dungeon, he was confident it would not prove too daunting. After 2 hours of sleep, Xia Zhi rubbed his bleary eyes and rose from his bed. Wasn't my phone in my pocket? He picked up the phone that lay on his bedside, puzzled. To his surprise, upon opening it, he found over a dozen recharge messages from 648. His gaze shifted to the snake woman lying beside him, her trembling eyelashes betraying her feigned slumber. It seems that charging money for games truly becomes addictive, he sighed, realizing that she had transformed into an internet-addicted girl within a mere day of summoning her. If it weren't for a bit of savings, he would be facing financial ruin by now. One was a glutton, and the other an internet addict. Both were costly burdens. Earlier, while shopping, Kai Yun had hardly paused her eating, indulging at every stall along the street. Upon returning, she had collapsed onto the bed, fast asleep. Stop pretending. It's time to get up and work, Xia Tian said with resignation as he nudged the snake woman beside him. The snake woman, feeling shy, awkwardly climbed out of bed, turning her head away, unable to meet Xia Zhi's gaze. She had long understood the importance of money, but simply could not control her hands. Get up. It's time for breakfast, Xia Zhi called out to Kai Yun, who was sleeping like a log. Upon hearing the mention of food, Kai Yun shot up from the bed like a zombie. I'm coming. Colorful clouds, in a haze, murmured back without even opening their eyes. Forget it. I shall venture to slay monsters tomorrow. There is no food left, so I might as well continue my slumber. Having just finished speaking, the colorful clouds collapsed straight down. Xia Zhi carefully covered the colorful clouds with a blanket. The decision to alter plans stemmed from the sight of the colorful clouds sleeping so soundly. He had spent the entire day idly, essentially accomplishing nothing. Thus he felt no fatigue. However, the colorful clouds were different. They had not paused for a moment during battle, constantly summoning the flame insect. The super self-healing could only restore health points, but it could not alleviate bodily exhaustion, unless he were to bestow upon the colorful clouds a trait of infinite stamina. As for you, no more phone games, Xia Zhi said sternly. He had just noticed that in the mere 2 hours, the serpent woman had already spent over 10,000. If this continued, they would truly be on the brink of starvation. The serpent woman nodded sheepishly and then lay down on the bed, her long tail draping over Xia Zhi, and soon fell into slumber. But Xia Zhi was in a predicament. Having slept for only 2 hours prior, he now had no desire to sleep. After tossing and turning in bed for a while, he resorted to scrolling through various videos on his phone to pass the time. Chapter 36, Dining, Proxy Dungeon Runs. The next day, Xia Zhi, sporting dark circles under his eyes, dragged himself out of bed. He had clearly reminded himself to sleep early the previous night, as there were tasks awaiting him today. Yet he could not restrain himself, scrolling through videos until just past 4 in the morning, and only reluctantly forced himself to sleep thereafter. Damn, one should not make others suffer while suffering oneself. He regretted not having gone out to slay monsters last night. Xia Zhi felt a pang of remorse for being too soft-hearted. Time to eat. Just as he was preparing to brush his teeth, a voice from behind called out, belonging to the colorful clouds. Eat. That's all you think about. Can't you learn from Jingjing and strive to improve yourself? Xia Zhi remarked, twisting the round face of the colorful clouds. Meanwhile, the serpent woman on the bed was engrossed in her phone, reading some article, merely smiling with pursed lips as Xia Zhi glanced her way. I do the most work, so I deserve to eat the most. The colorful clouds retorted defiantly, pouting. You. Fine, just wait a moment. I'll wash my face, and then we can go eat. Xia Zhi replied helplessly. The colorful clouds had a point. She indeed did the most work. As there were currently no alternatives, they would have to endure this for now. Once he summoned a powerful attacking pet next time, he would no longer need to placate her. Before long, Xia Zhi had completed his morning routine, spotting the engrossed serpent woman. He couldn't resist leaning in to see what she was looking at on her phone. However, after glancing at it, he regretted it. Ignorance is bliss. This internet-addicted girl was no better than a glutton, not playing games, but reading game strategies. Hey, sensing the resentment emanating from Xia Zhi, the serpent woman cautiously closed her phone and returned it to him. All right, let us hurry and go. We can't let you starve. Xia Zhi said as he grasped the collar of the little girl and headed outside, with the serpent woman trailing behind. Upon reaching the community entrance, he spotted a rather nice-looking sedan parked by the roadside and couldn't help but glance at it twice. The Shining Spirit 818. Although not the most luxurious vehicle, it was still valued at over 2 million. How many meals could one have with that? Xia Zhi mused, feeling a sense of lament. With 2 million, it would almost suffice for both the serpent woman and the colorful clouds to level up once. Money is hard to earn, and life is tough. His current earnings came solely from a few robbers and assassins. Without their assistance, he would have surely waited until Jiang Ming opened the banquet last night. Xia Zhi, over here. Just as Xia Zhi was about to hail a cab, he heard Jiang Ming's voice. Turning his head, he saw Jiang Ming waving from inside a car parked at the community entrance. Oh, it's you driving. Let us hurry up, or the colorful clouds will eat someone. Xia Zhi said with a smile as he got into the car. I want to eat anyone. The colorful clouds retorted, puffing up her cheeks. Not eating anyone. Not eating anyone. Jiang Ming quickly echoed, then started the car, heading towards the city center. After about half an hour, they arrived in front of a grand building, the Hongyan restaurant. Standing outside to greet them was none other than the lobby manager from their last visit, Tang Ren. What is going on today? Is it some special occasion requiring so many people to wait? Xia Zhi asked, somewhat surprised. At that moment, not only was Tang Ren present, but there were also well-dressed staff members flanking either side. It's somewhat related to you, Jiang Ming stammered. Related to me? How so? Do I have some unknown billionaire relative waiting for me to inherit their fortune? Xia Zhi scratched his head, attempting to recall any such person from his previous life's memories. You're overthinking it. Our family is the wealthiest in Dongyuan City. I consider you a brother. Don't tell me you genuinely wish to be my brother? Jiang Ming rolled his eyes, feeling that Xia Zhi's thought process was rather peculiar, especially at a time like this when he was daydreaming. There aren't that many tales of frogs turning into princes. Most are mere fantasies. Haha, just joking. Xia Zhi chuckled. He had no intention of acknowledging his previous father's existence, let alone another one unless he were to inherit a fortune. What did you mean when you said it was related to me? Xia Zhi asked, his smile fading as he became puzzled. It's not some festive occasion. Today is merely a celebration banquet. Why such a grand display? This is because you cleared the Silent Forest dungeon yesterday, and some people wish for you to guide them through it again, Jiang Ming explained with a smile. Those capable of clearing a nightmarish dungeon were typically extraordinary individuals. After completing such a challenging dungeon, most would rush to level up to make up for lost time. Additionally, since the dungeon was difficult to clear, they would often only organize 1 or 2 runs, bringing along a few newcomers. However, some sought to seize this opportunity. Unable to tackle it themselves, they opted to have others assist them in clearing it again. Clear it again? Xia Zhi pondered, stroking his chin and deep in thought. So these people were looking for a proxy to run the dungeon for them. Clearing it again was not out of the question, but time was limited, and he needed to expedite his progress to the hellish level. You didn't claim the rewards from the nightmarish dungeon, did you? Jiang Ming suddenly inquired. What is it to you? Xia Zhi looked at Jiang Ming's expression, already guessing the answer. What a coincidence. I didn't claim mine either. Someone like you, capable of soloing dungeons, must be eager to challenge the hellish level, right? Jiang Ming replied with a grin. Not only him, but even Huashang and an Yiming had not claimed theirs. After the dungeon was completed yesterday, they had intended to discuss it with Xia Zhi, only to find he had run off alone. However, even if they didn't bring him along, it wouldn't matter. As long as they were willing, it would merely cost a bit to tackle the nightmarish level again. Well, I'm not interested, Xia Zhi shrugged. Since he could clear it himself, why bring along those burdens? Wouldn't it be more rewarding to reap the benefits alone? I'm not asking you to help for free. You can set your own conditions, as long as you can get it done. Jiang Ming, the son of the richest man in Dongyuan City, spoke with a different tone. Cough, cough, do I care about such things? It's just that I haven't fully decided yet, and I'm not sure I can manage it. Xia Zhi feigned a nonchalant demeanor. However, in reality, he was already calculating in his mind. The evolution of both the colorful clouds and the serpent woman required substantial funds. Just the materials needed to evolve to 4 stars cost at least 3 million, not to mention subsequent evolutions. Moreover, evolution required not only money, but some materials were not readily available for purchase. Let us go inside. The others are waiting for you, Jiang Ming said, not pursuing the matter further. and instead nudged Xia Zhi toward the restaurant. Young Master Jiang, young Master Xia, greetings, Tang Ren greeted as the two entered, bowing respectfully. Greetings. Young Master Jiang and young Master Xia. The attendants flanking the entrance mirrored their demeanor. As they approached the grand doorway, Tang Ren hastily stepped forward to lead the way. The individuals gathered today were either affluent or of high status. Should the reception falter, it was likely that he would find himself unemployed by morning. Chapter 37. Assembling the materials. Under Tang Ren's guidance, the two swiftly arrived at the previously occupied room 8. Unlike their last visit, the room was now bustling with numerous patrons. In addition to the companions they had battled monsters with yesterday, several unfamiliar faces were present. Xia Zhi's gaze settled on one individual among them. This person was quite imposing, with a robust physique adorned with tattoos and a closely cropped hairstyle, resembling a street thug. Yet, what was peculiar was the youthful, cherubic face that contradicted his formidable stature. A grown man with the visage of a boy no older than 14 or 15. The stark contrast momentarily left Xia Zhi in a daze. The atmosphere in the room grew quiet as well. Allow me to introduce him. He is the mayor's nephew, Xing Nan. This is Xia Zhi, whose expertise has allowed us to navigate the dungeon with ease. Jiang Ming endeavored to alleviate the awkwardness that had settled over the group. A pleasure to meet you. Realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, Xia Zhi stepped forward to offer a handshake. Truly, one who can solo a nightmare-level dungeon is indeed remarkable. Xing Nan rose, smiling, though internally he felt a twinge of resignation. He had long grown accustomed to the reactions elicited by his appearance. Anyone confronted with such a physique and countenance invariably reacted similarly. Despite attempts at weight loss, his towering height of 2 meters rendered any change in perception futile. Brother Xia, please take a seat beside me. Zuyu graciously gestured to the adjacent chair. Being young, the group had little regard for formality. Subsequently, Xia Zhi settled next to Zuyu, accompanied by his 2 companions. Kai Yun, as always, dove straight into her meal, oblivious to her surroundings, while Xian maintained a more reserved demeanor. Perhaps due to excessive time spent on her phone, Xian seemed lost in thought as she ate. Meanwhile, Xing Nan's gaze drifted toward Kai Yun. According to Jiang Ming, this particular pet was responsible for over 90% of the team's output. Such terrifying damage output could rival that of a 7-star dragon. Watching Kai Yun devour her food with gusto, he began to question the veracity of Jiang Ming's claims. Now that we are all here, let us discuss the matter at hand. With Brother Xia's prowess, we wish to enlist your aid in attempting a hell-level dungeon. Xing Nan stated directly. Rumors circulated that Xing Yushu had gained his strength through hell-level dungeons. As Xing Yushu's nephew, Xing Nan was aware that the reality was more nuanced. Though the rewards from hell-level dungeons played a significant role, initially, they had harbored little hope of completing a nightmare-level dungeon, but the emergence of Xia Zhi, rumored to be capable of soloing dungeons, prompted them to seize the opportunity. I fear my capabilities are rather limited. It may be challenging to lead you through. Xia Zhi demurred. He was not one to hastily agree simply because his counterpart was the mayor's nephew. The feasibility of the endeavor was one matter. His willingness to lead was another. We shall see how it goes, Jiang Ming chimed in with a smile. State your requirements. Even if we do not succeed, we shall not hold you accountable. After a moment of contemplation, Xing Nan replied, Indeed, I have a request. I am looking to procure certain materials, though some are rather elusive. Xia Zhi refrained from excessive chatter. Since the others had expressed their needs, he saw no issue in providing assistance. The primary goal was to enhance the capabilities of his 2 companions. He had previously researched online and found that a material known as dusty rock was particularly hard to come by, which would be an ideal request for this group to assist with. Materials are not a problem, as long as they are not too obscure. Jiang Ming waved his hand dismissively, indicating that procurement would be trivial. As the largest trading firm in Danyuan City, if he could not find something, others would have no hope. Xia Zhi then relayed the materials he required to Jiang Ming and the others. Brother, do you have a friend who is an alchemist? Why would dusty rock be necessary for alchemy? Xing Nan inquired, puzzled as he perused the list of requested materials on his phone. Generally, dusty rock was utilized only in the crafting of specialized items, and no creatures in the vicinity of Danyuan City were known to drop such a material. I am uncertain about its purpose. My friend is rather busy, so I am helping him gather it. Xia Zhi fabricated an explanation. Dusty rock was, in fact, a crucial material for Xian's advancement, far more precious than fire cloud stone. Very well, it is indeed the dusty rock that is in question. Jiang Ming expressed some hesitation. Dusty rock was quite obscure and therefore scarce, especially since Xia Zhi required a substantial quantity. Acquiring it from other cities would likely take several days. My uncle happens to have a piece. I shall have someone deliver it shortly, Xing Nan stated, glancing at Xia Zhi with a serious demeanor. He had not visited his uncle to benefit from his resources for quite some time and saw this as an opportune moment to procure something valuable. Then it is settled. Once we have everything ready, we shall venture into the dungeon, Xia Zhi declared with a smile. With the necessary items in place, his spirits lifted considerably, and he began to speak more casually. The group continued to eat and converse, growing more familiar with one another. Before long, Someone entered carrying a large bundle, the materials Jiang Ming had requested. After everyone had nearly finished their meal, the dusty rock arrived as well. The items have arrived. I will return them home first. Let us reconvene at the dungeon at 2 o'clock this afternoon. With all the materials gathered, Xia Zhi felt little desire to linger. Having agreed on a time, he hurriedly departed with his 2 companions. As they watched Xia Zhi's retreating figure, the others snapped back to reality. Is he reliable? Are you certain we can conquer the dungeon? Xing Nin queried Jiang Ming, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Trust me, if he cannot lead us through, we stand little chance ourselves, Jiang Ming affirmed. While the hell-level dungeon was indeed challenging, it had its limits. If Xia Zhi's damage output was insufficient, they might as well resign themselves to sleep. Reassured by Jiang Ming's confident words, Xing Nin chose not to press further. They would discover their fate in the afternoon. There was no need to rush. Subsequently, the group parted ways, each returning to prepare the necessary items. After departing from the hotel, Xia Zhi hailed a taxi and returned to his modest abode. Fortune seemed to smile upon him today. He had managed to gather the materials with such ease. A smile graced Xia Zhi's lips. He had anticipated a longer wait, yet Jiang Ming's efficiency had proven remarkable, effortlessly assembling all the required materials. Moreover, he had successfully acquired the elusive dusty rock from Xing Nan. Extracting the bundle from his ring, Xia Zhi meticulously examined its contents. Confirming everything was in order, he produced a smaller cloth bag from his ring, containing the coveted dusty rock. Chapter 38, The Evolution of the 2 Companions. Gently withdrawing the dusty rock from the bag, Xia Zhi scrutinized it closely. Dusty rock was a black, glass-like rhomboid crystal. Its exterior appeared unremarkable, akin to an ordinary glass object. However, upon infusing it with magical energy, the dusty rock would disintegrate into powder, only to reconstitute once the magical energy dissipated. The wonders of this world were truly astonishing. Even a single material bore such enchantment. Xia Zhi observed the dusty rock as it transformed into dust, intrigued. The rarity of this material stemmed not only from the scarcity of creatures that dropped it, but also from its limited demand. Typically, craftsmen would utilize dusty rock to create a sand table. The demand for sand tables is inherently limited, compounded by the scarcity of materials. Selling at a reduced price proves unprofitable, while exorbitant prices deter potential buyers, creating a rather awkward predicament. Subsequently, Xia Zhi categorized the materials and meticulously checked them multiple times to prevent any errors. Evolution is not akin to other processes. Once a mistake is made, the outcome remains unpredictable. After ensuring everything was in order, Xia Zhi summoned the eternal contract, arranging the materials upon it, placing the dust rock in the central position. Jingjing, you may proceed first. Upon hearing Xia Zhi's words, the serpent woman nodded and gracefully swayed her elongated tail towards the center of the contract. With preparations complete, Xia Zhi activated the contract. A burst of earthy yellow light erupted, enveloping the serpent woman within its glow. What transformation might occur remained uncertain. After a brief interval, as the light dissipated, the serpent woman's slender form re-emerged. At first glance, there appeared to be little change, save for a dark crystal ring that had materialized on her previously bare left wrist. It seemed not much had altered. Perplexed, Xia Zhi promptly opened the serpent woman's status panel. Summon creature, mutated crystal python. Potential, 4 stars. Level, first rank, level 15. Talent, body of crystal. Health, 11,000. Mana, 450. Constitution, 110. Strength, 110. Agility, 70. Intelligence, 45. Skills, Star Shard Armor, Meteor Sword, Crystal Wall, Stardust Shield. Stardust Shield, Effect 1, evolved from Dust Rock. Possesses the ability to transform into a shield form, with a shield value equal to twice the user's health. The defense power varies based on its shape and size, providing 815 times its own defense. Effect 2, upon destruction, inflicts damage in the vicinity equal to the shield value, combining the user's attack and defense into explosive damage. With a cooldown time of 1 minute for reformation. Is this to pursue a purely defensive path? Xia Zhi mused silently, scrutinizing the new skill on the panel. The skill itself was commendable, yet he felt that, in conjunction with her traits, it diverted the serpent woman from his intended development, evoking a sense of incongruity reminiscent of the cloud. The overlap with Crystal Wall was also concerning. In his vision, he had hoped to cultivate the serpent woman into a formidable warrior. Jingjing, demonstrate the Stardust Shield, he commanded. Without further ado, the serpent woman waved her hand, causing the black crystal ring on her wrist to vanish, only to reappear before her, materializing into a half-meter-sized black shield. Maximize it. Following the command, the serpent woman manipulated the black shield, transforming it into countless twinkling starlights that enveloped her surroundings. Indeed, it aptly matched the name Stardust Shield. Xia Zhi extended his hand, attempting to breach the shield's gap. To his surprise, an invisible, transparent barrier obstructed his passage, resisting his efforts regardless of how forcefully he pushed. Impressive. The release speed was swift and the coverage extensive. Nodding in approval, Xia Zhi found himself quite satisfied with the effect. He now grasped the characteristics of this skill. Unlike Crystal Wall, which lacked a defined shield value and functioned more as a terrain-altering skill with limited maneuverability, the Stardust Shield was quick, highly controllable, and offered exceptional protection. It was notably effective in safeguarding others during battle while also possessing a degree of offensive capability. Moreover, its coverage was substantial, reaching nearly 2 square meters, with the smallest form resembling the initial small shield, and its defense calculated accordingly. Well, summoners are not limited to just these 2 creatures. Though slightly disappointed, he reminded himself that he could summon a third pet upon reaching level 20, alleviating his concerns. Next came the turn of the cloud. Xia Zhi rearranged the materials and then, seizing the slumbering cloud, unceremoniously cast her onto the contract. The primary material required for this evolution was a substance known as the Windbreaker Pearl. Given this creature's evolution trajectory, it was highly probable that she would acquire wind-based skills once again. As the contract emitted a verdant glow, the cloud was lifted into the air by an invisible gust. It wasn't long before the evolution concluded. The cloud, still in a trance-like state, plummeted from the sky, landing in a disheveled heap. Xia Zhi, indifferent to her plight, shifted his focus to observing any changes in her form. After a while, apart from a slight increase in size around her chest, there seemed to be little alteration. However, whether it was an illusion or not, he felt that the green strands of her rainbow-hued hair appeared more vibrant. A closer inspection revealed that the red strands underwent a similar transformation. What good is beauty if her skills falter? Xia Zhi lamented silently, proceeding to examine the cloud status panel. Summon creature, Azure Flame Moth Queen. Potential, 4 stars. Level, first rank, level 15. Talent, insect body differentiation. Health, 100. Mana, 100. Constitution, 110. Strength, 55. Agility, 55. Intelligence, 110. Skills, Rainbow Bubble, Insect Devour, Flame Bubble, Wind Manipulation. Wind Manipulation, passive skill. Creates a wind domain with a radius of 200 meters, increasing the movement speed and attack speed of all allied targets by 30. Affiliated summon creature, Azure Flame Bug. Health, 280. Constitution, 28. Strength, 28. Agility, 28. Intelligence, 28. Skill, Forceful Consumption. Forceful Consumption, 1. Creatures possessing this skill inflict real damage equivalent to their strength, which cannot be immunized. 2. When attacking, they deal additional fire attribute damage equal to twice their intelligence. 3. When attacking, they deal additional wind attribute damage equal to twice their intelligence. Thank goodness it's not an offensive skill. Xia Zhi exhaled in relief, though he soon found himself at a loss for words. The wind manipulation skill, while not inferior, was undeniably top tier in terms of support and practicality. Yet, ever since he sensed the cloud's transformation had gone amiss, everything felt slightly off. The movement speed had its merits, but what use was the attack speed? When calculated, the additional damage amounted to mere dozens of points, hardly simpler or swifter than a self-destruct move. Nonetheless, this evolution had indeed granted the Azure Flame Bug a 5-point boost across all attributes. Although seemingly modest, it represented a tangible increase of 1,000 in base health damage. A commendable enhancement. Overall, it was satisfactory. An increase in damage was all that mattered. While he expressed this sentiment, Xia Zhi couldn't shake off a sense of discomfort. In truth, the cloud's attributes were impeccable. Not only did she possess group summoning capabilities, but all her skills were supportive, enhancing the Azure Flame Bug. True to expectations, the Azure Flame Bug not only boasted the formidable Forceful Consumption skill, but also added new damage effects to its existing capabilities. Yet, the more this unfolded, the more Xia Zhi felt that his prior decision to add traits had been rather hasty. However, contemplating the synergy between self-destruction and counterattack, he found it to be more potent than mere offense or defense. Why overthink it? With such strength, what more could one desire? Xia Zhi chastised himself sternly. Given this strength, he could defeat foes with his eyes closed. At this stage, not only could he easily handle second-tier opponents, but even third-tier ones would crumble before him. Moreover, his talent was markedly different from ordinary talents. It resembled a conglomerate of numerous exceptional abilities. By casually bestowing a few traits upon his summoned beasts, he could dominate the battlefield. Once his level increased, even if the traits were unreasonable, they would still yield formidable power. Having reached this conclusion, Xia Zhi no longer lingered on such matters. It should be nearing the appointed time. He retrieved his phone to check the clock. There remained an hour until the agreed time. Departing now would allow him to arrive approximately 20 minutes early. Time to go. Let's tackle the dungeon. Summoning Kaiyun and the Serpent Woman to follow, Xia Zhi did not linger, but made his way directly to the entrance of the Silent Forest dungeon. Chapter 39, Power Leveling. Hellish Difficulty Dungeon. Before long, Xia Zhi arrived at the dungeon's entrance, where a throng of people had gathered, including Jiang Ming and others, who had been waiting for some time. You all arrived a bit early, Xia Zhi remarked, glancing at the time on his phone. He had run quite swiftly, arriving 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Of course, you are leading the team this time. We can't have you waiting, can we? Jiang Ming replied with a playful tone. Why are there so many people today? Is there some grand occasion? Xia Zhi queried, perplexed by the sheer number of individuals present, which was markedly greater than the previous day. He even spotted several elderly faces among the crowd. Logically, one would expect that those who frequented this dungeon would be predominantly youthful. Even the parents of his former self had reached the second tier at their age. Curiously, while he observed others, they too were scrutinizing him, leaving Xia Zhi somewhat bewildered. Enough of that. Who leaked our plans for the dungeon run? And Yiming expressed her discontent. It's been years since anyone dared to challenge the hellish level in Dongyuan City, so naturally, many wished to witness it. The confined space was now even more cramped, and she particularly disliked being regarded as a spectacle. I would like to know who the fool was that let it slip. If I find out, they will surely regret it. Well, it's a testament to Xing Nan's reputation. If he weren't in our party, who would care to come and watch? Jiang Ming teased, a grin spreading across his face. Although Mayor Xing Yushu had a daughter nearly a decade younger, his nephew, Xing Nan, was raised as his own son, thus garnering considerable attention. It was likely that their ostentatious departure had fueled the rampant rumors online. Don't kid around. You're the one with connections. After all, you're the son of Dongyuan City's wealthiest man. I can't possibly compete with you. Xing Nan laughed heartily as he stepped forward. The two exchanged knowing glances, both breaking into laughter. The uproar surrounding this event was significantly attributed to their presence. Fortunately, no one had divulged Xia Zhi's true prowess. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated even further. Let us proceed. The sooner we clear it, the sooner we can rest, Xia Zhi instructed the group, preparing to enter the dungeon. However, after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly halted. Why are only the two of you here? He inquired of Zhuayu and the other. They had other matters to attend to and couldn't make it today. We already claimed the rewards from the nightmare level dungeon. We're merely here to observe. Zhuayu replied with a playful grin. In truth, a hint of envy lingered within her. It would be disingenuous to claim she wasn't tempted. But she quickly reconciled with the reality that most individuals rarely had the chance to even tackle the nightmare level, and they were fortunate enough to have succeeded, let alone desire more. Xia Zhi, upon hearing this, chose not to dwell further. Overall, bringing these individuals along for the dungeon run came with its drawbacks. After all, the hellish level offered substantial rewards, and considering its difficulty, even these individuals would struggle with the nightmare level, let alone the hellish one. Under Xia Zhi's guidance, the group began to enter the dungeon in succession. The hellish Silent Forest dungeon appeared to be remarkably unchanged. Xia Zhi surveyed the surroundings, finding them identical to the last time he had entered. We're not entirely certain about this. My uncle has only attempted it once, and it seemed he relied on a unique item, Xing Nan explained as he rubbed his nose. For them, even the nightmare level was a formidable challenge. Let alone the hellish level, they had never even laid eyes on it, relying solely on hearsay from his uncle. Had it not been for his uncle's fortunate acquisition of a rare one-time use item, passing through this dungeon would have been uncertain at best. You've never entered to take a look? Xia Zhi asked in surprise. Understanding both oneself and the enemy is key to dungeon runs. Thorough research can simplify the process. No, my previous teammates have all moved to other cities, so I've never had the opportunity to enter, Xing Nan replied, a look of regret on his face. Despite the current prosperity of Dongyuan City, it paled in comparison to other cities. People tend to seek higher ground, and as generous subsidies were offered in other cities, many opted to relocate, including some of his former teammates. Never mind, whether we've been here or not is inconsequential, Xia Zhi dismissed, signaling for the serpent woman to begin constructing defenses. Massive crystalline walls formed a small shelter, and Xing Nan and the others watched curiously as the serpent woman worked. Although they had heard Jiang Ming speak of its defensive capabilities, they lacked a concrete understanding of its strength. Bang bang. Xing Nan curiously tapped the crystalline wall. Boss, stop playing around. Don't attract the monsters, one of the younger members said, somewhat exasperated. Who said that? Xing Nan retorted, playfully ruffling the young member's hair, a frown crossing his face. It was clear he was merely testing the strength of the wall, not playing, and felt slightly slighted by the comment. This thing absolutely boasts incredible defensive power. It would take us ages to break through, Jiang Ming chuckled. Drawing from prior experience, they held great confidence in this structure. Were it not for the slow casting time, the strength of these crystalline walls could rival that of divine artifacts in battle. Let us take a moment to sip some tea. We'll need our strength for the battle ahead, Huashang suggested, having even prepared a tea set based on past experiences. Are you certain we're here to clear a dungeon? Xing Nan pondered, utterly perplexed by their demeanor. Why not? Or would you prefer to step out and have a chat with the monsters? And Yiming quipped in jest. Tea time it is then, Xing Nan begrudgingly conceded, holding the teacup with a sulky expression. Nightmare-level monsters were already incredibly formidable. Who could say what the hellish level would entail? Instead of fretting over their strength, it would be wiser to observe and assess the situation, lest they embarrass themselves further. Thanks to the serpent woman's efforts, a sanctuary was soon established, with Xia Zhi even instructing her to lay down a layer of crystalline walls on the ground. All set, let us begin, Xia Zhi urged Jiang Ming with a nod, who promptly pulled out 2 beast-attracting incense sticks and tossed them outside. Is this really a good idea? Xing Nin questioned, uncertainty gracing his features. While others typically drew monsters gradually, here they were, boldly using incense sticks. Was this a sign of underestimating the monsters or overestimating themselves? Just watch. Jiang Ming replied with unwavering confidence. Having been through this before, he was certain of their strategy. The group did not have to wait long. Countless eyes emerged from the inky darkness of the forest, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves fixated on their prey, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Can we withstand this? This time, it wasn't just Xing Nan. Even Jiang Ming felt a twinge of doubt creeping in. The monsters did not immediately attack, they lingered in silence, as if waiting for something. It seems the stronger the monsters, the less effective the beast-attracting incense becomes, Xia Zhi murmured softly, despite having drawn even boss-level monsters before. That was merely an attraction. Attacking was more akin to an instinctive response of the monsters. The incident with the moonlit spider fleeing was a prime example. Chapter 40, Anomaly. Light 2 more beast-attracting incense, Xia Zhi commanded firmly. The effects of the incense could indeed stack, but they had their limits. Since the monsters were remaining passive, they were likely waiting for others to join them. To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, it would be wiser to light a couple more incense sticks and eliminate some monsters first. But Jiang Ming hesitated, concerned that using too many might attract the final boss. However, upon witnessing the immobile monsters, he grasped Xia Zhi's intentions. As the 2 additional incense sticks were ignited, the surrounding monsters began to writhe restlessly. One could no longer contain itself and leaped out from the shadowy forest. With one leading the charge, the other monsters surged forth in a frenzy. Goodness, can we truly contend with this? Jiang Ming murmured in exasperation. The night spider before them was a full size larger than those of the nightmare tier, boasting a level of 20 and an astonishing health pool of 100,000. If that were all, it might have been manageable, but the sheer number of monsters had multiplied significantly compared to before. Could they withstand this onslaught? In contrast to Jiang Ming's unease, Xing Nan watched the rampaging creatures with an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye. As the first monster reached the crystalline barrier and launched its attack, Xing Nan and his companions could only silently observe, praying that the barrier would remain intact. The spider's spear struck the crystalline wall, producing a sharp sound. Rather than shattering, it left only minor marks, akin to the bites of tiny insects. See, I told you it would be fine, Jiang Ming said, discreetly wiping his sweaty palms on his pants. Though he spoke with bravado, it was undeniable that they were in a hellish dungeon, far more formidable than the nightmare tier. Worrying was a natural response. There's no need for concern. These monsters cannot breach our defenses, Xia Zhi proclaimed, his face aglow with confidence. Though the snake woman had only advanced by 1 star, her power had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her defense alone had soared to 600, and after utilizing the crystalline barrier skill, it had reached an impressive 13,200. Not even these level 20 elite monsters, nor the previous night matriarch, without her ultimate move, could hope to shatter it. The remaining matters became considerably simpler. Although the number of monsters was vast, they were utterly incapable of withstanding the overwhelming output from Kai Yun, given that the barrier could not be breached. While Kai Yun's form had changed little, the damage from the Qinyan worm had increased by 1,000 points, dealing over 5,000 damage with each attack. With the added area of effect from the self-detonation, each strike unleashed devastating damage over a wide area. Could it be that you've awakened a 3S level offensive talent? Xing Nin queried uncertainly, eyeing the terrifying damage output. The subordinates he brought along gaped in astonishment at Kai Yun's terrifying prowess. It's merely a spirited summon. Xia Zhi replied with a chuckle, offering no further explanation. Talents manifest as anomalies during class transitions, a fact easily verified at school. However, the talents of summoned beasts were not included in such records. Those who possessed a Kai Yun worm were already rare, let alone his unique specimen. Even if one were to investigate, they would never conceive that this humanoid Kai Yun worm was merely a 4-star pet. Could it truly be a 9-star divine beast? Xing Nin mused aloud as he gazed at Kai Yun. The higher the star level of a summoned beast, the more formidable its base attributes. While growth potential was fixed, they remained immensely powerful in both early and late stages. Relying on the power of class transitions, humans were not without strength, but they needed time to develop. Most could hardly break through to the 3rd tier. Conversely, a 9-star beast possessed innate growth attributes equivalent to the 9th tier, rendering it a devastating force against foes. You wouldn't, Xing Nin thought, casting a sideways glance at the snake woman, unwilling to dwell on the implications. Though Xia Zhi had not explicitly stated it, the star levels of these 2 pets were undoubtedly high. Just consider the strength of the dragon tamers from the Yen Kingdom. Few in the 9th tier could stand against 2 7-star dragons. While an individual might defeat 1 dragon, facing a summoner who unleashed 2 dragons to swarm their enemies was an entirely different challenge. Xia Zhi, why aren't you wearing any gear? One of Xing Nan's subordinates suddenly inquired. At this, the others turned their gazes towards Xia Zhi, only then realizing that he was indeed unarmored. Accustomed to the comforts of the city and having underestimated Xia Zhi's prowess, they had overlooked this detail. Well, the bonuses aren't significant. It hardly matters whether I wear it or not, Xia Zhi replied dismissively. He certainly could not admit that he regarded the lower-tier gear with disdain and that he could not afford higher quality. Moreover, with the rapid pace of leveling, he would need to replace any purchased gear soon anyway. I completely forgot. If I had remembered, I would have brought you a set, Jiang Ming remarked somewhat ruefully. He had already investigated Xia Zhi's background and knew him to be rather impoverished. While his strength may not have equaled Xia Zhi's, he certainly outmatched him in terms of wealth. It was a miscalculation on Jiang Ming's part to forget to outfit Xia Zhi before venturing into the dungeon. It's of little consequence. The rapid leveling makes it a waste, Xia Zhi shrugged nonchalantly. The impact of gear strength was indeed considerable, but it had little effect on him personally. His leveling speed was so swift that even if he acquired gear, it would likely be obsolete in no time. However, possessing a humanoid pet did offer the opportunity to obtain a set of gear for increased output. Why hasn't the moonlight spider emerged yet? And Yiming suddenly inquired. At that moment, the group also recognized something amiss. The 4 monster-attracting incense sticks should have long since drawn the creatures in. Yet only the night spider had appeared thus far. No need to fret. We simply need to eliminate the lesser monsters, Xia Zhi stated, observing the relentless tide of monsters outside. While the moonlight spider posed a significant threat, he was no novice. Even if they combined their efforts to unleash a moonlight blast, it would not necessarily breach the crystalline barrier, especially since he had deliberately reinforced it with an additional layer. Yet, as the night spiders dwindled in number, the moonlight spider still failed to materialize. Could it be that the attractant incense is insufficient? Should I light another stick? Jiang Ming suggested, pulling out another incense stick. The effects of the attractant incense could stack up to 5 times. Beyond that, it would merely expand the coverage area. Light it and see, Xia Zhi replied. Jiang Ming proceeded to ignite the incense. As time passed and the night spiders were dispatched, still, no other monsters appeared. Could the resistance in this hell-tier dungeon be too high? Xia Zhi speculated aimlessly, but he remained without any solid leads. Did your uncle not clear this dungeon? Didn't he tell you anything? Jiang Ming turned to Xing Nan, who was now the focus of everyone's attention. My uncle methodically cleared the monsters. He wouldn't lure them like this. Even the final boss was defeated using a special item, Xing Nan explained with resignation. His uncle was one of those fortunate individuals who had acquired a high-tier item without level restrictions to clear the dungeon. Logically, the monsters here should not have been overly powerful and would have been affected by the attractant incense, yet the reality was contrary. Something must have gone amiss within the dungeon. Chapter 41, Pure Moonlight Glass. The higher the quality of the dungeon, the more likely it was to contain anomalies beyond expectations. No one could ascertain whether they had triggered some hidden mechanism. How about this? You all stay here while I venture out to investigate, Xia Zhi suggested after a moment of contemplation. Remaining idle was not a viable strategy. The priority was to locate traces of the other monsters. Even if this endeavor proved futile, uncovering useful information was paramount. Perhaps we should all go together. It would expedite the search. Xing Nan stepped forward, with Jiang Ming echoing his sentiment. Never mind. If we encounter a horde of monsters, I can barely protect myself as it is, Xia Zhi chuckled. The two intended to voice further protest, but were promptly interrupted by Xia Zhi. That's settled then, I'm going. Without waiting for their consent, he instructed the snake woman to create a breach, then summoned a crystalline wall to seal it off. Watching Xia Zhi's retreating figure, the two were left in contemplative silence. It seems that whatever it is not meant for us, Xing Nan remarked wistfully. Well, if it's not meant to be, then so be it. It's not so bad to just tag along this time, Jiang Ming replied casually, though his profound gaze suggested otherwise. While the crystalline barrier provided safety against swarms of monsters, they still had their reasons for wanting to venture out. The hellish boss is known to drop a unique item, which is their true objective. However, Xia Zhi has effectively blocked all possible exits, and given their attacking prowess, it would take an eternity just to breach a single layer of the crystal wall, let alone 2. To make matters worse, Xia Zhi has even fortified the underground, rendering any attempt to dig and escape futile. After departing, Xia Zhi adopted a more leisurely demeanor, taking the time to explore his surroundings. Nevertheless, for his own safety, he instructed the serpent woman to utilize the Stardust Shield, enveloping both him and Kai Yun within its protective embrace. You wish to deceive me. A smirk of derision graced Xia Zhi's face. Had he not been aware of the intentions of these two, he might have unwittingly allowed them to escape. Most individuals are typically preoccupied with how to conquer a hellish level and the personal rewards that follow. He himself had once shared this mindset. Yet, it was only upon witnessing Kai Yun's evolution and the re-emergence of the evolution formula that he redirected his focus toward the items dropped by the boss. The hellish dungeon is known to yield an item called the Pure Moon Glass, which boasts a plethora of applications. It can enhance equipment attributes through forging, improve potion efficacy through alchemy, and these are merely the more common uses. Furthermore, the Pure Moon Glass possesses an extraordinary function. It can amplify the growth data of certain attributes. For instance, if an attack power is originally calculated as strength multiplied by 2, utilizing the pure moon glass can elevate it to a range between 22 and 25. This represents a rather grotesque enhancement, particularly for high-attribute hidden classes or talents that augment attributes, rendering it a formidable asset. In this realm, attribute growth typically only occurs during advancement. However, the pure moon glass transcends this limitation, allowing for attribute enhancement. While this may not be significant at lower levels, the benefits become increasingly pronounced as one's level ascends. Nonetheless, it is not without restrictions. The pure moon glass is merely a treasure from low-tier dungeons and can only be utilized once. Moreover, it can only be guaranteed to drop if no member of the entire team has received any clearance rewards and if it is their first successful completion. At other times, the outcome is uncertain, as luck is an unpredictable element. Time is of the essence. Those capable of clearing hellish dungeons would not remain obstinately entrenched in such a predicament. The conditions are exceedingly stringent, yet the practicality is absurdly high. Fortunately, he was already informed. Had he lacked knowledge of its value, he would have suffered greatly. Xia Zhi felt a swell of pride. The pure moon glass holds little utility for him personally. As a summoner, his strength predominantly resides in his pets, which cannot utilize such items. However, the fact that it cannot be used does not negate its value, as the Serpent Woman's 5-star evolution conveniently requires the pure moon glass. It is fortunate that the Serpent Woman is in need of it, otherwise he might not have become aware of this item. It is not that he is incapable of discerning the properties of items, but rather that the description of the pure moon glass is exceedingly misleading, simply stating unknown usage in bold letters. Had he not taken the initiative to research online, this dungeon expedition would have resulted in a significant loss, with no certainty of how much he would need to spend to obtain such an item in the future, or even if he would be able to find it at all. As for whether Xing Nen had brought anyone who had received rewards into the dungeon, he was not overly concerned. They are not fools and would certainly not engage in actions detrimental to themselves. Moreover, with Jiang Ming present, he should have known better than to agree to their request to farm today. Xia Zhi felt a sense of helplessness. He had inadvertently ensnared himself. He also could not discreetly farm on his own, lest the monument outside reveal his presence. Yet, he was not devoid of options. Kai Yin still had a characteristic slot available, and he could enhance the drop rate with the Heavenly Blessing trait. If the pure moon glass does not materialize, the blame would fall squarely on these two. After wandering aimlessly through the forest for a while, Xia Zhi still failed to detect any signs of monsters. What is going on? Is there truly no moonlit spider? He gazed curiously at the silent forest. At this point, he was nearing the forest center, the very location where the night mother spider had appeared last time, yet still, no monsters were in sight. As he moved closer to the center, he could not shake the feeling that the moonlight above seemed to have brightened considerably. Odd, could it be that monsters have not spawned in this area? Just as Xia Zhi was scratching his head and contemplating changing direction, a flicker of blue-white light darted through the trees, capturing his attention. Following the glow, he quickly discovered its source. Where have you all gone? So, this is where you are. Is that dancing? Xia Zhi crouched cautiously in the underbrush, peering ahead. Before him lay a massive blue-white magical array that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. The moonlit spider he sought was positioned at the edge of the array, swaying uncertainly as if in a trance. In the center of the array stood the colossal night mother spider, facing off against a slightly smaller blue-white spider. The monsters in the hellish dungeon are not fundamentally different from those in the nightmarish level. They have simply increased in level by 10 and introduced an additional boss of the Lord Grade. However, crossing the 20-level threshold is a significant hurdle, as attributes are greatly enhanced. Unless one is a tank unit, a mere brush with them would be fatal, especially with the presence of an additional Lord Grade boss. Xia Zhi silently lamented the ignorance of his predecessor. Although memories have been retained, much of it is trivial information. It seems that his previous incarnation never contemplated encountering a hellish dungeon, hence the lack of attention to such matters. Chapter 42, The Ritual? The Eerie Boy. Observing the bizarre scene before him, Xia Zhi refrained from recklessly charging into battle. After all, while the Serpent Woman could withstand damage, he could not. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, and a surprise attack on his true form would spell disaster. Therefore, he resolved to assess the situation first. Perhaps he could glean some benefits from it. As the moonlit spiders danced around the periphery, the moonlight from above was drawn down, illuminating the night mother spider in a silvery glow, rendering her majestic and divine. However, the night spider king opposite her inexplicably raised its massive forelimb and thrust it directly into its own body. What the hell? Realizing his voice had risen a notch, Xia Zhi quickly covered his mouth. Yet, it seemed too late. He sensed the night mother spider glance in his direction. However, upon seeing that Xia Zhi did not emerge, she appeared disinclined to attack. Have you never seen anything before? Why the fuss? Xia Zhi silently chastised himself. Indeed, he had been momentarily stunned by the night spider king's actions. He had never heard of a boss with a penchant for self-mutilation. The location where the spider king had been impaled began to ooze a deep blue blood, which gradually pooled upon the markings of the array. Perhaps finding the flow too slow, the Spider King continued to stab itself repeatedly. The blue blood slowly spread across the magical array. But the Spider King's aura began to wane, and it collapsed to the ground, drained of strength. Squeak! The Night Mother Spider emitted a sudden, eerie cry, and her abdomen began to swell ominously. With the Night Mother Spider's transformation, the Moonlit Spiders became agitated, accelerating their frenzied dance. Yet, after an extended period, the Night Mother Spider continued her unsettling screeching without taking further action. Meanwhile, the Spider King and the Moonlit Spiders appeared increasingly impatient and restless. First, the Spider King drove 2 of its four-limbed spears into its own head, and within moments, it fell to the ground, motionless. The remaining 10 Moonlit Spiders exchanged glances, and one by one, they began to mimic the actions of the Spider King, following suit in their self-destruction. Do you really need to go this far? One might think you are performing some sinister ritual, Xia Zhi silently remarked, but soon he realized that it indeed bore a resemblance to a sacrificial ceremony. Given the scene, it certainly had the semblance of a ritualistic offering. This left Xia Zhi with a measure of suspicion. Was the mother of the Night Spiders truly engaged in some nefarious ritual? However, he had no intention of intervening, as he could not perish within the confines of the instance. How does one acquire legendary opportunities? It is simply through encountering the bizarre and the extraordinary. And perhaps this moment was his chance. Fortune favors the bold, and the mother of Night Spider's actions surely heralded something significant. Xia Zhi fixated intently on the unfolding scene. After the deaths of the Spider King and the Night Spiders, blood flowed into the formation, while the corpses rapidly desiccated, as if drained of all vitality. As if bestowed with a newfound strength, the abdomen of the mother of Night Spiders began to swell rapidly. Was she preparing to give birth? Xia Zhi murmured to himself. Before long, her belly had become round and taut. Yet, the mother suddenly appeared to be in great agony, rolling about on the ground. With a horrific sound, 2 pale arms burst forth from her abdomen. Then, with a gentle tug, her belly was ripped open like a tattered sack. What on earth was happening? Was it truly necessary for a mere dungeon run to be so gruesome? Xia Zhi's lips twitched in disbelief, as the scene before him transcended his comprehension. Not merely bizarre. The sheer brutality of it would have warranted censorship in his previous life. As her belly was split open, the mother lay still as if she had completed her task, motionless upon the ground. Had this instance come to an end? Xia Zhi was filled with questions as he beheld the spectacle. Yet, before he could ponder further, a small head emerged from the mother's abdomen, followed by a diminutive body sporting 2 sharp spider legs. Once fully emerged, a boy, his form smeared with azure blood, with silvery short hair and a slender physique, appeared before Xia Zhi. Simultaneously, silver moonlight cascaded from above, as if celebrating the boy's birth. The spider corpses on the ground seemed to respond to some unseen force, a gentle breeze blowing through them, transforming them into ashes, which then coalesced into a blue garment that enveloped the boy. The formation beneath them suddenly radiated a blinding light, prompting Xia Zhi to instinctively shut his eyes. When he reopened them, the forest center had returned to its original state, as though everything that transpired had been but a figment of his imagination. Yet, the boy standing before him attested to the reality of what had just occurred. Clearly, this was the final boss. A grave expression flickered in Xia Zhi's eyes. Since no rewards had yet been bestowed, the mother's demise did not signify the conclusion of the instance. Gazing at the peculiar boy before him, he felt as though he had encountered a formidable foe, one from whom only one could emerge alive. This cursed dungeon, could it be a programming error? Xia Zhi found the situation utterly incredulous and began to question his own senses. What constituted a natural enemy? It was a being that posed a significant threat to another, thus earning such a designation. Yet, the unknown creature before him imbued him with a sense of facing a natural adversary. As if sensing Xia Zhi's gaze, the boy lifted his head, a smile adorning his face as he peered at Xia Zhi hiding in the grass. This sight sent a chill down Xia Zhi's spine. The boy was exquisitely crafted, possessing delicate features that rendered him quite adorable. But who had a child with a mouth full of jagged fangs? Jingjing, take care of him. Xia Zhi commanded the serpent woman beside him. If he felt discomfort, then none should be spared. The serpent woman swiftly heeded the order, bending low to swiftly approach the boy. Meanwhile, Kaiyun wasted no time, summoning a formation from which an endless stream of azure flame worms emerged. In mere moments, Xia Zhi found himself surrounded by a dense swarm of these creatures. Mortal, do you comprehend the consequences of striking a deity? Kneel now, and I may spare your life. The boy's voice, an ambiguous blend of masculine and feminine tones, dripped with derision, as if regarding him as nothing more than an ant. What kind of absurdity dared to claim divinity? I am the god of gods. Xia Zhi roared, unleashing a torrent of azure flame worms upon the boy. At this moment, he yearned to transform this adversary from a natural enemy into a mortal foe. The emergence of a deity in a low-tier instance raised the question, why should anyone level up or partake in dungeons when they could simply lie down and await death? Alas, mortals will never grasp their own folly, the boy remarked, his demeanor remaining largely unchanged, as though stating an undeniable truth. Xia Zhi, however, was unconcerned. If mere words sufficed, he could certainly engage in a verbal spar that would leave the boy questioning his own existence. Do not think that simply staying here renders you invulnerable. There are myriad ways to bring about your demise. Upon seeing Xia Zhi unmoved, the boy spoke once more. God, do not presume my ignorance. Dreaming of slaying me here is a fanciful delusion. Xia Zhi retorted, a sardonic expression on his face. He held no faith in the boy's claims, for he had never heard word of anyone perishing within an instance. Previously, it had indeed been impossible. But now things were different. To a deity, there existed no creature that could not be slain. The boy chuckled lightly, though his words appeared casual. They bore the weight of undeniable truth, sending an unsettling sensation through Xia Zhi. Then by all means, test your mettle. Xia Zhi shot back defiantly. The boy before him was undeniably strange. While he somewhat believed the creature's words, he was no pushover. What did it matter if the boy were a deity? If he truly possessed immense power, why waste time conversing? Why not simply strike him down? As the azure flame worms closed in on the boy, Xia Zhi felt his heart race. The boy raised his arm, and several silver beams of light shot forth from his hand, slicing through the bodies of the azure flame worms like threads. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, nearly 20 of the azure flame worms were obliterated. Was there damage? Xia Zhi clenched his fists, hoping to witness some indication of harm. Yet, beneath the explosion, the boy's health bar remained utterly unchanged, and no numbers signifying damage appeared. Moreover, even the names of those attacked, previously displayed, were now rendered as question marks. Now do you understand? Mortals cannot slay deities. The boy's voice, a curious blend of masculine and feminine, rang out, as if discussing something trivial. Is that so? Yet I refuse to believe it. Xia Zhi retorted. And just as he finished speaking, one azure flame worm lunged at the boy, its massive mandibles sinking into the boy's form. 30. A black damage number floated above the boy's head, confirming to Xia Zhi that real damage indeed affected any creature. You can inflict real damage. The boy's expression shifted momentarily, yet quickly returned to its previous state. What does it matter if you can injure me? Such wounds cannot kill me. Even if you deal true damage, your feeble strikes cannot outpace my self-recovery. I hope you remain as calm as ever. Knowing he could inflict damage, Xia Zhi felt considerably more at ease. Damage meant there was a possibility of death, and he had far more to unleash than this initial blow. With that thought, Xia Zhi promptly opened Sayun's panel, augmenting her abilities with the trait that rendered her attacks unerring. Having leveled up twice from earlier battles, coupled with this trait, the azure flame worms could now inflict a staggering 300 points of true damage. 300. 300. Countless black damage numbers erupted forth, and the boy's expression transformed dramatically. How is this possible? How could your damage increase so significantly? The boy, Night Moon, gazed at Xia Zhi in disbelief. With your capabilities, you dare to claim divinity? I had thought gods possessed omniscience. Xia Zhi casually picked his nose and replied. With the azure flame worms attacking, the boy's health bar finally began to fluctuate. Although the reduction was minimal, it at least offered a glimmer of hope. The remainder was merely a matter of time. Do you think this will suffice to slay me? Night Moon extended his palm, preparing to unleash silver threads of attack. Yet Xia Zhi would not grant him that opportunity. He watched as the serpent woman advanced, positioning herself in front of the boy. 5,566. 5,450. In the blink of an eye, Night Moon unleashed a staggering 25,000 points of damage. Witnessing this scene, Xia Zhi instinctively tightened his grip, his body involuntarily recoiling. Should he be struck, he would find that even several lives would not suffice to atone for such a fate. Moreover, what if the adversary's claims were indeed true? He had a vibrant youth to squander and had no desire to meet an untimely demise. At that moment, the young boy attempted to maneuver past the serpent woman. Yet, with a swift stroke of her sword, although no damage was inflicted, she successfully imposed a gravitational effect, significantly hampering the boy's speed. How naive, still daring to challenge me. Today, I shall see if a god can indeed be vanquished. Although a flicker of trepidation stirred within him, Xia Zhi's words remained defiantly resolute. Cursed mortal. Xia Zhi's actions seemed to completely enrage the young boy, as a silver flash enveloped him, restoring his speed to its original state. With legs akin to spider spears, he swiftly circumnavigated the serpent woman, ignoring the surrounding Qingyan insects, and charged directly towards Xia Zhi. Hey, I was just jesting. No need to take it so seriously. Xia Zhi shouted while retreating. Now you fear? It's too late. Night Moon remained unfazed, consumed with the desire to dismantle this insolent wretch. Just as Night Moon drew near, a star-like sphere suddenly materialized, ensnaring him within. Once more, silver threads erupted from Night Moon's hand, striking the stardust shield with such force that it shattered. Although the shield was broken, the serpent woman had also caught up, her massive sword cleaving into the boy and successfully renewing the gravitational buff. Am I to fear? Today, I shall slay a god and discover what makes you so formidable. As the boy was afflicted with the gravitational buff, Xia Zhi discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow and resumed his taunting. Mortal, you shall pay dearly for your actions. Night Moon spat through gritted teeth. He had not anticipated encountering such a tenacious foe upon his descent. Despite his low level, the beast he commanded was disproportionately powerful. One possessed true damage, while the other remarkably withstood his assaults. It is worth noting that although Night Moon was merely a projection, his damage was beyond what a mere beast lacking even a level 20 could endure. Just a pseudo-god. Yet you expect me to bear the consequences? Xia Zhi paid no heed to the boy's musings. In terms of verbal sparring, he had never been bested. His ignorance of the boy's capabilities was deliberate, as he sought to provoke a flaw, baiting out the opponent's trump cards. Though he could inflict true damage upon the boy, the overall damage remained woefully inadequate. At the current rate of attack, he could not hope to defeat the boy within half an hour. Not to mention the boy's self-proclaimed divinity, shrouded in mystery, could harbor unforeseen abilities that might lead to his downfall. Most critically, retreating from the dungeon during battle was not an option. Cursed! Cursed! Night Moon howled in exasperation. He then extended his arms, transforming them into a shimmering silver blue, his fingers morphing into sharp spider spears. With a fierce grip on the serpent woman, he dealt over 2,000 points of damage. Although this damage paled in comparison to the silver threads, the rapid frequency of attacks bore its own merit, with no cooldown to hinder him. However, the serpent woman's health had already plummeted to 11,000, her shield bolstered to a staggering 110,000. Possessing extraordinary self-healing traits, mere ordinary attacks could not genuinely harm her. Furthermore, as a serpentine entity, she benefited from the agility of a crystalline physique, deftly evading the majority of assaults in bizarre contortions. Truly formidable, Xia Zhi mused, observing the fierce battle. The serpent woman's defensive prowess had reached nearly 7,500. Such resilience would likely thwart even the nightmarish mother of the night spiders from hell. Yet, the being claiming to be a god not only penetrated her defenses, but also inflicted considerable damage. In contrast, the serpent woman's 7,500 damage failed to leave a mark. This was beyond absurd. It was utterly preposterous. Chapter 44. Self-Destruction. Is he dead? Gazing upon the young boy before him, Xia Zhi held a skeptical view of his self-proclaimed divinity, yet acknowledged that his strength was the most formidable he had encountered thus far. Not only did he possess significant damage mitigation, but he also wielded considerable offensive power. It remained uncertain whether the boy's crowd control skills were on a lengthy cooldown, as the standoff had persisted for several minutes, with the boy resorting to basic attacks and even refraining from utilizing the earlier silver thread skill. Clearly, you harbor no grand designs, Xia Zhi quipped, quietly retreating to conceal himself within the nearby underbrush. As if sensing Xia Zhi's intentions, the boy's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, culminating in the formation of an energy sphere in his palm, which he unleashed to send the unprepared serpent woman flying. Yet Xia Zhi had anticipated this. He signaled to the nearby Kai Yun to prompt the surrounding Qin Yin insects to self-destruct. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions reverberated, causing the ground beneath the boy to sink. The rising dust momentarily obscured him, allowing Xia Zhi to take cover with Kai Yun. As the smoke cleared, Xia Zhi had vanished from sight. Mortal, you cannot hope to defeat a god, Night Moon bellowed, unleashing a brilliant silver light that repelled the encroaching serpent woman. He then raised one hand skyward, conjuring a 1-meter-wide azure energy sphere, which he hurled toward the spot where Xia Zhi had disappeared. Boom. Countless trees in the forest were obliterated by the explosion, leaving a 5-meter-wide crater at the epicenter. Behind a nearby tree, mere half a meter from the blast, Xia Zhi felt the perspiration soaking his back. The recent assault would have been damaging even to him, let alone the serpent woman. He had not anticipated that in seeking refuge, he would force his opponent to unleash a powerful attack. After casting this skill, the boy appeared to have expended considerable energy, his movements slowing significantly. Yet the serpent woman remained, indicating that the boy had not perished. Cursed mortal, Night Moon seethed through clenched teeth. This descent was far from flawless. Bound within this space, both his strength and mental acuity were considerably stifled. Otherwise, relying solely on his spiritual perception, he should not have struggled to locate Xia Zhi at such close proximity. Having failed to eliminate Xia Zhi previously, doing so now would prove even more challenging. However, before he could catch his breath, the Qin Yin insects launched a relentless assault from all directions. Even as he fought valiantly, dispatching the majority of them, countless others continued to swarm him. How can this be? Just a low-tier practitioner. Why can he summon endlessly? Night Moon gritted his teeth, utterly baffled. For a first-tier practitioner, such power seemed exceedingly beyond the norm. Though the Qin Yin insects possessed low health, their self-destructive retaliation and true damage made them formidable, even among peers. The 9-star Qin Huang paled in comparison. Xia Zhi, hidden in the underbrush, cared little for these thoughts, quietly observing the boy's health bar. Almost there, almost there. As the boy's health dwindled, Xia Zhi's excitement grew. Such an insurmountable dungeon boss would likely overwhelm even a team of 3 S-rank hidden professions. The mere combination of his formidable defenses and damage could plunge anyone into despair. He was confident that upon vanquishing this boss, the treasure chest would undoubtedly exceed his expectations. Amidst the ceaseless assaults of the Qin Yin insects, the boy's health dwindled to a mere fifth. A quick calculation suggested he possessed roughly 5 million health points. Though this was akin to the nightmarish mother of the night spiders, the disparity in strength was glaring. Were it not for his innate talent, he might have perished in this encounter. Mortal, remember my name is Night Moon. This matter shall not go unpunished. Aware of his impending defeat, Night Moon could only utter fierce words. Observing the dwindling health of his opponent, Xia Zhi emerged from the underbrush with a defiant stride. What can you do if this doesn't end here? With a deity like you, I can vanquish you one by one. Xia Zhi jeered. Though he halted 200 meters away from Night Moon, he merely intended to seize the opportunity as the battle neared its conclusion, not genuinely seeking his demise. At this distance, even if the adversary possessed a formidable skill, it could not reach him. After all, this was merely a low-level dungeon. Mortal, remember your words. I hope when we meet again, you will still be so brazen. Night Moon, having regained his composure, spoke with an impassive expression. Having wasted a chance for reincarnation, he vowed that upon his next descent, he would ensure this brat endured a fate worse than death. He fell silent, absorbing the surrounding silvery moonlight, which enveloped him like ribbons, causing his body to emit a radiant glow. As Night Moon's brilliance intensified, Xia Zhi sensed something amiss. Flee! Xia Zhi shouted to the Serpent Maiden, darting in the opposite direction. The Serpent Maiden obeyed the command, first donning a stardust shield, then hastily retreating towards Xia Zhi's position. Even if I cannot slay you, I can certainly eliminate your pet. Night Moon's face twisted into a sneer as he seemed to reach a critical threshold. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the silence of the forest, causing the very ground to quake. Xia Zhi clasped his ears and turned to witness a wave of silvery light radiating outward from Night Moon's form. In an instant, the silver shockwave engulfed the Serpent Maiden, consuming her entirely. The shockwave dissipated shortly after, halting nearly 100 meters from Xia Zhi. Jingjing, you should be able to endure this, right? Witnessing the scene, Xia Zhi gradually came to a stop. Despite the opponent's overwhelming power, the Serpent Maiden's health was not illusory. With over 100,000 health points plus her shield, if she could still be instantly killed, he would have to devise a means for revenge in the future. You have slain Night Moon, avatar of the god, earning 1,500,000 experience. Congratulations, you have leveled up by 1. Congratulations, you have leveled up by 1. Your experience is now full. Would you like to continue leveling up? Congratulations on completing the Hell-level Silent Forest dungeon. Would you like to claim your final reward? The sudden rise in 3 levels did not bring Xia Zhi much joy. He merely stared blankly at the dissipating shockwave. After a brief moment, the shockwave subsided. As the light gradually faded, a massive pit with a diameter of 300 meters formed around the place where Night Moon had stood. Xia Zhi hurried over, followed closely by the usually carefree Kaiyun, eager to assist in searching for the Serpent Maiden. Approaching the edge of the pit, the ground below appeared as if polished by a master craftsman. Scanning the surroundings, he soon spotted an uneven area. Upon investigation, he discovered the Serpent Maiden embedded into the pit's wall. At this moment, her 2-meter-long tail had been severed. Her right arm was entirely missing, and her once beautiful face was now unrecognizable, with not a single part of her body remaining intact. Is she still alive? Xia Zhi cautiously lifted the Serpent Maiden from the edge of the pit and gently placed her on the ground. Throughout the entire process, she exhibited no signs of life, appearing as though she had truly perished. Staring at the still figure of the Serpent Maiden, Xia Zhi felt a pang of anxiety within. Although they had only recently summoned her, and she was merely an internet-addicted girl, he had to admit that he enjoyed her company immensely. After all, who wouldn't he appreciate a tall and graceful lady? Chapter 45, The Curse of the Night God. Will you buy me a phone? Suddenly, a delicate voice reached Xia Zhi's ears. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Xia Zhi paused, looking down at the Serpent Maiden's battered visage. He noticed her lips twitching slightly, revealing that she was still alive. Thank goodness. Xia Zhi sighed in relief, but refrained from directly addressing her request for a phone. If he agreed to buy one, he would surely find himself financially strained. If you won't buy me a phone, it would be better to let me die, the Serpent Maiden murmured, as if the phone had become her obsession. Then you might as well go die, Xia Zhi replied callously. Ignoring her plea, he began to assess her injuries. At this moment, the wounds on the Serpent Maiden began to heal slowly, reminding him of the description of her super regeneration ability. Super regeneration restores 20% of health per second and heals bodily deformities. Clearly, the Serpent Maiden's regenerative trait was in effect, starting to mend her broken form. However, the severity of her injuries was such that, at the current healing rate, it would likely take until tomorrow for her to fully recover. Fortunately, the battle had concluded, leaving her with little else to contend with. Moreover, not only was her body beginning to heal, but her health points were also gradually increasing. His earlier concern stemmed from witnessing her health bar nearly depleted. Reflecting on it now, it seemed her injuries were so severe that the healing effect was primarily focused on repairing her wounds. Truly, an avatar of a god, exhibiting such extraordinary capabilities. Xia Zhi marveled. Recalling the system's description upon her defeat, he realized that while it was not a genuine deity's descent, it was nonetheless akin to a god for someone of his level. It was essential to note that the Serpent Maiden's health points combined with her shield and the Stardust Shield, amounted to a staggering 160,000 health. Yet, despite this, she had been obliterated by a single self-detonation. Had he possessed such power, he might have perished long ago. Xia Zhi regarded Kaiyun with disdain. Though both had utilized self-detonation, the disparity in their statistics was vast. Ultimately, it boiled down to their levels being too low. Had he been at level 30 or 40, he could likely have effortlessly bested this avatar. Why were you so swift if you were that powerful? Kaiyun retorted mercilessly. In that moment, Xia Zhi had been the fastest, even leaving her behind as he focused solely on his escape. If I die, who will resurrect you? Xia Zhi rolled his eyes, too lazy to engage with her. Should his pet perish, he could still seek a priest or check if Jiang Ming had any resurrection items. If he were to die, the two pets would be left helpless, either staring blankly or facing annihilation, or being forcibly returned to their original world due to the contract. Keep an eye on Jingjing. Without waiting for Kaiyun to respond, Xia Zhi mischievously rubbed his hands together and proceeded towards the center of the pit. At that moment, there lay a pitch-black treasure chest adorned with patterns resembling the flower of the other shore. Given the difficulty of today's battle, he hoped for a worthy reward. Silently praying, Xia Zhi gradually opened the chest and reached inside to extract its contents. The first item was a silvery, diamond-shaped crystal, precisely what the serpent maiden needed for her evolution. Moonlight crystal, purpose unknown. Please explore at your discretion. So, this is the moonlight crystal. Just its appearance suggests it must be valuable. Xia Zhi scrutinized it closely. Although lacking any description, it seemed too versatile to be adequately labeled. Based on its known applications, it could enhance equipment, serve as a potion, or contribute to personal attribute growth. Regardless of the context, any use involving the moonlight crystal would result in a qualitative transformation. Next, Xia Zhi retrieved two pieces of equipment, one resembling a double spear akin to a spider's stinger and the other a ring. Name, Shadow Moon Twin Stingers. Rarity, Treasure Grade. Level, 30. Attack, 469. Agility, 42. Additional attributes. 1. Shadow Abstraction. When wielded, there is a chance to produce phantoms. These phantoms will inflict an additional 30% of the attack upon striking and can apply skill effects. 2. Increases critical strike rate and critical strike damage by 15%. Truly formidable, it lives up to its reputation as equipment for assassins. Xia Zhi, filled with a sense of wonder, waved the dual daggers in his hand. Observing the afterimages shimmering in the air, the equipment before him transcended the mere concept of brute force. It boasted a critical strike capability that inflicted 150 damage. The dual daggers not only enhanced critical damage, but also increased the critical hit rate, thereby indirectly amplifying overall damage, not to mention the additional 30 from the shadow effect. The Curse of the Night God? As he picked up another piece of equipment, Xia Zhi paused, momentarily entranced by its name, the Curse of the Night God. Grade, Epic. Level, 1. Intelligence, 50. Stamina, 30. Additional attributes. The wearer of this equipment experiences a boost of 100 to all attributes, while their summoned beast's attack and defense increase by 50. Curse of the Night God. A curse condensed when a divine avatar is slain, within a certain radius. The bearer will be sensed by the followers of the Night God, attracting the attention of deities. Restriction. This equipment can only be worn by its owner, Xia Zhi. Damn. I thought that wretched deity merely spoke threats. It turns out they were waiting for me here. Xia Zhi felt a deep-seated malice. Initially perplexed by the opponent's self-detonation upon death, he now recognized that he had underestimated these gods. The ring's attributes were grotesquely powerful, lacking level restrictions while providing a staggering 480 attribute boost, and even enhancing the summoned beast's attack and defense by 50. It felt as if a pit had been dug specifically for him to leap into. For a moment, Xia Zhi hesitated, pondering whether to don the ring. This piece of equipment was remarkably suited for a summoner, almost as if it had been crafted exclusively for them. However, the Curse of the Night God was indeed a considerable drawback. The followers of the Night God were undoubtedly the acolytes of the Night Moon, and he was still unaware of their true strength. Yet, the prospect of attracting divine attention was particularly intriguing. Given his current capabilities, recklessly engaging with such beings could yield unpredictable consequences. If another Night God were to appear, he might find it challenging to sleep soundly. Moreover, he could not sell it. What good was this cursed equipment? Despite its outrageous power, it was marred by an exceedingly bothersome curse. Indeed, anything intertwined with the divine was never simple. Xia Zhi shook his head, feeling somewhat exasperated. He was left with two choices: either discard the ring and gradually develop his strength until he could eliminate the moon god, or endure the curse while augmenting his own power. He decided to hold on to it for now and consult Jiang Ming for advice. After all, Jiang Ming, as the son of a wealthy tycoon, was well-versed and might possess a method to lift the curse. Once the curse was dispelled, the ring would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon. Had he possessed this equipment earlier, he might have been able to breach the defenses of the Night Moon. Chapter 46. Reverse Summoning, Fusion Technique. Next, Xia Zhi retrieved a tome from the treasure chest. Reverse Summoning. By utilizing summoned beasts as a medium, One can travel in reverse to the corresponding world of the summoned beast, limited to summoning professions, requiring a strength level of 5. This skill book appeared rather impressive. Xia Zhi stroked his chin thoughtfully. The description was simple and unadorned, yet its practicality was undeniable. In his former life's memories, he had little understanding of traveling to other worlds, only knowing that it was exceedingly challenging and demanded considerable strength. Truth be told, he was quite curious about other realms and had inquired about them with his two companions. When Kaiyun was summoned, she was merely a low-tier creature, lacking knowledge of her surroundings, only aware that she was in a land filled with flowers. Conversely, the snake woman lived in a vast stone forest, a perilous domain teeming with predators before her summoning. Never mind, overthinking would yield no benefit. Without a level 5, he could not utilize it. After storing his findings in his spatial ring, Xia Zhi reached into the treasure chest once more, only to find it utterly empty. Is that it? Xia Zhi was momentarily dumbfounded. Out of 4 items, 3 were unusable. Although they were all valuable, the only usable item, the pure moon glaze, required purchasing materials for its use. After laboriously grinding through the dungeon for half a day, not only did he gain little benefit, but he also incurred the ire of a deity. Could this game still be playable? In a fit of frustration, Xia Zhi kicked the chest. This dungeon run was exceptionally punishing. That deity alone was enough to give him a headache. It's all that damned night goddess' fault. I suspect you're a god of poverty. Once I've grown stronger, you shall be the first to face my wrath. After venting his frustrations, Xia Zhi felt somewhat relieved. He then opened his status panel to assess his progress. His strength had reached the first tier limit. With 1 more level, he would be transported to the trial grounds. Only by passing the trial could he continue to enhance his abilities. However, his focus was not on this, but rather on the rewards for clearing the hell level dungeon. Each individual receives these rewards upon their first successful completion of a dungeon, and he was no exception. Moreover, the rewards vary according to the difficulty of the dungeon, but all are tailored to suit their respective professions. This time, whether he could break even depended on luck. He muttered softly before activating the system notification. Congratulations on clearing the Silent Forest dungeon. Would you like to claim the final reward? Xia Zhi silently wished to receive it. Congratulations, you have obtained the Fusion Technique skill book. The system notification chimed, and a book radiating a crimson glow floated before Xia Zhi. Please do not let me down. Otherwise, I shall surely return to dismantle this wretched dungeon. After uttering a fierce remark, a book appeared in his hand. Fusion Technique, a limited skill, when used. The caster may select one summoned beast to merge with, thereby synchronizing sensory experiences and acquiring a combined extraordinary power. Without time limits or cost, it was indeed a fusion technique. Xia Zhi could hardly believe his eyes. The summoner class was inherently weak, with all power concentrated in their summoned beasts. If a powerful beast was summoned, it could also provide protection for its master. However, if it were a weak creature like Kaiyun, it would struggle to protect itself. The so-called fusion technique effectively addressed the safety concerns of a summoner. As 1's level increased, they could learn universal fusion skills, though those types of fusions came with drawbacks. The user could only achieve partial fusion, absorbing the creature's advantages. For instance, if a summoned beast attacked with claws, the host would also gain such mutations in their hands post-fusion. Yet regarding attributes and skills, only a fraction could be inherited, not the entirety of data, and during combat, the power of one summoned beast would be lost. Alternatively, there were mental link skills, allowing the summoned beast to bear the brunt of damage. What a windfall. Truly, it was worthy of a hell-level dungeon. This was an absolute gain. Xia Zhi felt a surge of excitement. Compared to before, the fusion technique was significantly more formidable, although he had yet to test it. The ability to directly stack the attributes of both entities promised not to disappoint. Without further hesitation, Xia Zhi immediately used the skill book. Congratulations. You have learned the fusion technique skill. The system's notification resonated, confirming that he had acquired the skill. I suspect I am the most unfortunate summoner. Only now learning my first skill. Xia Zhi chuckled at himself. Typically, summoners would acquire several introductory skills to assist their summoned beasts in combat. His lack of skills stemmed from 3 reasons. First, Kaiyun was too powerful, requiring little assistance from him. Second, skill levels were exceedingly difficult to train, as he could not attain the necessary traits, limiting his skill releases to mere handfuls each day. And lastly, he was financially constrained, as low-tier skills were of no use, while the powerful ones were prohibitively expensive. He opened his attribute panel to examine his personal stats. Name, Xia Zhi. Talent, infinite traits. Eternal Contract, female version, SSS. Level, Tier 1, level 19. Health, 270. Mana, 290. Constitution, 27. Strength, 27. Agility, 25. Intelligence, 29. Free attribute points, 95. Skill, Spirit Fusion. Contract pets, Azure Flame Mother, mutated Shattered Crystal Python. Since the beginning of his leveling journey, he has not allocated any attribute points. Typically, summoners distribute points based on the strength of their pets. If the pet is weak, they invest in intelligence to learn damage-dealing skills, while if the pet is strong, they generally enhance constitution for survival. However, Many are indecisive in this regard, as no one can predict whether their next summoned beast will be strong or weak. He, on the other hand, is simply a slacker. His summoned beasts are overwhelmingly powerful, effortlessly dispatching foes. During his recent battle with Night Moon, he considered investing points in Constitution, but upon realizing he would likely be eliminated regardless, he refrained from doing so. He decided to proceed with caution. Xia Zhi's gaze fell upon the injured snake lady, then shifted to Kai Yun. He contemplated merging with the snake lady, but feared the pain. The skill description included a limitation of sensory synchronization, meaning any injury sustained would also be felt by him. Rather than both suffering, it seemed more prudent for her to endure alone. After all, she would recover soon enough. Having chosen his target, Xia Zhi began to utilize spirit fusion. Suddenly, his thoughts seemed to transcend into another realm, the entire world becoming vividly clear. Just as he was about to marvel at the experience, he felt as though he was being pulled, crashing into Kai Yun's body. After a considerable moment, Xia Zhi regained his senses. Had he succeeded? He whispered, but what emerged was a melodious female voice. It had truly worked. Elated, he opened his snow-white arms to inspect himself and confirmed that he had indeed transformed into Kai Yun. Strangely, perhaps due to the fusion, he felt slightly taller, his chest more pronounced, and his voice appeared more mature than Kai Yun's. Regrettably, without a mirror, he could not ascertain whether his appearance had changed. As he touched his delicate cheek, he was reminded of something and cast a furtive glance at the resting snake lady, then shamelessly tugged at his collar. Before he could examine closely, the snake lady opened her eyes, staring at him in confusion. What is it? Her voice chimed, reminiscent of silver bells. Xia Zhi, unfazed, released his grip on his collar. Why do you look different? Where's Xia Zhi? The snake lady inquired, her tone laced with bewilderment. Yet, perhaps due to her weakened state, her voice sounded somewhat hoarse. I am right here. How do you find the fusion? Xia Zhi boasted, striking a pose. Chapter 47, The First Fusion. After a moment of display, Xia Zhi did not forget his objective and skillfully opened his personal panel. Fusion form, Human Azure Flame Mother. Level, Tier 1, Level 19. Talent, Infinite Traits, Eternal Contract, Female Version, Insect Body Differentiation. Health, 135-0270. Mana, 135-0250. Constitution, 13527. Strength, 6027. Agility, 6025. Intelligence, 13529. Free attribute points, 95. Skills, Rainbow Bubble, Insect Devour, Flame Bubble, Wind Control, Spirit Fusion. Traits, Invincible Attack, Tenfold Retaliation, Super Healing, Self-Destruct. All attributes had fused, and even the talents and traits remained. Xia Zhi gazed at the traits in surprise. To be honest, he had prepared for the possibility of their disappearance. After all, this was his first time wielding such power. Anything could happen. The fact that the traits did not vanish was undoubtedly the best outcome. Otherwise, he would have felt quite disheartened. Fantastic. With the snake lady fused. No one of the same tier shall be my opponent. Xia Zhi clenched his fists, feeling an inexhaustible surge of strength. He had not forgotten the assassins hired by those bandits. A careless ambush could lead to his demise. Originally, he had been troubled by his own weaknesses, but now, with spirit fusion, all problems seemed to dissolve effortlessly. Xia Zhi then dispelled spirit fusion. With a forceful repulsion, he separated from Kai Yun's body. What happened? Did something occur? Kai Yun touched her cheek, seemingly having experienced a moment of disorientation. Did you not sense it? Xia Zhi asked, puzzled. What sensation? I feel perfectly fine, Kai Yun responded. Somewhat perplexed by Xia Zhi's words, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The synchronization of senses, could it be that only he felt it? Eager to attempt merging with the snake lady, he ultimately abandoned the idea upon seeing her severely injured state. If the sensation of pain were to transfer to him, he might very well faint from the agony. After all, in his previous life, he had been an ordinary person, one who had never even killed a chicken. It would be better to seek a priest sooner rather than help her endure the pain, especially since he might not be able to withstand it himself. I'll try again later. I wonder if Jiang Ming and the others have returned, Xia Zhi muttered to himself. Though it was a semi-online game world, many elements from games were absent, such as a friend function or a system shop. Without disbanding the team, he had no way of knowing whether Jiang Ming and the others had exited, and even if he left the team, there was a possibility they had done so only after perishing. Never mind, let us go take a look, it won't take long. With this thought, Xia Zhi decided not to dwell further. Gently cradling the snake lady in his arms, he hastened towards the crystalline chamber. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, chaos erupted. The top name on the steel had changed, and it was an overwhelming victory. First place, Jiang Ming, Xing Nan, and Yi Ming, Hua Shang, Xia Zhi. Completion time, 1 hour. 25 minutes, 16 seconds. This was 2 hours faster than Xing Yushu's record, and even quicker than previous attempts at nightmare level. Such a remarkable achievement led the surrounding crowd to speculate whether these individuals were exceedingly powerful. I know Xing Nan's strength, whether they can clear it or not. It shouldn't be this fast even for a normal run, a middle-aged man mused while stroking his beard. It's not just Donyuan City. Even if other cities have dungeon variations, no one can clear a hell-level dungeon this swiftly. Moreover, among those Jiangnan found, aside from a fellow named Xia Zhi, the rest are fairly familiar, with the strongest being Xing Nan and Jiang Ming. Could it be that Jiang Tao Tian bought Jiang Ming some formidable treasure? The middle-aged man speculated wildly. Yet he could not arrive at a conclusion. However, the surrounding crowd was far less contemplative and instead exhibited a notable excitement. Truly, the mayor's nephew is increasingly formidable. What of the mayor's nephew? I suspect Jiang Ming has acquired some powerful item. What do you mean by that? You think Xing Nan can't match a young man who relies on money? That's exactly it. What is it to you? You want to fight me? The entrance to the dungeon erupted into chaos as a simple argument escalated into a full-fledged brawl between factions. Before long, Xia Zhi returned to the vicinity of the crystalline chamber. Perhaps the wait had been too long. For Jiang Ming and the others were presently striking the crystalline wall with their weapons. What are you all doing? Xia Zhi inquired as he approached the small dwelling. Nothing much, just getting a bit bored waiting, trying to pass the time. Jiang Ming and the others paused their actions upon seeing Xia Zhi return, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. It was unclear what material the small dwelling was made of, but despite the collective efforts of the group, they had only managed to chip away a small fragment of the crystalline wall after striking it for quite a while, whether with skills or weapons. This experience profoundly instilled in him a sense of helplessness. Clearly, in terms of both family background and profession, he should have had a distinct advantage over Xia Zhi. Yet, the reality revealed that the two were on entirely different planes. What about the serpent woman? And what transpired at the center of the forest just moments ago? An Yiming inquired with a flurry of questions. Earlier, while the group was chipping away at the bricks, they had witnessed a brilliant flash erupt from the heart of the forest, followed by a tremor that shook the very ground beneath them. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered what kind of creature could unleash such formidable power. Furthermore, the serpent woman before her had suffered grievous injuries, yet remained alive. There's no point in explaining it to you. Just know that the monster is dead, Xia Zhi stated tersely, not wishing to divulge too much about the divine matters. Such revelations could lead to unnecessary complications, especially concerning the so-called night goddess followers, who he was still quite ignorant about in terms of their true nature and strength. The dungeon has been completed, let us return. I see your summoned beast is gravely wounded and requires urgent medical attention, Xing Nan remarked, casting a glance at the severely injured serpent woman before turning his gaze back to Xia Zhi. Logically, given the extent of her injuries, she should have bled out by now. Yet, the serpent woman exhibited no signs of impending death. Instead, she appeared to be engaged in a slow process of self-healing. I happen to have a high-level priest at my disposal who can assist Jingjing, Jiang Ming interjected, stepping forward with eagerness. Xia Zhi's display of strength was overwhelming. It would be prudent to cultivate goodwill at this juncture, for opportunities may be scarce in the future. Although Xia Zhi showed no inclination to flaunt his spoils, he had already secured the most vital asset. Other items could be procured with money. The priority now was to foster relationships. Very well. I too have matters to discuss with you, Xia Zhi agreed, retrieving a mask he had purchased and distributing it to Kaiyun and the serpent woman, while also offering one to Jiang Ming. Initially, Jiang Ming had intended to bask in the accolades of the crowd, but upon seeing the gravely injured serpent woman, he silently donned the mask instead. Xing Nan, however, did not linger, exiting the dungeon without further preparation. As Xia Zhi observed that the situation had nearly settled, he silently recited the incantation to exit the dungeon, and his form gradually dissipated. Chapter 48, Healing and Elemental Corruption. Upon their exit from the dungeon, Xia Zhi and his companions were met with a chaotic scene of people engaged in a brawl. Xing Nan and the others wore expressions of bewilderment. Where were the praises that had been promised? How had it devolved into such disorder? As he surveyed the tumultuous crowd, inspiration struck Xia Zhi. Xing Nan is out, he bellowed, prompting the combatants to cease their quarrel and redirect their attention toward Xing Nan and his companions. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, Xia Zhi hurriedly beckoned Kaiyun and Jiang Ming to move toward the exit. Once they stepped beyond the dungeon's confines and glanced back, they saw Xing Nan and his group ensnared at the entrance, struggling to make any headway. Earlier, Xia Zhi had even spotted a woman attempting to take advantage of Xing Nan amidst the chaos. Phew. Thank goodness we didn't linger inside. It could have turned disastrous. Jiang Ming wiped the sweat from his brow. If not for their swift actions, they might have been trapped indefinitely. He had not anticipated that after more than a decade without anyone clearing a hell-level dungeon, their success would create such a stark contrast, even inciting undue enthusiasm. It was unclear who had disseminated the news, but a steady stream of people continued to converge upon the dungeon. Oh no, an Yiming is still inside, Jiang Ming exclaimed suddenly, gazing at the throng. People always relished the spectacle, often exacerbating the chaos. What are you shouting about? An Yiming's voice chimed in their ears. They turned to find her not only wearing a mask, but also sporting a baseball cap atop her head. You made it out. You startled me. I thought you were still in there, Jiang Ming chuckled, patting his chest. Let us hurry. If we're discovered, we won't be able to leave. With that, Xia Zhi cradled the serpent woman and dashed toward Donyuan City, with an Yinming and Jiangming following closely behind. In the courtyard of the Zhongjiang Trading Company in Donyuan City, "You wait here while I fetch someone," Jiangming instructed before rushing off. Xia Zhi gently laid the serpent woman upon the sofa. After an hour of recuperation, her condition had significantly improved, with the wounded areas now displaying a layer of keratin. "Are you not returning?" Xia Zhi turned to inquire of an Yinming. "Oh, I'm in no hurry. I haven't yet expressed my gratitude for guiding me through the dungeon," she replied with a smile. Though she remained oblivious to the events at the forest center, the sheer magnitude of that terrifying energy wave was beyond her capacity to withstand. Without Xia Zhi's intervention, it was doubtful she would have even managed to slay a few minor creatures. "We're classmates. There's no need for thanks. Besides, I was compensated for my efforts," Xia Zhi replied with a smile, though it was the latter sentiment that resonated most with him. What did it matter that they were classmates? They were not truly in the same circle. Had Jiang Ming and the others not provided remuneration, he would have ventured forth to tackle the dungeon solo. Yet, he was grateful for the payment. Without it, the serpent woman might not have survived. Before long, Jiang Ming returned, accompanied by a muscular man in his 40s. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Shi Wen, a fourth-tier priest we've hired at the company. You may refer to him as Uncle Shi." Jiang Ming gestured toward the man. "Hello, I am Xia Zhi, an Yinming." Both Xia Zhi and an Yinming exchanged pleasantries. "Is this the summoned beast requiring treatment?" Shi Wen did not acknowledge them, instead approaching the serpent woman to assess her injuries. Seemingly accustomed to Shi Wen's aloof demeanor, Jiang Ming merely shrugged at the pair, as if to say, "Don't mind him. This one is mine. You should be able to heal her, right?" Xia Zhi asked quietly. "This summoned beast is extraordinary. Despite her severe injuries, she possesses the ability for self-repair," Shi Wen remarked, observing the keratin layer at the wound site. "That is her shedding talent, which enables her to mend her wounds," Xia Zhi fabricated an explanation. Acknowledging the priest's recognition of the serpent woman's uniqueness, he felt compelled to concoct a plausible ability. "Not a problem. I will commence her treatment immediately," Shi Wen stated as he rose and began preparing for healing. As he invoked his skills, an abundance of light elements flooded the room, gradually merging into the serpent woman's being. Concurrently, the keratin layer on her body began to proliferate rapidly, enveloping her entirely. "Impressive, a fourth-tier practitioner. Even a simple healing spell wields such power," an Yinming remarked, somewhat awed. The healing capabilities of the brothers Lu Ming and Lu Wang from their earlier team were hardly comparable, barely scratching the surface of what Shi Wen was capable of. Her injuries are too severe. Thus, only this low-tier skill can be utilized. Otherwise, given her current level, she might be susceptible to elemental corruption, Shi Wen elaborated, a hint of pride in his voice as he explained his choice of a lower-tier skill. Jiang Ming, standing behind Shi Wen, made a face, having grown accustomed to the priest's haughty attitude. "Ah, I see," Xia Zhi nodded thoughtfully. Through Shi Wen's explanation, he began to understand the concept of elemental corruption. In layman's terms, it was akin to a form of radiation, albeit without transmissibility. The stronger the individual, the greater the potential impact on lower-tier creatures. However, it was not that high-tier skills could not be employed. Rather, they required the user to possess exceptional control or for the target to have robust physicality. It seemed that the higher the tier, the stronger the prowess. There was indeed wisdom to this notion. Xia Zhi felt a twinge of helplessness. He had initially thought he could confront a fourth-tier practitioner head-on, but it appeared he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Each tier represented a significant threshold. A qualitative change in power was unmistakable. Fortunately, the so-called night goddess strength should be confined within the third tier, although it remains exceedingly formidable. This understanding led Xia Zhi to contemplate a particular trait of his talent, anomaly resistance. This attribute endows its possessor with an extraordinary capacity to resist. Diminishing 90 of anomalous conditions. Anomalous conditions typically refer to negative buffs such as slowing effects, burning, and poison, and elemental corrosion is, in fact, a type of anomalous state as well. Initially pondering what additional trait to bestow, he resolved to select this one, as the Serpent Maiden, being a frontline combatant, required such an ability. As the level of monsters hunted escalates, the array of bizarre skills encountered multiplies, making this trait an effective safeguard against such anomalous states. After all, this ability is far more practical than control-breaking skills, and it possesses no cooldown period. Under Shi Wen's healing, the Serpent Maiden was enveloped in a layer of keratinous skin, closely resembling the shedding of a snake. Your summoned beast is indeed unlike ordinary ones, even in my absence. I trust it will recover swiftly, Shi Wen remarked, halting his restorative magic as the light element in the room gradually dissipated. Is this sufficient? Xia Zhi inquired eagerly. Yes. All that remains is for her to shed her skin naturally, Shi Wen replied, observing the Serpent Maiden without further contemplation. It is entirely normal for serpentine creatures to shed their skin, even if this one is a semi-humanoid summon. After exchanging a few more words, Shi Wen took his leave from the room. Chapter 49 Deity? Madman. Since there is nothing more to attend to, I shall take my leave, and Yinming stated. Noticing the serpent maiden appeared to be in good condition. After all, having cleared the hell-level dungeon, she wished to return home and celebrate with family. Take care on your way. Xia Zhi smiled as he closed the door behind her. What is this? Let me clarify. I am not that kind of person. Jiang Ming exclaimed, crossing his arms defensively as if fearing Xia Zhi might leap at him. You're not. Does that mean I am? Xia Zhi rolled his eyes before retrieving the night god's curse ring from his spatial ring and handing it to Jiang Ming. What the hell is this? Jiang Ming gasped, his mouth agape as he examined the ring's attributes. This ring was not merely violent. It granted an astonishing 100 points to mental attributes, not to mention the 50 offensive and defensive bonus, making it a veritable artifact for summoners. Big shot. Allow me to pay my respects, Jiang Ming exclaimed, preparing to bow to Xia Zhi. Enough of that. Let us see more, Xia Zhi said dismissively, growing weary of Jiang Ming's antics. The longer they knew each other, the more shameless Jiang Ming became, unlike Xia Zhi, who blushed even at extended conversations with women. If only Jiang Ming knew Xia Zhi's true thoughts, he would undoubtedly unleash a tirade upon him. Wow, Jiang Ming exclaimed again, his arm trembling uncontrollably as he continued to scrutinize the ring. As if it were a hot potato, he hastily tossed it back to Xia Zhi. Bro, if you're fine, you should hurry and take Jingjing back to rest, Jiang Ming urged. Originally expecting to encounter a fortune god, he instead found himself grappling with a plague god. Anything associated with deities was never simple. Though he had initially thought the equipment impressive, when considering its divine connection, it seemed rather ordinary after all. What is the matter? As the son of Donyuan City's wealthiest man, are you afraid of a mirror ring? Xia Zhi taunted Jiang Ming. In truth, he had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Jiang Ming upon seeing the ring's attributes. It remained unclear whether Jiang Ming feared the followers of the night god or the gaze of the divine beings themselves. Bro, do you have any idea how dangerous this is? Deities are a bunch of capricious madmen. If you encounter them, they might reward you with equipment when pleased or, if displeased, use your soul as a lamp. Jiang Ming's expression darkened with fear. If they were merely madmen, it would be one thing. However, they possessed immense power. So dangerous? Perhaps I should give it to you. What if we encounter a benevolent deity? Xia Zhi said playfully, pretending to toss the ring to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming instinctively recoiled a step. Don't joke around, bro. This is clearly a gift from a deity. Just look at the exclusive design. It shows how much the deity favors you. Jiang Ming hastily declined, waving his hands in protest. I'm not blind. It boldly displays the 5 characters proclaiming the night god's curse. Just a glance makes me feel like I'm in imminent danger, let alone possessing it. Don't you have any way to dispel this curse? Xia Zhi slipped the ring onto his finger, feeling an immediate surge of power. What can I do? I'm just a good-for-nothing rich kid. You overestimate me, Jiang Ming responded, instinctively retreating at the sight of Xia Zhi adorned with the ring. Fine. I'll just find a place to discard it, Xia Zhi shrugged. However, he merely spoke idly. It would be a pity to throw away such a remarkable item. Moreover, he had come to terms with the idea that deities were merely powerful beings. Currently, he could slay divine avatars, who could predict what the future holds. As long as he leveled up quickly enough, the roles of hunter and prey could easily be reversed. Bro, discarding it is futile. Deities are inherently sinister. Even if you throw this exclusive ring away, it won't be long before it returns to you. Despite his fear of the divine, Jiang Ming offered a kind warning. Really? How bizarre. Xia Zhi replied, somewhat taken aback. The prospect of discarding it aside, the oddity of the situation was indeed surprising. He wondered how the ring would return after being discarded. However, don't worry too much. Deities are rare in this world, Jiang Ming reassured Xia Zhi. It was indeed challenging for them to manifest in this realm, but that did not mean this world was devoid of them. Encountering even a single one could spell disaster. Especially since Xia Zhi bore a coordinate that would undoubtedly draw attention. Since there is no solution, help me sell this equipment. Xia Zhi retrieved the Moonshadow twin daggers from his spatial ring. Just as he intended to hand them to Jiang Ming, the latter stepped back, fear evident in his gaze. What are you afraid of? This is legitimate equipment. Xia Zhi found himself exasperated with Jiang Ming, who was trembling even before the deities had made their appearance. Is it really? Jiang Ming asked, his concern for his life prompting him to seek confirmation. Believe it or not, if you don't take it, I'll slay you right now, Xia Zhi threatened, his expression turning menacing. Even Kai Yun beside him displayed a fierce demeanor, adding to the intimidation. This scene left Xia Zhi speechless. Are you sure you're not here to be adorable? Perhaps fearing that Xia Zhi would genuinely carry out his threat. Or perhaps intimidated by Kai Yun's ferocity, Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and accepted the twin daggers. Upon inspecting the equipment's attributes, he instinctively sighed in relief. In truth, he was genuinely afraid that Xia Zhi would bestow upon him another bound piece of equipment. This world was never short of individuals with ties to the divine. One unfortunate soul had, upon trusting others, acquired an item that required the slaughter of a certain number of beings to unbind. And that meant humans. Killing any creature other than humans would not reduce the requirement. Yet, the outcome did not lead to the unbinding. Instead, the individual became a bloodthirsty demon. Had it not been for the numerous strong human warriors, this individual, bolstered by that item, would have nearly slaughtered an entire city. Bro, be honest with me. Did you kill a god? Jiang Ming suddenly inquired, recalling the explosive battle that had erupted in the center of the silent forest. Though he had not witnessed the specific circumstances of the confrontation, the walls they could not breach hinted at the formidable power that must have been wielded. Given the Serpent Maiden's grievous injuries, it was not difficult to surmise just how powerful their opponent truly was. You must be out of your mind. If I could defeat a deity, would I even need to seek your assistance to lift the curse? Xia Zhi remarked, somewhat at a loss for words. However, he refrained from mentioning the matter of the deity's avatar. Although both possessed divine elements, their strengths were likely to differ significantly. Since lifting the curse seemed implausible, it was better to avoid unnecessary complications and not burden others with further troubles. That makes sense, Jiang Ming responded, absent-mindedly rubbing his nose. Reflecting on the absurdity of the situation, he chuckled to himself. If they were to encounter a deity, it was unlikely any of them would survive. How about this? The dual daggers for 500,000. Jiang Ming resumed his merchant demeanor. Forget it, I'll just sell them elsewhere. With that, Xia Zhi reached for the Moon Shadow dual daggers. They were a level 30 treasure-grade weapon. Did Jiang Ming truly think he could take them for 500,000 without understanding their value? Come on, isn't selling to you the same as selling to anyone else? I'll take a loss. I'll let them go for 880,000, Jiang Ming replied, feigning a look of suffering. Rogue, Xia Zhi exclaimed. How dare you insult me? The two then engaged in a spirited negotiation, finally settling on a price of 990,000. Although the equipment appeared expensive now, it was primarily due to their low levels. Once they leveled up, most would opt for bartering. Chapter 50, Summoning the Dying White Cat. Since there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Xia Zhi announced. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Ming eagerly opened the door. Brother, if there's nothing pressing, please refrain from visiting next time. Just give me a call if you need something. Jiang Ming offered a strained smile. Forget it, I can't be bothered with you. Just don't come begging next time. Xia Zhi shook his head, recognizing Jiang Ming's apprehension. He was merely afraid of being implicated. However, this was only natural. After all, they had only known each other for a few days, and it was unreasonable to expect someone to face potential dangers together. What I meant was, I don't want the innocent people in the merchant guild to get hurt. As long as you need help, I will surely come to assist. Jiang Ming declared with great conviction, thumping his chest. As the saying goes, danger coexists with opportunity. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Facing a nightmarish-level dungeon would be a daunting task for him. Given Xia Zhi's prowess in single-handedly tackling hell-level dungeons, he could not afford to disregard Xia Zhi's presence. And maintaining a certain level of communication was indeed essential. I probably won't need your assistance, but I appreciate your help with Jingjing, Xia Zhi replied. Not overly concerned with Jiang Ming's words. He then lifted the seemingly hibernating snake girl and departed from the Zhongjiang Merchant Guild. As he observed Xia Zhi's retreating figure, Jiang Ming's gaze flickered, lost in thought, before he ventured into the depths of the Merchant Guild's rear courtyard. Not long after, Xia Zhi returned to his humble abode via taxi. He gently placed the snake girl on the bed and opened his interface, preparing to elevate his level to 20. However, upon opening it, he noticed a new talent had appeared in the snake girl's attributes. What is this? Snake shedding. Triggers upon receiving fatal damage, enveloping the user in a layer of snake skin and rapidly restoring the damage sustained. Is this a blessing in disguise? Xia Zhi murmured to himself. He surmised that the snake girl's severe injuries had activated her inherent abilities. Excellent. This renders her considerably safer. Xia Zhi nodded in satisfaction. Undoubtedly, the utility of snake shedding was immense. It seemed he had been fortunate. If they encountered a prolonged battle, this talent could potentially yield unexpected advantages. It appeared that recovery would not take long. Since the snake girl seemed fine, Xia Zhi redirected his attention to the interface. Upon reaching level 20, he could select to advance. At that point, he would be able to proceed to the trial grounds, and after passing the trial, he could officially enter the second tier. At that stage, all his attribute points and bonuses would be recalculated. However, entering the trial was not guaranteed to be safe. The risk of death loomed, which was one of the reasons many struggled to level up. Ordinary individuals, lacking an advantage in skills and equipment, found it exceedingly difficult to succeed in the trials. Another reason was that after meeting the experience requirements, one had to advance within a specific time frame. Otherwise, their level would become permanently fixed. Moreover, the higher the tier, the longer the preparation time granted. Clearly, advancement was not a straightforward endeavor, nor was it simply a matter of reaching the requisite level. These two conditions alone had already filtered out a significant number of candidates, not to mention the advancement tasks. Nevertheless, this posed no difficulty for Xia Zhi. If he could not succeed, it would be nearly impossible for anyone else to pass the trials. Never mind that, summoning the third familiar is the paramount concern. With that thought in mind, Xia Zhi swiftly clicked the upgrade button. Congratulations. Your level has increased by 1. The system notification chimed, but Xia Zhi paid it little mind. instead opening the eternal contract. The contract lay flat on the ground, and as he summoned, there were no remarkable changes. What does this mean? A failed summoning? Xia Zhi pondered, trying to recall if he had made an operational error. He remembered that when he summoned the snake girl, the contract had emitted a burst of yellow light, not a mere ripple as it was now. Just as he was preparing to summon again, a fluffy white object gradually emerged from the contract. As the fluffy creature fully materialized, Xia Zhi realized what it was. A white cat? Xia Zhi gazed in astonishment at the creature before him. It was a 2-meter-long, pure white giant cat. Indeed, it was a cat, an ordinary white cat, albeit rather large. Surely, the contract couldn't be defective. Where was the beast girl that was promised? Faced with this gigantic feline, Xia Zhi was filled with questions. Although talents could be compromised, they were supposed to be activated upon receiving such an attack. Yet, since his arrival in this world, he had not sustained even a scratch, let alone had his talents undermined. Could it be that night deity? Xia Zhi expressed deep skepticism. Aside from that rather peculiar deity, he could think of no other explanation. Upon scrutinizing the eternal contract, he found no discrepancies. Strangely, after being summoned, the white cat merely lay quietly on the ground, not moving an inch. Oh no. It can't be dead, can it? Xia Zhi hurriedly approached to check. Regardless of whether the contract was intact, if the summoned familiar was lifeless, and he ended up with an additional do not approach buff, he would truly be more wrong than Doi. However, after poking the giant cat a few times, he found it still had a faint breath, yet its health bar had plummeted to the minimum, resembling death closely. What the heck? Please don't. Why does my body feel a bit unwell? Just as Xia Zhi was about to plead with the giant cat not to die, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. What is happening? What does this mean? In a moment of confusion, Xia Zhi found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Logically, aside from being attacked, his digitized body should possess considerable strength. How could he suddenly feel unwell? A deity? An infectious disease? These two possibilities flashed through Xia Zhi's mind. If it were an infection, he could ponder solutions, but if it were a deity, the consequences would be dire. If even the avatar was so challenging to defeat, facing a true deity would be catastrophic. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Xia Zhi slapped his forehead and quickly opened the system panel. Summon, mutated white cat. Potential, half-star. Level, first tier, level 20. Talent, illusion shape, radiation. Health, 30. Mana, 20. Constitution, 23. Strength, 26. Agility, 26. Intelligence, 22. Skills, hunting instinct, agility. Agility increases body sensitivity, allowing for silent movement without making any noise. Hunting instinct, a passive skill characterized by extraordinary aggression, enhancing attack power and movement speed by 20%. Although the previous level of the white cat remains a mystery, upon summoning, it synchronizes with its current state. Half a star? Gazing at the potential attribute, Xia Zhi found himself momentarily dumbfounded. This was the first time he learned that potential could possess a half-star rating. Upon inspecting the attributes of the large cat, it seemed that even at level 0, it might only be marginally superior to an ordinary house cat. Xia Zhi redirected his attention to the talents. It must be said, despite the large cat's apparent weakness, it surprisingly possessed 2 talents. It is noteworthy that even Kaiyun and the Serpent Woman had only 1 talent each. In contrast, this creature, with its abysmal attributes, boasted an additional talent. Morph, the ability to switch freely between its true form and a half-beast humanoid form. After much contemplation, Xia Zhi initially thought the contract had become void, but it was due to this very talent. Upon seeing this talent, Xia Zhi understood why the large cat did not manifest in its beast-eared maiden form. Chapter 51, Radiation Talent, Mutation. Radiation? Xia Zhi glanced at the other talent. In his understanding, radiation was an exceedingly perilous phenomenon. Recalling his discomfort, it was likely also induced by radiation. Radiation, a passive skill, 1, within a 10-meter radius. All living beings will be afflicted with a weakening status, reducing all attributes by 20. 2. When attacking an enemy target, random afflictions such as bleeding, poisoning, confusion, and paralysis may be added. 3. Prolonged exposure can inflict permanent damage to the skeletal, reproductive, and circulatory systems of all creatures, including the host. Goodness! Xia Zhi couldn't help but exclaim. This talent dropped his jaw in disbelief. Each of the 3 entries was outrageously powerful, particularly the last one, which could be described as monstrous among monstrosities. The physical attribute pertains to bodily resilience. This implies that the final entry could permanently diminish the physical attributes of others. Can this cat be nurtured? Perhaps it would be better to let it perish? This thought flashed through Xia Zhi's mind. It wasn't that he was heartless, but this creature was essentially an indiscriminate threat. Radiation would not only harm others, but could also turn against itself, as evidenced by its current state. If they remained together for long, it was likely he and his 2 pets wouldn't survive for much longer. Please don't blame me. It's your own fault for being so weak. Regardless, even if I don't summon you, you would eventually meet your demise. At worst, I could find you a favorable resting place. Xia Zhi gently stroked the soft fur of the white cat, muttering quietly. When he had examined the large cat earlier, he had not detected any wounds. In retrospect, it must have been tormented to its limits by the radiation. Crack! Just as Xia Zhi sought to excuse himself, a sound of shattering came from behind him. Turning around, he noticed that the previously sleeping serpent woman had awakened and was wriggling out from beneath her layer of serpentine skin. Xia Zhi hurried over to assist, but as he approached, he was promptly pushed away by the serpent woman. Observing her puffed-up cheeks, he suddenly recalled the matter of the phone. It was just a phone. I'll buy you one, Xia Zhi said, amused. Hearing this, the serpent woman immediately leaped down from the bed. However, this action roused Kaiyun, who had been lying nearby, drooling in her sleep. So big, Kaiyun rubbed her eyes, incredulously gazing at the large cat on the floor. Then, in an exuberant leap, she pounced onto the large cat. No, Xia Zhi attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Perhaps Kaiyun had exerted too much force. The large cat, already condemned to death in Xia Zhi's eyes, surprisingly opened its eyes. It seemed aware of its impending demise, as evidenced by the lifelessness in its blue and yellow gaze. The serpent woman floated over to the large cat, lifting the excited Kaiyun. Oh, how pitiful! Looking at the lifeless large cat, the serpent woman displayed a look of compassion. The decay of life invariably resonates with people. Even the cold-blooded serpent woman was not immune. The large cat lacked the usual biological yearning for life, its eyes only reflecting profound desolation and suffering. It resembled a gravely ill individual, exuding an eerie yearning for death. In truth, it was not that Xia Zhi was unwilling to save it, but rather that the eternal contract did not encompass an evolution formula for the large cat. It was evidently sentenced to death. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that the large cat would soon perish entirely. I'm so tired, I want to sleep. Kaiyun, scratching her small head, spoke with a face full of confusion. How could she feel sleepy so soon after just waking up? Xia Zhi understood that this was due to the large cat's radiation talent, which had plunged them into a collective state of weakness. He had to admit, he felt quite envious of such a talent. Do you wish to live? Xia Zhi suddenly posed this question without understanding why he had asked it. The large cat cast a sidelong glance at Xia Zhi before closing its eyes again. Am I being looked down upon? Xia Zhi stood before the large cat, utterly bewildered. He was certain that the fleeting disdain in the large cat's eyes was not merely a figment of his imagination. Before you die, would you assist me in conducting an experiment? Xia Zhi opened the system panel, then turned his attention to one of the infinite characteristic talents. Transmutation. Cthulhu. This ability allows any part of the body to transform into tentacles. Organisms bearing this characteristic will undergo uncontrollable changes. Warning: this characteristic possesses uncertainty. Please use with caution. Initially, he had no intention of utilizing this characteristic. He held a healthy respect for Cthulhu-like beings, especially given their bizarre abilities. No one could predict the consequences of using such powers, and the conspicuous warning did little to assuage his concerns. Yet, he could swear he merely wished to heal the unfortunate large white cat. Heh. Xia Zhi chuckled lewdly, causing the closed-eyed white cat to open its round eyes. It felt as though it had plunged into an icy abyss, a potent malice swirling around it. Fear not, I shall save you. With that, Xia Zhi affixed the characteristic to the white cat's panel. In that instant, as the characteristic took effect, the white cat's blue and yellow eyes suddenly contracted, as if the entire world had fallen into silence. Just as Xia Zhi sensed that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly unsettling, a dull heartbeat resonated throughout the room. Thump, thump, thump. As time passed, the heartbeat quickened. In Xia Zhi's view, the once vibrant room began to fade, morphing into shades of gray and white. How peculiar. The colors are changing, Kaiyun remarked innocently, gazing around in wonder. Xia Zhi paid no heed to Kaiyun, his expression grave as he observed the unchanging white cat. To be honest, he felt he had acted impulsively. It is often said that impulse is the devil, and he believed this adage to be entirely accurate. Dongyuan City. The air was thick with tension. At that moment, both humans and monsters alike gazed up at the silent night sky. Although the heavens appeared unchanged from before, an inexplicable sense of foreboding loomed, causing an inner tremor among them. On the rooftop of the city hall, what is happening? Is it a deity or something else? Xing Yushu's face was grave as he stared at the sky. Although he was uncertain of the events unfolding, he could distinctly feel his body stirring restlessly, as though confronting a lifelong adversary. Since his ascension to the 6th tier, he had never experienced such a sensation. Even in his mind, deities and abyssal monsters were merely powerful beings. What tumultuous times we live in. The abyss and those cultists have been particularly restless lately. He wondered if this event was connected to them. Xing Yushu sighed. In a luxurious courtyard in the southern part of the city. Dad, could it be that a deity has truly passed by? Jiang Ming hesitantly spoke to the middle-aged man beside him. Since his return, he had recounted the events concerning Xia Zhi to his father. However, just moments ago, even he, with his limited strength, sensed something amiss. Naturally, his father would not be oblivious to it. It should not be. The aura of a deity does not manifest in such a manner. Jiang Taodian stood by the window, quietly gazing at the star-studded sky, lost in thought. As long as it is not a deity. Jiang Ming patted his chest, releasing a sigh of relief. Yet his curiosity about what transpired lingered. If it truly were a deity, there would be a significant probability it was related to Xia Zhi. Although he had known Xia Zhi for a short time, he did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. After all, as the son of a businessman, Xia Zhi was undoubtedly a potential asset in Jiang Ming's eyes. Do refrain from going out for the time being. As for other matters, worry less. After such a prolonged delay, progressing to the next stage is of utmost importance, Jiang Taotian said in a grave tone. Initially, he had been quite intrigued by this young man named Xia Zhi, but for now, he had to set that curiosity aside. As a formidable figure in Dongyuan City, his primary focus was to uncover what had transpired. Chapter 52, The Uncontrollable White Cat. At this moment, Xia Zhi remained oblivious to the happenings outside. His eyes fixated on the white cat. Ever since it had acquired its new characteristics, the cat lay still on the ground, as if time had ceased to exist. The once rhythmic beating of its heart had long since vanished. Had I misunderstood? Xia Zhi surveyed the grayish-white room, momentarily perplexed. Where was the promised uncertainty? There was not a hint of change. He even began to doubt whether his stance was incorrect. Meow. Suddenly, while Xia Zhi was lost in self-doubt, a sharp cry emanated from the white cat. At that instant, the cat's form began to transform. Its white fur shed away, and its pink skin swelled rapidly, transforming into a large mass. As its body expanded, countless grotesque growths emerged. Bang! The sound of something bursting rang out, as numerous growths exploded simultaneously, splattering an unknown black liquid against the walls. Fortunately, the snake woman reacted swiftly, using a stardust shield to shield against the liquid. Yet, the cat's transformation was far from over. Following the explosions, innumerable tentacles erupted from its body, flailing wildly throughout the room. It seemed this room would no longer be habitable. Just as Xia Zhi lamented the situation, the tentacles suddenly ceased their chaotic movements, and like arrows, they surged towards him. What the hell? Seeing the oncoming tentacles, Xia Zhi's nerves tensed. A multitude of tentacles struck against the shield, producing a cacophony of sounds. For several minutes, the stardust shield remained intact. As Xia Zhi felt grateful for the snake woman's formidable defense, the white cat slowly turned its grotesque form, revealing its round, mismatched eyes. The yellow eye glimmered with an eerie light, and Xia Zhi and his two companions were suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. When Xia Zhi regained his senses, he found the snake woman in a daze, reaching out to deactivate the stardust shield. Wake up! Seeing the room filled with tentacles startled Xia Zhi. He urgently shook the snake woman by the shoulders, but she remained unresponsive, standing there like a statue. Witnessing this, Xia Zhi decisively employed the spirit fusion technique, quickly merging his body with the snake woman. The moment the fusion succeeded, he activated the stardust shield. The cacophony of sounds resumed, and Xia Zhi breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he felt a pang of regret for utilizing the transformation characteristic, wishing he could slap himself in frustration. Had he known it would lead to this, he would have preferred to send the white cat away. Damn it, this thing is far too sinister. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Xia Zhi recalled the control skill with a shiver of dread. Summoned beasts naturally held an affinity for their masters, making it rare for them to turn against their summoners. The reason he had not been controlled likely stemmed from his role as the master. However, this creature could exert control over other pets. Had he not acted swiftly, he might have already met his doom. What happened? What happened? Is it time for a meal? Awakening. Kai Yun appeared bewildered, tugging at Xia Zhi with questions. All you think about is eating. Can't you strive for something more? Xia Zhi scolded her lightly, tapping her on the head in exasperation. Each time he saw her innocent expression, he felt an irresistible urge to give her a good thrashing. Why are you hitting me? That hurts. Kai Yun protested, clutching her head and glaring at him with wide, watery eyes. I can't be bothered with you. Xia Zhi rolled his eyes, casually adding the abnormal resistance characteristic to the snake woman's panel. He could not ascertain whether the white cat could control him in his fused state, so he decided to apply the previously considered characteristics, as mental manipulation also constituted an abnormal state. Contemplating how to handle the white cat, Xia Zhi reflected on the nature of summoner-pet relationships. Summoners typically summoned their beasts with a built-in affinity. The previous summoner had called forth Kai Yun, a creature of low intelligence and minimal desire to attack, which explained why he had never acquired the pet control skill. The pet control skill was designed to prevent betrayal or impose discipline on summoned beasts. After all, rebellious creatures abound, such as the dragon brought forth by the dragon tamers of the Flame Nation. Although its previous master possessed commonly used mental encouragement skills, the dragon's high tolerance often led to a lackadaisical attitude during battles. Mental encouragement. Utilizing mental energy to form a long whip, launching a psychic attack on summoned beasts and similar targets. Damage is negligible, yet it significantly stimulates the mental entity, inducing unbearable pain. Limitation. Power depends on the target's mental resistance. The most vexing part was that since his arrival in this world, he had gotten along well with his creatures and had never thought to purchase such a skill book. Of course, the previous summoner's financial constraints had played a considerable role in this oversight. How foolish. Why not just resummon it? Xia Zhi suddenly clapped his hands, a realization dawning upon him. Due to his lack of experience with this ability, he had momentarily overlooked it. As the contract activated, a massive magic circle appeared beneath the white cat, causing its spherical body to slowly descend. However, just as Xia Zhi thought he was on the verge of success, countless tentacles shot out, piercing through the surrounding walls and securing his body firmly in place. With the tentacles exerting force, the sinking body was pulled upward. I am utterly exasperated. This is futile. Xia Zhi's lips twitched. The white cat was now completely out of control, its attributes seemingly skyrocketing. Furthermore, the randomness of the transformation characteristics abilities was profoundly strong, rendering the evolved capabilities vastly different from before, as if he were dealing with an entirely different creature. Fortunately, this entity had not acquired the ability to sever contracts. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. The mere capacity for controlling summoned beasts was already akin to a game-breaking ability. Now, the white cat's panel was filled with question marks, leaving no one with any knowledge of its other abilities. Kai Yun, incapacitate it. Xia Zhi instructed Kai Yun in a low tone, although she appeared somewhat puzzled. Upon witnessing the transformed, tentacled monstrosity, she complied with Xia Zhi's command and began summoning the Qingyan insect. Fortunately, the white cat had only acquired a single characteristic. Otherwise, it might have already breached the defenses of the Stardust Shield. Perhaps sensing danger, as the first Qingyan insect flew towards it, dozens of tentacles rapidly enveloped it. Bang! 10. A dull sound echoed as the tentacles burst apart, scattering debris in all directions. What happened? Only 10 points of damage. Xia Zhi paused, momentarily doubting his own eyesight. Then rubbed his eyes. After several more explosions, the damage remained stagnant at 10. Damn it, how long will this take? Staring at the unyielding health bar, Xia Zhi was left utterly dumbfounded. Meow as the plaintive cries of the white cat echoed, the hairless head contorted in agony. An increasing number of tentacles were blasted away, and the white cat's rate of attack noticeably diminished. It was at this moment that the white cat abruptly ceased its onslaught. Kill me, it uttered, its countenance marred by pain, rendering it an arduous task to speak. Well, I believe there is still hope for you. Though it was said, the relentless assault from Kai Yun continued unabated. Under Xia Zhi's command, the Qingyan worm refrained from self-detonation, opting instead to engage in savage bites. However, the outcome was beyond his expectations. The Qingyan worm, endowed with formidable predatory skills, inexplicably failed to inflict any damage. This should not be the case. True damage ought to be effective. Was it a skill malfunction or a peculiar trait? Xia Zhi found himself momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend the current predicament. In his understanding, true damage attributes could be likened to a bug attribute, immune even to divine entities. Yet, upon glancing at the white cat, it was evident that since gaining the transformation trait, it had transcended his understanding. He simply could not fathom why such a seemingly ordinary trait should bestow such extraordinary capabilities. Fortunately, the white cat exerted great effort to maintain control. Its tentacles merely flailed chaotically in the air. Amidst Zeyun's relentless bombardment, the white cat's vitality steadily diminished, and the situation was swiftly brought under control. Chapter 53, The Source of Filth. Before long, the white cat's health had plummeted to a critical level. At this juncture, it lay feebly upon the ground, surrounded by remnants of flesh and tentacles. Even so, the white cat's body was engaged in a self-repair process, the bloody remnants writhing toward it. With each piece of flesh assimilated, its vitality would recover slightly. Lying quietly, the white cat seemed to be aware of its impending demise, its eyes reflecting a glimmer of release. This scene tugged at Xia Zhi's heartstrings. Were it not for him, the white cat would not be enduring such torment. Let it go, Xia Zhi intoned somberly, his eyes betraying a deep melancholy. Yet, just as Kai Yun prepared to strike, Xia Zhi intervened once more. Wait. Kai Yun looked bewildered, having just been commanded to kill, only to find the order rescinded. Xia Zhi awkwardly rubbed his nose, for he had noticed that the white cat's status panel had begun to restore itself. Upon looking again at the white cat, though still engaged in assimilating flesh, it was no longer transforming into a mass, but was instead regaining its original form. Furthermore, tufts of white fur sprouted from its head, signaling a clear indication of recovery. Summoned creature, source of filth. Potential, 7 stars, currently in decline. Level, first stage, level 20. Traits, illusion form, filthy body, malicious eye, dimensional space. Health, 44,000. Mana, 57,000. Physique, 220. Strength, 150. Agility, 285. Intelligence, 285. Skills, hunting instinct, agility, bloodstained touch, blood siphon, filthy venom, dimensional traversal, blood meteor critical, gift of the filth slave. Illusion form, can transform into any appearance based on targets it has observed. Filthy body, passive skill, 1, within a 10-meter radius. All living beings will be afflicted with a weakened state, reducing all attributes by 30. 2. When attacking enemy targets, it randomly inflicts bleeding, poisoning, confusion, paralysis, and other abnormal states, with a chance to trigger a pollution effect. 3. Prolonged contact can cause permanent damage to the skeletal, reproductive, and circulatory systems of all living beings, with a chance to trigger a pollution effect. 4. All health and mana increase by 20 times, with a 50 damage reduction, capable of recovering health through flesh, existing within a dimensional space wherein this trait undergoes transformation. Pollution. Upon death, the infected become mindless corpses, possessing half of their original infectious capability. Using the soul eye grants control over the infected's body. Malicious eye. 1. Soul eye. The yellow cat's pupils possess the ability to impact the target's soul, forcibly controlling its body, with actual effectiveness dependent on the target's level and resistance. If the target is contaminated, control capabilities are doubled, and it can dispel any abnormal states it has inflicted. 2. Eye of Annihilation. The blue cat's pupils enhance capabilities, doubling the power of all skills when used. Dimensional space. 1. By utilizing its own pollution aura, it can transform the surrounding space into its domain, with any living being within this space having a chance to be contaminated. 2. The attributes of the filthy body change, expanding the weakened radius to encompass the entire domain, with attribute reduction and enhancement up to 50, while chances of pollution and negative state effects double. 3. When attacked, it forcibly alters the nature of the attack, transforming it into the most suitable form for itself, with damage immunity raised to 90. When used, it creates a domain sized according to its level multiplied by 10 meters, consuming 5,000 mana points upon activation, followed by a consumption of 100 mana points per second thereafter. Xia Zhi wiped his mouth. He could swear that his decision to cease was not influenced by this extraordinarily luxurious panel. His sole desire was to save the white cat. Now that the panel had restored, it was evident from the white cat's appearance that it was clearly on the mend. After enduring such prolonged suffering, it would be a pity for the white cat to pass without ever experiencing the beauty of life. This panel is rather impressive, Xia Zhi murmured softly. Though its potential was in decline, the attributes were dazzling to behold. This could not merely be described as strong. It was, in fact, monstrous. He even began to question whether, should Kaiyun and the snake woman reach the same star levels, they could match even half of the white cat's strength. With potential dwindling to 1 star, the previously grayish room regained its original hues. It should be fine now. Xia Zhi cautiously approached the white cat. At this moment, the white cat had returned to its original form. Gazing at the fluffy feline, Xia Zhi couldn't help but poke it, feeling its remarkable softness. The white cat opened its eyes, confusion evident in its unique gaze, mixed with a hint of reproach. At present, it merely wished to conclude its torturous existence. Pain. The white cat tilted its head, pondering, before quickly realizing something was amiss. It no longer hurt. Gradually rising from the ground and carefully assessing its condition, it found that its body indeed did not ache as before, but rather felt invigorated. Meow. The white cat exclaimed with excitement, eager to leap out the window. Yet, before it could jump down, a pair of strong hands seized its tail, pulling it back into the room. I am your savior. Do you really think it's appropriate to leave like this? Xia Zhi scolded, feeling exasperated. After diligently rescuing it, he could not simply allow it to depart. Moreover, this white cat was fundamentally different from other summoned beasts. It was essentially a mobile source of radiation. A glance at its attributes revealed that if it were to be set free, the consequences could be unfathomable. Meow. The white cat protested, its eyes filled with confusion. What are you meowing about? Can't you speak human language? Xia Zhi replied, somewhat exasperated. Clearly capable of human speech, it insisted on vocalizing its grievances. I'm leaving now. Thank you. You are a good person. The white cat tilted its large head, uttering those words before attempting to depart once more. Am I receiving a good person card here? Xia Zhi scratched his head, yet he did not impede the white cat's departure. This creature displayed no awareness of its role as a summoned beast. Did it not know it could not stray too far from its master? Indeed, before long, a magic circle appeared beside Xia Zhi. The large white cat descended from the heavens, bewildered as it surveyed the room before it. It only recalled joyfully sprinting on the rooftop. But now it found itself back in this space. Do not leave. You are my summoned beast, and may only roam within my vicinity, Xia Zhi admonished, tapping the white cat's head. As its power grew, the range of its summoned creatures expanded as well, but for the time being, it could only operate within a radius of 500 meters. Except for a few exceptional pets, all others share a commonality. When they venture beyond their designated bounds, they inevitably return to their masters. Given his current level, even if he refrained from intervening, he wouldn't stray far, then hasten to dissolve our contract. The white cat remarked haughtily, licking its fluffy paws. Have you yet to awaken? Do you truly consider me your mere servant, at your beck and call? Let me tell you, if you persist in this manner, I shall have no choice but to return you. Xia Zhi raised an eyebrow in a threatening manner. In his estimation, the white cat undoubtedly hailed from a region afflicted by radiation. After enduring such immense suffering, it would hardly wish to return. Indeed, upon hearing Xia Zhi's intent to send it away, the cat's pupils constricted, though it soon feigned indifference. This scene did not escape his enhanced serpent-like gaze. If you're capable, then send me back. If not, let me go. the white cat asserted, lifting its head defiantly. Very well, I shall release you, Xia Zhi chuckled, amused. Yet complied with its request to dissolve the contract. Upon seeing the contract spread upon the floor, panic filled the cat's eyes. It truly did not wish to return to that world. Brother, I believe following you is quite delightful, it added, nuzzling Xia Zhi with its sizable head. As long as you understand, refrain from wandering off again, Xia Zhi replied, stroking the cat's soft fur. He felt relieved that this creature had not evolved the ability to act independently. Otherwise, the situation would have become rather complicated. Chapter 54. Shrinking panels, listen to my justifications. Can you control your body without affecting your surroundings? Xia Zhi inquired of the white cat. While Big White could no longer inflict harm upon itself, it retained the capacity to harm others. Currently, it was both a source of collective debilitation and capable of inflicting permanent damage on all targets, which could easily lead to issues if taken outside. Most concerning was that this creature also affected him. I'll give it a try, the white cat responded uncertainly, then attempted to exert control over its tainted form. Before long, Xia Zhi felt a lightness in his body, the state of weakness dissipating, and he experienced a wave of relief. Finally liberated. With the white cat's issue resolved, Xia Zhi sighed in relief. However, upon surveying the ravaged room, he felt a pang of frustration. How strange. After causing such a commotion, why has no one come to investigate? Xia Zhi mused, leaning out the window to glance below. The nearby residents continued their activities, displaying no signs of abnormal behavior, as if they had not heard the sounds of battle. And the neighbors too. Xia Zhi glanced at the dilapidated door, suddenly recalling that the neighbors on either side had moved out the previous month, leaving the vicinity devoid of people. Reopening the white cat's panel, he observed, summon, source of filth. Potential, 1 star. Level, 1st tier, 20th level. Talents, illusory form, tainted body, semi-sealed. Eye of extreme malice, sealed. Otherworldly space, sealed. Health, 6,000. Mana, 6,500. Constitution, 60. Strength, 50. Agility, 65. Intelligence, 65. Skills, hunting instinct, dexterity, bloodstained touch, blood devour, sealed. Dimensional transit, sealed. Tainted venom, sealed. Bloodfall critical strike, sealed. Gift of the filth slave, sealed. The panel shrinkage is rather severe, Xia Zhi thought, bemused. Initially, he merely wished to ascertain whether the otherworldly space had shielded this floor, yet the panel left him utterly astonished. Not only were most abilities sealed, but the data also differed by several magnitudes. The sole remaining ability, tainted body, had been halved in strength. However, one silver lining was that the white cat's base attribute growth potential exceeded that of both Kaiyun and the serpent woman by 5 points. Yet now, he could not see it anymore. Closing the system panel, Xia Zhi exhaled deeply. With the otherworldly space sealed, he could no longer conduct experiments. But this was the only ability that aligned with the current situation. Well, better that no one discovers it, thus sparing me the need for explanation. Subsequently, Xia Zhi exited the fused state, and the serpent woman reappeared in the room. How peculiar, the white cat remarked, glancing curiously between Xia Zhi and the serpent woman. Xia Zhi paid it no heed. After the star rating was diminished, the white cat's strength had plummeted drastically. Lacking any special traits, it could not even best Kaiyun, let alone sway the serpent woman. The only pressing task was to swiftly restore the white cat's star rating and then advance to the trial grounds. From now on, you shall be known as Big White, he declared, the naming genius resurfacing. Satisfied, he stroked Big White, only to recall that he had yet to see Big White's humanoid form. Transform into your original shape, Xia Zhi commanded. Upon hearing his words, Big White's eyes darted, glancing at Kaiyun and the serpent woman nearby. Then, a dark luminescence emanated from Big White's body, and when it reappeared, it had assumed Sayun's form. I meant to say transform into your true self, not to showcase your talents. Xia Zhi groaned, tapping Big White on the head. Big White winced, gazing up at Xia Zhi with teary eyes. Indeed, Big White's form was not merely similar. It was indistinguishable from Kaiyun, with not a single difference in expression or movement. How am I to know what I originally looked like? Big White tilted its head in confusion. This simple statement left Xia Zhi momentarily speechless. After all, while it had previously been able to switch between forms using illusory form, it had never transformed before, having its talents altered by the conversion trait. Now, its talents could change at will, yet it did not even know what it was originally supposed to resemble. Never mind. Just move your ears to the top of your head, Xia Zhi began to instruct patiently. His reasoning for this was to differentiate between the two. As while it could mimic others' appearances, it was safer to take on Sayun's likeness to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Are you tearing down the house? Suddenly, an Yiming's voice echoed. The trio of humans and pets turned to find an Yiming standing at the doorway, utterly astonished. You must allow me to clarify. No, I mean to explain. Xia Zhi began to protest, but an Yiming walked into the room, eyeing the two Kaiyuns with curiosity. Is this your new summon? Why does it look just like Kaiyun? She inquired, pinching Big White's ear. Do not touch recklessly. Be wary of it biting you, Xia Zhi warned, pulling the contented Big White closer. What brings you here? He was puzzled. It was already evening, and he wondered why an Yimeng would come here. My parents are aware that you guided me through the dungeon, so they asked me to bring you a gift. As she spoke, an Yimeng produced a small box and handed it to Xia Zhi. Upon opening the box, he discovered a book inside. Mental detonation. Xia Zhi exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated that an Yimeng's parents would present such a precious gift. Mental skills, regardless of their attributes, were among the most prestigious in the realm of abilities. Even the most basic perception skills far surpassed ordinary skills in value, let alone the mental skill before him. The eye of extreme malice talent possessed by the white cat belonged to the mental category, its level of perversity deemed unsolvable. Mental detonation utilizes mental power to inflict base damage equal to 5 times the target's intelligence, accompanied by a 15-second stunning effect. The specifics depend on the intelligence and willpower of both parties, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. This skill book is universal for spellcasters. Any magic-related profession may learn it, but only those within the mage category can fully exploit its advantages. Although summoners are classified as spellcasters, without class bonuses, they find it challenging to wield its power effectively. However, Xia Zhi was an exception. Regardless of the attributes he enhanced, as long as he employed fusion technique, he would surpass others of the same tier by a considerable margin. This is far too precious. You should take it back. As he spoke, Xia Zhi prepared to return the skill book to an Yimeng. The mental explosion skill was valued at over 2 million, and he had already received compensation from Jiangming and others earlier. Accepting it again now would seem rather inappropriate. After all, the previous transaction was mutually agreed upon, and he had no reason to accept additional payment at this juncture, even as a token of gratitude. Take it. The skills I acquired in the dungeon are far more valuable than this, he insisted. However, an Yimeng did not accept the skill book, but instead pushed it back toward him. Forget it. If it's too much, just waive my rent, she suggested. Xia Zhi disregarded her thoughts entirely and stuffed the skill book into her arms. It was not that he was overly sentimental, but rather that it seemed unnecessary to complicate their relationship over a mere skill book. Besides, his newly summoned white cat could compensate for most of the skills. To him, this skill book was merely a luxury, and accepting it would incur a debt of gratitude, which could be deemed an ungrateful endeavor. Very well then, an Yimeng said, somewhat dejectedly. Everyone harbors their own thoughts, and she was no exception. Although they were classmates, their interactions had been minimal, even within the school environment. However, after witnessing Xia Zhi's prowess, the dynamics changed. Not everyone's growth is smooth sailing. Fostering a closer relationship during moments of weakness is undoubtedly the best investment, one that would yield significant benefits in the future. Yet, observing Xia Zhi's aloof demeanor left her feeling somewhat helpless. Chapter 55. Moving, a reluctant retrospection. By the way, how did your room end up in such disarray just from summoning a new pet? An Yimeng quickly adjusted her mindset and inquired, surveying the ravaged room. Well, I wanted to test the power of the big white one, but it ended up like this, Xia Zhi replied sheepishly, scratching his nose in defense. He certainly couldn't tell an Yimeng that he had just engaged in a fierce battle in that very room. Most of the destruction was caused by the explosive aftermath of the Qin Yin insects, while the white cat's attacks had primarily struck the Stardust Shield. Had the battle not been somewhat restrained, and the building not reasonably sturdy, the entire structure might have been reduced to rubble. Given the circumstances, I have another property in a different neighborhood. You can move there, an Yimeng suggested with a smile. A damaged room is hardly a rarity for professionals. She had initially intended to offer Xia Zhi a new room, and this situation conveniently aligned with her plans, sparing her the need for lengthy explanations. Since Xia Zhi refused gifts, she could pursue alternatives. She had plenty of time. Thank you then, Xia Zhi replied with a grin. He was in need of accommodation. After all, in truth, he had no particular demands regarding his living space, as he had no other activities to engage in. However, with the room in such a state of disrepair, nearly everything inside had been destroyed, even the door was gone. In such a bustling building, it was quite inconvenient. Now that we can't stay here, let's head out immediately, an Yimeng declared. Xia Zhi nodded in agreement. He quickly tossed the only relatively intact photo into his spatial ring and followed an Yimeng out of the complex. Under an Yimeng's guidance, Xia Zhi soon arrived at a slightly smaller community. While the neighborhood was modest, it was livelier than the previous one, with many young people encountered along the way. This will be your new residence, an Yimeng said as she opened the fingerprint lock. The apartment was spacious, boasting at least 120 square meters, featuring a standard layout of 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. It was fully furnished with appliances and appeared immaculate, as if it had never been lived in since its renovation. No wonder you're known as the landlord. You seem to have properties everywhere, Xia Zhi remarked with admiration. Although an Yimeng's family background couldn't rival Jiangming's, it was still quite affluent. A third of the units in the previous old neighborhood belonged to her family, earning her the nickname landlord during their school days. Not bad, right? So, do you need an older sister to take care of you? An Yimeng teased, leaning closer with a playful smirk. No, I prefer not to rely on others. Xia Zhi quickly sidestepped, then began to scrutinize the room. An Yimeng did not press further, but began to introduce the nearby amenities. It's getting late. I should head back now, she stated, glancing at her phone. All right, take care, and I'll treat you to a meal sometime, Xia Zhi replied. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, an Yimeng departed the room. Once they organized their belongings, they intended to go out for a meal. Xia Zhi commanded his 3 pets. Let us go. Yay, it's time to eat, shouted the others, but Kai Yun, upon hearing the prospect of food, immediately sprang into a joyful bounce. First, let us tidy things up. On the way, Xia Zhi had already purchased some fresh clothes and toiletries for them. As for bedding, an Yimeng had already informed him that new supplies were available in the apartment. Upon hearing about dinner, Kai Yun exhibited an exceptional level of enthusiasm, and soon, under the guidance of the snake lady, they had everything organized. Let us go eat, Xia Zhi declared, leading the way out of the room. Since returning, he had been busy tending to the snake lady and summoning new pets, and he was now thoroughly famished. The group did not venture too far, but instead found a small restaurant nearby for their meal. Delicious, absolutely delicious, exclaimed the big white cat after taking a bite of the braised crucian carp, its eyes lighting up as it eagerly dug into the fish. Xia Zhi chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to comment further. The big white cat, tainted by radiation, likely had not enjoyed the best living conditions, let alone the opportunity to indulge in such cooked food. Perhaps due to their elevated levels, the other 2 pets also consumed significantly more than before. With no other option, Xia Zhi had to request the chef to prepare a whole new spread. It was evident that the big white cat's past hardships had led it to devour over 10 fish and a substantial amount of meat, solely relishing in the flesh. Truly, regardless of the world, cats seem to share a universal fondness for fish. Watching the big white cat gorge on its meal, Xia Zhi patted his full belly. Reflecting on the situation, while the 3 pets feasted, Xia Zhi, with nothing else to occupy his attention, began to survey his surroundings. Just then, a woman entered through the door, capturing his attention. She appeared to be in her 30s, strikingly beautiful and mature, with long, lustrous black hair. Dressed in a pastel yellow floral maxi dress, she looks somewhat familiar, Xia Zhi murmured to himself, leaning back in his chair, his mind racing to identify the source of this sense of familiarity. Just as the woman was about to turn around, Xia Zhi's mind suddenly froze, and he quickly averted his gaze, lowering his head to avoid being seen. The 3 pets stared in astonishment before resuming their meal with renewed vigor. Internally, Xia Zhi lamented his predicament. How could he encounter such an awkward situation here? To avoid detection, he felt compelled to press his face against the table. This woman was not someone he knew intimately, and he didn't even recall her name. Yet, Xia Zhi had never anticipated that the previous host had such scandalous tales in their past. As he rummaged through memories of the former life, he stumbled upon a recollection of a university reunion. At that gathering, many were inebriated, and the former host was no exception. Perhaps fueled by the effects of alcohol, he encountered this same woman at a KTV, also intoxicated. Drawn by the host's youthful good looks, they quickly struck up a connection, leading to a night of fervent passion that persisted for an entire evening. The former host, appearing rather naive, was clearly just a schoolboy. Consequently, the woman did not say much, tossing 2,000 yuan at him before departing the hotel. Perhaps after spending the money, or perhaps still yearning for the woman. The former host even loitered at the KTV for several days, yet they never crossed paths again. Eventually, this encounter faded into obscurity. What a disgrace. Can't you see what sort of person you are? You should be embarrassed for chasing after someone like that. Xia Zhi engaged in a stern self-critique. Utterly baffled by the enigmatic actions of his predecessor, it left him at a loss for words. Everyone had come out to enjoy themselves, yet he seemed to be the only one at fault. How could he still have the audacity to linger around, reminiscing about that awkward memory? Which made Xia Zhi feel so embarrassed that he wished for nothing more than to disappear. After a brief pause, urged by his 3 companions post-meal, he slowly lifted his head, intending to ascertain whether the woman was still in the vicinity. Fortunately, she had either departed or retreated to a private room. Not lingering in the hall. At least your honor remains intact, Xia Zhi mused, quickly settling the bill. He didn't even bother to contest the server's attempt to round down the payment, hastily exiting the restaurant. If he lingered any longer and happened to run into her again, it would truly be an embarrassing situation. After all, this incident had nothing to do with him. He was merely burdened by the disgraceful memories of his predecessor. For him, it was nothing short of torment. Chapter 56, The Evolution of the White Cat. The following dawn, Xia Zhi rubbed his eyes and sat up in bed. Last night, to evade detection by acquaintances, he had stealthily returned to the dormitory with his 3 companions. On the way, he was even mistaken for a thief. Had it not been for a phone call to an Yimeng, he might well have ended up at the police station. What does this have to do with me? I was upright and proper, what was there to fear? Xia Zhi admonished himself for his actions the previous night. Fortunately, his predecessor had met their end, otherwise, he would have dragged them out to face the consequences. He couldn't help but reflect on how small the world was. Despite Danyuan City having a population of at least 20 million, the odds of encountering the same person amidst the vast sea of humanity were slim. Yet he had somehow managed it. Had his predecessor not been lurking about, he wouldn't have felt such acute embarrassment. He hoped fervently that they did not reside nearby. With a sigh, Xia Zhi promptly got up to wash up. Perhaps due to the habit of sleeping outdoors, Dabai had opted for the couch instead of the bed. Once he finished his morning routine, Xia Zhi opened his phone. Upon seeing it, the serpent girl darted over, standing silently nearby, fixated on him. All right, I'll buy it for you, he conceded, feeling his eyelid twitch under her intense gaze. I don't believe you, the serpent girl hissed through gritted teeth. Previously, Xia Zhi had made a similar promise, yet the phone had not materialized. Last night, he had clearly seen a store selling phones, but had been misled into hurrying off to check out properties instead. This time, he was determined to purchase it. Seeing that the serpent girl remained unmoved, Xia Zhi reluctantly opened a shopping website. Only when he confirmed the successful order did she finally divert her attention, joining Dabai to pore over recipes. With the serpent girl preoccupied, Xia Zhi accessed the Zhongjiang trading app. As the largest trading firm in Dongyuan City, it naturally had its own sales channels. While this offered convenience, the prices were exorbitant. He was charged a transportation fee of 2,000 yuan for such proximity. Furthermore, precious items ordered online still had to be picked up at Zhongjiang Trading. This was a common predicament for many stores, necessitated by the peculiar talents and skills present in this world, particularly the prevalence of thievery. To mitigate risks, the more valuable the item, the more critical it became to conduct face-to-face transactions. After all, once one left the trading firm, any loss was solely their own concern, with the firm having no further responsibility. Thankfully, the items he intended to purchase were not particularly precious, as they were meant for Dabai's evolution. Despite Dabai's appealing stats, its actual strength was rather mediocre, inferior even to that of the serpent girl and Kaiyun. The prudent course of action was to facilitate its evolution swiftly and then venture into the trial grounds for further advancement. Otherwise, he would remain stagnant. Let us buy these for now. Xia Zhi clicked to purchase. The eternal contract was also a troublesome item, only displaying the materials required for the current stage of evolution. The materials needed for Dabai were quite peculiar, predominantly energy-based and heavily leaning towards blood and darkness attributes. Xia Zhi speculated that Dabai might not be evolving in the traditional sense, but rather lacked the necessary energy to maintain its star level. After more than half an hour, the materials arrived, and the next step was to proceed with the evolution. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Xia Zhi had borrowed a small storage room from an Yinmeng to serve as the evolution site. The process went exceedingly smoothly. Dabai merely shed its fur once more and transformed into a tentacled creature. Fortunately, this time Dabai did not maintain a star level above 7 nor lose its sanity, allowing Xia Zhi to resolve the issue swiftly. A sigh of relief escaped him as he proceeded to purchase additional materials online, repeating the process once more. Summoned entity, source of corruption. Potential, 3 stars. Level, first order. 20th level. Talents, shape-shifting, corrupted body, evil eye, sealed, dimensional space, sealed. Health, 22,000. Mana, 24,000. Constitution, 110. Strength, 90. Agility, 120. Intelligence, 120. Skills, hunting instinct, dexterity. Corrupting touch, bloodthirst, dimensional travel, sealed. Corrupting poison, sealed. Blood meteor critical, sealed. Gift of the corrupted, sealed. Corrupting touch, summons massive tentacles to strike enemies, dealing 100 magical attack damage and 5 of mana as damage, with tentacles persisting for 10 seconds, a cooldown period of 5 seconds, consuming 50 mana points. Bloodthirst, draws strength from the sea of blood, each attack inflicting an additional 10 health damage, increasing corruption probability, lasting 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 10 minutes, consuming 500 mana points. Alas, it seems I can only advance to 3 stars, Xia Zhi lamented softly. He had initially aimed to elevate Dabai to 4-star potential, but the materials were prohibitively expensive. Just 2 ascensions had cost him over 500,000 yuan. Had he not sold some equipment, he would have struggled even to achieve a single-star upgrade. Nevertheless, despite his reservations, Dabai's foundational attributes were high enough, and the corrupted body had already been unlocked, requiring only additional traits to surpass the serpent girl and Kaiyun. Moreover, all of Dabai's skills were offensive, compensating for the reliance on Kaiyun alone. What traits are suitable? Xia Zhi opened the traits panel to conduct a thorough search. After considerable contemplation, he decided that an offensive trait was essential, followed by healing and excess recovery. However, deciding on the last one proved challenging. In terms of defense, Dabai inherently had a 50 damage reduction, coupled with super healing and excess recovery. Its health pool of over 200,000 could not easily be depleted by ordinary foes. At least not at this stage, negating the need for additional defensive traits. While numerous traits existed, some powerful ones like cooldown reduction and dual casting were currently inaccessible. Their status is grayed out. He remained uncertain about the requirements for unlocking them or whether leveling up was necessary. Let us go with this one. Xia Zhi selected one trait and affixed it beneath Dabai's panel. Abnormal enhancement. Increases the probability of inflicting abnormal attributes by tenfold. At this stage, Dabai's most formidable asset was its corrupted body, which could inflict an astounding number of negative attributes, encompassing most abnormal states. This trait would amplify all abnormal state probabilities, including the corruption ability that he valued most. Am I being a bit hasty? Xia Zhi pondered as he gazed at Dubai's panel, deep in thought. Presently, Dubai appeared excessively powerful. Should it spiral out of control, it wouldn't simply result in the destruction of a room. With this trait in place, the Serpent Girl and Kaiyun would be utterly unable to restrain Dubai. Never mind, the immediate priority is to evolve quickly. His strength was already sufficient, and this decision served merely as a precaution. Although the risk of losing control existed, the traits had already been affixed, and there was no turning back now. Moreover, drawing upon previous experiences of evolution, Bai, the massive creature, had nearly attained mastery over its transformations, rendering the likelihood of losing control rather low. With this thought in mind, Xia Zhi cast aside his apprehensions. What was destined to happen would inevitably come to pass. Pondering excessively was futile. Instead, it was far more prudent to focus on the present and expedite the enhancement of his abilities. With greater strength, solutions would naturally present themselves, as opposed to floundering about like a headless chicken, devoid of any practical means to address the situation. In Chapter 57, titled Exceeding Speed Limits, Xia Zhi hastily gathered a few belongings and purchased some provisions from a store before mounting Bai and hastening towards the city center. The exhilaration of riding Bai was undeniably delightful. Given the petite stature of the Serpent Woman and Kaiyun, the three of them shared the space comfortably atop Bai. Furthermore, due to Bai's feline nature, its body was remarkably supple, making for an exceptionally comfortable ride. Coupled with Bai's exceptionally high attributes, they sped through the city with astonishing swiftness. The dream of galloping through the city had finally been realized for Xia Zhi in this world. Bai's adorable appearance naturally drew the attention of passers-by, many of whom eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Awesome! Xia Zhi couldn't help but exclaim. However, the sheer velocity nearly caused him to choke on the wind. Even so, it could not overshadow his elation, since arriving in this world. This moment ranked among his happiest experiences, as if all his worries had been whisked away by the breeze. Stop! Just as Xia Zhi was lost in his reverie, a voice shattered his daydream. Who the hell? He began, turning to unleash a torrent of invective, only to be silenced by the sight of the uniform the speaker wore. Upon coming to a halt, a police vehicle adorned with red and blue lights slowly approached his side. A man and a woman exited the patrol car. Officer, is there an issue? Xia Zhi dismounted from Bai and inquired of the male officer. You were having quite the joyride there. Are you aware that speeding is prohibited in the city? What would happen if you collided with someone at that speed? The male officer questioned sharply, leaving Xia Zhi momentarily stunned. Please, officer, spare me. This is my first time, and I simply couldn't rein it in. Xia Zhi replied hastily as he regained his composure, acknowledging that he had indeed let himself go a bit. It was primarily due to his recent arrival in this world and his unfamiliarity with certain aspects, compounded by his preconceived notions. After all, even novels seldom mention traffic police, and he had completely overlooked that detail. Although he bore the memories of his previous life, they were not entirely his own, making it difficult to recall certain things, especially those not deeply ingrained in his mind. Who are you calling uncle? I'm only 25, the male officer retorted. I suspect you did this on purpose. Speeding incurs a fine of 200, and mocking a police officer results in a one-day detention. The officer launched a rapid series of inquiries, catching Xia Zhi off guard. Brother, please don't do this. I truly didn't mean it. I didn't sleep well last night, so my mind was a bit foggy, Xia Zhi pleaded, grasping the male officer's arm in desperation. The officer, masked and bearing prominent brows and eyes, appeared indeterminate in age to Xia Zhi. However, that was beside the point. What mattered was that he wished to avoid detention. Even if he couldn't train, sitting at home playing video games would be far more enjoyable than this. Although it was somewhat awkward to play games in a world that resembled the game itself, it was still preferable. Haha. The female officer suddenly burst into laughter. Xia Zhi turned to see her familiar eyes, and a fleeting memory from his past life flashed before him. Oh no. This is the very woman I encountered at the restaurant. His mind raced with 1,000 thoughts as he realized how unfortunate his situation had become. Just that morning, he had hoped to avoid any encounters with her for the rest of his life. Yet here he was, confronted with her so soon after stepping outside. He could only silently pray that she had not recognized him. Stop teasing him. Let us just finish the ticket and move on. We have matters to attend to. The female officer said with a smile. Judging by her expression, she seemingly had not recognized Xia Zhi. Brother, if you have business, please proceed. I'll take my leave now and pay the fine later, he said, not waiting for the male officer to respond before hastily riding by away. Xianjia, are we really going to let him go just like that? And what business do we have anyway? The male officer expressed his dissatisfaction. He could not comprehend why the typically stern Jiang Yuxuan had chosen to let the individual go today. Consider it an act of kindness on my part. Now, hurry along. Jiang Yuxuan replied expressionlessly. Turning back, a figure leaned against the window, curiously gazing in the direction Xia Zhi had departed. Xia Zhi, just now I caught a whiff of something on you, Bai remarked as they continued to run. A scent? What scent? Where? Xia Zhi paused, perplexed. Aside from the shampoo and body wash, he could only think of his masculine scent. The scent of blood. It was on the car of those two, Bai stated earnestly. Xia Zhi glanced at himself. Even if he had sustained injuries, how could blood possibly end up on a police vehicle? Did you two sense anything? He asked, turning to his companions. The serpent woman shook her head, indicating she had not detected anything, while Kaiyun remained oblivious, engrossed in the scenery around them. Could it be that you misinterpreted it? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Zhi suggested to Bai. I'm unsure. It felt reminiscent of your scent, Bai replied, now somewhat uncertain about whether it had truly sensed something. Well, if there is, then so be it. Let us avoid trouble, Xia Zhi decided, opting not to dwell on the matter further, though it lingered in his mind. Bai was an unexpected anomaly, and no one could be certain of any hidden abilities it possessed. However, with his current strength being merely average, he was reluctant to stir up unnecessary trouble unless absolutely necessary. Yet, the more he wished to avoid complications, the more they seemed to seek him out. Originally intending to take a shortcut by consulting his phone's map, he unexpectedly found himself obstructed upon entering a narrow alley. The figure confronting him was rugged, donning a cap and a mask while wielding a large sword. Xia Zhi scrutinized the individual with curiosity. He had few acquaintances and had only offended two individuals, one being the robber who had previously sought to hire an assassin against him, and the other being the warrior Long Yun, who had been expelled from the team by Jiang Ming. He was uncertain whether this individual had any connection to those two. Suddenly, Xia Zhi recalled the cursed ring of the night god. Perhaps this person was associated with the followers of the night god. Nevertheless, he did not place much significance on the individual. He could disregard anyone below the third tier, and as for those above, he at least had the option to flee. Concerning fifth-tier adversaries, he could only rely on luck, as the disparity in both attributes and skills was vast. Even with a skill like spirit fusion, it would be challenging to gain an advantage against someone of that caliber. Friend, why are you stopping me? Xia Zhi initiated the conversation. I'm here to send you to your demise. The man's gruff voice emerged from beneath his mask, and he charged forward, attempting to close the distance. Who gave you the audacity? Xia Zhi responded, somewhat exasperated as he regarded the individual. The lack of any formidable equipment on the man left him puzzled as to how he had mustered the courage to approach. Take him down, Kaiyun commanded, summoning 3 azure flame worms, encircling the man in a flanking maneuver. The azure flame worms possessed an unrivaled deceptive appearance. Anyone facing them would instinctively think to eliminate them first, and this individual was no exception. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosive blasts, the burly man collapsed to the ground, motionless. Pathetic. You dare seek my life with such feeble prowess? Xia Zhi shook his head, lamenting the abundance of fools in this era. Was it truly necessary to send such weaklings to confront him simply because of a slight disparity in tier and lack of decent equipment? As he observed the opposing party being thoroughly subdued, Xia Zhi instructed Kaiyun to employ Insect Devour, consuming the corpse. Fortunately, he had taken a shortcut to arrive here, in a secluded area with few onlookers. Having resolved the predicament, Xia Zhi stowed away his gear and departed the alley. As for the identity of the assailant, given their tattered attire, they resembled a petty thug lurking here to ambush passersby. After all, the sparse population made it an ideal spot for robbery. Chapter 58, The Trial Grounds. Upon exiting the alley, Xia Zhi made his way directly to the city center. It wasn't long before he reached his destination, the towering teleportation spire of the trial grounds. This location was unlike any other, bustling with a lively crowd. However, most individuals appeared hurried, evidently considering advancement to be of utmost importance. How magnificent! Xia Zhi exclaimed, gazing ahead. Before him stood a tower soaring over 300 meters, surrounded by a dozen triangular walls. Atop the tower rested a colossal diamond-shaped gem, radiating a stunning blue luminescence, captivating in its beauty. Xia Zhi, accompanied by his adorable companion, along with Kaiyun and the snake woman, drew the attention of many passersby, including several young women who eagerly approached him for photographs. After a prolonged series of requests from these ladies, Xia Zhi reluctantly agreed to allow them to take pictures for a fee of 1,000 coins each. In mere moments, he found himself inundated with a substantial amount of cash. What are you doing? Do you not realize where you are? This is not a marketplace. Disperse immediately. As Xia Zhi counted his money, a group of uniformed individuals approached, shooing away the crowd. Sensing the impending trouble, Xia Zhi quickly transformed into Tsayun's likeness and blended into the throng, making his escape. The absence of a beast space was indeed inconvenient, drawing too much attention. Standing in the tower's grand hall, Xia Zhi rubbed his temples in exasperation. The envious glances from fellow summoners were palpable, filled with jealousy and resentment. After all, possessing even a single humanoid pet was a rarity, let alone a full entourage of them, especially female ones. This stark contrast made them regard their own companions with disdain. Why must you be so exceptional when we share the same vocation? Stepping into the expansive hall of the tower, he noted its size and the throngs of people within. At its center stood a massive white crystal pillar, soaring through the entire hall. As he ventured deeper, The hall was divided into several sections, with each area designated for individuals of varying skill levels. The entrances bore signs indicating different ranks, ranging from 2nd to 4th tier, clearly intended for those seeking to change their class. Xia Zhi refrained from wandering aimlessly and proceeded to the registration desk. This was a requisite for all citizens of the Flame Nation, aimed at preventing potential criminal elements. Should any information display inappropriate identifiers or a failure to comply with regulations, one could be executed by the tower's enforcers without hesitation. After dutifully completing his registration and politely declining the front desk attendant's advances, he entered the 2nd-tier advancement area. Surrounded by numerous enforcers, the 2nd-tier area featured a vast teleportation array etched into the ground. Class changes could not be executed within the tower itself, but would transport individuals to the trial grounds. With a considerable number of people awaiting their turn, Xia Zhi had to be patient before he could teleport. As the teleportation array shimmered with a white light, Xia Zhi's figure vanished along with the others within the tower. The trial grounds, Fengyuan City. In a flash of white light, Xia Zhi materialized. Is this truly the trial grounds? He mused, his mouth agape as he surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a city only a third the size of Dongyuan City, with buildings that exuded a sense of antiquity. The array of equipment worn by the populace made it feel as though he had stepped into a world from centuries past. Quickly move out. The next batch is about to arrive, urged a burly man with a scruffy beard. Ah, yes, coming right away. With that, Xia Zhi followed the crowd toward the exit. Not far down the path, they were halted by a checkpoint, not for trouble, but rather by an individual distributing flyers. Xia Zhi approached and took one, which outlined various precautions to heed. The distribution of these flyers was likely intended to prevent naive newcomers, like Xia Zhi, from wandering aimlessly. The trial grounds were not a sanctuary, dangers lurked within. Quite thoughtful, Xia Zhi remarked with a slight smile as he perused the flyer. They were merely on the first level of the trial grounds, which connected to other regions. This signified that they might encounter individuals from other cities or nations here. Sometimes, peril did not solely arise from monsters. After stowing the flyer in his spatial ring, Xia Zhi mounted by and exited the teleportation hall. Here, there were no restrictions on speed, allowing him to gallop freely. With Bai's remarkable speed, Xia Zhi swiftly arrived before a structure reminiscent of a tower. However, this was not the teleportation spire, but an advancement hall. This was where tasks were assigned, and only upon completion of their respective missions could individuals advance. The advancement tasks varied widely. Some required merely venturing outside the city to gather herbs, while others demanded challenging formidable lord-level monsters. Naturally, the rewards differed considerably. Otherwise, few would risk their lives to undertake such daunting tasks. Upon entering the advancement hall, he observed numerous circular stone pillars, with a crystal column similar to that within the tower at the center. Above each circular pillar floated a crystalline tome, and by placing a hand upon it, one could receive their task. Xia Zhi selected an unoccupied pillar and placed his hand atop the crystal book. The tome shimmered with a purple glow, and he felt his consciousness transported to another realm. Simultaneously, dozens of task options materialized before him. Weren't there supposed to be a maximum of 5 task choices? Xia Zhi pondered, perplexed. He recalled the flyer indicating that everyone would encounter 5 tasks from which to choose the most suitable. Yet now, dozens of tasks lay before him. The tasks ranged in difficulty from easy to challenging, and Xia Zhi even spotted a red task among them. Tasks were categorized by color: white, blue, purple, pink, gold, red, and black, in ascending order of difficulty. What on earth? Wasn't it said that red tasks wouldn't appear? Xia Zhi cursed under his breath. In the 2nd-tier advancement tasks, red-level tasks had never been encountered. They typically emerged only at the 4th tier or above. It was rare for an average person to even see a pink task, let alone a red one. He opened a white task, which was exceedingly simple. Isn't this supposed to be a task reserved for the lucky? Xia Zhi thought, bewildered. Before him lay the fabled herb-gathering task, which required merely locating a single herb to complete the mission and advance. Herb gathering. Simply find a specified herb within the allotted time to complete the task. Reward. Basic growth increased to 25, basic upgrade attributes enhanced by 5 points. It was a rather standard task, albeit the growth boost was rather meager, slightly better than having none at all. Historically, no one had ever failed this task. Failure would likely lead to a loss of face. Xia Zhi muttered under his breath, what a joke. Other tasks aligned more closely with typical game mechanics, such as monster hunting or collecting items guarded by certain creatures. Aside from the red task, the most challenging was a gold-level task. Eliminate the ravaging bear. A lord-level beast terrorizes the northern region of Fengyuan City. Slay it alone to complete the task. Reward. Basic growth increased to 4. Basic upgrade attributes enhanced by 5 points, and an additional 50 free attribute points. Indeed, the Golden Quest has remarkably doubled the growth of fundamental attributes. Xia Zhi couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. At the 1st tier, aside from health and mana being 10 times the current stamina and intelligence, the growth of other attributes was calculated by multiplying the attribute points by 2. Now that it has been elevated by 2-fold, it effectively means a direct doubling of strength. As for other tasks, aside from the pink quest which offers a 35 increase, purple and lower tasks grant merely a 3-point enhancement, differing only in the quantity of free attribute points awarded. Of course, the weeding task stands as an exception, as it fails to meet even the minimum standards for growth attributes. Chapter 59, the red advancement task. The lottery has commenced. Xia Zhi rubbed his hands together, directing his gaze toward the red task. The golden task required an individual to hunt a lord-level monster, and it was likely that only a rare few could accomplish it. The appearance of the red task undoubtedly escalated the difficulty to its utmost. Destruction of city crystals. Destroying the foundational crystal of any city will be deemed as task completion. Task reward. Fundamental growth elevated to 4. Basic upgrade attributes increased by 5 points. Acquisition of 50 free attribute points, and an additional reward of potential activation. What a shock. The task involves the destruction of foundational crystals. Xia Zhi's lips twitched as he gazed at the assignment in astonishment. It is a task that is simple in description, yet complex in execution. To destroy any city implies that the city he resides in could also be targeted. However, aside from the most deranged individuals who would willingly destroy their own city, Fengyuan City is not solely a transfer hub for Danyuan City, but rather a place where individuals from all 3 provinces of the East come to change their classes. Once the foundational crystal is obliterated, it would mean that those wishing to change classes would have to leave the eastern provinces and travel to other cities that possess foundational crystals. The rewards are meager, but the difficulty is undeniably high. Xia Zhi found himself at a loss for words. The foundational crystal is situated at the very heart of the city, guarded by third-tier professionals. Given that it is a low-tier transfer area, these third-tier individuals can only linger near the crystal and cannot stray too far. Yet, these third-tier guardians have already obstructed the paths of the majority. Not to mention, there are hidden professions within that are innately superior, rivaling even 4th-tier professionals. Should I give it a try? Xia Zhi pondered, his attention drawn to the final reward. Potential activation, a term that sounds rather esoteric, evokes a sense of enhancing one's aptitude akin to cultivation in a fantasy realm. However, the task description provided no detailed explanation, leaving him uncertain of its true utility. The difficulty of this task is indisputable, and one can only surmise that the rewards will not be lacking in value. What if I were to destroy this foundational crystal? The thought suddenly flashed through Xia Zhi's mind, but he quickly shook his head, unless he wished to forfeit his standing in the Flame Nation. However, even if he chose to abandon his stake here, such a monumental act would likely lead to him being pursued by the powerful of the Flame Nation the moment he exited the trial grounds. If captured, the likelihood of a fate worse than death was exceedingly high. This is quite the predicament. Xia Zhi scratched his head, clearly feeling agitated. In truth, he was not particularly inclined to undertake this task, yet his curiosity about the final reward lingered. Just as he hesitated, the notification sound from the system panel echoed. Trial ground task. Defend against the beast-tide assault and earn various rare materials, equipment, skills, and more according to the kill score. Level restrictions lifted. All first tier and below can participate. Restrictions on the Guardians have been partially lifted, allowing them to operate within city limits to collectively fend off the beast-tide. Activities commence in 1 hour. All participants will exit the trial ground upon death. Is it mere coincidence? Xia Zhi murmured to himself as he examined the system panel notification. Tasks in the trial ground occur at intervals, typically involving city defense or the elimination of a superboss. There are rumors that these tasks are initiated by individuals, and the rewards are also provided by these same persons. However, such claims have remained unverified, leading many to dismiss them as fabrications. It seems that I must undertake this task, whether I desire to or not. Thus, Xia Zhi clicked to accept the red-level task. The most significant threat of this task lies with the Guardians, with the Guardians now collaborating to defend the city. It is evidently an opportune moment to capitalize on the chaos. Upon exiting the task acceptance area, he observed many individuals hurriedly leaving the class transfer hall. Xia Zhi paid them no mind, instead retrieving the flyer he had previously acquired. Flipping it over, he noted the depiction of all nearby cities. Since he was to undertake this task, it was imperative not to select his own city. Among the foreign cities closest to him were 2, the Yan Covenant and the Hailu Empire. Both nations harbored animosity towards the Flame Nation. Due to limited resources in the trial ground and the extended refresh time for various monster materials, the 2 factions frequently clashed over resources. While victories were claimed on both sides, the casualties were undeniably real. You shall do. I shall consider this my opportunity to achieve merit. Xia Zhi mused as he gazed at the city of the Hailu Empire. Stepping out of the transfer hall, he noticed many individuals rushing towards the city walls. Among the throng, Xia Zhi spotted a few classmates, but donning a mask, they failed to recognize him. With the lifting of level restrictions and the ability to resurrect, many sought to take advantage of the situation. After all, the scoring was based not on damage dealt, but rather on the number of kills. The equipment. Xia Zhi suddenly remembered the gear within his spatial ring and promptly sought a secluded alley. His inventory was not extensive, but he did possess the Moonlight Robe, acquired from a nightmarish dungeon. He equipped the moonlight robe on Kaiyun, then retrieved a ring. The curse of the night god? I am eager to discover its secrets. He mumbled, placing the ring onto his finger. It must be said that although it was somewhat cumbersome, the attributes of this ring were truly remarkable. Not only did it enhance all 4 dimensions by 100, but it also increased summoning beast damage by 50. With the moonlight robe paired with this ring, the damage of the Qingyan worm soared to over 12,000. Kaiyun's most astonishing ability was her infinite summoning capacity. Even a mutated Da Bai might struggle to match her in terms of damage output. This will suffice. In a one-on-one confrontation, even 4th-tier professionals, despite their tier reduction, shall find it challenging to withstand my damage. Xia Zhi felt a surge of pride. The transition from 3rd to 4th tier is a significant threshold, imposing a tier suppression on lower-tier professionals that inflicts a 20 damage reduction. While this may appear negligible, low-tier professionals are inherently weak. And with the added damage reduction and equipment bonuses, those not specializing in damage cannot strike effectively. As he turned to exit the alley, Xia Zhi was caught off guard as someone barreled towards him. The individual possessed considerable strength, and it was only thanks to the 100 points in vitality and strength granted by the ring that Xia Zhi managed to avoid being knocked over. Looking down, he saw a girl with a pure appearance, her pink hair contrasting with the impressive armor she wore, though the enormous hammer strapped to her back was quite conspicuous. The 3 pets glared ominously at the newcomer, their imposing presence causing her to tremble slightly. Xia Zhi. At that moment, the girl exclaimed, her face alight with surprise as she leaped into Xia Zhi's embrace. You recognized me even in this disguise. Xia Zhi hastily pushed her away, adjusting his mask and baseball cap, somewhat incredulous. Setting aside whether he recognized her or not, she had gone to such lengths to disguise herself, and yet someone still managed to identify him. Xia Zhi felt a sense of disbelief wash over him. Even if you turned to ash, I would still recognize you. The girl placed her hands on her hips, pointing an accusing finger at Xia Zhi. Can you speak? I am not Xia Zhi. You have mistaken me for someone else. With that, Xia Zhi lowered his hat and prepared to mount Da Bai and depart. Primarily, he truly did not recognize her. Generally, when encountering someone familiar, the influence of his past memories would evoke a sense of recognition. Yet, he felt no such familiarity with the girl before him. Unless the other party has undergone cosmetic surgery, there should be some semblance of familiarity. I am Xia Feishua. Do you not recognize me? Xia Feishua's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Today, by coincidence, the trial ground task was initiated, and she had come with the intention of earning some money to purchase equipment. Little did she expect to encounter Xia Zhi. It had been quite some time since she last saw him, and inquiries about his parents yielded no information regarding their whereabouts. Moreover, his current demeanor towards her was exceedingly aloof. Chapter 60, Xia Feishua, leaving the city. Upon hearing the name Xia Feishua, Xia Zhi's body trembled involuntarily, a word of departure escaping his lips. Upon receiving the command, Daba, his companion, immediately led Xia Zhi and the other 2 pets towards the city gate. What is happening? Xia Zhi sat atop Daba, utterly bewildered. He could swear to the heavens that just moments ago, his body had acted of its own accord, compelling him to utter the word go. Struggling to recall the memories of his predecessor, he finally unearthed the origin of the name Xia Feishua. She was a cousin of his former self, and the decision to attend school in another city was significantly influenced by her. This girl was naturally strong, having physically bested his predecessor throughout their childhood. After enduring years of hardship, his predecessor had specifically instructed his parents not to inform Xia Feishua of his educational pursuits. At that moment, his body had merely reacted reflexively, as though in fear of an impending beating. For heaven's sake, was it really necessary? How much harm could a girl inflict? As Xia Zhi reflected on the near collision he had just experienced, he silently added an apology in his heart. Considering his extraordinary physique and strength, it was astonishing that he had nearly been toppled over. One could only imagine the sheer force of his opponent. People often say that girls undergo significant transformations, but this was a transformation of an entirely different realm. The reason he failed to recognize her was the stark contrast in their appearances. Xia Feishua had once been a girl with dark skin, disinclined to bathe, and perpetually dirty. But now, she was fair-skinned, beautiful, and possessed long legs. Without mentioning her name, one would think they were 2 entirely different individuals. No wonder it is said that attending university is a completely different experience. Xia Zhi muttered softly to himself. It had only been 4 years since they last met. Yet the metamorphosis was akin to traversing dimensions. There was a scent about her that reminded him of something. Just as Xia Zhi contemplated the possibility of never encountering her again, Daba suddenly spoke up. A scent? Blood? Xia Zhi paused momentarily. Recalling Daba's earlier mention of the scent of blood, a wave of unease washed over him. Upon further reflection, he realized that the only connection he shared with Xia Feishua was through blood, thus the scent was not entirely surprising. Yet Daba had previously remarked that the same scent was present in the police car. A sudden thought struck him. Unexpected fatherhood? The notion flashed through his mind. His body was not truly his own. It was intrinsically linked to this vessel, and the shared scent could only imply a blood relation. Despite being astounded by Daba's formidable abilities, he would prefer Daba to be an ordinary pet. The class reunion was a matter from 4 years ago. And if he truly were to become an unexpected father, the child would only be 3 years old. What a predicament! He scoffed at himself, pondering how a mere ordinary person could become entangled in such a convoluted web of relationships. Initially, upon his arrival in this new world, he had thought the exterior of his new form rather agreeable, comparable to that of his past life. However, now he would rather possess an unremarkable yet less complicated physique. As long as the connections did not remain so tangled, alas, he had no choice but to endure the complications that this body brought forth. It mattered little. He could always relocate to a city where no one would find him. With this thought, Xia Zhi felt a semblance of comfort. The ordeal had sapped his good spirits for the day. As he approached the city gate, the throngs of people grew denser. And he even spotted Jiang Ming and Xing Nan. As the two promising youths of Donyuan City, they were methodically directing the crowd and establishing a perimeter of vigilance. After contemplating for a moment, Xia Zhi chose not to greet them. He had more pressing matters to attend to, should he arrive late. The monster siege might very well be over. This was crucial to his class transition task. Failing to complete, it would confine him to the first tier for eternity. He harbored no desire to spend his days relying on others to grind through low-tier hellish dungeons, no matter how formidable he might be in lower tiers. To those in higher tiers, he would merely appear as insignificant. Seizing the moment before the city gate closed, Xia Zhi evaded Jiang Ming and Xing Nan's gazes, swiftly passing through the gate and departing. Is this what a beast tide looks like? Riding atop Daba, he gazed towards a forest to his left, where a considerable assembly of monsters had congregated. Among them, he spotted the earlier golden task target, the Bashiong. As a lord-level monster, the Bashiong stood at 4 meters tall when upright, its body cloaked in white fur adorned with red and blue patterns. Its forelimbs were slightly smaller than its hind ones, with razor-sharp claws glistening ominously. It was likely that only the guardians of the city could contend with such a creature. Observing the robust bear, Xia Zhi mused, had he not possessed the infinite trait talent. Even the Snake Woman and Kaiyun would likely require at least 7 stars to defeat it. Throughout human history, many have faced off against lord-level monsters in single combat. Yet most succeeded only through the use of various tools. Xia Zhi could scarcely imagine what sort of strength one must possess to triumph in a duel against a lord-level beast. After all, not everyone could awaken a 3S talent. Such individuals were rare indeed. When I return, I hope you will still be here. With that thought, Xia Zhi sped off in another direction. He was not incapable of clearing out the horde of monsters. It was merely a matter of time constraints, and he would have to wait until he returned. As for whether the inhabitants of Fengyuan City could hold their ground, if they could not withstand this brief interval, it would be better for the monsters to raze the city to the ground. Once this was over, he would have ascended to the second tier. This was a singular opportunity for defending the city, and thereafter, these people would have to fend for themselves. Moreover, there were third-tier professionals within the city. They should not be on the brink of annihilation. In the Black Luo Empire, in the city of Sei, within a modest dwelling, 2 men with dark skin clad in black robes were deep in discussion. Savage, I have just received a divine revelation. Someone has desecrated our Lord. Our Lord commands us to act, to capture the offender and offer them as a sacrifice, remarked one gaunt man, his hands clasped in reverence. Phelim, is that person currently in the city during the beast tide? Savage inquired, his expression grave. Although they were members of the Night God Church, not every individual received divine revelations. Thus, many matters were communicated through the church's bishop. There was no bishop present here. Most of the information was relayed from the outside world. Although I do not know who it is, there is no need for concern. Our Lord has already sensed their presence. As long as they appear near Sei City, we will undoubtedly be alerted, Phelim replied with a smile. This is the best opportunity bestowed by the divine. Should we fulfill the Night Goddess task, unimaginable power will be ours. At present, they were unaware of the identity of the target, but the Night God had already revealed that the individual was only at the first tier. They were many in number, and as guardians of this place, dealing with a first-tier adversary would be a mere formality. I recall that our Lord's avatar has successfully descended. Why have we not received any news until now? Savage queried, perplexed. Months ago, we had begun preparations to welcome the Night Goddess avatar. However, after such a lengthy period, there has been no sign until recently, when someone once again mentioned this matter. Phelim spoke somberly, based on the information he had received. And in light of today's divine revelation, it was highly likely that this target had interfered with the Night Goddess descent. Otherwise, they would not have made such a fuss by issuing a divine revelation. Who possesses such immense capability? Was it not said that the descent would occur in a minor dungeon? Savage asked incredulously, uncertain and weary of errant conjectures. My primary focus must remain on fulfilling the task entrusted to me by my master. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Phelim stood and strode purposefully towards the exit. As the trial approached, the entire city buzzed with activity, an unending stream of individuals arriving from the teleportation array, all making their way towards the city walls. Chapter 61. Infiltration or Discovery. After a lengthy 40 minutes of riding, Xia Zhi finally arrived near the city of Sa Yi, within the Black Luo Empire. just before the beast tide was set to commence. His prior brief sojourn in Fengyuan City had not allowed for the congregation of many monsters. However, as the task deadline loomed, a vast horde of creatures had amassed around Xia Zhi, appearing like a swarm of ants from a distance, a dark mass on the horizon. How to penetrate the defenses? Perched atop Dubai, Xia Zhi gazed at the distant Xia Zhi. Their relationship with the Black Luo Empire was far from cordial, and naturally, the two cities mirrored that animosity. The most prudent approach would be to merge with Dubai and then assume the form of their inhabitants. Yet, the Serpent Woman and the colorful cloud were quite conspicuous, their distinctive features making them easily identifiable in the real world. After all, the act of dismantling a city would surely provoke retribution. Moreover, one must strategize an escape after sabotaging the foundational crystal. Perhaps the monsters could be of use. Xia Zhi surveyed the colossal horde in the distance, formulating a plan. He soon located a solitary elite deer-like monster nearby. At Xia Zhi's signal, Dubai gently tapped the ground with its forepaw, and a massive red tentacle, oozing black liquid, erupted from thin air, striking the elite creature down. Damage report, 53,382. Poisoned. Bleeding. Dazed. Contaminated. 1,222. 1,055. Bolstered by the Blood Devourer and the Ring's enhancements. This singular blow inflicted over 53,000 points of damage. Additionally, under the influence of the contaminated body, numerous abnormal states were instantly applied, leaving the deer-like elite monster stunned and immobilized. Satisfied with the outcome, Xia Zhi departed the scene, employing the same method to injure several more creatures before making his exit. You should hardly concern yourselves with me now, Xia Zhi chuckled sinisterly. The intention behind his actions was primarily to inflict the contamination effect on the monsters. With this abnormal state, the creatures would resurrect upon death, thereby buying him precious time to delay the professionals in Xia Zhi. However, he was taken aback by the high success rate for applying the abnormal state. Every monster he had injured had been successfully contaminated with a single strike. Survival of the fittest, do not blame me for this. With that, Xia Zhi rode Dubai closer to Xia Zhi. As for the possibility of being discovered in the real world, he could afford to think little of it. If he failed to complete the task this time, he could not fathom what means he would have to employ in the future. Though he was strong, he could not hope to contend against an entire city's worth of inhabitants. Even the lightest touch could prove fatal. As he neared Xia Zhi, Xia Zhi utilized the fusion spirit technique, merging seamlessly with Dubai. He glanced up at the figures atop the distant city walls, and with a mental command, his form twisted, transforming into a standard black-skinned individual. Time was of the essence. He had to enter swiftly, watching the countdown on his interface. Only 5 minutes remained before the beast tide would erupt. He made his way directly towards the city gates, which were just moments from closing. Perhaps it was due to their shared complexion that no one noticed anything amiss as he entered, nor did anyone attempt to impede his progress. Yet, he could feel the wary gazes of the onlookers, their eyes darting towards the colorful cloud and the serpent woman. See, look quickly, for the opportunity may soon vanish. Xia Zhi thought with a disdainful smile. Once he shattered the foundational crystal, it was likely that this crowd would not linger near Fengyuan City for some time. Although accompanied by 2 pets was indeed attention-grabbing, such visibility paradoxically reduced the likelihood of his detection. As he meandered through the city, Xia Zhi's gaze remained fixed on the central area. Soon, he approached the heart of the city, but as he drew near, a finely robed magic user emerged, walking directly towards him. Reacting swiftly, Xia Zhi feigned to turn into a nearby alley. Once the individual had passed, he cautiously peeked out again. That person must be one of the guardians. It seems I must bide my time, Xia Zhi murmured to himself, observing that the vicinity was deserted. He transformed once more into the guise of the previous individual. Noticing the vacant houses around him, it seemed the populace had all gone to defend the city. Xia Zhi ushered his 2 pets into one of the empty rooms, where he would await the impending clash. As the battle outside commenced, it was imperative that the guardians be drawn away, allowing him to infiltrate further. At the crystal location in Xia Zhi Savage, I sensed the curse unleashed by my master. Gather your men and locate the intruder immediately, Firam instructed Savage in a low voice. He had felt the presence of the intruder approaching, though the sensation was somewhat vague, only allowing him to ascertain a general direction. Understood. You guard the crystal. I will track down the intruder, Savage replied, departing the foundational crystal with his subordinates. May all proceed smoothly, Firam whispered to himself. He had initially intended to take the lead in the hunt, but an unexpected obligation had arisen for another guardian. And given that Xia Zhi was not solely his responsibility, he had to collaborate with several factions in its defense. To depart at such a time would certainly provide his adversaries with a pretext to usurp his guardian status upon his return to the real world. The guardian's identity afforded him access to the resources of the Black Luo Empire, and thus, he was reluctant to relinquish this position without just cause. Yet, considering the intruder's level, he found solace. How formidable could they truly be? Savage had over 30 men accompanying him, and if necessary, he could leverage his guardian status to enlist the aid of those in Xia Zhi. While Xia Zhi waited, a group of individuals began to scour the area. What brings anyone to this remote location at such a time? Xia Zhi pondered, bemused by the cacophony of footsteps. The beast tide must have commenced, logically. No one should be here. The footsteps drew closer, and unable to resist, Xia Zhi leaned out the window to catch a glimpse. A gaggle of people was searching the vicinity, opening doors to inspect each room. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they reached his location. Retreat was no longer an option. Would he confront them head-on? Xia Zhi signaled to his two pets to prepare for action. The alley where he hid had paths at both ends, and individuals were scrutinizing both windows. Though it felt somewhat abrupt, given that the beast tide had already begun, a direct confrontation could prove perilous, even against these third-tier guardians. Should conflict arise, he needed to act swiftly to shatter the foundational crystal. After all, the contamination effect would have limited efficacy in the short term, and it was unrealistic to expect it to hold off all assailants. Just as Xia Zhi braced himself for an offensive, the search party arrived at his door. With a forceful kick, they burst through the entrance, revealing a poised Xia Zhi. Before Xia Zhi could launch his attack, the intruder spoke first. Odysseus, did you not claim to have urgent matters to attend to? Is your urgent business merely a rendezvous with a young lady? Savage's eyes darted toward the colorful cloud and the serpent woman, berating him for the apparent indiscretion. Previously, he had assumed Odysseus was genuinely preoccupied. He had no inkling he was engaging in such activities. Pherum had even stayed behind at the foundational crystal for this individual. My apologies, I shall return at once, Xia Zhi replied, momentarily taken aback, recalling the persona he had assumed. It appears there has been a misunderstanding. They believed he was the individual who had just departed. Given this situation, Xia Zhi readily acquiesced, hoping to resolve matters swiftly to prevent any escalation. It's good to know. Filong is still waiting for you. Hurry and replace him, Savage spoke in a low tone. Were it not for the fact that Odysseus was not a follower of the night god and possessed noble status, he would have made the other party regret their actions long ago. All right, I shall return at once. With that, Xia Zhi glanced back at the two companions standing behind the table. Savage understood the unspoken cue. Before so many witnesses, he could not afford to lose face for Odysseus. So he took his leave from the alley with his entourage. However, after walking for a short while, Savage sensed something amiss. When had Odysseus become so accommodating? Though puzzled, the priority now was to locate the Forsaken One. Chapter 62. Destruction of the Foundation Crystal. After the other party departed, Xia Zhi exhaled in relief. He had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. It seemed the other side had failed to notice the serpent woman hiding behind the table, or the outcome might have been drastically different. Calculating the time, a confrontation should have begun by now. It appeared imperative to act swiftly and depart promptly. Xia Zhi muttered to himself. Watching the figures of the departing individuals grow distant, he exited the room, accompanied by his two companions, and proceeded toward the location of the foundation crystal. After a 2-minute walk, he beheld a magnificent crystal. The blue-violet gem was strikingly beautiful, emanating a towering beam of light that illuminated the surroundings. This was precisely why Xia Zhi could locate the foundation crystal. Had it been concealed, finding it without a map would have proven exceedingly difficult. With most guards preoccupied with the beast tide, the perimeter was unguarded. After surveying the crystal, Xia Zhi did not approach it directly. Instead, he instructed Kaiyun and the serpent woman to conceal themselves atop a nearby large tree. He also directed Kaiyun to summon the Qingyan worm, awaiting his signal. This time, he intended to enter alone. With the attributes granted by the Great White, his capabilities had transcended boundaries. Fusion entity, Xia Zhi, source of pollution. Level, first tier, level 20. Talents, infinite traits, eternal pact, illusory form, corrupted body. Eye of extreme evil, sealed, alternate dimension, sealed. Health, 2, 200, 051, 600. Mana, 2, 400, 036, 000. Constitution, 110, 258. Strength, 90, 128. Agility, 120, 126. Intelligence, 120, 180. Skills. Gazing at his stats, Xia Zhi felt a surge of pride. He had previously allocated all his attributes to Constitution, and now, factoring in the excess healing potion shield, his health was approximately 810, 000. Coupled with the 50 damage reduction from the Great White, his safety was maximized. Nonetheless, the Foundation Crystal provided an attribute enhancement, which was precisely why he refrained from charging indirectly. Only by destroying the Foundation Crystal could he effectively contend with these individuals. With this thought in mind, Xia Zhi cast a glance at the serpent woman and Kaiyun concealed in the tree before approaching the perimeter of the Foundation Crystal from another direction. Damn it, no wonder this task is so challenging. The moment he entered, Xia Zhi was met with an overwhelming sense of pressure. While he was aware that the Foundation Crystal augmented the Guardian strength, he was oblivious to its capacity to weaken the enemy's power. As soon as he stepped into the crystal's vicinity, his attributes plummeted by half. It was then he understood why news of a city's annihilation was so rare. Not only was there no Guardian to assist in the assault, but even if there were, the dual effects of enhancement and weakening made it exceedingly difficult to destroy the crystal. After all, While others experienced exponential growth in power, he was at a significant disadvantage, almost ensuring a crushing defeat. Phew, fortunately, my attributes are sufficiently high. Xia Zhi steadied his breathing and proceeded with an impassive expression. Approximately 10 guardians stood near the foundation crystal, seemingly bored, chatting in clusters. Upon noticing Xia Zhi's entrance, they merely cast a brief glance before continuing their conversation. Xia Zhi instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the foundation crystal lacked enemy detection capabilities. Otherwise, his infiltration would not have been so effortless. As he approached the foundation crystal, his heart raced, fearing any unnecessary disturbances could jeopardize the mission. Just as he was about to reach the foundation crystal, a figure abruptly blocked his path. Xia Zhi's nerves tensed, fearing he had been discovered, ready to strike. Aren't you supposed to be busy? What brings you back? Filong queried, regarding Xia Zhi with a puzzled expression. Well, the matter was resolved, so I returned directly. Xia Zhi fabricated a response, his tension easing slightly. He had indeed been startled, believing he had been caught, only to realize it was merely Filong. Since you're here, stand guard for now. I will return shortly to relieve you. With that, Filong hurriedly departed the vicinity of the foundation crystal, leaving Xia Zhi to observe his retreating figure with a slight smirk. Though uncertain of what these individuals sought, their presence undeniably facilitated his endeavors, rendering his mission considerably less arduous. Seeing the situation unfold so smoothly, Xia Zhi refrained from launching an attack, instead finding a seat to quietly await developments. After all, the beast tide had only just commenced. Allowing events to simmer for a while would be beneficial. After leaving the foundation crystal, Filong sought out Savage, who was out searching for the Forsaken One. Did you find him? Filong inquired eagerly. This matter was crucial to his standing within the Night God Church and allowed for no negligence. No. I can only sense that he is nearby, yet having scoured the area, I have found no trace of him. Savage replied with a hint of frustration. Despite being certain the individual was close to the foundation crystal, he had found no one apart from Odysseus. Doubt began to creep in. Was the divine revelation inaccurate? Or was his sensing flawed? That's peculiar. I also sense that he is in the vicinity. How could he possibly be untraceable? Filong murmured, glancing at the vacant street. There truly is no one. I have searched thoroughly, only finding the unfaithful Odysseus. No one else is in sight. Savage's expression darkened. If they could not locate this individual, upon returning to the Night God Church, they would undoubtedly face exclusion from their peers. They might not only lose access to resources, but could also face punishment. Are you suggesting Odysseus is engaging in infidelity nearby? I thought he was off to find his grandson, Filong remarked, perplexed. With the beast tide erupting outside, Odysseus fears for his grandson's safety, so he went to retrieve him. Just as he pondered this, an elderly man appeared from the opposite direction, accompanied by a young boy. Odysseus, did you not return to the foundation crystal? Filong approached quickly, his expression darkening. What are you talking about? I just returned from the front lines, Odysseus replied, bewildered, glancing at the two men, whose faces were filled with concern. Filong and Savage exchanged glances, immediately grasping the situation. The Forsaken One had impersonated Odysseus. As for the motive, judging by where the impostor had headed, it was clear they intended to destroy the foundation crystal. Let us return to the foundation crystal at once. Without hesitation, Filong took the lead, sprinting back toward the crystal. The timing should be just right. Let us get to it. Xia Zhi, amidst the puzzled gazes of those around him, summoned a colossal tentacle with a wave of his hand. Odysseus, what are you doing? The others exclaimed, immediately reprimanding him. They had explicit regulations prohibiting the use of skills near the foundation crystal unless encountering an enemy. What do you think I intend to do? Xia Zhi smiled faintly, and amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, his tentacle struck the foundational crystal. 41-100. A colossal damage figure appeared atop the foundational crystal, instantly stunning the surrounding onlookers. In their understanding, Odysseus should not possess such overwhelming damage. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Zhi was still under the suppression of the foundational crystal. Otherwise, the damage would have been even more explosive. Nevertheless, even this amount of damage was sufficiently shocking. Chapter 63, The Infected, Followers of the Night God. Just as the crowd was momentarily dazed, the tentacle struck down once more. 41-100. Odysseus, you truly deserve to perish. The expressions of the crowd twisted in rage as they began to unleash their skills. Yet before they could act, over 100 azure flame insects surged forth, blanketing the area. Whether Odysseus should die remained uncertain, but I know for certain that you all will not fare well. Xia Zhi casually picked his nose and remarked with indifference. 41-100. As the crowd became distracted by the azure flame insects, the tentacle delivered its final blow, and the 100,000 health foundational crystal slowly shattered, causing the blinding beam of light to vanish. The foundational crystal of the Black Luo Empire's Sa-Yi city was destroyed, and the fortune of the Flame Nation diminished to 1. The sound emanating from the panel left Xia Zhi momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that destroying an enemy city's crystal would yield such an effect. Those familiar with novels know that fortune is the very foundation of a nation. Its disappearance signifies impending doom. I suppose this makes me a hero of sorts, Xia Zhi mused, feeling a sense of smug satisfaction. Gazing at the Black Luo people, he clenched his fists. As the suppression lifted, his strength returned to his body, enveloping him in an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Let the fireworks commence. Xia Zhi waved to the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. No sooner had he spoken than the azure flame insects exploded in midair. Amidst the successive detonations, the crowd was engulfed. 552. 764. Countless damage figures erupted, instantly injuring these individuals. Regrettably, only one fell victim to the explosion. Xia Zhi shook his head in dissatisfaction with the damage dealt. Due to the self-detonation, the reflective damage effect did not activate. Furthermore, as these individuals were all third-tier professionals equipped with third-tier gear, the actual damage output was rather low. Only one unfortunate soul, a mage standing at the epicenter of the explosion, was slain before even casting a spell. Without the enhancement of the foundational crystal, even third-tier professionals were not particularly formidable. Xia Zhi chuckled mockingly, then dispelled his tainted form. In an instant, the crowd felt their strength diminished by a third. Meanwhile, outside the walls of Sai City, the citizens of the Black Luo Empire looked on bitterly at the monstrous horde. Among the countless creatures were many whose bodies appeared gray, oozing an unknown black liquid. Their health bars also displaying a gray hue, resembling the undead. Strangely, this wave of monsters possessed the ability for group resurrection. Unless their gray health bars were depleted, these creatures would not truly die. Moreover, these monsters exhibited no fear akin to ordinary beings. Not only were they destructively potent, but they also bore infectious traits. Even among themselves, they could inexplicably revive and attack others. Only when their gray health bars were exhausted would they vanish, returning to the Blue Star world to resurrect. The foundational crystal of the Black Luo Empire's Sai City was destroyed, and the fortune of the Black Luo Empire dropped to 1. The sudden appearance of the system notification left the Black Luo people in shock. Turning back, they saw the once soaring radiance of the crystal slowly fading. What is happening? How could our crystal be destroyed? They cursed furiously, their long-simmering emotions boiling over. How can we Guardians be of any use if we cannot even protect a foundational crystal with the salaries provided by the Empire? Yet, it was too late to voice such grievances. With the destruction of the foundational crystal, they would now be forced to journey to other cities to return to the trial grounds for advancement. Over time, the region surrounding Sai City would gradually decline due to population loss. While the Black Luo people raged and lamented, the monsters showed no mercy. Countless creatures surged forward during this moment of distraction, mercilessly claiming the lives of the Black Luo citizens. The initially despondent situation quickly escalated like a rolling snowball, collapsing in rapid succession. You shameless godforsaken one. Just as he was mocking the Black Luo people, a voice interrupted Xia Zhi. He turned to see Fei Luo Mu. His visage twisted with fury, approaching him as if he were the nemesis who had slain his father. Ah, back again. I must thank you all for your cooperation earlier, and especially for your audacity. It proved to be quite beneficial. Xia Zhi sincerely addressed the 3 Black Luo individuals. Thanks to these 3 fools, he had been able to enter without employing any elaborate tactics, and even managed to pilfer their crystal. You damned godforsaken one. I shall eradicate you in the name of the night god. Upon hearing Xia Zhi's words, Savage shouted in fury. Had he not assumed that he was facing Odysseus, this situation would never have unfolded. With that, Savage pressed his hands to the ground, causing numerous earth spikes to surge towards Xia Zhi's feet. Xia Zhi leaped into the air with force, utilizing his shape-shifting talent to transform into a massive eagle with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters. However, before he could revel in his transformation, he lost control and plummeted from the sky. Ouch! 751. Xia Zhi clutched his injured lower back, awkwardly rising from the ground. He had intended to show off, but the difficulty of flying had caught him off guard, resulting in a vertical descent that landed him painfully. Fortunately, with his exceptional self-healing trait, he feared not the risk of permanent injury. What are you searching for? So, you are all followers of the night god. Xia Zhi quickly shifted the topic to avoid further embarrassment. He recalled that this group had been scouring the area and had initially thought they were in pursuit of some treasure, only to discover they were seeking him. Humph. Godforsaken one, under the glory of my master, prepare to accept death. Fei Luo Mu scoffed, brandishing his staff toward the heavens. A colossal meteorite formed above, engulfed in flames. Hurtling towards Xia Zhi, that pathetic pseudo-god of yours. I can slay its avatar. Next time, I will dispatch it directly. Xia Zhi retorted defiantly. Nevertheless, he did not cease his movements, summoning a gigantic tentacle before him to strike the descending meteorite. Under the tremendous force, the 2-meter meteorite was instantly cleaved in half. The power of my master is beyond what you can withstand. Fei Luo Mu waved his staff once more, and the meteorite shimmered with a flash of crimson light. Boom. The meteorite exploded, severing the tentacle, and the unavoidable shockwave sent Xia Zhi flying. 888. A damage figure exceeding 10,000 appeared above Xia Zhi's head. Is that all? Xia Zhi brushed off the dust from his clothing, rising from the ground. There was no denying that these high-tier professionals were formidable. Even he, possessing a 50 damage reduction, had taken over 10,000 damage. Though it was negligible for him, it was undeniable that the higher the tier, the greater the strength. This power was not only evident in their equipment and attributes, but also critically reliant on their skills. Skills gradually increased in level with usage. When one was at a lower tier, the differences were not as apparent, as everyone was busy leveling up, and the time for job transitions was brief. As time progresses and skill levels rise, the increase in damage can become exponential, and the figure before us, Phelim, serves as an exemplary case. Chapter 64, Teleportation Scrolls. Infection Probability. We must all attack him together, otherwise, it would be difficult to explain upon returning home. Observing that Xia Zhi seemed to have sustained considerable damage, Phelim's expression grew serious as he called for the group to strike. Initially, he had thought that this adversary was merely a level 1, wondering how formidable they could truly be. Yet, his perspective shifted dramatically when he recalled the failure of the night goddess descent, realizing just how troublesome this individual was. After all, who has ever seen a level 1 practitioner survive nearly 25,000 hit points of damage and still remain sprightly? Hey, be careful, Xia Zhi said with a sly grin, unleashing hundreds of Qingyan insects towards them. The members of the Black Luo team recognized the threat and hurriedly began to evade. The newly arrived trio, Phelim and his companions, were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the panic of their allies. What is so fearsome about these mutated cloud insects? Phelim demanded sharply. Yet, in the next moment, he experienced the true meaning of a face full of explosives. Boom, boom, boom. 1,333. 1,517. Upon witnessing the damage dealt, Xia Zhi raised an eyebrow. The opposing side was merely a mage, yet their defense surpassed that of several level 3 warriors. As the dust settled, the silhouettes of Phelim and his companions gradually emerged. It turned out they were enveloped in a defensive barrier. Realizing the white shield surrounding the trio and the substantial health bars, Xia Zhi finally understood. He had mistakenly thought it was a magical shield. Unlike a magical shield, which typically reduces damage based on mana, this barrier functioned differently, reminiscent of the Stardust shield used by the Serpent Woman. Not only did it possess shield value, but it also offered superior damage reduction, albeit with high usage requirements. Similar to the moon energy explosion of the Moonlit Spider, both were joint skills, with greater power stemming from a larger number of participants. I wonder if you can withstand this, Xia Zhi chuckled softly, summoning tentacles to strike against the barrier. Whack! 136,547. With a crisp sound, the barrier shattered like glass. The damage was commendable. Indeed, when combined with Dabai, they were the strongest. Xia Zhi nodded with satisfaction. According to his calculations, excluding defense, his maximum damage had reached a terrifying 160,000. The trio barely had time to register the shock of such high damage before the tentacle struck again. Even the previously passive Odysseus played a role at that moment, tearing a scroll. In an instant, as the tentacle was about to make contact, the trio vanished from sight. Where did they go? Xia Zhi surveyed his surroundings. Turning around, he found that the three had indeed disappeared. It wasn't a teleportation skill, it was clearly a spatial teleportation scroll. Xia Zhi felt somewhat speechless. Initially, he had thought it was a blink, but a level 3 blink could only cover a distance of about 30 meters. Spatial teleportation, however, could span extraordinary distances. With sufficient strength, one could even traverse dozens of kilometers. Yet, this skill had a drawback. It was slow to cast, and only a teleportation scroll allowed for rapid use. Now it's just you left. I wonder if you possess any legendary scrolls. Xia Zhi grinned menacingly as he turned his gaze toward the remaining members of the Black Luo. What in the world is this? Phelim shouted, clutching his arm. After Odysseus used the teleportation scroll, they had been transported to the front line. In a moment of carelessness, they had been scratched by a monster, resulting in a state of contamination. Yet, they neither experienced poisoning nor any other abnormal phenomena, leaving them puzzled. Let us find a safe place first. With the foundational crystal destroyed, we'll be teleported back soon, Odysseus said helplessly. We've truly suffered a great loss this time. They had gained nothing and had wasted a precious teleportation scroll. With the foundational crystal destroyed, those of them at level 2 and above would soon be sent back. All he wished for was a safe place to stay, hoping to return without incident. We underestimated him. I never imagined he would be this strong, Savage exclaimed, angrily punching a monster away. Initially, they thought they could simply sit back and accumulate contribution points. But now they had not only failed to defeat the opponent, but had also had their home raided. Returning home would surely yield no rewards. What good is your so-called night god, if he can't even defeat a single practitioner? Odysseus scoffed. The Black Luo Empire did not prohibit the spread of these churches, as the power of the gods was immensely significant, and maintaining the church could bolster national strength. Being a noble of the Black Luo Empire, he had certainly heard of the failed descent of the night god. Had it not been for his favorable relationship with Phelim, he would not have involved himself in this matter. Savage was about to retort, but was interrupted by the injured Phelim beside him. Alright, this mission has failed. I underestimated the situation. I will explain the reasons upon our return, Phelim sighed. As the mission's recipient, he could not escape responsibility, particularly since this task had been assigned by the gods. Their lives were irrevocably tied to the church. We must leave quickly, if we get surrounded, even as level 3s. We cannot kill so many, Odysseus said, observing the increasing number of aberrant monsters surrounding them. The city defenders had long since lost their will to fight under the dual pressures of the aberrant monsters and the destruction of the foundational crystal. Now, not only could they not defend Say City, but the transformed practitioners were also nearing their end. If they did not leave soon, they would be besieged to death. Then let us hurry, Phelim said, leading the way out of Say City. With the foundational crystal destroyed, their restraints had vanished. All that remained was to await their return. Damn, what a nuisance, Xia Zhi said as he controlled the tentacles to eliminate the infected before him. After Phelim and the others fled, the remaining individuals could not escape his grasp. However, after slaying half of them, the remaining individuals triggered the contamination effect, transforming them all into infected. With these infected, the remaining individuals became part of his ranks. Moreover, these infected retained over 80% of their pre-transformation strength. This was indeed a terrifying prospect. 80% was merely a comparative figure. In reality, the infected fought with reckless abandon, exhibiting combat power far superior to their original forms. Even more alarming was that this group of infected, lacking any abnormal enhancements, possessed a terrifying capability for contamination. This meant that even if he did not personally intervene, the infected could continue to spread the contamination. Among the 7 individuals attacked by the infected, 5 were successfully contaminated. Such odds were enough to send shivers down even Xia Zhi's spine. He could already envision the scene outside Say City, where the ground would be littered with the corpses of these zombie-like infected. Moreover, due to their degeneration, the Bai was unable to use Soul Eye to control them. Chapter 65, Cleansing the Infected. What a laborious fate, Xia Zhi self-deprecatingly mused, then called to the serpent woman and the cloud insects hiding in the nearby trees. Rushing toward the city gate. Originally, he intended to destroy the foundational crystal and leave. However, plans had changed. He now resolved to cleanse the infected before departing. The nearest location was Fengyuan City, and if left unchecked, the infection would soon spread there, potentially affecting the entire trial area. Once such an event occurs, it is likely that the number of infected individuals will swell exponentially, akin to a snowball rolling downhill. However, this is not the most pressing concern. The paramount issue is that Dao Bai has yet to acquire the Eye of the Soul. If someone were to bring the contamination back to Blue Star, that would truly spell disaster. Departing from the base crystal, Xia Zhi sprinted towards the city gate. Yet, in the midst of his hurried strides, he spotted a young man with a standard dark complexion, lurking about in a suspicious manner. Hey, Xia Zhi greeted him before delivering a powerful blow that sent the young man tumbling to the ground. Grandpa, why are you hitting me? The dark-skinned youth asked, bewildered. As he gazed up at Xia Zhi, he recalled that his grandfather had always treated him well and had never been one to strike him. Had it not been for his grandfather's urgent matters, he would not have been abandoned here, only to receive such an unexpected slap. Grandpa? Xia Zhi recalled that the young man resembled one of the trio of incompetents he had encountered earlier. Tell me, how goes the battle at the city gate? Is there any trouble with the opposing side's elders? Regardless, they are about to be sent back to meet their fate. The most significant failure of this operation was the escape of 3 individuals. This was not due to any other reason, but rather because the third-tier guardians here are not permitted to resurrect. This signifies that many of the third-tier guardians he had previously vanquished had experienced true death. Just the thought of it suggested that to perish in a trial ground filled with first-tier entities is indeed a remarkable feat, and it is only natural to encounter such peril without protection. I had no idea. You just whisked me away right after the battle. The young man replied with a hint of frustration, utterly perplexed by his grandfather's bizarre behavior. All right, be good, close your eyes, Xia Zhi gently instructed. The young man glanced at his grandfather but complied, closing his eyes as instructed. However, what awaited him was the blood-red tendrils summoned by Xia Zhi, with overwhelming force. They slammed him into the ground. Disgraceful coward, not standing on the front lines, but wandering aimlessly here, Xia Zhi spat disdainfully. Without further ado, he continued his relentless dash towards the city gate. Just a few minutes later, Xia Zhi arrived at the edge of the city wall. At that moment, only a handful of individuals remained to resist, while the majority had succumbed to infection. Under the siege of the infected, those few remaining could not hold out for long. Xia Zhi stealthily brought forth his 2 companions, peering through the city gate into the chaos outside. Before him lay a legion of monsters, all of which had fallen, their bodies gray and oozing with black liquid. At the sight of this, Xia Zhi inhaled sharply. How long must this slaughter continue? He muttered, his lips twitching. The number of visible infected was at least in the thousands, not to mention the countless others hidden from view behind the city wall. No one could ascertain how many remained. Such folly, Xia Zhi lamented inwardly. Were it not for the proximity of Fengyuan City, he would have long since fled. After all, teleporting there would lead him straight to Donyuan City, and should chaos ensue, he would undoubtedly be swept up in it. Observing the demise of those on the city wall, Xia Zhi gradually stepped forward. Upon noticing a new target, the infected surged forward, eager to rend him limb from limb. Better to die early and be reborn, he mumbled, and then launched his offensive. Rather than an assault by Xia Zhi, it resembled a personal slaughter showcase by Kaiyun. The infected lacked the intelligence characteristic of humanity, driven instead by an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. Thus, apart from their own kind, they would annihilate anything that moved. Consequently, when the Qing Yin worms were unleashed, they would attract concentrated fire, maximizing their damage. Each explosion would take out dozens of infected. Moreover, these were merely first-tier infected, with limited defenses and health. Therefore, when the Qing Yin worms detonated, they would clear out the infected within a 10-meter radius. Only slightly stronger elite-level infected would manage to survive. At this juncture, Xia Zhi would intervene, summoning blood tendrils to deliver devastating strikes, each capable of inflicting over 150,000 points of damage. As for the Serpent Lady, her offensive capabilities were limited, relegating her to protect Kaiyun. An hour later, the outskirts of Sei City were strewn with countless corpses. Finally cleared, Xia Zhi collapsed onto the ground, acutely aware of the exhaustion that accompanied his labor. Fearing that there might still be survivors nearby, he had maintained a facade, attempting to prolong his cover for as long as possible, avoiding detection of his true identity. However, this approach necessitated that he be hands-on, precluding any possibility of idleness. In that brief hour, he had dispatched 2 Lord-level monsters, illustrating the immense pressure he faced. Such rotten luck, Xia Zhi lamented as he lay on the ground, feeling drained. Without the fusion technique, he would not have had to labor so intensely. Are there any infected nearby? He asked the Serpent Lady. The Serpent Lady had found her experience to be the easiest of the group. She neither had to tank nor deal damage, merely there to observe the spectacle. However, upon reflection, she remembered that she had once been in a similar position. Shaking his head, Xia Zhi returned to the matter at hand. With the Serpent Lady having little else to do, the task of surveying the nearby infected fell to her. Since they had initiated the purge, they aimed to eliminate as many as possible. No, I've checked the vicinity, but I did discover some departing footprints, the Serpent Lady replied after a moment's thought. Those are inconsequential. Pursuing them would only squander time, Xia Zhi replied with a sense of resignation. The beast tide had occurred roughly 2 hours ago. Regardless of whether they could catch up or not, it would undoubtedly consume significant time, and he was not inclined to waste an entire day on such matters. Moreover, he needed to return to Fengyuan City to assess the situation there, which was likely very different from what he had encountered. The situation in Sei City was a chaotic, 3-way battle, leading to a rapid annihilation of forces, with the victorious infected being eradicated by him as well. On the other hand, the circumstances in Fengyuan City remained uncertain. It was unclear whether it had held its ground. His immediate objective was to return swiftly, ensuring that Fengyuan City would not be overrun by monsters, lest he find himself forced to relocate to another city. As Xia Zhi slowly rose, he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. The prolonged combat had drained his mental energy, leaving him feeling disoriented even while walking. It seemed he would need to consume some goji berries for replenishment upon returning. With that, he departed Sei City alongside his 2 companions. Chapter 66, Fengyuan City Under Siege. Once out of the vicinity of Sei City, Xia Zhi disengaged from the fusion mode and mounted Dabai, racing towards Fengyuan City. Indeed, this felt much more comfortable. Perched atop Dabai, Xia Zhi found his spirits lifted considerably. Were it not for the fear of death, he would have preferred not to employ the fusion technique. After all, being the boss was far more pleasant than toiling away. The journey back was remarkably smooth. After riding for over half an hour, Xia Zhi arrived within the range of Fengyuan City. However, upon nearing the city, he was met with a perplexing sight. What is happening? How can there still be so many monsters after all this time? Outside Fengyuan City lay a veritable mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, with countless bodies sprawled across the ground, and yet a substantial horde of monsters continued to surge forth. One section of the city wall had been breached, with a relentless tide of monsters assaulting the city. However, the defenders quickly countered, pushing the monsters back, albeit at the cost of numerous casualties among the professionals. In Xia Zhi's line of sight, he even spotted Jiang Ming and an Yinming among the fray. Whether it was a skill acquired from a hell-level dungeon, Jiang Ming was enveloped in a golden glow, collaborating with Hua Shang to drag a formidable Lord-level behemoth forward. In the hands of an Yinming, the long sword crackled with violet arcs of electricity, her movements as swift as lightning, seamlessly coordinating her attacks. Xing Nan and the others each unleashed their skills, valiantly drawing the surrounding monsters away, thereby alleviating the pressure on the subsequent adventurers. Damn it, has anyone contacted Xia Zhi yet? Jiang Ming exclaimed, desperately fending off the tyrant bear, his heart heavy with despair. At this moment, he was at his wit's end. The cleric behind him had sustained considerable losses, leaving his health precariously low. What should have been a straightforward city defense task, a simple means to earn points for redeemable items, had turned chaotic. Unbeknownst to them, the neighboring Yan Alliance had somehow lured all the monsters to Fengyuan City. Despite their numbers, the continuous losses had left them on the brink of collapse. In a bid to protect the city from being breached, they had even mobilized new recruits from the military for support. Meanwhile, the third-tier guardians of the city had been dispatched to intercept other Lord-level monsters, leaving them with no time to assist. The situation had escalated to this point. Yet they still struggled against the overwhelming horde of monsters. Some had spotted Xia Zhi entering Fengyuan City, but until now, he remained elusive. After decapitating a monster, Xingnan sighed and remarked, "Our only hope now is to find Xia Zhi quickly. Otherwise, Fengyuan City may truly be doomed today." Initially, they had felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing of the destruction of Sai Yi City, but now the stakes felt different. Who would wish for their own city to fall? "Do you think Sai Yi City could have been destroyed by Xia Zhi?" Hua Shang, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. The moment those words were uttered, Xingnan and the others fell silent. Considering Xia Zhi's terrifying damage output, it was not an impossible scenario. Yet, recalling the guardians and countless defenders within the city, it seemed unlikely. After all, the annihilation of a city in the trial grounds had always required the initiation of a large-scale war. No matter, we must find Xia Zhi quickly. Otherwise, we may truly be unable to hold out much longer, Jiang Ming said with a bitter expression. If this continued, they would exhaust themselves to death. Just then, Xia Zhi was about to return to Fengyuan City to assist in the defense when he noticed several furtive figures lurking in the nearby woods. At this moment, how could anyone be wandering around instead of defending the city? With this thought, Xia Zhi stealthily approached from another direction, cautiously drawing nearer to them. However, after walking a short distance, he discovered a multitude of individuals hiding within the trees. A mere glance revealed a vast expanse filled with people, at least 10,000. By his estimation. Moreover, judging by their appearance and the tiger insignia on their arms, they were clearly not from Fengyuan City. What were the Yan Alliance members doing here? Xia Zhi pondered, glancing back at Fengyuan City. Suddenly, it became clear why the city defense battle had dragged on for so long. It was these individuals causing the chaos. Their intentions were evident. They sought to sabotage the foundational crystal. A bunch of fools. First, I'll eliminate you. Xia Zhi cursed under his breath, then immediately employed the fusion technique, merging with Kaiyun. He refrained from merging with Dabai due to the lack of the Soul Eyes enhancement, which meant he would have to eliminate his foes twice. Once he engaged, it wouldn't be long before these individuals became infected. At that point, this place would inevitably transform into another Sai Yi City. Ultimately, he would bear the consequences, as he could not allow these infected beings to go unchecked. Opening his system panel, he saw that Sayun's attributes had drastically changed. Fusion entity, Xia Zhi, mother of color flame insects. Level, first tier, level 20. Talents, infinite traits. Eternal pact, insect body differentiation. Health, 1410-2580. Mana, 1410-1800. Constitution, 141258. Strength, 64128. Agility, 64126. Intelligence, 141180. Skills, Rainbow Bubble, Insect Devour, Flame Bubble, Wind Control, Fusion Technique. Today, let you experience the taste of aerial bombardment. After the fusion, Xia Zhi began to utilize Sayun's talents, summoning an unending stream of Qingyan insects. Although the properties of the Qingyan insects remained unchanged, the number summoned by Kaiyun reached an astounding 400. This was a terrifying figure. Coupled with the retaliatory damage and self-detonation of the Qingyan insects, each could inflict a staggering 12,000 damage. Under Xia Zhi's command, countless Qingyan insects soared into the sky, charging towards the adventurers of the Yan Alliance. What is happening? Why are there so many monsters here? The leading adventurer of the Yan Alliance looked up at the sky, perplexed. However, he dismissed the Qingyan insects as mere variants of Kaiyun-S insects, thinking they posed no real threat. Let us deal with this swarm of Kaiyun insects first. He commanded, and his comrades began their assault. Yet, as the first spell struck a Qingyan insect, the situation spiraled out of control. Boom. 11,123. 5,689. 5,442. With a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the forest, the adventurers within a 10-meter radius of the attacked Qingyan insects were completely wiped out. Don't move. The leader sensed something was amiss, but it was too late to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as hundreds of Qingyan insects self-destructed, decimating nearly a third of their ranks. Where did these monsters come from? Why is their damage so high? He cursed in frustration. Fortunately, they managed to kill the monsters, albeit at a heavy cost, which was still bearable. However, before he could relish this victory, countless Qingyan insects, like precision-dropped bombs, surged into the densest part of their formation. Don't attack. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly. With prior experience, they understood that these creatures would self-destruct when attacked. So, they remained on high alert, observing the Qingyan insects, their breaths slowing significantly, as the forest fell eerily silent. This stillness granted the Qingyan insects an opportunity. They lingered silently above the heads of these adventurers. Seeing that the approaching Qingyan insects did not detonate, the members of the Yan Alliance collectively sighed in relief. Goodbye. A silvery, bell-like voice echoed through the tranquil forest. The crowd turned towards the source and beheld a graceful girl, accompanied by a serpent-like pet, seated atop a large white cat. The adventurers of the Yawn Alliance were taken aback, unable to comprehend the current situation. Boom, boom, boom. Before they could process what was happening, the previously silent Qinyan insects began to self-destruct en masse. In an instant, the forest was decimated by half. Chapter 67. The Beast Tide concludes. Stunned, Xia Zhi surveyed the remnants of the forest littered with dismembered limbs and shattered bodies, satisfied as he clapped his hands. At that moment, very few living souls remained within the forest. Had it not been for the cooperation of these individuals, he might not have been able to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Thanks to the sheer number of Qinyan insects, 800 in total, they had effectively covered everyone within the kill radius. Furthermore, due to their first-tier status, nearly all of them were dispatched in an instant, with only a handful surviving. You demon! The leader's face twisted in terror as he trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Xia Zhi. 8,000 had perished. Such a swift slaughter was unheard of, let alone the act of killing itself. He could not fathom whether the girl before him was human or monster. No, she was a demon. A true demon. Let me send you on your way. Observing that the enemy was on the brink of collapse, Xia Zhi snapped his fingers, and a rainbow bubble soared towards them. 543. The rainbow bubble lacked significant attack power, yet it was sufficient to deplete the already diminished health of the leader. Demon. She is a demon. Help. After the demise of the leader, the remaining dozens began to scatter and flee in a frenzy. However, Xia Zhi had no intention of letting them escape. He summoned the azure flame worms once more, distributing one to each individual. Following a series of explosions, the forest was left devoid of life, save for Xia Zhi. With the immediate threat eliminated, all that remained was to deal with the beast tide. With this thought in mind, Xia Zhi urged his steed, Dabai, onward toward Fengyuan City. Dabai moved swiftly, and within mere minutes, Xia Zhi arrived at the rear of the beast horde. Without any elaborate maneuvers, he began summoning the azure flame worms. In no time, he conjured 400, and these worms surged into the beast ranks like a swarm of locusts, targeting the monster's maws directly. The familiar sounds of explosions erupted, prompting Jiang Ming and others to glance back toward the horde. However, the sheer number of monsters obscured their view, and Jiang Ming found himself struck down by a powerful blow from a bear. The unfortunate Jiang Ming was instantly knocked to the ground. Had it not been for Huashang intervening to block an attack, he would have surely been taken by the bear. Did Xia Zhi arrive? Jiang Ming struggled to rise and inquired. It must be him. The sound resembles his, and Yin Ming replied with some uncertainty. Although she had not seen Xia Zhi, she did notice a figure atop a white mount. However, the distance was too great for her to ascertain if it was indeed him. It's good to have help. Otherwise, we wouldn't last much longer. Xing Nin observed as many monsters charged toward the rear, instinctively feeling relieved. If the monsters broke through, failure would be the only outcome awaiting them. Under the self-destructive assault of the azure flame worms, a clearing soon emerged among the beasts. As the situation stabilized, Xia Zhi dispelled his fusion state and emerged from Caiyin's form, swiftly breaking through the monster blockade to join Jiang Ming and the others. You finally arrived. I thought I might die waiting for you, Jiang Ming exclaimed, disregarding the monsters as he rushed forward to embrace Xia Zhi. However, Xia Zhi denied him that opportunity, delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling to the ground. Let us keep some decorum. This is not the time for such familiarity, Xia Zhi remarked, wrinkling his nose in disdain. What took you so long to return? And Yin Ming pressed, fending off the monsters as she spoke. I was completing my class transition quest, which delayed me, Xia Zhi replied with a smile. They were fortunate that Xia Zhi had returned. Otherwise, even if they managed to repel the monsters, they would likely fall prey to the ambush set by the Yawn Alliance lurking in the forest. The subsequent events unfolded with considerably more simplicity. The serpent woman leaped from Dabai, directly intercepting the bear's attack. With her formidable defense, even the notoriously aggressive bear could inflict no damage. After all, the serpent woman's defense had surpassed 12,000. Few creatures under level 20 could breach it. Only skills designed to penetrate armor could inflict any harm. But even that was of little concern, as the serpent woman still possessed a health bar. What followed was a one-sided massacre. With the cooperation of the serpent woman and Kaiyun, they quickly eradicated all monsters at the city gate. Subsequently, Xia Zhi hurriedly led everyone to provide assistance in other areas. After more than an hour of relentless combat, they finally succeeded in eliminating all the beasts that had invaded. The Beast Tide Invasion event has concluded. Please proceed to the class transition hall to claim your rewards. The familiar system notification echoed, signaling the end of this trial task. Today has truly been fulfilling, Xia Zhi remarked, leaping down from Dabai, a look of contentment on his face. With the completion of this transition task, he could continue his ascent in levels. Thank you immensely. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Xing Nin approached Xia Zhi, gratitude evident in his expression. Had Xia Zhi not arrived in time, the fall of Fengyuan City would have merely been a matter of time. The consequences would have been dire, with Donyuan City facing severe repercussions, leading to displacement for its populace. After all, People are mobile. If one cannot transition here, they must seek refuge elsewhere. Over time, Dongyuan City would only decline further. It's nothing. We are all friends. Why be so formal? Besides, I have a duty to protect Fengyuan City. Xia Zhi smiled reassuringly. That is well said. Once we return, I'll treat you all to a meal, Jiang Ming declared, patting his chest with a swagger that suggested wealth. What? Are you no longer afraid of me? Xia Zhi replied with a smirk, recalling how just yesterday Jiang Ming had kept a distance of 800 meters from him. Come on, why would I be afraid of you? Aren't we all good brothers? Jiang Ming retorted, trying to maintain bravado in the face of Xia Zhi's teasing gaze. Xia Zhi chose not to press him further. After all, as the wealthiest family in Dongyuan City, he might need Jiang Ming's connections for material acquisitions in the future. The materials required would only become increasingly precious, and without the right channels, even money wouldn't guarantee access to them. How many points did you earn this time? And Ming inquired curiously, leaning closer to Xia Zhi. The others perked up, eager to learn how many points he had accumulated. The value of points cannot be overstated, as they can be exchanged for many rare items, such as skills and equipment. Not too many, just over 10,000, Xia Zhi replied, glancing at his data panel. In truth, he hadn't amassed much in Sei City, as he hadn't participated in the battles there. The monsters killed by the infected or the infected themselves didn't count towards his points. Nevertheless, he still managed to acquire over 10,000 points upon his return. Most of these points were earned from hunting 3 Lord-tier monsters, each yielding 2,000 points. Such a substantial amount. And Ming gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. The others also widened their eyes, marveling at the power that allowed Xia Zhi to effortlessly amass points, contrasting sharply with their own struggles to earn around 3,000 points. Meanwhile, Xia Zhi had only just arrived on the battlefield and still secured such a bounty. Chapter 68, Redeeming Items. Xia Gu, tell me, did you annihilate Sei City? Jiang Ming inquired slyly, sidling up to Xia Zhi and whispering. Although his voice was low, the group, all seasoned professionals, could hear him clearly. Their gazes flickered with curiosity, occasionally darting towards Xia Zhi. What do you think? That's an entire city we're talking about. I lack such capability, Xia Zhi replied, adhering to his principle of maintaining a low profile. Whether others believed him was of no concern. He merely wished to cultivate in peace without drawing unnecessary attention. Hee, I understand, Jiang Ming grinned, as if they were kindred spirits. You understand what? Xia Zhi rolled his eyes in exasperation. At times, he envied Jiang Ming's brazen demeanor, contrasting with his own principled and earnest nature. Before long, the group arrived at the advancement hall, a bustling hub for task exchanges, now teeming with people. Most attendees were those who had returned from the trial grounds, below level 20, eager to redeem their rewards. Participating in this event would significantly aid their future leveling endeavors. As Xia Zhi and his companions approached, the crowd instinctively parted, recognizing that without their valiant resistance, Fengyuan City might have already been destroyed. And they wouldn't even have the chance to redeem their rewards. Xia Zhi and his group wasted no time and entered the hall. These are the fruits of their labor, and there is no need for embarrassment. Upon entering, the crowd dispersed, each individual preparing to exchange their items. Observing his surroundings, Xia Zhi sought a spot with fewer people in line. However, as soon as they caught sight of Xia Zhi, they all stepped aside, retreating to the back, forming a slow-moving queue. This was not solely due to Xia Zhi's heroic deeds in saving Fengyuan City. It was also because he was known to be a formidable opponent capable of challenging Lord-level monsters without sustaining injury. To be inconsiderate might provoke his ire, and that would be disastrous. Xia Zhi patiently awaited the conclusion of the exchanges ahead of him, his gaze wandering idly. As he glanced around, he was met with a feast for the eyes. Long, elegant legs abounded, much to his delight. Just as he was fixated on a pair of snow-white thighs, a voice pierced through his reverie, causing him to startle. Slowly lifting his head, he found Xia Feishuer regarding him with a bemused smile. What a coincidence, Xia Zhi stammered, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Indeed, quite the coincidence. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, Xia Feishuer replied, her gaze ablaze with intensity. She had not anticipated that after several years apart, Xia Zhi would have grown to such formidable prowess. Even she, with her skills, could scarcely contend with Lord-level monsters, let alone engage in combat without injury. That's my turn. Let's continue our conversation shortly, Xia Zhi stated, as the person before him completed their exchange. Seizing the opportunity, he placed his hand upon the evolution book, his consciousness being instantly drawn into its pages. Though he recognized this as a mere desperate struggle, a flicker of hope remained. What if an unexpected turn of events allowed him to escape? Frustrated, Xia Feishuer stamped her foot outside, only to find that the individual before her had also finished their exchange, compelling her to proceed and redeem her items. Now, let's exchange, Xia Zhi silently urged, and a redemption interface materialized before him. The array of goods was vast, including potions and skill books, catering to every conceivable need. Let me see the finest offerings, he mused, selecting the most expensive option. As rows of unfamiliar items appeared on the exchange panel, he could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. To his surprise, artifacts were among the items listed. Artifacts, as their name implies, were items of equal standing to the divine, exceedingly powerful and practical. Just a glance at the night goddess curse adorning his person revealed artifacts to be of a significantly higher caliber. The disparity was unmistakable. Regrettably, the only information available was the name. One item caught his eye, a weapon named the Illusion Demon Spear. However, for reasons unknown, he could only view its name and quality, with attributes concealed from him. The exchange points were marked with 9 nines, further dampening his spirits. Clearly, this was not intended for mere mortals to acquire. Activity points could only be obtained within the trial grounds. Aside from serendipitously encountering such tasks, slaying monsters yielded no points whatsoever. What a letdown. Something to gaze upon but not purchase, utterly useless. Xia Zhi lamented. Given his prolific point accumulation, it would likely take him years to amass such a sum. Never mind, he decided, I shall exchange for some evolutionary materials. With that thought, he began to select the necessary items. His entire strength was derived from his summoned beasts. So naturally, he prioritized items for them. Though 10,000 points seemed substantial, after choosing just a few rare materials, little remained. Calculating their value, he estimated it to be over 10 million. Not bad, he acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. While these items held modest worth, they were quite rare. Some were even unavailable on the official website of the Zhongjiang Trading Company, necessitating pre-orders. Being able to exchange them directly saved him the trouble of searching. With over 2,000 points left, Xia Zhi casually browsed. In truth, he did not have any particular necessities. If he were to exchange for equipment, given his rapid advancement, it would soon become obsolete. With 3 summoned beasts at his side, low-quality gear was of little use, and high-quality items were scant in number. Since equipment was off the table, he turned his attention to the skill page. Mind Link. Xia Zhi's eyes lit up as he spotted a mental-type skill. Mind Link. When activated, it connects the thoughts of oneself and others, facilitating communication. Required level, 2nd tier, level 20. After a moment's contemplation, he spent over 300 points to acquire it. This skill boasted significant utility, proving invaluable for teamwork and covert communication. The decision to obtain it was also influenced by its status as an essential skill for summoners. With their thoughts intertwined, commanding summoned beasts would become much easier. As he continued to scroll, he stumbled upon the mental burst skill that Enian Meng had intended to gift him. However, the price of 1,000 points deterred him from pursuing it. The further he delved, the more formidable the skills appeared, with a plethora of forbidden spells to behold. Yet, they were merely tantalizing spectacles. Beyond the exorbitant exchange points required, the minimum usage requirement was a daunting 5th tier, which disqualified everyone from this layer of the trial grounds, including Xia Zhi himself. What about the Beast Mastery Space skill? Xia Zhi scrutinized the skill exchange panel. Presently, he lacked for little else. But the Beast Mastery Space was essential. While at home, it mattered little, allowing his summoned beasts to frolic freely. However, the situation was different when venturing outside. For instance, in Say City, he need not have his summoned beasts conceal themselves among the trees. Carrying them alongside him was not only convenient, but also enhanced the summoner's sense of security. Before long, Xia Zhi located the coveted skill book. No wonder I couldn't find it. It was categorized under space skills, he mused, somewhat exasperated. Despite being a summoner skill, it had been misplaced, which explained why he had previously encountered forbidden spells, yet failed to locate this particular skill. Fortunately, at 1,000 points, it was not exorbitantly priced. Seeing the cost, Xia Zhi exhaled in relief, fearing his exchange points might fall short. With 200 points remaining and finding nothing else that piqued his interest, Xia Zhi ultimately decided to convert the remaining points into evolution materials. The evolution of his Great White was imperative, otherwise, it would soon be rendered ineffective in battle. He certainly did not wish to face a king-level monster only to be met with an infection afterward. Chapter 69, Potential Unleashed. With his points exchanged, it was now time for his advancement. Xia Zhi gazed curiously at the crimson task before him. He was eager to discover the utility of potential unleashing. Congratulations on completing the task. Your tier has risen to the 2nd tier, enhancing your base growth and providing additional attribute points upon leveling up. Would you like to utilize potential unleashing? In that instant, a surge of potent energy coursed through Xia Zhi's entire being, affecting even the 3 summoned beasts remaining outside. However, the beasts could not gain attribute points. They could only enhance their base growth. This was a predicament faced by many summoners. After all, even if a 3-star beast's potential was elevated by its summoner, without the ability to evolve, the lack of attribute points became a critical flaw. Perhaps summoners enjoyed a slight advantage in the early stages, but as other professions grew stronger, low-star summoned beasts would merely become a matter of whether they could withstand 1 or 2 strikes. Take the Xiluan worm summoned in his previous life, for instance. Even a mere brush could inflict severe injury. Only those like the 9-tier Dragon Master of the Yen Kingdom, who summoned 2 7-tier colossal dragons, could maintain their dominance in a 2-against-1 scenario. However, this posed no issues for Xia Zhi, as he had the upper hand. What a rush! Xia Zhi clenched his fists, feeling as though he had been reborn, vitality surging through him. Now it's your turn. Without much hesitation, Xia clicked to use it. Subsequently, the three pets and Xia Zhi gradually vanished from the hall. Simultaneously, as Xia Zhi disappeared, the crystal pillar at the center of the job transfer hall erupted with a dazzling red light. In an instant, the entire city was enveloped in this crimson glow. Many people exchanged bewildered glances, entirely oblivious to the situation. What could this mean? They had only heard of golden light. When had red light ever appeared? Perhaps they were simply uninformed. The highest tier of tasks was black, with red occupying the second tier, followed by gold. Could it be that someone had completed a red task? But wait, wasn't it said that there were no red tasks in the first tier trial grounds? As the crowd debated, only Xia Feishue, who had finished exchanging her points, stood there, staring blankly at the spot where Xia Zhi had vanished, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. How could an individual simply disappear like that? Amidst the chaos outside, Xia Zhi had already arrived in another realm. What does this mean? Does the job transfer hall possess a teleportation function? Xia Zhi glanced at his three pets, feeling somewhat bewildered. He merely wished to observe the effects of potential activation, yet now found himself in an unexpected predicament. Before him lay a room enveloped by silver walls, devoid of any furnishings. Please select the target for potential activation. Just as Xia Zhi was lost in thought, the system's voice resonated in his ears. It turned out this function could be applied not only to humans. At that moment, Xia Zhi understood why the system had transported Kaiyun and the others here. With this revelation, his gaze shifted back and forth among the three pets. Since the beasts could utilize the ability, it was only fitting to let these three test it out, as no one knew its true potential. If he had options, he certainly wouldn't be the first to volunteer. After all, there would be future opportunities. Furthermore, he had always prioritized his pets. Giving this to a summoner could very well result in a waste. But whom to choose? His gaze settled on Kaiyun and the Snake Lady. Dabai was inherently formidable, and now all he needed to do was to methodically enhance her capabilities. Kaiyun had always been his primary source of damage output. Her formidable summoning abilities, combined with her unique traits, rendered her astonishingly powerful. The only one who presented a somewhat awkward situation was the Snake Lady. Originally designated as a tank, she now found herself overshadowed by Dabai's superior attributes in every aspect. While her output paled in comparison to Tseyun's, her defensive capabilities were less effective against higher-tier foes. Lacking the percentage advantage that Dabai possessed, her only strengths lay in her protective and terrain-altering skills. However, he was more inclined to have Kaiyun take the opportunity, as ever since she had joined, she had been bouncing around joyfully, clearly enjoying herself. All right, it shall be you, Xia Zhi decided, looking at the somewhat daft Kaiyun. Regardless of the outcome, letting her go first seemed a wise choice. Having made up his mind, Xia Zhi designated Kaiyun as the target. Potential activation commencing. As the system's voice echoed, a force propelled Xia Zhi and the two pets against the wall, leaving Kaiyun standing in the center of the silver room, where a magical array appeared beneath her. A massive beam of light enveloped Kaiyun, who, in her confusion, began to ascend slowly into the air. Before long, her form began to alter. The antennae atop her head gradually vanished, and her body transformed from that of a young girl into a striking woman. Simultaneously, peculiar patterns began to emerge on her left cheek, extending down to her neck, with the colors swirling vibrantly. The once white gown she wore shifted into a kaleidoscope of hues. As the beam dissipated, Kaiyun gently descended to the ground. At that moment, her demeanor underwent a profound transformation, akin to an elegant butterfly, captivating all who beheld her. Is this a makeover? Xia Zhi exclaimed, his mouth agape. He had to admit, Kaiyun perfectly matched his aesthetic preferences. Even the patterns on her face exuded an extraordinary beauty. Haha, have I not become more beautiful? Look, Xia Zhi is utterly stunned. Kaiyun taunted, pointing at him, although she was unaware of her new appearance. Xia Zhi's expression resembled that of a man who had just spotted a beautiful girl on the street. She thought to herself that she must have become even more attractive. I think you're just asking for trouble, Xia Zhi retorted, his face etched with annoyance. The moment Kaiyun spoke, he realized that she had not changed at all. She remained as scatterbrained as ever. While her silence was at least visually pleasant, her words betrayed the silly nature that was deeply ingrained within her. Had I known the effects would be this remarkable, I would have been the one to undergo it myself. Xia Zhi lamented, touching his own cheek. His expression one of regret. He had never anticipated that this ability would also hold cosmetic benefits. Had he known earlier, he would not have allowed Kaiyun, this foolish creature, to take the opportunity. Especially seeing her flaunting her transformation in front of the other two pets, he felt an urge to scream in frustration. A chance to become more handsome had been squandered, while this dim-witted Kaiyun had reaped all the benefits. Alas, such is my fate, to gain some and lose some. Xia Zhi sighed, his voice tinged with desolation. He realized it was his own fault for not doing his homework beforehand and understanding the capabilities of potential activation. However, it was too late to dwell on it now. He could only hope to encounter this phenomenon again during his next advancement. Surely, it must do more than merely alter appearances. Xia Zhi muttered softly to himself. With the high difficulty of the task, if the only reward is beauty, How does that differ from a golden task? It's merely a lord-level monster. I could defeat it without breaking a sweat. With this thought, he promptly opened Sayun's panel, revealing a brand new set of data before his eyes. Chapter 70. Sayun's Super Evolution. Summon Creature, Rainbow Illusion Worm King. Potential, 4 stars. Level, Tier 2, Level 20. Talent, Worm King Body, Swarm Differentiation. Health, 27, 200. Mana, 3, 400. Constitution, 170. Strength, 85. Agility, 85. Intelligence, 170. Skills, Rainbow Illusion Worm Guardian, Rainbow Bubble, Worm Devour. Flame Burst, Wind Control. Worm King Body, Transformed Worm Body, acquires Mimicry ability. The Rainbow Illusion Worm King's Constitution gains an 8-fold enhancement. And all summoned Illusion Worm divisions receive a 2-fold Constitution boost. Mimicry, can change body color at will according to the surrounding environment. Swarm Differentiation, can summon swarms at will. For every 100 health points consumed, 1 Illusion Worm division with Mimicry ability can be summoned. Rainbow Illusion Worm Guardian, when summoning the Illusion Worm Swarm, they transform into Rainbow Illusion Worm Guardians, possessing 50 of the mother's attributes, with a maximum of 2. Cooldown time of half an hour. Flame Burst, passive skill. Every 10 attacks, it will detonate the fire elements left in proximity to the monster, dealing 50 of the total fire damage of the first 10 attacks. Isn't this change a bit drastic? Xia Zhi rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing correctly. It was no wonder he felt this way, rather than an enhancement. Sayun's panel seemed to have entirely switched templates. Her star rating remained unchanged, but each level's base attributes had increased by 5 points, now matching Dubai's. Moreover, she had even gained an additional talent, and her skills had undergone significant transformations. The most astonishing aspect was the enhancement of the Qingyan worm's constitution. Originally, this boost would have had little impact on Kaiyun, as she was always susceptible to a single strike. A slight increase or decrease in attributes hardly mattered. But who was she? The man favored by fortune. What appeared to be the most useless attribute had instantly doubled Sayun's output. Thank goodness my talent is formidable, otherwise it would only be considered mediocre, Xia Zhi murmured to himself. He then turned his attention to another skill, Flame Burst. Overall, this skill was exceptionally powerful, directly increasing the damage by half of the original. In harmony with the characteristics of the Azure Flame insect, one can unleash a tremendous amount of damage in an instant. Damn it, I should have taken the initiative. Observing the frolicking Kaiyun, Xia Zhi felt a slight heaviness in his chest. If even a headstrong pet like Kaiyun can become so powerful, what fate awaits a being as charming as myself? Next, Xia Zhi opened the information on the Illusionary Insect Guardian and the Azure Flame Insect. Subordinate Summon, 7-colored Illusionary Insect Guardian. Talent, Mimicry. Health, 13, 600. Mana, 1, 700. Constitution, 85. Strength, 425. Agility, 425. Intelligence, 85. Skills, Bubble Barrage, Bubble Prison. Subordinate Summon, 7-colored Illusionary Insect. Talent, Mimicry. Health, 800. Mana, 400. Constitution, 40. Strength, 40. Agility, 40. Intelligence, 40. Skills, Devour. This time, by utilizing potential activation, the attributes of the illusionary insect were slightly enhanced, and although the increase was modest, it significantly amplified the damage output. In comparison, the Guardian's attributes were superior, yet the illusionary insect remained his favorite. After all, the Guardian could only summon 2 and had a cooldown of half an hour. The illusionary insect, on the other hand, under the influence of its super self-healing ability, was an unrelenting killing machine, and it kept coming. Something feels off. I am the summoner. Xia Zhi bowed his head, pondering this dilemma. Theoretically, he should be elated by the strengthening of his summoned beasts, yet he found himself lamenting that excessive power could also be a sorrowful plight. Lacking the experience of being weak represented a significant void in his life. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him, and upon turning, he met the sorrowful gaze of the snake woman. Next time, it will be your turn. Xia Zhi approached and gently patted the snake woman's head, offering words of comfort. The snake woman's position was exceedingly awkward, now reduced to a mere ornamental figure. In comparison, the snake woman, aside from her appearance, had become a sole protector of Xia Zhi, as Kaiyun, with her substantial health of 27,000, was unlikely to be eliminated by monsters. After comforting the snake woman, Xia Zhi took out the skill books for mind sharing and beast mastery, opting to learn them directly. Subsequently, he tested the beast mastery on Kaiyun a few times and discovered its remarkable convenience, much to Sayun's displeasure, which Xia Zhi chose to ignore. It's time to head out. I wonder if Xia Feishu has left yet. Xia Zhi whispered to himself. However, he wasn't overly concerned with the beast mastery. Evading someone was quite simple. He then stored Kaiyun and the snake woman into the beast mastery space before using the soul fusion technique to merge with Daba. How convenient. If only this transformation were recognizable, I would livestream my triumph. Xia Zhi observed his transformed appearance reminiscent of his former lover, nodding in satisfaction. To avoid any misunderstandings, He specifically transformed into the likeness of his one-night stand. With everything in place, Xia Zhi silently intoned the exit command, and he gradually vanished from the silvery space. The moment he appeared in the advancement hall, he spotted Xia Feishui yawning at the entrance. "Hello," Xia Zhi greeted enthusiastically, then walked out of the advancement hall under Xia Feishui's perplexed gaze. After a long day, he finally had a chance to rest. Standing at the door of the advancement hall, Xia Zhi stretched. Now that he had reached the second level, he could no longer exit the city and had to either return to the starting point or wait an hour to automatically teleport back to the central tower. "Hello. Have we met somewhere before?" Just as Xia Zhi felt physically and mentally refreshed, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Turning slowly, he found Xia Feishui standing at the door. Internally sighing at her persistence, he steeled himself to respond. "Impossible. This is my first time here. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." After saying this, Xia Zhi hurriedly exited the advancement hall, leaving Xia Feishui with a look of suspicion. "Could it be that I truly misjudged? She certainly seems familiar." Xia Feishui murmured to herself as she watched Xia Zhi's retreating figure. However, she merely asked out of curiosity, perhaps having seen him by chance. Upon leaving the transmutation area, Xia Zhi used the teleportation array to return to the East Source City Tower. Phew. Is this what they call a woman's sixth sense? Exiting the teleportation array, Xia Zhi exhaled in relief, fearing that she might recognize him. Fortunately, he was back now. And even if she pondered for a while, she would never suspect he was in East Source City. Just as Xia Zhi prepared to head back, Enian Ming and Jiang Ming emerged from the teleportation array. "Why did it take you so long to come out?" Xia Zhi inquired, puzzled. He had exchanged items and undergone his class change, even enhancing Kaiyun, so logically, these individuals should have exited before him. There was a bit of a delay. Xing Nen replied with a smile. His uncle had sent him to relay some news to the Guardians, and Jiang Ming and the others accompanied him out of idle curiosity. "Oh, I see." Xia Zhi nodded. Chapter 71, Encountering a Ghost? As the group prepared to leave the tower, Jiang Ming suddenly leaned closer to Xia Zhi, nudging him with his elbow. "Come on, where did you charm a girl?" Jiang Ming asked with a playful grin. "Girl? What girl?" Xia Zhi responded, utterly bewildered. Among the women he knew, he was only somewhat familiar with Enian Ming. "Don't play coy with us. Just back at the transmutation hall. That girl mentioned she was looking for you." Jiang Ming rolled his eyes at Xia Zhi's expression. "With our camaraderie, you could at least be honest about seeking companionship without hiding it." "What the hell? You didn't tell her where I was, did you?" Xia Zhi's eyes widened as he grabbed Jiang Ming by the collar, pressing him for answers. He might not know much, but when it came to the transmutation hall, who else could it be but Xia Feishui? I didn't say anything. It was Xing Nen who mentioned it." Jiang Ming, sensing the gravity of Xia Zhi's tone, hastily pointed at Xing Nen to deflect blame. "What is going on?" Xing Nan, bewildered, turned around, still unclear about the situation. "You." Xia Zhi gritted his teeth, but the words caught in his throat. Releasing Jiang Ming, he had thought he had put the matter to rest, only for this troublesome fool to surface. According to his predecessor's memories, Xia Feishui was likely on her way here. If she truly arrived, this imposter could not guarantee that his cover would remain intact under her scrutiny. Suddenly, a thought struck Xia Zhi as he gazed at Jiang Ming. "Jiang Ming, what do you think of that girl?" Xia Zhi suddenly draped his arm over Jiang Ming's shoulders. "She is quite lovely and charming," Jiang Ming replied, caught off guard. "She is my cousin. Since you're currently single, how about I introduce you to her?" Xia Zhi said with a sly grin. As long as Jiang Ming declined, he would undoubtedly relish the chance to give him a good thrashing. I have a girlfriend, so maybe not," Jiang Ming said, considering Xia Zhi's ulterior motives. Although he could agree momentarily, he knew that if Xia Zhi found out later, the consequences would be dire. Most importantly, if he were to get beaten up, his father wouldn't come to his aid. "Even you have a girlfriend? What an injustice." Xia Zhi shook his head, feigning disappointment. He had initially hoped to use Jiang Ming as a shield. If things went well, it could afford his cousin a life of ease. Even if it didn't succeed, delaying for a few days would still be beneficial. But life was full of uncertainties. "I don't have a girlfriend." Just as Xia Zhi contemplated his next move, Xing Nan quietly interjected. Turning to face Xing Nan, Xia Zhi regarded his robust physique alongside his incongruous baby face. Xia Zhi pondered carefully and realized that perhaps it was not entirely unfeasible. With this thought in mind, he kicked Jiang Ming aside and attempted to drape his arm around Xing Nan's shoulder. However, after several attempts and finding himself unable to reach, he settled for a mere symbolic pat. "In truth, I had intended to choose you from the very beginning, but Jiang Ming proved to be too unreliable. Just the other day, he even asked me to help him find a partner, only to deceive me instead. I perceive that you possess an inherently unique physique, making you an exceptional candidate for a brother-in-law. I entrust my cousin to you." With that said, Xia Zhi shot a glare at Jiang Ming, who was about to speak up. "Is that truly acceptable?" Xing Nan inquired, somewhat bashful. It must be noted that Xing Nan's timid demeanor was quite a revelation to an Ming and the others, as he had always presented himself as rather forthright, akin to a chivalrous hero from ancient tales. "What is there to question? As her cousin, it is my bounden duty to assist her in finding a partner," Xia Zhi declared with righteous conviction, thumping his chest for emphasis. Rest assured, I shall protect my cousin, Xing Nin exclaimed, seemingly emboldened. Do your best. I have faith in you, Xia Zhi replied with a smile, though internally he mused that it remained uncertain who would protect whom in the end. With that remarkable innate strength, he surmised that even a mundane warrior would surpass most concealed professions. Do you have her phone number? Xia Zhi casually inquired. Suddenly recalling that if Xia Feishue did not possess anyone's contact information, she would be unreachable, rendering any introductions moot. Well, I do, Xing Nin responded unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, and observing the shaking heads of an Yinming and the others, Xia Zhi felt he might have indeed misjudged Jiangming. However, upon reflection, a misunderstanding was just that. He had long harbored a disfavor towards Jiangming. Having it is sufficient. If she arrives, you shall go to greet her on my behalf, Xia Zhi instructed. Pulling Xing Nin aside to continue. Let it not be said that I do not create opportunities for you. Just tell her you couldn't find me, and then bring her to your home to stay. After some time, things will unfold naturally. Xia Zhi proceeded to bombard Xing Nin with an array of persuasive arguments, all under the guise of benevolence. The crux of his message was clear. Just ensure you do not come looking for me. You are free to go wherever you please. Moreover, Xing Nan's background was not lacking. Though he was not the biological son of Xing Yushu, he was treated as if he were, thus not bringing shame to Xia Feishue's remarkable prowess. All right, Xing Nin nodded in agreement, absorbing the guidance. Observing Xing Nan's earnest eagerness to learn, Xia Zhi felt a sense of satisfaction in concluding this discussion. Since we are in such high spirits today, I shall treat everyone to dinner. Perhaps inspired by Xia Zhi's words, Xing Nin spoke with newfound vigor, as if infused with boundless energy. The group then departed from the tower, making their way to a restaurant. That evening, amidst flashes of lightning and torrential rain, Xia Zhi, supported by the snake girl, staggered back to his rental apartment. Drenched through and through, it seemed that Xing Nin had been rather spirited, insisting on drinking with him for 3 hours. Fortunately, his own strength had allowed him to avoid being carried back like Xing Nan. I detect your scent, the white-nosed creature remarked just as Xia Zhi was about to unlock the door. Is Xia Feishue here? At this revelation, the inebriated Xia Zhi instantly felt a surge of alertness, shaking off his stupor. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that Xia Feishue could not arrive so swiftly. Moreover, as Xing Nin had been with him all night, there was no opportunity for him to leak his address. After all, he had only recently moved. And aside from an Yinming, no one else knew where he resided. We have always lived here. Is it not normal for my scent to linger? Xia Zhi chuckled in response. The white-nosed creature merely tilted its head, pondering the matter. While it was indeed present, the aroma should not have been so pronounced. Amused by the creature's adorable demeanor, Xia Zhi smiled and proceeded to open the door. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, revealing a petite figure standing by the window across from him. What on earth? Xia Zhi rubbed his eyes, only to find nothing there, suspecting it was merely a figment of his imagination. However, just as he turned to step inside, another bolt of lightning illuminated the dark room, and the diminutive figure had already appeared before him. Chapter 72. The Chosen One, who truly is the 13th. Xia Zhi was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the small figure now standing in front of him. Holy moly, a ghost. Reacting swiftly, Xia Zhi's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor. As he looked to his 3 companions for rescue, he turned to find they had retreated to the corridor. Damn it, what is there to fear about a ghost? Xia Zhi cursed, summoning his courage to bolster himself while his companions seemed to regain their composure and prepare to assist. Yet, when he turned back, a small face was already pressed closely against his. The cheerful expression, combined with the tempestuous weather outside, created a unique ambience. This scene caused Xia Zhi's mind to momentarily stall, prompting him to employ the spirit fusion technique, merging with the white-nosed creature. With the innate night vision of feline creatures enhancing his sight, he finally discerned the small figure's appearance. It was a delicately featured little girl clad in a tiny dress, resembling a porcelain doll. Just as Xia Zhi intended to make a move, the girl seemed to sense his intent and vanished in a flash. Good grief. It truly is a ghost. Realizing the other had disappeared, Xia Zhi hurriedly turned on the lights. He scanned the entire room but found no trace of the little girl. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief and prepared to scold Kaiyun and the snake girl, the girl stood right behind him. Witnessing this, cold sweat trickled down Xia Zhi's forehead. Daddy. As the little girl suddenly spoke, addressing him as Daddy, Xia Zhi's mind went blank, grappling with 3 existential questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? At that moment, a pair of small, warm hands grasped 2 of Xia Zhi's fingers, bringing him back to reality. Feeling the warmth in his grasp, he understood that she was not a ghost. Whose child are you? You ought to be more closely watched. If no one comes to retrieve you, I might just toss you aside, Xia Zhi scolded, lifting the little girl by the scruff of her neck and stepping outside to unleash a torrent of expletives. However, after shouting for a while, he realized that whether due to the thunder or the absence of any parents looking for their child, no one paid him any mind. At most, a few onlookers turned on their lights to observe the commotion. Seeing no one claiming her, Xia Zhi glared menacingly at the porcelain doll of a girl. Though the white-nosed creature was hardly intimidating, the fact that she had startled him earlier could hardly be overlooked. After all, what kind of child suddenly appears and then vanishes? Yet, feeling the warmth in his palm assured him she could not possibly be a specter. Nevertheless, her mysterious entrance left Xia Zhi perplexed. "Speak, whose child are you?" he demanded, releasing the fusion. Before the little girl could respond, his three companions swooped in, embracing her and exclaiming how adorable she was. "There's no way I can lead a peaceful life any longer." Reflecting on his companion's earlier behavior, Xia Zhi felt his anger boiling. It was one thing for him to be weak, but why did these summoned creatures not flee without dragging him along? Moreover, did summoned creatures even have a concept of ghosts? However, the immediate priority remained to ascertain the girl's origin. As a grown man, it was hardly appropriate for him to be responsible for a child, especially one so enigmatic. With that thought in mind, Xia Zhi glanced down at the little girl. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, she was already at his feet. What does this mean? You can't possibly be someone else's summoned creature, can you? Xia Zhi scooped her up for a closer inspection. The peculiar abilities of this child are truly enigmatic. Previously, he had lost his wits and forgotten this matter. Humans must graduate from school to awaken and become professionals. If one were to think along those lines, the little girl could undoubtedly be someone's summoned creature. Otherwise, her abilities would be inexplicable. What is happening? Why does she lack the characteristics of a summoned beast? A high-ranking angel? A demon? After scrutinizing for a considerable time, Xia Zhi still failed to identify any traits typical of a summoned creature. In his understanding, only high-ranking angels and demons could flawlessly transform into human form. Even high elves ought to possess pointed ears as a hallmark. "Daddy," the little girl called out again, extending her tiny hand in an attempt to embrace Xia Zhi. "Who is your father?" "I'm still." Just as Xia Zhi intended to argue, he suddenly recalled the earlier words of Dabai. "Dabai, does she carry my scent?" he inquired, holding the little girl in front of Dabai. "Yes, quite strongly," Dabai affirmed with a nod. This revelation left Xia Zhi utterly bewildered, prompting him to recall a certain rumor, leading him to search for information on his phone. Sure enough, within moments, he found the data he sought. "How does this concern me? Why have I unexpectedly acquired a daughter?" Xia Zhi sighed, gazing at the little girl in his arms. A brief investigation suggested that she was likely not a summoned creature, but rather a fabled chosen one. True to her name, only those graced by divine favor earn such a title. Each chosen one possesses an innate talent or profession from birth. Moreover, most chosen ones are endowed with rare professions and possess talents so extraordinary that they are the most likely to achieve 3S level abilities. However, rumors regarding this matter are scarce online, mostly consisting of speculation. "What brings you here?" Xia Zhi patiently inquired of the little girl, as this was what puzzled him the most. Even with space-related abilities, one shouldn't have an inbuilt navigation system. And the only person who knew he resided here was an Yimeng. "I knew, so I came," the little girl replied after a moment of thought. Xia Zhi found himself at a loss. What did she mean by knowing and then coming? After further inquiry, he distilled her explanation into 4 words: superdimensional perception. Good heavens! Does this body's genetic inheritance truly possess such excellence? Xia Zhi contemplated, casting a doubtful glance at himself. Superdimensional perception, SS-level talent. Bestowing an extraordinary divine sense that allows one to perceive the presence of others from a distance, relying on various cues such as aura, appearance, and objects. The specifics depending on one's personal strength. When paired with precognitive talents or skills, it can manifest capabilities far exceeding the talent's rank. Although the little girl's power may currently be limited, her ability to locate him within the city speaks volumes of this talent's strength. Not to mention, the girl possessed more than just this singular talent. Over the next hour of questioning, Xia Zhi's understanding of chosen ones was entirely upended. This child could easily be mistaken for a divine progeny. After all, which child awakens without prior experience only to gain an extraordinary profession and dual talents of unfathomable prowess? Child of space, SSS-level talent, endowed with an innate spatial perception ability, allowing for seamless use of any spatial skills, enhancing the potency of all spatial skills by 5-fold, decreasing consumption by 90%, and reducing cooldowns by 80%. Currently, this talent is unlocked at 20%, with full benefits available upon reaching adulthood. Profession, first-tier annihilator. With a foundational growth rate of 3 times, basic attributes increasing by 20 points per level, and all destruction-type skills receiving a 5-fold power enhancement. This profession is currently unlocked at 20%, with full benefits available upon reaching adulthood. Why is it that, despite everyone having an advantage, you excel so remarkably? Xia Zhi felt utterly exasperated. Clearly, everyone had their own enhancements, yet in comparison, he found no grounds for his own superiority, whether in talent or profession. The capabilities of this girl were insurmountable. In fact, when her abilities synergized, no one at the same level could hope to defeat her, including himself. At least for now. Without finding a way to suppress her spatial talents, inflicting harm upon her would prove exceedingly difficult. Chapter 73, Return, Jiang Taotian. Above all, do not disclose your talents and profession to others, Xia Zhi earnestly cautioned the little girl. Not only outsiders, but even he found himself envious. If given a second chance, he would prefer to remain oblivious to such matters. Throughout history, various extraordinary abilities have emerged, including the power to usurp others' talents and professions. Should those with ill intentions become aware, the consequences would be dire. Mother said I can only tell the most intimate people. The little girl declared solemnly, her serious expression eliciting a chuckle from Xia Zhi. Almost forgot, what is your name? After focusing solely on inquiries regarding the chosen ones, Xia Zhi finally remembered to ask for her name. My name is Jiang Xiujing, the little girl proudly declared, lifting her round little face. Oh, I am also called Jiang. At that moment, the snake woman approached. The other beast companions also curiously gazed at the tiny figure before them. Jiang Xiujing showed no reluctance, leaping on Adubi's fluffy back, looking utterly adorable. Watching the playful Jiang Xiujing, Xia Zhi's expression grew increasingly grave. Given the time elapsed, it was likely that his former lover was already in a frenzy searching for him. Outside, the thunder had ceased, and the torrential rain had significantly diminished. However, this very calm was broken by the sound of sirens, catching Xia Zhi's attention. Residing on the 15th floor, he approached the window, overlooking the surrounding buildings and streets. At that moment, Xia Zhi's gaze fell upon flashing red and blue lights everywhere. Moreover, illuminated by the crimson and azure glow, he could see numerous professionals clad in uniform gear. Could they be here searching for Jiang? He wondered, his lips twitching. The red and blue lights signified the police, while the uniformed individuals were evidently military personnel. Such a grand display could easily be mistaken for a siege. Yet, he witnessed no battle nor received any alerts on his phone. Observing their methodical search, it was evident they wished to keep their objectives concealed. Logging into the forum on his phone, he discovered a plethora of posts discussing the joint operations of the military and police. Even Zhang Taotian of the Zhongjiang Commercial Bank was reported to be wandering the city for unknown reasons. Now, the entirety of Donyuan City had entered a lockdown state, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Anyone attempting to breach this lockdown would be placed on a wanted list. Let us hope they aren't here for you. Watching the frolicking Jiang Xiujing, Xia Zhi silently prayed, then approached her and squatted down. Jiang, can you teleport me with you? He whispered. Of course. Jiang Xiujing exclaimed excitedly. Good. Can you teleport to a location near your home? Xia Zhi continued, primarily concerned for her safety. He could not allow her to remain here. If these individuals were indeed searching for Jiang Xiujing, given their demeanor, being discovered might result in his immediate demise or a fate worse than death. I can't. I just came from home. Jiang Xiujing leaped in delight. Then let us go. With that, Xia Zhi cradled Jiang Xiujing in his arms and mounted to buy. The snake woman and Kaiyun were stored within the beast's space. Let us set off. Jiang Xiujing waved her little hand, cheerfully commanding. A magic circle gradually formed on the ground, and with a flash of light, Xia Zhi and the others vanished from the room. Donyuan City, Starry District. Impressive. Isn't it? Jiang Xiujing tilted her little head, as if silently urging, praise me, won't you? Impressive, indeed, Xia Zhi chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Jiang Xiujing's hair. Gradually, he peered cautiously from the underbrush. Rather than teleporting directly into her room, Jiang Xiujing adhered to Xia Zhi's instructions and lingered amidst the grass of a villa district. The pair, a boy and his feline companion, lay hidden, surreptitiously observing their surroundings. At that moment, the entire villa area was encircled by military forces, with guards patrolling the vicinity. It seemed that this was indeed all due to the girl. Xia Zhi lowered his head once more, contemplating the peculiar protective atmosphere that enveloped this place, distinctly different from others. Although it was an affluent neighborhood, it did not imply that the military would take special measures to ensure their safety. Jiang, you should head inside by yourself. Do not mention that you've seen me, nor tell your mother, Xia Zhi whispered from his hiding spot. This will be our little secret. Jiang Xiujing mimicked Xia Zhi by covering her mouth and responded in a hushed tone. Good, now hurry inside. After Xia Zhi spoke, Jiang Xiujing nodded and then vanished without a trace. The convenience of spatial abilities was undeniable. One could arrive at will and depart just as easily. Xia Zhi cast a wistful glance at Jiang Xiujing's villa before merging with Dabai, transforming into an ordinary little white cat. He then quietly navigated through the underbrush, departing the villa district. It must be said, the sensation of being a cat was remarkably unique, especially walking on four paws. However, it also reminded him of his unfortunate experiences in Say City, particularly the incident of falling from the sky due to his inability to fly, resulting in a painful landing. After traversing the rooftops for a while, Xia Zhi spotted an individual stealthily surveying the area. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he chose to circumvent the figure. Yet, the more he tried to evade, the more the situation defied his expectations. Just a few steps away, he found himself under the unwavering gaze of the individual, whose eyes gleamed with intensity. Indeed, it was a literal interpretation. The person's eyes radiated a piercing light, fixated upon him. Damn it, true vision. Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, Xia Zhi promptly turned to flee. Unlike the ordinary illusion-breaking eyes, although both were skills related to perception, his transformation was a pure physical alteration talent. Hence, it would be challenging for typical illusion-breaking eyes to discern his change. Essentially, he was just a cat at that moment. The true vision skill, however, was significantly more powerful, with its foundation rooted in the fourth tier, allowing it to perceive many more things. Given his current low strength, it was likely that his transformation could not withstand the scrutiny of the opponent's true vision. The individual was indeed a tough character, ranked above the fourth tier. No matter how Xia Zhi attempted to evade, the other party always managed to position themselves ahead of him. What do you intend to do? I advise you to make way unless you wish to face the consequences. Xia Zhi reverted to his white cat form, his voice tinged with irritation. Oh, so you're just a big kitty after all. Come, let me see what you're capable of. The man extended his arm. A fervent blaze of red flames erupting from his hand, illuminating the entire rooftop. At that moment, Xia Zhi could clearly discern the man's appearance. He sported a scruffy beard, donned an opulent robe, and wore a ring adorned with a gemstone the size of a pigeon egg, his entire ensemble replete with extravagance. Observing the expression on his face, which seemed to scream, "I am affluent," Xia Zhi recognized him with clarity. Jiang Taotian. Xia Zhi pronounced each syllable deliberately. Before him stood none other than Jiang Ming's father. Jiang Taotian. In the entire city, only this individual could be so ostentatious. While others concealed their wealth, Jiang Taotian took the opposite approach. Despite possessing the strength to overshadow most, he preferred to assert dominance through his riches. It seems I am rather well known. Jiang Taotian lifted his gem-adorned hand, flamboyantly adjusting his hair. Chapter 74, Preparing for Leveling Up. Greetings, I am Xia Zhi, a friend of Jiang Ming. Xia Zhi reverted to his original form, smiling as he spoke. Having connections is preferable to engaging in meaningless conflict. Oh, so you are Xia Zhi? I had heard you were a summoner. Yet, your transformation resembles that of a druid. Jiang Taotian regarded Xia Zhi with a hint of perplexity. Even more unsettling for him was the realization, under true vision, that Xia Zhi's true form was still that of a cat. True vision, while powerful, was not infallible. It could only reveal certain discrepancies with reality. Just the ability of a summoned beast. Xia Zhi shrugged nonchalantly. Quite curious, what brings you out here at such a late hour? Jiang Taotian inquired with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. I was dining with Jiang Ming and the others, and I decided to take a stroll to aid digestion, Xia Zhi replied, gesturing as if preparing for exercise. Just then, a ringing sound interrupted their conversation. Jiang Taotian retrieved his phone and answered the call. All right, as long as it's nothing serious, I shall return shortly. With that, he ended the call. I have matters to attend to today. Feel free to visit me sometime, Jiang Taotian remarked to Xia Zhi, casting him a knowing glance before departing the rooftop with haste. Phew, it seems he truly was out looking for Jingjing, Xia Zhi murmured, observing Jiang Taotian's retreating figure. The direction he headed was towards Xinhui community, though this wealthy individual did not reside there. Considering that Jiang Xiujing had not returned long ago, the situation likely remained unchanged. However, the way he looked at me. Xia Zhi stroked his chin, recalling the peculiar gaze Jiang Taotian had cast upon him, sensing something inexplicable. Even with Jiang Ming's connection, such a warm look seemed unwarranted. Could it be that this man is my predecessor's biological father? After indulging in such musings for a moment, Xia Zhi deemed it improbable, shaking his head to dispel those fanciful thoughts. Why dwell on such matters? I ought to return for a good night's sleep. Muttering to himself, Xia Zhi transformed back into Debai's form. Upon returning home, he noticed that the earlier police and military presence had begun to dissipate, further solidifying his suspicions. After a long day, it was now past midnight. Once back home, Xia Zhi released his two pets, dispelled the merging technique, and collapsed onto his bed, drifting into slumber. The following day, at midday, Xia Zhi awakened to the clamor of Kaiyun. Xia Zhi, I am hungry. Rise and shine. Kaiyun incessantly pushed at him from the bed. I'm up. Xia Zhi threw off the covers and shot her an exasperated glare. In the entire room, while everyone else remained quiet, she was the only one making a fuss. Had he not been concerned about her sluggishness during battles, he would have long since confined her to the beast space for a long winter's nap. Stepping out of the room, he found the snake girl engrossed in her phone, while Debai was fixated on a moth in the corner. Suddenly, the moth darted towards the window, and with a swift swipe of his paw, Debai caught it in his mouth. Stop eating those. I'll take you both out for a nice meal soon. Xia Zhi rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. As he prepared to wash his face, he glanced back at the snake girl and checked his pocket. His phone was still there. Has the phone arrived so quickly? Xia Zhi mumbled, recalling his order from the previous morning. As long as he didn't need to charge it, he was indifferent to the rest. After freshening up, Xia Zhi felt rejuvenated and much more alert. Soon after, he, alongside his three pets, found a restaurant outside the community for lunch. Perhaps due to the ruckus of the previous night, patrons within the restaurant were abuzz with discussions about the events that transpired. Yet, the news had been tightly sealed, leaving no one truly aware of what had occurred. After satisfying his hunger, Xia Zhi observed his 3 pets still voraciously devouring their food. With nothing else to do, he took out his phone and began aimlessly browsing through the forums. However, it was not long before a post caught Xia Zhi's attention. A highly virulent infectious disease has erupted within the borders of the Black Luo Empire. Those infected transform into terrifying, aberrant monsters upon death. Accompanying this alarming announcement was a blurry video. Damn, I actually guessed it right, Xia Zhi muttered under his breath. The video depicted a horde of grotesque creatures with gray skin, oozing black liquid. He had always feared such an occurrence, and it seemed that the more one feared something, the more likely it was to come to pass. Although it was happening in another country, this contamination did not discriminate between friend and foe. Once it spread, the consequences would be dire, and it was only a matter of time before it reached the neighboring Yin kingdom. Presently, Xia Zhi was short on funds. Although he possessed the primary evolutionary materials for his companion buy, he lacked the other necessary components. Xia Zhi scrolled down to the comments section, discovering that the pollution was exceptionally potent, requiring at least a 4th-tier priest or similar professionals to dispel it. After all, it was a nation. Surely they should be able to handle such a minor issue, he thought while gazing at his phone. But then he reconsidered, fearing that the infection might spread faster than the treatment. Moreover, this contagion was not only effective against humans, but even more so against monsters, who would not cooperate in receiving treatment and would instead attack humans with fervor. As long as it died slowly, he thought, even if the contamination was not eradicated. The Black Luo Empire was, after all, a populous nation. If it were to affect this place, it would likely take a considerable amount of time. Once his companions were well fed, Xia Zhi mounted by and headed toward the city gate. He had now advanced to the 2nd tier, and the shackles on his level had been released. It was imperative for him to level up without delay. Without the added weight of the Snake Woman and Kaiyun, Bai's speed had increased significantly. To avoid getting caught by the traffic police, Xia Zhi navigated through side streets or traversed rooftops. Although he was scolded with unkind words by the friendly residents, he paid them no heed, offering a quick apology before continuing on his way. Upon passing through the city gate, Bai was finally free to unleash her full potential. The pleasant surroundings seemed to zoom by in an instant before Xia Zhi's eyes. His destination was a place known as the Crystal Rock Forest. Despite being labeled as a forest, it was actually an area littered with crystals. The abundance of crystalline pillars gave it the appearance of a forest, hence the name. He had chosen this location because it contained a material known as crystal rock, which was precisely what the Snake Woman needed for her evolution, allowing him to save a considerable amount of money. Additionally, the monsters there ranged between levels 35 and 40, providing him with an opportunity to level up while simultaneously defeating monsters, a perfect twofold benefit. Before long, Xia Zhi found himself at a canyon surrounded by yellow crystals, with towering crystalline pillars reaching several dozen meters high. He wondered whether the boss had respawned. Looking toward the center of the crystal rock forest, Xia Zhi murmured to himself. The material required by the Snake Woman could only be dropped by the boss located here. He had perused the forums, searching for nearby posts, and discovered that the last boss was defeated nearly half a month ago. It was about time for it to respawn. However, the materials were merely a secondary concern. His primary focus was on leveling up. Even if the boss had not respawned, he could still acquire materials from other locations or find a way to earn some money to purchase them. Chapter 75. Overwhelming the Crystal Rock Forest. Charge! Xia Zhi shouted. With the bewildered gazes of nearby professionals upon him, he dashed into the Crystal Rock Forest. Upon entering, the crystals beneath Bai's feet shattered with a cacophony of cracking sounds. The crystals here were razor-sharp, and one careless move could result in severe injury. Many adventurers had fallen victim to this treacherous terrain during their first visit, forcing them to retreat before they had gone far. Particularly for a lone wolf like Xia Zhi, it was rare to level up in such a place. However, this posed no challenge for Bai. Not only did she possess formidable defensive capabilities, but her innate regenerative abilities could easily counteract any damage taken. Bai pressed forward like a juggernaut, shattering the small crystalline pillars that stood in her path. But this made things difficult for Xia Zhi, who was seated upon her back. Stop! Are you trying to throw me off? He cried out in exasperation, feeling battered and bruised. In just a short distance, he had lost over half of his health. Bai turned her head apologetically and slowed her pace. Yet in that brief moment, a crystalline arm suddenly protruded from a nearby pillar, knocking Xia Zhi off of Bai's back. 1856. A damage notification appeared above Xia Zhi's head. With his health already low, he was left with barely a sliver remaining. Ouch! That hurt! Xia Zhi exclaimed, clutching his chest as he summoned the Snake Woman and Kaiyun. He then utilized the fusion art, merging with the Snake Woman. Upon seeing his health nearly reach 80,000, Xia Zhi felt considerably safer. Looking up, he saw that the yellow crystal pillar had transformed into a towering 2.5-meter tall stone golem, the unique monster of this area, the Shattered Rock Golem. This creature was covered in sharp crystalline protrusions and had a chance to inflict bleeding effects upon its targets during attacks, making it a particularly troublesome foe. Just moments ago, he had been caught off guard by a surprise attack. Fortunately, with the Night Goddess curse enhancing his physical attributes, he was better prepared. Explode. Level this place. Xia Zhi commanded Kaiyun. It must be said, Kaiyun excelled not only in consuming food, but also in wreaking havoc. As she extended her right hand toward the front, a massive crimson magic circle formed before her. Countless illusion insects emerged from the circle, their bodies turning yellow as they swarmed forward like a horde of locusts. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions ensued. Within a 50-meter radius of the path taken by the illusion insects, all the crystalline pillars were obliterated. 11,888. 11,723. You have slain the shattered rock golem. Experience gained, 1,500. Simultaneously, multiple damage notifications appeared above the golem's head. Its health was swiftly depleted, and its body shattered like broken glass, scattering across the ground. Indeed, when it came to combat, Kaiyun was the one to rely on. Xia Zhi patted Sayun's hair, reflecting on the situation. Although she had a voracious appetite and a one-track mind, it was undeniable that even the mightiest monsters were no match for her. After her recent evolution, Sayun's transformation was nothing short of earth-shattering. Not only had her appearance become more appealing, but her damage output had also significantly increased. Although summoning illusion insects now cost more health, it did not detract from her overall output. The changes to her swarm differentiation skill allowed her to summon them en masse, rather than at a leisurely pace. In fact, due to the rapid summoning, she had drained her health entirely. Fortunately, her super regeneration was swift, in mere seconds. Her health was fully restored, and she even gained a protective shield due to the overhealing effect. With time still on his side, Xia Zhi resolved to flatten this area. He lifted Kaiyun and returned to Bai's back. Now that Sayun's summoning ability had improved, she no longer needed to remain stationary to summon. With a mere wave of her hand, hundreds of illusion insects continuously emerged from the formation. Enhanced by her camouflage ability, they quickly blended into the surrounding environment, becoming nearly undetectable, much like the shattered rock golem before them. Utilizing the mind-sharing skill, Xia Zhi included Bai and Kaiyun in a group chat. You wretched Xia Zhi. You insufferable Xia Zhi, always commanding me around. If it weren't for the food, I would have been the first to blow you up. Hearing Sayun's thoughts, Xia Zhi's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that using mind-sharing for the first time would expose her true nature before him. You little brat. How dare you insult me? Xia Zhi playfully smacked Sayun's head. Ow, that hurts. Kaiyun whined, immediately launching into another round of internal complaints. After enduring several lessons, Kaiyun remained largely unchanged. Fortunately, despite the bickering and chaos, she executed Xia Zhi's commands with utmost precision. In exasperation, he resorted to setting the thought-sharing to unilateral communication, preferring to ignore her incessant complaints. Under Xia Zhi's command, only 50 illusion worms remained to guard their surroundings, while the remaining 200 launched indiscriminate attacks. Anything that obstructed their path, aside from the practitioners, became a target for the illusion worms. In just about half an hour, a quarter of the vast crystal rock forest had been leveled. The rock fragment beasts, with a meager health pool of merely 100,000, stood no chance amidst the chaos and ultimately disintegrated into shards of crystal, becoming part of the land. As Xia Zhi cleared the monsters, the practitioners on the path were astonished to see him. Who is this? Such strength, and so strikingly handsome. Are the high-ranking practitioners so mundane nowadays? What shall we do once he finishes clearing? One murmured. Why not ask this esteemed figure to leave some monsters for us? Another suggested. Oh, come now, he's leveling up. We shouldn't disturb him. It's cowardice to come up with excuses, retorted another. If you're not afraid, why not go ahead? Perhaps you could even forge a bond. Someone else chimed in. He arrived as a man. Don't jump to conclusions. He must have used a transformation skill. Listening to the chatter behind him, Xia Zhi merely yawned. While the monster clearing was exhilarating, it was also rather dull, devoid of any challenge, to the point of inducing boredom. I'll treat you to a feast tonight, he said, stroking Sayun's head contentedly, glancing at the ravaged crystal rock forest. He was unconcerned about the extent of the destruction. This world differed from his previous life, as all monsters would gradually respawn in time, although the severe damage would necessitate a longer recovery period. After 2 arduous hours of unwavering effort from Kaiyun, the entire crystal rock forest had transformed into a desolate wasteland. As far as the eye could see, aside from the practitioners, there was not a single creature stirring. Leveling up is truly challenging, Xia Zhi sighed, opening his personal panel. Name, Xia Zhi talent, infinite traits. Eternal Contract, female version, SSS, level, Tier 2. Level 28 health, 4880 mana, 2920 constitution, 144100 strength, 44100 agility, for 3100 intelligence, 46,100 free attribute points, 80 skills, soul fusion, thought sharing, beast mastery space contract pets, rainbow illusion worm king, mutated shard python, source of pollution upon reaching Tier 2. Each level grants an increase of 2 to all attributes and 10 free points. If calculated, he should reach level 40 within a week. Xia Zhi turned his gaze back to the flattened crystal rock forest and mused. As he leveled up, the required experience multiplied several-fold. Despite having obliterated the entire forest and vanquished all the monsters within, his level had only increased by 8. Moreover, he had been fighting high-level creatures, underscoring the arduous nature of leveling for an ordinary person. With all the monsters vanquished, he would need to seek out a new training ground. If he waited for the map to refresh, given the current monster density, only a few dozen would respawn each day, hardly sufficient to meet his needs. Chapter 76, Crystal Lord, Illusion Worm Guardian. It seemed unlikely that a boss would spawn today, Xia Zhi sighed. Yet, despite the absence of a boss, his haul for the day was commendable, having acquired over 10 pieces of ordinary equipment of level 35, worth approximately 100,000 coins if sold. Noticing the lack of monsters and the late hour, Xia Zhi decided to return and rest, planning to check for a boss respawn tomorrow. However, just as he took a few steps, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded around him. What in the world? Not only Xia Zhi, but also the practitioners nearby, sensed something amiss. They observed golden points of light emerging from the crystals on the ground, gradually converging towards the center of the crystal rock forest, slowly forming a massive luminous cocoon. As everyone awaited developments, the system chimed in with an alert. Due to the complete destruction of the crystal rock forest, an unknown mutation has been triggered. The mutated crystal lord has appeared. Please prepare yourselves. As the system's announcement concluded, the cocoon shattered, revealing a towering 5-meter-tall crystal giant before the astonished crowd. Good heavens! When did the crystal giant grow so large? One practitioner exclaimed, staring up at the giant. They were accustomed to leveling in this area. Yet a typical boss-level crystal giant was only about 3.5 meters tall. This mutated creature was unlike anything they had encountered before. Interesting. It seems there's a hidden mechanism at play. Could it be? Xia Zhi stroked his chin, his focus shifting away from the boss. He pondered whether such an appearance mechanism could occur elsewhere as well. However, he soon shook his head, recalling videos of powerful players using map-clearing skills, which had not resulted in boss summoning. It was likely that he had simply been fortunate enough to trigger this mechanism. Enough speculation. Tomorrow I'll find a place to test my theory, he thought. Speculation remained mere conjecture. Only through practical experience could he validate his ideas. His gaze returned to the boss. This creature appears quite formidable. I wonder if it will drop a pet egg. Xia Zhi murmured, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Summoners have 2 methods to acquire pets aside from using their summoning contracts. One involves rare creatures encountered in the wild, which differ from respawn monsters and possess unique traits, while the other entails defeating monsters above level 40, with a chance of obtaining a pet egg. In comparison, rare creatures are not only scarce, but also possess extraordinary abilities and intelligence. The strength of a pet hatching from an egg correlates with the monster that birthed it, with a lord-level pet egg being equivalent to a 4-star potential summoning beast. Today, I shall see how fortunate I am. Xia Zhi rubbed his hands together, eager to begin. At this point, many were already attacking the Crystal Lord. However, this type of creature boasted extremely high defenses and could manipulate the local crystals as offensive weapons. Consequently, many practitioners had already sustained injuries and retreated from the battle. After all, in the real world, everyone valued their lives greatly, and during the fight, most were merely skimming the surface, hoping others would absorb the damage. What a bunch of amateurs, struggling against a lord-level monster. Xia Zhi scoffed, dispelling his fusion state. Once the serpent woman emerged, he swiftly fused with the white giant. Unlike those practitioners, he was more cautious of his own safety, yet at this moment, he needed the serpent woman to absorb damage. While the white giant could have sufficed, the pollution power was too perilous before mastering the soul eye. Moreover, the near-certain infection trait meant that if the Crystal Lord were contaminated, everyone present would inevitably share the same fate. Soon enough, the serpent woman charged forward, engaging the Crystal Lord in combat. Although she was not as powerful as his other 2 pets, she surpassed the majority of practitioners. With a health pool of 40,000, augmented by a 40,000 shield from excessive healing and an impressive 2,000 defense, even a level 40 boss could only inflict 1 or 2,000 damage per hit, leaving the serpent woman largely unaffected. What level is this powerhouse? The pet's health bar hasn't budged. Are you foolish? The white one is a shield. But what impressive defensive power. Could it be that the expert has already reached the 4th tier? Is the expert so idle? They kill monsters without yielding anything of value. Hearing the hushed murmurs from the crowd, Xia Zhi merely smiled, offering no explanation. As one's level ascends, the drop rate for defeating lower-tier monsters diminishes, which accounts for the rarity of strong players appearing in low-tier maps. After all, hoarding resources in such a manner brings no benefit and invites scorn, tarnishing one's reputation. Only a minuscule number of morally bankrupt individuals engage in such antics. Kaiyun, let us commence. Show them what true damage looks like. Xia Zhi directed toward Kaiyun beside him. Watch me perform. Kaiyun snorted, then began summoning the colorful illusionary insects. As the illusionary insects attacked, Kaiyun deliberately retained 2, subsequently summoning the colorful illusionary insect guards. Xia Zhi observed this spectacle with curiosity, though Kaiyun could be quite bothersome. Her strength was undeniably formidable, surpassing even the monstrous Dabai. At that moment, The two illusionary insects began to morph, elongating their bodies amidst a cascade of vibrant light. Once the brilliance faded, two miniature versions of Kaiyun, approximately 1 meter tall, appeared before Xia Zhi. Impressive, isn't it? One of the tiny Kaiyuns exclaimed with an air of arrogance. Impressive, you say? Indeed, as obnoxious as ever, Xia Zhi retorted, playfully pinching the tiny Tsayun's face. After a brief commotion, he gained some understanding of the skill. Dubbed as guardians, they were essentially Tsayun's avatars. In battle, they could act autonomously or be controlled by Kaiyun, much like the irksome display just witnessed. Turning his gaze back to the battlefield, the illusionary insects had commenced their assault on the Crystal Rock Lord. With Tsayun's advancement, although the illusionary insects had not benefited from Tsayun's data enhancement, each upgrade now yielded 2 points in all attributes instead of 1. Such a minor enhancement, after 8 levels, translated to an additional 1600 damage. Since the illusionary insects were relentlessly colliding with the Crystal Rock Lord, each strike inflicted a staggering 25,000 damage. Coupled with Tsayun's passive fire explosion, immense damage exceeding 100,000 occasionally erupted above the Crystal Rock Lord's head. This level of damage astonished the onlookers, effectively solidifying Xia Zhi's reputation as a 4th-tier professional. Yet some individuals harbored discontent, with a few even discreetly recording the scene, preparing to denounce Xia Zhi online upon their return. Meanwhile, the mini Kaiyuns had begun their assault. The two tiny Kaiyuns simultaneously extended their palms, conjuring a gigantic rainbow bubble that ensnared the Crystal Rock Lord, rendering it immobile. Subsequently, the tiny Kaiyun opened her mouth and unleashed a barrage of bubbles upon the Crystal Rock Lord. 1133, 1172. In mere seconds, a series of damage figures emerged. Observing the mini Tsayun's antics, Xia Zhi's expression darkened. I asked you to fight, not to be adorable. Admittedly, the mini Tsayun's performance instantly captivated the attention of the ranged professions on the periphery. Their eyes sparkled as if longing to take the mini Kaiyun home. Humph. Xia Zhi huffed, snapping the crowd back to reality. However, this did little to diminish their gaze, which continued to glance his way furtively. Xia Zhi then prepared to have Kaiyun dismiss the guards, but as he took a few steps, he recalled his own appearance. After all, the first time I had transformed, it had taken on Tsayun's form. Perhaps it was a psychological quirk, but each subsequent fusion had mirrored Tsayun's visage, adapting alongside her changes. No wonder he felt so peculiar. Standing together, the two larger and two smaller figures certainly drew attention, especially since they all bore striking resemblance. It remained unclear whether the onlookers perceived Xia Zhi as a cross-dressing genius or something else entirely. After all, when Xia Zhi first arrived at the Crystal Rock Forest, many had seen him as a remarkably handsome young man. Chapter 77, Battling the Boss. After some contemplation, Xia Zhi chose to retain his current appearance. To change it now would feel somewhat disingenuous. On the battlefield, the Crystal Rock Lord's health, initially at 15 million, had dwindled to nearly 1/3. Xia Zhi's damage output was the highest on the field. Single-handedly, he had inflicted almost 4 million damage. While others exerted themselves, they still fell significantly short of Xia Zhi's prowess. Fortunately, thanks to his efforts, there had been no casualties thus far. Under the powerful defense of the Snake Lady, even a level 40 mutated boss posed little threat to her. Though the illusionary insect guards dealt minimal damage, the bubble prison was exceedingly bothersome. Several attacks were intercepted by the bubbles, allowing other players to seize the moment and unleash their skills. However, the Crystal Rock Lord soon altered its strategy. Its colossal crystalline arms slowly extended, transforming into a massive sword. With this increase in attack power, its range expanded significantly. Many melee fighters were forced to retreat, hesitant to approach. After all, as a level 40 boss, while it might not slay them with a single strike, they could only withstand a few attacks at most. Thus, aside from the Snake Lady, melee fighters reluctantly withdrew, allowing others to unleash ranged attacks. The Snake Lady's performance was particularly remarkable. Thanks to the agility bestowed by her crystalline physique and her inherent serpentine nature, she deftly evaded most of the Crystal Rock Lord's strikes. Even when struck, the damage rarely exceeded 5,000. Conversely, the gravitational effects she imposed left the boss in a state of distress. Its inherently sluggish movements were further hampered by the gravity buff, causing its speed to plummet. Each time it attempted to attack Kaiyun, the Snake Lady would intervene. Suddenly, the Crystal Rock Lord let out a piercing roar, causing the entire Crystal Rock forest to tremble. The boss is about to unleash a powerful attack, someone shouted, hastily retreating from the vicinity of the boss. As more and more individuals fled, the ground quaked even more violently. At that moment, the Crystal Rock Lord plunged its massive sword into the ground. The earth shook violently, and countless 2-meter-long crystal spikes erupted from the boss's center, rapidly spreading outward. Sensing the impending danger, the Snake Lady immediately encased herself in a layer of stardust shield. Others, seeing their escape routes cut off and fearing instant death, hastily activated their survival skills. Xia Zhi was no exception. He scooped up Kaiyun and leaped into the air, aiming to evade the impending attack. Soon, The entire crystal rock forest was blanketed in yellow crystal spikes, and the Snake Lady's shield displayed a damage report of 23,284. Fortunately, the Stardust shield was remarkably resilient, boasting a shield value of 80,000, effectively withstanding the assault. The others, however, fared poorly, aside from a few fortunate enough to avoid the crystal spikes. Most sustained damage to varying degrees. In fact, one unfortunate soul had been struck down by a crystal spike, showing no signs of rising again. It was disheartening to witness fatalities in a boss battle. Xia Zhi shook his head with resignation as he slowly descended. Deaths were a common occurrence. The sudden appearance of the boss had caught many leveling players off guard, resulting in a wide disparity in their abilities. Unlike professional teams, where class combinations and skill sets were far superior, these makeshift squads often lacked healing support. However, as long as the bodies remained relatively intact, there was a chance of reviving them within an hour by returning to town. The battlefield remained perilous, as the crystal spikes had yet to dissipate, severely hindering many players' movements. While some attempted to destroy the spikes, it seemed that under the influence of the Crystal Rock Lord, their resilience had significantly increased. In such an environment, not only was the Serpent Woman not restrained, but the altered terrain, combined with her own agile physique, made it increasingly difficult for the Crystal Lord to land a blow. Truly, they were still too inexperienced. As Xia Zhi's words faded, the summoned illusion worms, conjured anew by Kai Yun, swiftly reached the side of the Crystal Lord. Boom, boom, boom. Under Kai Yun's relentless assault, a battleground was swiftly cleared for all. The boss, undeniably a lord-level monster, seemed to generate some form of gravitational pull, causing countless crystal shards to soar skyward, subsequently enveloping its form. The towering giant, originally 5 meters tall, instantaneously transformed into a 7-meter behemoth. Moreover, due to the layer of fragmented crystals encasing it, its defensive capabilities increased significantly. Even the damage from the illusion worms, initially at 25,000, was reduced to around 18,000. As for the others, those with less formidable gear barely managed to breach its defenses, while those equipped better could only inflict 2,000 to 3,000 damage, which was already commendable. However, this did not greatly affect Kai Yun's strategy. Utilizing the overwhelming advantage of numbers, the relentless bombardment continued, and the Crystal Lord's health steadily diminished. Within just a few minutes, the boss's health had dwindled to over 4 million. Indeed, with enhanced strength, even the boss appeared significantly easier to contend with. Xia Zhi mused as he observed the imminent demise of the Crystal Lord. He recalled the night god avatar from a few days prior. Had they encountered it again, it would have been swiftly taught a lesson. The boss seemed to sense its impending doom, ceasing its assault on the Serpent Woman and turning its attention towards other adventurers. Oh no, help me. Hey, don't chase me. There are too many over there. Trust me, you're tough. You can take a hit. I trust your grandfather. You're built like a tank. How can you be so treacherous? The scene erupted into chaos. A comical tableau unfolded as melee fighters frantically fled, while the Serpent Woman pursued relentlessly, targeting the indiscriminately attacking Crystal Lord. In this juxtaposition, it almost appeared as though the Serpent Woman had become the boss herself. However, a sudden turn of events was soon to unfold. 2 small Kai Yuns conjured bubble cages, and in conjunction with the Serpent Woman's not fully deployed crystal wall, they managed to trip the rampaging Crystal Lord. Witnessing this, the fleeing adventurers rallied, turning back to attack, with some even daring to strike the boss in its vulnerable rear. Did the stone boss even possess such anatomy? Xia Zhi watched this absurd spectacle, somewhat at a loss for words. Once the Crystal Lord collapsed, hundreds of illusion worms swarmed over its body, initiating self-detonation. Amidst the continuous explosions, the shards covering the boss's form were sent flying in all directions. With the protective crystals obliterated, Kai Yun's damage output returned to normal. The speed at which the boss's health plummeted accelerated once more, reducing the remaining health to a mere 3 million. The Crystal Lord struggled to rise, yet the nearby ranged combatants were no pushovers, employing various immobilization skills to trap the boss in place. With their coordinated efforts, the melee fighters intensified their assaults. It should be almost over, Xia Zhi murmured as he observed the boss's health nearing its end. Roaring in defiance, the Crystal Lord released a final, anguished cry just as its demise approached. The yellow crystals adorning its body glowed as if heated red, emitting plumes of steam. The atmosphere became charged with tension. The seasoned adventurers recognized the impending danger and began to flee, casting various acceleration skills upon themselves. Meanwhile, the surrounding priests exerted themselves to heal, while ranged combatants unleashed containment skills akin to crystal walls, encircling the boss to prevent its escape. Chapter 78. The Egg Explodes. One could not underestimate the sheer synergy exhibited by the group. Xia Zhi reflected on how the boss's earlier crystal spike skill had left them with limited defensive options. However, the situation had shifted. It was now highly likely that the boss would employ self-detonation skills, and the team was well prepared to counter it. By surrounding the boss, the range and potency of the explosion would be significantly diminished. With Kai Yun's fearless squad, They had little to fear from the boss's attempts to intimidate. The serpent woman remained steadfast, opting not to flee but instead began to summon the crystal wall skill. As her level increased, the speed at which she could deploy the crystal wall had notably improved. In a short span, a 3-meter wide, 2-meter tall crystalline barrier emerged between the boss and the retreating adventurers. At that moment, just as the Crystal Lord's health was on the brink of depletion and the fiery crystals seemed to reach their zenith, an enormous explosion reverberated through the crystal forest. Thanks to the protective measures established by the group, the majority of the explosive energy was directed skyward, while the residual force manifested as a shockwave that rapidly spread outward. Although the serpent woman, fortified by her exceptional defenses, managed to shield herself from most of the impact, the crystal wall began to fracture under the strain. Aware that escape was futile, the majority of shield-wielding warriors formed a formation, bracing for the impending shockwave. You have slain the mutated Crystal Lord. Experience gained, 5 million. Congratulations, you have leveled up by 1. Congratulations, you have leveled up by 1. What a spectacle! Xia Zhi's eyes widened as he gazed at the miniature mushroom cloud that had formed at the center of the battlefield. Positioned at a safe distance and benefiting from Bai's formidable attributes, he felt little concern for his own safety. He merely shielded Kaiyun closely, ensuring she remained protected from any potential fallout. The shockwave swiftly enveloped the entire crystal forest, the fierce wind whipping at the edges of their garments. Fortunately, the adventurers positioned at the perimeter had all cast protective spells, preventing anyone from being swept away. As the dust began to settle, the scene revealed utter devastation, with a massive crater spanning over 10 meters at the epicenter. Surrounding it was a thick haze of dust, obscuring any signs of life. Wow, this is far more impressive than that previous so-called begod. Xia Zhi marveled at the chasm, instantly gaining insight into the strength of the night god avatar in comparison. It was approximately on par with a level 30 to 35 Lord-level boss. Although the serpent woman's whereabouts remained unclear, Xia Zhi felt little worry. Having advanced to Tier 2, the serpent woman had undergone a qualitative transformation. If she had survived the previous encounter, there was no reason she would falter now. Xia Zhi approached the explosion's epicenter alongside Kaiyun, searching for the serpent woman. Soon, adventurers began to emerge from the dust, one by one. Among them, the serpent woman gradually rose from the source of the explosion, extracting the long sword she had used to anchor herself. At that moment, aside from her face, the shattered star armor adorning her body had been torn asunder, revealing various degrees of burn marks. Yet, she appeared largely unscathed, having only lost half of her protective shield. Furthermore, due to the severity of her injuries, combined with her remarkable self-healing abilities, the wounds on her body were rapidly mending. You've worked hard, Xia Zhi said, gently patting the serpent woman's head with a smile. It must be noted that in her current state, she exuded an aura reminiscent of a female warrior goddess. Ouch! It hurts. Seeing me in such distress, please lend me some funds tonight. The serpent woman feigned injury, dramatically clutching her wound, then pouting as she displayed her empty pockets. You've worked hard, you've worked hard. Let's go see what loot we've obtained. Xia Zhi replied dismissively, not waiting for the serpent woman to respond. As he leaped into the crater to search for equipment, this prompted the serpent woman to stomp her tail in frustration, venting her displeasure, which incited laughter from Kaiyun nearby. Upon reaching the bottom of the pit, Xia Zhi discovered a singular egg placed at its center. It was an egg enveloped in earthy crystals, shimmering with a yellow luminescence. Is it truly real? Xia Zhi exclaimed, utterly astonished. Initially, he had merely jested, never expecting such a thing to come to fruition. Statistics had shown that the probability of a boss laying an egg was not significantly different from that of ordinary monsters. Yet, how many ordinary monsters were there? It requires approximately 1,000 monsters to yield a single pet egg. When considering boss monsters, the same number must be defeated to achieve the same outcome. While this may seem equally daunting, the circumstances surrounding boss encounters are markedly different. For instance, the formidable crystal giant, which refreshes only once every fortnight, demands an entirely different investment of time for acquisition. Of course, this is excluding the luckiest of players, for whom fortune seems to transcend the ordinary realm. The funds for evolution have finally manifested. Xia Zhi gazed joyfully at the egg. According to the patterns of pet hatching, this egg should resemble that of the Crystal Lord. However, he had no intention of utilizing it himself, as its abilities overlapped with those of the serpent woman. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from selling it to others. The rarity of a Lord-level pet egg is astounding, and thus its price is exceedingly high. Beyond summoners, any profession achieving a second-tier rank may obtain a pet slot. Yet, the majority tend to favor a mount-type pet for transportation. As one ventures into higher-tier maps, the distance from towns increases, rendering transportation tools nearly indispensable. In the vicinity of Donyuan City, the vast Wanmapi plain is abundant with brown-maned horses, boasting a high drop rate and relatively low prices, making them the primary source of pets for the average individual. This phenomenon is largely due to the scarcity of high-star pets. Low-potential creatures are deemed useless, while high-potential ones remain elusive to the common folk. epitomizing the current state of affairs, it is often more beneficial to acquire a means of transport. To engage in combat with a pet, a minimum of 3 stars is generally required. After all, based on the 1-star cloudy pet, it is evident that even subpar creatures have their tiers. Huh, what a delightful day for leveling up. Xia Zhi exuberantly cradled the pet egg, eager to plant a kiss upon it. Yet, as it nestled against him, a peculiar expression crossed his face. This was due to a notification sound emanating from his interface. Notification: would you like to obtain the pet evolution method from the Eternal Contract? Is it truly possible to engage in such a manner? Staring at the system prompt, Xia Zhi's eyes widened in astonishment. Since his arrival in this world, he had become accustomed to such notifications, having procured his own summoning beast's evolution method in this fashion. However, he had never fathomed that this mechanism could apply to other pets as well. Has fortune smiled upon me? Xia Zhi impulsively kissed the pet egg twice. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure. In recent days, he had gleaned insights regarding the summoner's craft from online sources, particularly concerning the issue of low-star pets. After all, he was not the only summoner facing such challenges. A brief visit to the school's awakening ceremony would reveal a plethora of pets rated below 3 stars. Consequently, the focus of many had shifted to evolution items. However, these items are exceedingly rare. Indeed, some individuals may go their entire lives without ever encountering one. As a result, numerous summoners have turned to scientific research in hopes of devising a pathway for the resurgence of summoners through technology. Progress has been made. Chapter 79, The Harvest. Despite advancements, the unfortunate reality remains that only a handful of specific pets are rumored to be viable for evolution, predominantly those that are numerous and considered substandard among summoners. Certainly, none are more subpar than the cloudy pet. Yet, even this creature has only achieved a 1-star evolution, with inherent risks during the process. There are even those mad enough to sacrifice their summoning beasts in pursuit of achievement. For now, I shall set aside such matters and visit the Summoners Association when time permits, Xia Zhi murmured softly, passing the egg to the serpent woman. The evolution process can unfold gradually. At present, the priority lies in inventory assessment. As this round's MVP, having dealt nearly 90% of the damage, it is only fitting that he claims the majority of the spoils. Before long, the loot was in his possession, comprising 2 pieces of equipment, 1 material, 2 skill books, and a scrap of cloth, an impressively high drop rate. Name: Crystal Armor Grade, Treasure Level, 40 Defense, 700 Constitution, 100 Additional Attributes. 1. Increases health by 20, defense by 15. 2. If damage exceeds 30 of maximum health, excess damage is nullified, cooldown of 30 seconds. Name: Crystal Glory Classification, Heavy Armor Grade, Treasure Level, 40 Attack, 629 Strength, 85 Additional Attributes. 1. Increases critical hit rate by 20. 2. 10 chance to inflict a heavy strike effect on the next attack, dealing an additional 50 damage. This armor is a life-saving artifact. Xia Zhi marveled at the shimmering yellow crystalline armor before him. While the greatsword boasts high attack power, it lacks remarkable features. In contrast, this armor not only offers substantial health and constitution bonuses, but also possesses a second attribute that is unparalleled in its strength. Even though it can only be used once every 30 seconds, its formidable life-saving skill cannot be overlooked. After all, even monsters cannot rely solely on skills for regular attacks. With this equipment, enduring the majority of boss encounters will be feasible. When a boss unleashes a powerful attack, there will be no need to evade. One can simply withstand it head-on. What a splendid acquisition, Xia Zhi whispered with a smile. Although he cannot utilize it himself, it will prove beneficial for the serpent woman. With this gear, her durability will undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. The material is unremarkable, merely the target of his current quest. The evolution material for the serpent woman, Crystal Stone. As for the 2 skill books, Crystal Spike Hell, when used, the surrounding area within a 10-meter radius becomes ensnared in crystal spikes, inflicting 150 magic damage, lasting for half a minute. Cooldown: 2 minutes, consumes 200 mana points. Usage requirement: Tier 2, Level 20, limited to magic professions, excluding summoning types. Assault Blast: when activated, it enchants the weapon. The next attack will deal 170 increased damage and can be combined with other physical skills, excluding forbidden spells. Cooldown: 3 minutes, consumes 150 mana points. Usage requirement: Tier 2, Level 20, limited to physical professions. Not bad, I suppose. Xia Zhi displayed little enthusiasm for the 2 skill books. While the skills themselves are commendable, the only ones that truly matter are those he can utilize. In his hands, these skill books will likely be sold for profit or perhaps used to ensnare an unsuspecting fool. The second skill book appears promising, although it seems ordinary. It can synergize with high damage skills to yield explosive results. For instance, a massive attack could deal 200,000 damage, and with its use, the damage could escalate to 340,000, an impressive output. To his surprise, he had discovered a fragment of a treasure map. Holding the last scrap of cloth, Xia Zhi was taken aback. He promptly began rummaging through his spatial ring. If memory serves, a certain foolish bandit had left behind a piece of a treasure map. Without this fragment, he might have forgotten altogether. Before long, Xia Zhi located the fragment in the corner of the spatial ring. When the two fragments touched, they fused together, forming a complete piece. Now, only one fragment remains elusive. He wonders when it might be found. Xia Zhi murmured softly. The treasure map must be fully assembled before it can be examined. Otherwise, it merely reveals a blurred image, thwarting many would-be thieves. Having collected the spoils, Xia Zhi meticulously calculated their worth. The pet egg is valued at approximately 10 million, the 2 pieces of equipment at 4 million, and the 2 skill books around 7 million. Good heavens, it amounts to a staggering 21 million. Xia Zhi was taken aback by this figure. Reflecting on his past life, he realized that earning more than 100,000 in a year was a rare feat in stark contrast to the present, where figures often soar into the hundreds of thousands or even millions. One cannot help but feel a sense of unreality. A mere tenth of that would surely amount to 1 million, wouldn't it? A pang of regret pierced through Xia Zhi as he contemplated this. In truth, he could forego the payment, provided he was untroubled by the ensuing backlash. Even during his equipment acquisition, he had noticed individuals covertly wielding their phones, evidently eager to claim their share. Should he choose not to pay, it would likely become common knowledge throughout Donyuan City by the morrow. Alas, would he truly resort to annihilating them? Xia Zhi shook his head with a wry smile. Out in the wilderness, mobile signals were non-existent, though communication between cities was feasible through specialized means. As long as he eliminated all witnesses, the truth would remain concealed. However, he was no bloodthirsty fiend, unwilling to take lives over such trivial matters. Upon emerging from the pit, he found that those once buried beneath the debris had been unearthed. Even after mitigating much of the impact, several fragile souls still met their demise. Now, these individuals lay arranged upon the ground, while others continued their search. To his surprise, he even spotted the unfortunate fellow who had perished at the outset, remarkably unscathed, akin to a cockroach that refused to be crushed, indicating a glimmer of hope for revival. After all, as long as a corpse was not excessively damaged, resurrection magic could still work its wonders. As Xia Zhi stepped forth, all eyes shifted towards him. Select someone. This equipment shall serve as your reward. With that, he cast the great sword onto the ground. His own funds were insufficient, and among the spoils, this sword held the least value, making it the most suitable for trade. Yet, it still fell short of the mark. Subsequently, he retrieved over 10 ordinary pieces of equipment from his spatial ring, remnants of his earlier monster hunts. The onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain whether they could identify a suitable candidate for exchange or if they were simply dissatisfied with the offered price. The equipment lies here, do as you will. Noting their silence, Xia Zhi felt no inclination to linger, departing with his 2 companions. He had fulfilled his obligations, and whatever remained was no longer his concern. Without his primary output, they would stand little chance against the boss. When the subsequent teams arrived, they might even find themselves barred from entry, for without output, they had no right to claim rewards. Given the number of us who have perished, shouldn't you distribute a bit more? Just as Xia Zhi took a couple of steps, a rugged voice called from behind. Some people are never satisfied, Xia Zhi sighed, turning around. This was precisely the scenario he wished to avoid. It was bothersome and soured his good mood. Chapter 80, The Lucky Ones versus the Unlucky Ones. What's this? You want more despite your low output. Their deaths stem from their lack of skill. How does that concern me? Xia Zhi addressed the towering figure who had spoken. It does concern you. We fought the boss together, and you should compensate us accordingly. Perhaps emboldened by the number of his companions, the man stepped forward, blustering. Very well. If you can defeat me, I'll gladly concede everything to you. His piercing gaze swept the crowd, yet no one dared to meet his eyes. Resurrecting a person required little expense. This man merely sought to take advantage of the situation. The man's expression darkened, left speechless. He glanced around, but no one dared to stand up in opposition. The reason for their hesitance was Xia Zhi's overwhelming strength. His ability to yield such bountiful spoils indicated that his level was not significantly different from theirs. However, the output he demonstrated suggested a formidable future. Moreover, Xia Zhi accounted for a staggering 90 of the damage output. They had no grounds for complaint, especially since the man before them merely sought to use them as pawns. If none of you are willing to step forward, I shall take my leave. Noticing the silence, Xia Zhi cast a deep look at the towering figure before turning to exit the crystal rock forest. As he departed, the man remained rooted in place, uncertain of his next move. Recalling Xia Zhi's final gaze, he silently cursed himself for his foolishness. He knew the other's strength, yet still chose to provoke him. Now, with Xia Zhi's attention on him, he feared future encounters would not bode well, perhaps even leading to ambushes along the way. Frustrated by the lack of cooperation from those around him, he stormed off empty-handed, only to be intercepted by several individuals. Damn it. You thought you could use us as pawns. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. Hey, I admit my mistake. Please, don't hit me. A throng of people surged forward, surrounding the man and unleashing a barrage of blows. Their motivations were not born from newfound morality, but but rather fear that Xia Zhi might take offense and eliminate them all. Now that he had departed, they sought to vent their frustrations on the instigator. Xia Zhi glanced back, shaking his head. His earlier display had merely been for show. He had no time to dwell on this minor annoyance when there were monsters to slay. Having exited the Crystal Rock Forest, Xia Zhi returned to Dongyuan City before nightfall. Food, food. Upon reaching the city gate, Kaiyun cried out, clutching her stomach. Eat, eat, eat. All you ever do is eat. What use are you? Xia Zhi playfully ruffled Kaiyun's hair. After some light-hearted banter, he sought out a restaurant, intending to dine before addressing any other matters. After all, hunger was not limited to Kaiyun. He and his other two companions were feeling peckish as well. They found a restaurant near the city gate, and the trio, along with their companions, stepped inside. While awaiting their meal, Xia Zhi retrieved his phone from the ring and idly scrolled through various posts. Clickbait truly knows no bounds. He mused, observing the phone. A seemingly mundane post was adorned with an enticing title, such as How to Revitalize Male Potency. The opening line suggested consuming more goji berries and less vegetables. Reading such articles left Xia Zhi with a distinct feeling of having been led astray. However, not all posts were devoid of substance. The most popular discussions revolved around heated exchanges between various professions, each claiming superiority over the other. As the discourse escalated from small towns to major cities, a universal disdain permeated the online community, where everyone believed they could single-handedly conquer 100 foes. Naturally, as a member of the foundational profession, summoners were included in this fray. After all, the summoner class encompassed both the fortunate and the unfortunate, with the former often possessing overwhelming strength. Yet, the latter found themselves on the receiving end of relentless beatings. Thus emerged two factions within the summoner community, the lucky ones and the unlucky ones. Unlike the debates among other professions, the infighting among summoners was particularly intense. The verbal battles between the lucky ones and the unlucky ones rivaled the ferocity of world wars, as they hurled accusations and tarnished their own class's reputation. Ultimately, it boiled down to mutual insults, with the question remaining whether the instigators were indeed from their own ranks. I suppose I am also part of the unlucky ones, Xia Zhi self-deprecatingly remarked. According to the online comparisons, one needed to possess at least 2 5-star potential summoned beasts to be classified among the lucky ones. All others fell into the unlucky category. Consequently, the ongoing disputes online consistently favored the unlucky ones. The disparity was so pronounced that the lucky ones even deployed a 6th-tier summoner, only to be swiftly subdued by a female summoner from the unlucky faction, Peng Yuan. The name of this 6th-tier summoned beast struck a familiar chord within Xia Zhi. Wasn't he this the very same name as the mayor from his hometown? Raising an eyebrow, he realized why it felt so familiar. Peng Yuan was indeed a formidable force, wielding 2 6-star summoned beasts, the weakest of which boasted a 3-star rating. Yet, ironically, this individual suffered from chronic bronchitis, a common affliction that many people endured. Unlike others, his wife is also a summoner, and she belongs to the non-lucky faction. Consequently, he has become the laughingstock of the entire Huashui city, even serving as a target for the non-lucky faction's jests. Whenever a battle ensues, they initiate their attacks using him as the starting point, mercilessly unleashing their fury. This has resulted in the destruction of the advantage painstakingly established by the lucky faction. Not only do members of his own profession come to mock him, but even individuals from other professions seize the opportunity to join in the ridicule. The most infamous incident occurred last year when, leveraging his position, he managed to take down several of the most vociferous members of the non-lucky faction. However, the non-lucky faction is not devoid of high-ranking professionals, and they maintain a definitive numerical superiority. Consequently, he soon found himself ambushed in the wild, severely injured, and ultimately too intimidated to leave the city. As the situation escalated, numerous high-ranking professionals from both the lucky and non-lucky factions gathered outside Huashui City for a standoff. Had it not been for the intervention of the chief summoner of the Flame Nation, known as the Dragon Tamer, a great battle would have been inevitable. Although this intervention prevented an internal conflict, the Dragon Tamer, as a representative of the lucky faction, also found himself the target of online ridicule. Nevertheless, this incident quieted many online discussions across various professions, as they were thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama and had little interest in other matters. Oh, I might soon join the ranks of the lucky faction, Xia Zhi chuckled. He had already acquired the primary evolution materials for the Snake Woman and would soon elevate her to 5 stars. However, Dub still lacked one key material for his own evolution. As for Kai Yun, he could ask Jiang Ming to help find the materials. And once he had enough funds, he could facilitate her evolution to 5 stars. Chapter 81, New Traits and Ambush. Having finished indulging in the unfolding drama, Xia Zhi opened his personal panel. He had reached level 30 during the last boss fight, and had yet to assign traits to his pets. Why can I only assign one trait? He opened Kai Yun's panel, only to discover that it allowed for the assignment of just a single trait. By level standards, it should have been 2. Sensing something amiss, Xia Zhi accessed the infinite traits talent. Unlike before, the traits that were previously grayed out had now become available for use. Among them was the cooldown reduction trait he had been eagerly anticipating. Cooldown reduction. When this trait is possessed, the cooldown time of all skills is reduced by 90. Not bad. Xia Zhi nodded in satisfaction. While he could not assign as many traits as before, the practicality had significantly increased. For instance, Dabai's primary attack method, Bloodstained Touch, had a cooldown time of 5 seconds. With the cooldown reduction in effect, this could be reduced to merely 0.5 seconds. Such a time frame would allow for the use of skills 10 times, effectively increasing output capacity. As skill levels rose, the cooldown time would further diminish. Additionally, the Bloodsuck skill could become a permanent skill without the need to wait for a 5-minute cooldown. After some contemplation, Xia Zhi decided to assign this trait to Dabai. He also had another option, to assign the trait of Skill Mastery. Skill Mastery. When using a skill, one can gain an additional tenfold skill proficiency and break through level limitations. However, considering Dabai's current inability to engage in combat, he felt it prudent to first apply the cooldown reduction to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Now it's your turn, Xia Zhi said, glancing at the Snake Woman, who was equally engrossed in her phone. The Snake Woman's abilities leaned towards defense, so naturally, the traits she would acquire in the future should also be defensive in nature. Invulnerability increases physical resilience by tenfold, rendering one immune to control skills and preventing interruptions when releasing talents or skills. While this trait did not enhance attributes, its utility was by no means inferior to that of cooldown reduction. In battle, it is all too easy to be overwhelmed by an opponent's might. Without sufficient strength and resilience, being flung away is a common occurrence. With tenfold resilience, one could better withstand incoming attacks, unlike power suppression or skill knockbacks. The invulnerability trait effectively addresses this issue, providing immunity to stun and other control effects. Observing the similarities with the exceptional resistance trait, he noted subtle distinctions. For instance, Dabai's corrupted body trait weakens the effects of debilitation. The remaining options for the Snake Woman's traits were naturally limited, either enhancing attack range or increasing proficiency. Both traits were well suited for Kai Yun. The former would bolster her survivability, allowing her to find shelter to unleash skills, while the latter would enhance skill levels, in effect increasing output. If the Flame Eruption skill were elevated to level 10, it could increase damage by 50%. Perhaps I should consider boosting her speed? However, recalling Kai Yun's whimsical nature, Xia Zhi quickly shook his head, discarding that thought. Forget it. I shall assign this trait to you. The sooner the better. After some deliberation, Xia Zhi resolved to apply the Skill Mastery trait. Initially, he intended to wait and see how circumstances unfolded, but given that this trait offered immediate benefits, it was particularly suitable for Kai Yun at this stage. Moreover, Skill Mastery allowed skills to surpass level 10, thereby enhancing their potency. With a sigh of relief after assigning the traits, Xia Zhi felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. After all, nothing brings more satisfaction than an increase in strength. Eat slowly, leave some for me. Observing the chaotic state of the table, Xia Zhi joined the ranks of the hungry, following a gruesome battle for food, during which he ended up paying 500 for the damaged table. He exited the restaurant. Under the night sky, Danyuan City radiated a unique charm. The colorful lights and leisurely passers-by enveloped Xia Zhi in a nostalgic reverie, as if he were still living in his original world. Were it not for the various equipment and pets, it would be challenging to differentiate between the two realms. Checking the time on his phone, he noted that it was already 8 p.m. I should head to Zhongjiang Trading Company. Xia Zhi purchased a few candied hawthorns for his 3 pets and made his way down a nearby alley. As he strolled and snacked, he felt as though he had returned to his childhood. The reason for taking this route was to find a shortcut. However, just as he was about to mount Dabai and take off, he spotted someone approaching on a wolf-like pet, accompanied by a green-skinned creature holding a charming porcelain doll. To avoid being reported for taking a shortcut, he could only admire the beauty while cautiously proceeding through the alley. As they passed each other, both exchanged polite smiles. Yet, just as they had sidestepped one another, a wave of scorching flames surged towards him and his pets. Fortunately, the Snake Woman, seated just behind him, sensed the impending flames and swiftly deployed the Stardust Shield, encasing them in protection. What the hell is this? Xia Zhi turned, his eyes narrowing with malice. Noticing the opponent's low level, he was outraged that they dared to attack him. Hey, guess what? The beauty replied with a charming smile, urging her massive wolf to continue spewing flames. I guess your mother. Xia Zhi cursed vehemently, calling for Dabai to retaliate. Without hesitation, the large white creature summoned 2 bloodied tendrils, which crossed and struck downwards. The beautiful woman remained unfazed, as a green monster conjured a protective shield with a wave of its hand. It was already impressive for a novice summoner to withstand her flames. How formidable could its attack possibly be? Yet, she grossly underestimated Xia Zhi. Once she caught sight of his mocking gaze and felt the debilitating effect of the tendrils, it was too late for her to flee. The green shield was shattered, and the 2 tendrils struck down mercilessly. 155,555, 154,444, 154,321. Pollution, stun, bleeding, 3 massive damage notifications appeared, leaving the woman in shock, as both of her pets were instantly slain. However, bolstered by the pollution buff, both pets and their mistress trembled, yet managed to rise again. This was precisely the outcome Xia Zhi had desired. As the tendrils descended once more, the 3 lifeless bodies lay utterly still, devoid of breath. Spare me the guessing. Perhaps in your next life, you should be more discerning, lest you discover why flowers bloom so red. Xia Zhi spat, cursing under his breath. It was one thing to attack him unprovoked, but to dare mock him was intolerable. Had it not been for the pollution's single-use limitation, he would have relished the opportunity to drag her back for further torment. Chapter 82. The porcelain doll. Following Xia Zhi's command, Kai Yun summoned phantom worms to cleanse the area. One must admit, despite her unpopularity, Kai Yun was exceptionally capable in various aspects, particularly in this cleanup task. With a single devour skill, she could ensure not even bones were left behind. Upon the woman's demise, only a beautiful porcelain doll and a token remained. Kill. Bloodkill Hall. Picking up the token, he noted the character for kill engraved upon it. If this assassin had not appeared, he might have forgotten about that group of petty thieves entirely. No wonder she attacked on sight. I thought I had encountered a serial killer, Xia Zhi muttered quietly. It was hardly surprising he had been caught off guard. Who would expect a fellow summoner to be an assassin? Had she been an ordinary person, she might have perished due to carelessness. From the appearance of this assassin, it seemed she had not anticipated his swift ascension to the 2nd tier, nor his overwhelming strength. What a pauper, couldn't you have brought more gear? Xia Zhi scoffed at her remaining ragged robe. Subsequently, feeling unsatisfied, he picked up the porcelain doll discarded in the corner, just as he raised his hand to shatter it. A prompt from the system suddenly sounded. Prompt. Would you like to obtain the pet evolution method from the Eternal Pact? Xia Zhi stood frozen for 3 seconds, repeatedly scrutinizing the porcelain doll. Standing approximately 40 centimeters tall, it was entirely white, adorned with patterns resembling shattered porcelain, clothed in a blue garment, and possessing a delicate visage with golden hair. When he struck the doll with the night god's curse, it emitted a crisp ringing sound. Could this truly be? Regardless of Xia Zhi's attempts, the porcelain doll remained unresponsive, gazing into its eyes for an extended period. He was reminded of a terrifying horror film featuring a doll from his past life. An involuntary shiver ran through him, provoking an urge to discard the doll. Indeed, something is amiss, Xia Zhi chuckled softly. The doll appeared exquisitely beautiful, yet instilled an ominous premonition within him. This peculiar sensation, coupled with the system's prompt, solidified his belief that the porcelain doll was far more complex than it appeared. Perhaps it was due to his rapid assault that the creature had not had the chance to utilize this pet. After several probing attempts, even feigning to smash the porcelain doll yielded no reaction. Such resilience? After this series of actions, had it not been for the system's notification, Xia Zhi would have long abandoned his investigation. Nevertheless, he was puzzled as to why this pet had not returned to its original world alongside its master. Was it inherently part of this realm, or did it possess some unique attributes? Contemplating the unresponsive porcelain doll, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the large white creature, a knowing smile forming at the corners of his lips. Well, since you are so oblivious, do not blame me. With a cruel smile, he regarded the porcelain doll with growing curiosity. Since understanding it proved elusive, he resolved to destroy it, thereby averting any future complications. He then placed the doll on the ground and signaled for the large white creature to summon the bloodied tendrils. As the colossal tendrils emerged, Xia Zhi noticed a faint change in the doll's expression. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, he was certain he had not misjudged. It truly is alive. Xia Zhi chuckled, his interest in the porcelain doll intensifying. Proceed. Upon hearing Xia Zhi's command, the porcelain doll appeared taken aback by his decisiveness. As the tendrils drew nearer, the doll's expression noticeably stiffened. Its golden, radiant hair transformed to white, while its blue attire shifted to blood red. Although merely a standard transformation, it evoked a peculiar sensation within Xia Zhi. Yet, before he could observe further, the surrounding scenery shifted rapidly, and the figure of the night god loomed before him, charging forth. Just as Xia Zhi contemplated his next move, a violent headache struck, compelling him to clutch his head and bend low, as damage nearing 4,000 appeared above him. Damn! Xia Zhi cursed, enduring the pain as he activated the soul fusion technique. The moment he merged with the large white creature, the headache subsided somewhat. Upon glancing back at the porcelain doll, he found not only the doll standing still, but also the previously summoned tendrils had vanished. An illusion? Sweat drenched his back. He genuinely did not expect to be outmaneuvered here. Had it not been for his free attributes enhancing his constitution, he might have been instantaneously defeated. It was also due to utilizing the soul fusion technique, which amplified his intelligence, that he could break free from the illusion. At this moment, a sense of relief washed over him. Thankfully, the earlier assassin had underestimated him. Otherwise, he might not have had the chance to retaliate before being eliminated. Now, out of options, I can offer you a choice of demise. Xia Zhi grinned wickedly as he approached the porcelain doll. Although the doll's face remained expressionless, a hint of defiance glimmered in its eyes. As Xia Zhi drew nearer, The doll's hair and clothing began reverting to their original forms, while a look of panic emerged on its face. "Please, don't kill me." The porcelain doll suddenly plopped down on the ground, bursting into tears. As its tears fell, they produced a delicate, ringing sound, revealing that each droplet was a crystal of sky-blue transparency. Xia Zhi found himself momentarily bewildered. What had happened to that fierce demeanor? He had expected it to engage in a mutual destruction scenario. After all this time, it was merely a crybaby. Approaching the porcelain doll, he lifted it with one hand to examine it closely. He harbored no fear of a counterattack. With nearly 700,000 hit points, should he be defeated, he would simply accept his fate. As he held the doll, its face contorted in terror, and it cried crystalline tears, pleading for its life. How pitiable. Kaiyun stepped forward, clearly intent on snatching the porcelain doll away. One must admit, the doll's expression was undeniably potent, even garnering the sympathy of the cold-blooded snake woman. However, out of respect for Xia Zhi, she refrained from seizing it as Kaiyun had attempted. Noticing Kaiyun's outstretched hand, Xia Zhi struck his own head twice in frustration, causing her to crouch down, cradling her head in pain. "What do you want? Would you prefer I package up Blue Star and deliver it to you?" Xia Zhi glared at Kaiyun. Without a proper lesson, one wouldn't even know who the true authority is here. After reprimanding Kaiyun, Xia Zhi redirected his attention to the porcelain doll. To be candid, he was profoundly intrigued by her abilities. The earlier display was clearly a transformation skill or innate talent, coupled with the rare capacity for psychic attacks. What was even more remarkable was her ability to act independently after her master's demise. Chapter 83, Exotic Beasts and Merchandise. Could she be an exotic creature? Xia Zhi pondered while stroking his chin. However, this gesture frightened the little one, prompting her to flail her tiny hands in a futile attempt to ward him off. Exotic creatures are regarded as contractable entities in this world, typically exhibiting high intelligence, autonomy, and the ability to traverse freely. Their origins are often shrouded in mystery, and their forms vary greatly. They could be a tree, a rock, or even the flora surrounding one's abode. This little creature before him undeniably fit that description. "What do you suggest I do with you?" Xia Zhi inquired with a sinister smile, his mouth wide open. "How about you just let me go?" The porcelain doll replied cautiously, her large, watery eyes fixed on him. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhi mentally exclaimed, "What audacity!" This creature had nearly eliminated him moments ago. There was no way he would let her off so easily. "Are you dreaming? Be practical, or I shall reduce you to mere dust today." Xia Zhi pinched the doll's delicate face as he spoke. Although she resembled porcelain, her expression was anything but rigid. The longer he gazed, the more he felt an impulse to shatter her, to see what lay within. Perhaps intimidated by Xia Zhi's scholarly gaze, the porcelain doll shrank back, tears streaming down her face like a waterfall. "Cry again, and I shall break you," Xia Zhi threatened fiercely. Indeed, as soon as those words left his mouth, the doll's expression froze, stifling her tears, her tiny, withered mouth evoking a sense of pity. Even Kaiyun, who had been hiding in the corner, seemed tempted to rush in and seize her once more. Alas, a mere glare from Xia Zhi sent her retreating obediently. "If I tell you where the Blood Kill Hall's branch is located, will you let me go?" The porcelain doll asked, her voice tinged with a sob. "Then speak," Xia Zhi replied, his eyes gleaming with interest. "There's a small shop over in the Starlight District." Xia Zhi was momentarily taken aback by the doll's words. He had not anticipated that the members of the Blood Kill Hall would be so brazen as to establish themselves next to a luxury neighborhood. That area was predominantly affluent, with excellent security. Setting up there was indeed a clever choice. "I've told you, now will you let me go?" The porcelain doll looked at Xia Zhi with a pitiful gaze, hope glimmering in her eyes. "How can I trust the veracity of your words? I'll investigate further before making a decision." Xia Zhi firmly rejected her proposal without hesitation. What a joke. To let such a rare entity escape would be sheer folly. He wasn't foolish. Selling her could likely fund the evolution of all his beasts. "You promised to let me go." The porcelain doll's hair began to turn white as she glared at him. "Who said that?" "It has always been you who spoke," Xia Zhi retorted. Upon hearing this, the porcelain doll's hair ceased its transformation, and she tilted her head in contemplation of her previous statements. As if struck by a realization, she slumped like a wilted plant. "Rest assured, once I confirm the information about the Blood Kill Hall, I shall provide you with an explanation. For now, you shall remain here under my watch." Xia Zhi smiled. As for whether or not to release her, that was out of the question. He then retrieved a garment from his ring, wrapping the porcelain doll within it before securing it to himself. To avoid being ambushed by her, Xia Zhi had no choice but to maintain his fusion state. He stowed away his other two pets and transformed into a large cat, leaping onto the rooftop and making his way towards the Zhongjiang Trading Company. Not long after, Xia Zhi arrived near Zhongjiang Trading Company. As he approached, he deliberately shifted back to his original form. Otherwise, in the guise of Kaiyun, others might mistake him for a summoned beast. Having informed Jiang Ming in advance, upon entering Zhongjiang Trading Company, he spotted Jiang Ming seated nearby, sipping tea. "Why did you arrive so late?" Jiang Ming inquired, setting down his cup and standing. "I encountered some issues on the way, which caused the delay." Xia Zhi then relayed the details regarding the bloodkill haul to Jiang Ming. The reason for informing Jiang Ming was to avoid unnecessary complications. If he were to become embroiled, it would ultimately squander his time. Thus, he preferred to let Jiang Ming handle the report to the police, as they would be more efficient in the investigation. All right, no problem. Jiang Ming nodded, then added, "You didn't come all the way here at this late hour just to discuss this, did you?" He had heard from Xia Zhi about the valuable items, so he wouldn't have come merely to sip tea. Certainly not. Xia Zhi removed the package containing the pet eggs and handed it to Jiang Ming. "No way. You managed to acquire such a rare item? You didn't defeat a boss again, did you?" Jiang Ming exclaimed in astonishment. The scarcity of pet eggs in this area was largely due to the absence of locations that could yield them. Only the Wanma Prairie served as a consistent source. Other eggs were either dropped by bosses or imported from other cities, naturally fetching a higher price. "What kind of monster dropped this?" Jiang Ming questioned, examining the eggshell with curiosity, for he couldn't recall any nearby sources for such eggs. "Today, I encountered a hidden boss in the Crystal Rock Forest, and it dropped this as a bonus." Xia Zhi chuckled, providing an explanation. "You have such incredible luck. Just stepping out for a moment yields such treasures." Jiang Ming regarded Xia Zhi with a complex expression, reflecting on his fortune. Strength aside, his luck was equally remarkable. However, recalling the night goddess curse, his mood lightened considerably. Perhaps this is the coexistence of danger and opportunity. Subsequently, Jiang Ming procured a private room, and Xia Zhi produced the 2 skill books. He had no use for these books, hoping to exchange them for some currency and gather the materials needed for the Snake Woman's evolution. "Sell me the Assault Blast for 450,000 individually, and I'll auction the others in a few days." Jiang Ming immediately fixated on the Assault Blast, stating directly, "This particular skill is an explosive technique. If executed correctly, it can inflict damage exceeding 100,000 in an instant." "Fine, I'll sell you this one. For the other 2, let us settle at the average price." Xia Zhi nodded, but did not agree to auction them off. In a few days, he might reach level 40, and his earning potential would increase significantly. Waiting for an auction would be less beneficial than selling them directly, allowing the Snake Woman to evolve. And then he could challenge even stronger foes. "You'll lose quite a bit of money that way." Jiang Ming was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating Xia Zhi's straightforwardness. Except for some niche items, auction houses could typically raise prices by at least 20%. If fortune favored him, he could even double the price if he encountered someone in urgent need or with ample funds. "No worries, you're my brother. I can't let you miss out on profits." Xia Zhi patted Jiang Ming on the shoulder, speaking with bravado. "Haha, if you're truly this easygoing, you wouldn't have haggled with me for so long last time." Jiang Ming scoffed, brushing Xia Zhi's hand away. "Last time, we haggled over a dagger for ages. This time you're being so generous, it's suspicious. Surely this isn't a dead egg, is it?" With this thought, Jiang Ming hurriedly inquired. As the largest trading company in Danyuan City, if word got out that they were selling subpar products, the losses would be far more than just the price of an egg. "Impossible. It was dropped just today, and many people witnessed it." Xia Zhi raised an eyebrow in response. Is he truly the sort of person to engage in such activities? Moreover, he has always been quite protective of his reputation. "Very well, I shall place my trust in you." Though Jiang Ming verbally professed his belief, internally he was already preparing to showcase this to others, ensuring he didn't fall into a predicament. Chapter 84, The Outbreak of Contamination. "Do you urgently require funds? If so, I can lend you a sum." Jiang Ming regarded Xia Zhi with a puzzled expression. After all, no one would ever shy away from having more money. Valuable items are promptly sent to auction houses. That's acceptable. Then I shall borrow 100 million. Xia Zhi was quite straightforward, speaking without pretense. "Well, forget it. I thought you would only ask for a few million." Jiang Ming chuckled awkwardly. The earnings at home belong to the family, and he has little to do with them. He merely accumulated some personal savings through family sales channels. Coupled with the expenses incurred for the nightmare level instance and the materials provided to Xia Zhi before tackling the hell level instance, it all amounted to a considerable sum. Furthermore, just because his father permitted him to use funds to equip himself does not imply he would agree to him lending money outward. "TSK, I thought you were wealthier than that. Wearing the title of the richest heir of Danyuan City, trying to deceive others?" Xia Zhi scoffed. "What you say is true. Money comes swiftly but departs just as quickly. How can one save it?" Jiang Ming lamented. Setting aside daily expenses, merely the cost of equipment and skills consumes a significant amount. "Well, let us quickly tally the costs. I'll exchange the materials listed here from top to bottom. If funds are insufficient, I shan't purchase them." With that, Xia Zhi took out a pre-prepared shopping list. He had not requested Jiang Ming to lend him money. If something can be avoided in terms of borrowing, it should be. Currently, borrowing is merely an obligation, and repaying it would be troublesome. Conversely, by assisting Jiang Ming, he would also expend effort in sourcing materials. After all, this is a major trading association, so there is no need to worry about counterfeit goods. "Why are you purchasing so many materials? You're not also researching pet evolution, are you?" Jiang Ming gazed incredulously at the extensive list of materials. Connecting it to the changes in Kaiyun yesterday, he eagerly inquired. You haven't already achieved something in this area, have you? Initially, he hadn't considered this angle. But after repeatedly purchasing large quantities of materials, it was hard not to suspect. Even Xia Zhi's earlier mention of a friend who was an alchemist might be fabricated. Impossible. I merely possess a bit more luck than the average person. Xia Zhi shrugged, determined to deny it to the end. Moreover, he did not wish to fabricate excuses or mention the job change. Otherwise, explanations would only become more convoluted over time. After all, the more lies are told, the more flaws are left behind, so it's better to let the other party guess. Good luck? Could it be a growth-type pet? Jiang Ming scrutinized Xia Zhi's visage, attempting to discern any clues. Yet, Xia Zhi merely smiled, offering no further explanation. Even the thought of helping others evolve had been temporarily shelved. Before one possesses strength, knowing too much can be detrimental. Being discovered in research endeavors could lead to dire consequences. Humanity has never lacked for extremists or those with a penchant for adventure. Very well, I shall have someone assist you in the preparations. Seeing that Xia Zhi was unwilling to elaborate further, Jiang Ming ceased his inquiries. As a businessman, prying too deeply is not always prudent, particularly with someone like Xia Zhi, who possesses both strength and potential. Becoming enemies over such matters would undoubtedly be a loss. If things go awry, the unfortunate one would ultimately be himself. Then I thank you. Xia Zhi replied with a smile. It must be said, dealing with intelligent individuals is quite convenient. At least in the short term, they engage in self-destructive behavior. While waiting for the materials, the two indulged in casual conversation, and Xia Zhi even released Kaiyun and the snake woman. Observing Xia Zhi's actions, Jiang Ming, being perceptive, refrained from inquiring about Kaiyun. Have you heard about the situation in the Black Luo Empire? Jiang Ming took a sip of tea and suddenly asked. Is it regarding the mutations of the deceased? I came across some posts online about that. Xia Zhi replied nonchalantly. He certainly did not wish for anyone to connect the dots to him. Indeed, I heard it originated from Sei City. With our two cities being so close, the mayor has summoned a group of fourth-tier priests to guard the tower. Fearing an outbreak of infection, Jiang Ming sighed. They are relatively fortunate, having undergone job changes. However, for others, it poses significant trouble if the situation escalates severely. Even if Fengyuan City is not breached, low-tier professionals will have no choice but to migrate to other cities for their job changes. Is it really that severe? Xia Zhi casually inquired, though he already harbored a grim premonition. What's worse, even though Daba possesses the Eye of Souls, he currently cannot enter the trial grounds. How can it not be severe? It is said that in the Black Luo Empire, 6th-tier professionals have already died and turned into infected monsters. Due to this incident, the Yin Kingdom has summoned a host of powerful individuals to station at the borders of the two nations. Jiang Ming's expression turned grave. Listening to Jiang Ming's account, Xia Zhi's lips twitched. He truly hadn't anticipated the rapid spread of this matter. He had initially thought that with the large population in the Black Luo Empire, it could help delay the situation. By the time he mastered the Eye of Souls, he could control the remaining monsters. But with the emergence of 6th-tier infected individuals, the stakes were entirely different. A mere swipe from them could potentially infect a vast number of people. If this continues, the rate of spread may surpass that of certain pandemics. After all, the most terrifying aspect is not the infection of humans, but the corruption of wild monsters. Don't worry too much. With powerful individuals from the Yin Kingdom around, I believe the situation will be resolved swiftly. Perhaps sensing that Xia Zhi's expression was amiss and mistaking it for fear of infection, Jiang Ming could only offer a reassuring smile. I am certainly not worried. Xia Zhi straightened his posture. What does he have to worry about? Even if all of humanity on Blue Star were to be infected, he would not face such issues. After all, who understands that thing better than he does? While alive, contamination holds no utility, but should one perish, that's when trouble truly begins. Moreover, the human heart is the most formidable aspect. Every world is rife with those who profit from the misfortune of others. What worries him is the potential for individuals to exploit the chaos, deliberately escalating the situation, which is the most vexing concern. Based on his earlier deductions, it shouldn't have spread this quickly. He would never believe that no one was manipulating events behind the scenes. Can you assist me in locating a material? Xia Zhi suddenly inquired of Jiang Ming. A material? What do you need that I don't have? Jiang Ming casually asked. The demon bloodgrass. Xia Zhi whispered. This material is essential for Daba's evolution. Originally, he planned to search for it himself while taking a stroll. But now, the matter of the infected has made evolution urgent. If he cannot activate the Eye of Souls before the outbreak of contamination, the consequences of it spreading to the surrounding monsters would be unimaginable. He even regretted using such means in Sei City. Moreover, even if he awakens the Eye of Souls, he can only control the nearby infected individuals, offering no assistance elsewhere. Chapter 85. Demon Bloodgrass. Visiting the daughter. Demon Bloodgrass? What do you need that for? Jiang Ming looked at Xia Zhi with some surprise. Demon Bloodgrass is a type of herb that feeds on blood, capable of producing the renowned physical elixir, the Holy Blood Pill. The effects of the Holy Blood Pill are straightforward and potent, permanently increasing strength by 20 to 30 points and constitution by 10 to 20 points. With the specific effects dependent on the level of the alchemist. This herb does not belong to instances or drop from bosses. It is genuinely harvested from the wild, typically found in remote locations. Such areas not only house powerful monsters, but may also have bosses guarding the herbs. Fortunately, the areas near the city are somewhat better. Due to its proximity to the city, the flow of personnel is exceedingly high. Even a boss would struggle to survive a single day. However, the wilderness presents a starkly different scenario. The population is sparse, and coupled with treacherous geographical conditions, even with teammates providing support, one might not glean any advantage. There are frequent occurrences where teammates, too far from the city, are unable to receive medical assistance and perish. Is it feasible to acquire it? Xia Zhi offered little explanation, as he did not wish to delve into details. He was genuinely concerned for the well-being of others. Otherwise, he could easily disregard the matter. There will be a specimen at the auction in a few days, Jiang Ming contemplated. Can it not be procured early? Xia Zhi mused, gently patting the head of Kaiyun. You lack the funds. How do you intend to purchase it? Jiang Ming rolled his eyes. Besides, they aim to sell at a high price. It is hardly likely they would willingly part with it at a lower rate. That is true, Jiang Ming conceded. However, you, young Master Jiang, are the scion of the Zhongjiang Trading Company. Surely, they would be inclined to show you some deference. Sitting upright, Xia Zhi sincerely complimented. Flattery is always in vogue. After hearing Xia Zhi's words, Jiang Ming adjusted his attire, adopting an expression that suggested he agreed. You make a valid point. In this small realm, who would dare deny me respect? Jiang Ming proclaimed with an air of authority. Once I secure the herbs, you may return home. I shall inform you of any news. Initially, he had no desire to entertain Xia Zhi, but given his advantageous lineage, he felt compelled to display some level of camaraderie. It was a rare opportunity to assert himself. Missing this chance would likely lead to regret. Thank you in advance. Please inform me of the price of the demon blood herb, so I can ascertain if I can gather enough funds. Xia Zhi smiled upon receiving Jiang Ming's agreement. Given its scarcity, I estimate it will be no less than 50 million. The more, the better, Jiang Ming replied thoughtfully. As it is a primary material for concocting potions that permanently enhance attributes, its price cannot be gauged by conventional standards. Moreover, since it is being auctioned, a low price would certainly not be accepted by the seller. At that moment, a staff member entered, carrying a large bag of materials. Let us proceed with this arrangement. You shall cover the cost for now, and I will reimburse you later. Without waiting for Jiang Ming's consent, Xia Zhi seized the materials and departed from the lounge. Today was fortuitous. He encountered a boss, or else he would have earned barely 200,000. This 50 million would be difficult to amass in the short term. Thus, he decided to assist someone to the end, allowing Jiang Ming to pay for him first. Hey, I have no money, Jiang Ming exclaimed as he chased after the door, but Xia Zhi had already vanished from sight. Wasn't he a summoner? How could he move so swiftly? He lamented, striking the doorframe in frustration. His concern was not about Xia Zhi's ability to repay. Rather, he dreaded the repercussions of failing to return the funds promptly, fearing a severe reprimand from his uncle, Jiang Quan. After all, the family's wealth was not acquired effortlessly, and this expense would ultimately be attributed to him. I hope the punishment is lenient, Jiang Ming sighed, resigning himself to the notion that he was merely cultivating relationships. With this thought, he felt considerably more at ease. After all, in his eyes, as long as Xia Zhi remained unharmed, the future chief summoner of the Yin Kingdom would undoubtedly change hands. Upon leaving the Zhongjiang Trading Company, Xia Zhi transformed into a small cat and scampered towards the Starshine District. However, he was not in search of the Bloodkill Palace, but rather intending to visit his daughter. Sometimes, the nuances of biological connection matter less than the bond formed with a particular child. Besides, she was indeed his flesh and blood. What could be more natural than a father visiting his daughter? In his feline form, his agility increased, and he was free from the watchful eyes of the tedious elites. Before long, he arrived at the Starshine community. However, as he approached the bushes near Jiang Xiujing's residence, he hesitated. Along the way, he had noticed several individuals lurking discreetly. As he drew closer to Jiang Xiujing's home, he observed numerous figures milling about. After lying in the grass for a while, Xia Zhi resolved to wait before returning. Perhaps, in time, the vigilance would wane. The necessity of sneaking to see his daughter was a disheartening reflection on his circumstances. Look at how far you've fallen, he chided himself, preparing to retreat. Daddy, what are you doing? A sudden voice startled Xia Zhi. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, managing not to cry out. Turning his head, he saw the little girl perched beside him, curious about his actions. Recalling her extraordinary perceptive abilities, he smiled. I came to see you today. Look, I brought you some candied hawthorn. Xia Zhi altered his size to match Jiang Xiujing's, producing the candied hawthorn he had purchased earlier and offering it to her. Daddy is the best. Mommy doesn't buy me any, Jiang Xiujing exclaimed, unwrapping the treat with a childlike excitement. It must be noted that whether due to an early awakening of her abilities or not, the little girl exhibited remarkable intelligence relative to her peers. If you enjoy it, I shall bring you something different next time, Xia Zhi said, gently patting her head. He contemplated taking her out for a fun excursion. But given the events of the previous day, he dismissed the thought. Should a similar situation arise again, they would likely be guarded by high-level experts, making entry much more challenging. After all, human ingenuity knows no bounds, and such covert operations cannot last indefinitely. Suddenly, an idea struck Xia Zhi. He retrieved a token from his ring. "Help Daddy find out where this is most abundant," he whispered. Taking the token, Jiang Xiujing closed her eyes to concentrate, then pointed southeast. "There are many over there, but it's quite far. I can't sense it very clearly." "Over there? Could it be that the porcelain doll misled me?" Xia Zhi murmured. He lifted his gaze, realizing that the indicated area appeared to lie beyond the community's boundaries, contradicting the porcelain doll's information. However, he soon recognized the crux of the matter. His inquiry had been phrased incorrectly. "Jing, can you see where this is located nearby?" Upon asking, the little girl indeed shifted her focus. Jiang Xiujing first glanced at Xia Zhi before turning to point in another direction. "Right over there. There's a clothing store. Mommy took me there once." Hearing her words, Xia Zhi pondered for a moment. The details aligned perfectly with what the porcelain doll had indicated. Even the proximity of the clothing store. He marveled at the extraordinary abilities of this little girl. Setting aside the implications of her talent, simply possessing such an extraordinary perception made him envious. With this gift, one need not fear losing their way in the wilderness. Acquiring anything simply requires a photograph, and it can be marked in an instant. In many ways, this talent surpasses most 3S level gifts in practicality. Chapter 86, The Contract with the Porcelain Doll. "Daddy, I'm a bit sleepy," Jiang Xiujing murmured, rubbing her eyes. "Then you should hurry back to sleep. I'll come to visit you again next time," Xia Zhi said, affectionately patting her head. He realized that the little girl was still quite young. Her recent use of abilities had likely drained her energy, causing her current drowsiness. As she was still growing, he resolved never to involve her in such matters again. "Goodbye, Daddy." Jiang Xiujing waved her hand, then vanished from Xia Zhi's sight. "How convenient. If only I possessed such abilities, I wouldn't need to walk back." Xia Zhi sighed, returning to his feline form. Having already increased his rapport today, he decided to head back to rest. As for the Bloodkill Palace, with the address confirmed, the remaining matters could be left to the authorities. Given his current strength, his involvement might only result in unnecessary peril, especially since no one could ascertain whether there were fifth-tier experts within. Upon returning home, Xia Zhi placed the porcelain doll delicately upon the coffee table. "Can you now let me go?" The porcelain doll inquired timidly, its tiny hands fidgeting nervously. "Let you go? Why would you want to leave?" Xia Zhi retorted, playfully flicking the doll's little head. "You said you would let me go," the porcelain doll exclaimed. Realizing it had been deceived, its cheeks puffed in indignation. "Today, I shall impart a lesson. Humans can be good or bad. Can you guess which category I belong to?" Xia Zhi teased, observing the doll's irritated expression. "You." The porcelain doll pointed at Xia Zhi, struggling to articulate further. Despite having mentally prepared for this moment, it felt an undeniable reluctance. "I now present you with two options. Either you contract with me right now, or I shall confine you within an iron box. You shall remain there until you agree to the contract," Xia Zhi said with a smile, having no intention of letting the doll go. Coincidentally, he had reached level 30 and was eligible to contract another summoned beast. Initially, he had intended to contract randomly, hoping for a 9-star beast to elevate his status. However, this porcelain doll represented a rare spiritual creature, tipping the scales of probability in its favor. "What difference does that make?" the porcelain doll asked, momentarily taken aback. "There is a significant difference. Think about it. If you contract with me, I can take you to enjoy delicious food. But if you refuse, you will be confined to a dark little box forever," he explained, gesturing with his hands to illustrate a small box. "But you promised you would let me go." The doll's large eyes began to brim with tears. Just as it was on the verge of crying, Xia Zhi interrupted. "Think carefully. Did I ever say I would let you go?" A gentle smile graced his lips. From the beginning, he had been cautious. He had never made such a promise. After all, he was known as the honest young gentleman. How could he deceive? The porcelain doll tilted its head in contemplation, realizing that it had indeed not been promised freedom. It had only been given an explanation. Overwhelmed by this realization, the doll could no longer contain its tears. "Cry less. Once I place you in the box, there will be plenty of time for that," Xia Zhi remarked, rising to rummage for a box. Witnessing his resolve, the porcelain doll halted its tears, a look of panic creeping onto its face. Remembering the ominous little box, it clenched its fists, seemingly making a decision. "I," the porcelain doll began, but was met with Xia Zhi's cheerful expression as he turned around. "Have you made up your mind? Let us commence swiftly." In a state of bewilderment, the porcelain doll inadvertently signed a contract. The entire process was seamless, and upon its successful completion, Xia Zhi wore a satisfied smile akin to that of a proud father. "Well then, you are now a member of our family," he declared, releasing the fusion and summoning his other two creatures. The room instantly buzzed with life. To celebrate the porcelain doll's induction, Xia Zhi had even ordered a cake online. After a delightful bout of merriment, he settled onto the sofa and opened the porcelain doll's status panel. The panel was remarkably simple, bordering on starkness, lacking even the vibrancy of the previous summoned beast. Summoned creature, Eerie Doll Yang. Potential, 3 stars. Level, Tier 2, Level 30. Talent, Fragile, Lucky, Trinity. Health, 500. Mana, 1000. Constitution, 50. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Intelligence, 50. At this moment, Xia Zhi was engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Setting aside other matters, when had Fragile become a talent? Fragile. Creatures possessing this talent have their health halved and are exceedingly vulnerable to injury during attacks. They must be well protected, lest they suffer grievous injuries. Gazing at this talent, Xia Zhi felt 1,000 frustrations surge within him. Fortunately, it was not the old, weak, sick, and disabled talent, which would diminish all attributes by 2/3. From this moment on, the previous creature would no longer serve as a standard for him. After all, this was a 3-star potential summoned beast. Yet it exhibited no offensive capabilities and had significantly lower attributes compared to others. Without any attacking skills, could he not allocate all the attributes to Constitution? Patience. There were still 2 talents yet to be revealed. Recalling the earlier transformation ability, he hoped that the last talent, Trinity, would prove beneficial. Trinity, Young Aspect, the base form utilized in everyday scenarios, devoid of any utility aside from luck, and exceedingly vulnerable to injury. Please exercise caution in its protection. Xia Zhi's lips twitched in disbelief. Even the panel seemed to mock him. What more could he say? As its master, he was now tasked with safeguarding his summoned beast. If this information were to be shared, it would surely induce laughter from others. Chapter 87, Trinity. Yin Aspect. When the spirit experiences intense emotional turmoil or faces a life-threatening situation, it awakens an alternate persona, altering the panel's data. Summon creature, Eerie Dalin. Potential, 3 stars. Level, Tier 2, Level 30. Talent, Phantom Body, Illusion Domain, Trinity. Health, 1000. Mana, 7500. Constitution, 50. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Intelligence, 375. In stark contrast to its Yang aspect, the Yin aspect of the porcelain doll exhibited formidable prowess. With an intelligence attribute soaring to 375, it was no longer as lackluster as before. Continuing to examine its other abilities, Phantom Body, 1. A constitution formed from condensed negative energy, increasing intelligence by 50. 2. All attacks carry negative energy, inflicting an additional 10 damage based on mana and causing a mental rending effect. Mental rending forcefully assaults the opponent's psyche. If the enemy's intelligence or willpower is too weak, it may result in mental fragmentation or even the demise of their spirit. Illusion Domain creates a fabricated world, drawing the opponent into an illusion. Within this realm, the user's power is doubled, allowing control over all aspects of the illusion. When the illusion is breached, the enhancement dissipates, determined by the intelligence and willpower of both parties. Casting Illusion Domain consumes 1000 mana, with a maintenance cost of 50 mana per second, and the range is multiplied by 10 based on level. Mental Strike inflicts 15 times the attack power as mental damage, with a chance to induce a stun effect. Cooldown time, 10 seconds, consumes 50 mana. Hypnosis. This skill induces a certain psychological suggestion on the target, contingent upon the intellect and willpower of both parties. It can be synergized with the Dream Entry skill and the Illusory Domain talent. The cooldown period is 30 minutes, consuming 500 mana points. Dream Entry. This allows one to infiltrate the realm of dreams and can be employed alongside the Hypnosis skill and Illusory Domain talent. The cooldown period is 2 hours, consuming 1000 mana points. Summer, momentarily at a loss for words, gaped. The transformation into a shadowy entity rendered him akin to an entirely different species. Not only did he possess an extraordinarily high attribute panel, but he also boasted astonishing skills and talents. Particularly noteworthy were the Illusory Domain and the 2 associated skills. Even if they did not directly inflict damage, their clever application could be far more terrifying than any overt assault. Furthermore, the effects of the spectral body were alarmingly formidable, capable of driving a person to the brink of madness, and even leading to the direct demise of one's spiritual essence. The death of the spiritual essence would result in a person becoming a mere shell of their former self. However, after contemplating for a moment, Summer shook his head. Although the abilities appeared incredibly powerful, the triggering conditions were exceedingly challenging. Who, in their right mind, would purposely provoke such a being? How would one even go about it? As for activating the abilities in the face of danger, if such a being was already in peril, it would only heighten the threat. Relying on the porcelain doll to turn the tide in such a scenario would be less effective than simply hoping to avoid danger altogether. Glancing at the final ability, he mused that it at least needed to be functional. Summer sighed. At this point, he only hoped that the last aspect would prove beneficial and not present any unforeseen complications. Mysterious Aspect, rebirth and death, yet destruction follows rebirth. Attributes, unknown. Abilities, unknown. Form, unknown. It appeared somewhat formidable, but what did it signify? What purpose could it possibly serve? Summer found himself at a loss for how to evaluate it. Observing the description of the mysterious aspect, its potency was debatable, yet it undoubtedly conveyed an air of intrigue. While others displayed their panels openly, This one opted for an enigmatic presentation. Was it necessary to first bring it to its demise? Turning his gaze towards the porcelain doll, which was engaged in playful antics with the other three pets, Summer's eyes flickered with a hint of interest. If the preceding form was so astonishing, it stood to reason that the final one would not be lacking in merit. However, the system's cryptic description was concerning. The last thing he wanted was to discover that slaying it served no purpose whatsoever. Undoubtedly, the final form was intrinsically linked to death. Summer, what do you intend to do? In the midst of his reverie, he heard Kaiyun calling out to him. Upon regaining focus, he noticed that all four pets were watching him warily, particularly the porcelain doll, which seemed intent on burrowing into the fur of the great white, as if sensing the palpable malice emanating from Summer. Everything is fine. You may continue to play, Summer chuckled awkwardly, turning away. Internally, he chastised himself for allowing such negative thoughts to surface in front of his summoned creatures. After all, these were animals, possessing an acute sense of danger, especially when it stemmed from their master's malevolent intent. Nevertheless, it had become increasingly clear that the porcelain doll was indeed an anomaly. These native creatures were each unique, yet all possessed remarkably peculiar abilities, with significant disparities in strength. Some, despite their lower star ratings, could surpass even those with higher potential due to their exceptional capabilities. For instance, his porcelain doll, with a mere 3-star potential, exhibited talents that were almost monstrous, rivaling those of the Great White and Kaiyun. Its only drawback was its numerous limitations, rendering it rather ineffective in ordinary circumstances. However, in the face of danger, it could serve as both a shield and a means to ascertain whether death was indeed the key to unlocking the final form. He only hoped it would not end up incapacitated in the process. How should he allocate its traits? Summer scrutinized the porcelain doll's panel before glancing at the trait section. It was strikingly similar to Kaiyun, an absolute oddity, due to the stark contrast between its attributes and form, combined with the ambiguity of the final aspect. He found himself unsure of what traits to select, particularly since its current form lacked any skills and could not self-destruct like Kaiyun. The notion of attaching the fragile talent was laughable in itself. Ultimately, he concluded that it would be most prudent to add supportive and survival traits. Yet, even for survival traits, the low attributes rendered them somewhat moot. For instance, the difference between sustaining a single blow or two was negligible. Let us go with you then. After deliberation, Summer decided to attach the Blessing of the Celestial Official, Unassailable Offense, and Cooldown Reduction. Blessing of the Celestial Official, a boon that bestows fortune and mitigates misfortune, enhancing one's luck attributes. The porcelain doll typically existed in a positive state, making this trait indispensable. The other two were preventative measures for potential crises, should danger arise. They might catch the adversary off guard. As for the remaining 3 traits, without clarity on the final form, it seemed wasteful to apply them. After all, the porcelain doll was not immediately needed, so he resolved to wait until their utility became apparent. Once the cake arrived, Summer and the 4 pets began to share it. It was then that he discovered the porcelain doll required sustenance. Subsequently, he inquired about the doll's previous master, the assassin summoner. It turned out that unfortunate soul had only contracted the porcelain doll a few days prior. Yet, before joy could set in, he had met his demise at Summer's hands, and the doll had subsequently come into his possession. Then from whence did you come? Summer suddenly asked. Compared to these matters, he was far more intrigued by the patterns surrounding the anomalies. Perhaps he could identify other such beings and assemble a legion of anomalies, sparing himself the uncertainties of random summoning. Chapter 88, Evolution of the Serpent Woman. I do not know. I only recall being in a warehouse. The porcelain doll mumbled, its face smeared with cake. Just as the other 3 pets attempted to toss the doll into the cake, Summer scooped it up in his arms. Do you remember where the warehouse was? Summer pressed urgently. If he could ascertain the factors that birthed anomalies, he could avoid random summons in the future. I remember. It was a very ordinary little warehouse, filled with some tattered books and a layer of dust everywhere. The porcelain doll licked the cake off its lips and spoke softly. And when did you become self-aware? Summer asked, wiping the cake from the doll's body. About 2 months ago, the porcelain doll replied. Upon hearing this, Summer posed several additional questions. After an extensive inquiry, he learned the precise location of the warehouse. The doll had emerged from the warehouse only after it had been burrowed into by rats, subsequently wandering until it was discovered by the summoner, who, after promising countless benefits, successfully forged a contract. Hearing this, Summer felt a myriad of emotions surging within him. Had he known that merely offering benefits could secure a contract, he need not have resorted to such cunning schemes. The sense of accomplishment he had felt earlier now seemed foolish in hindsight. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, though the doll's limitations were quite pronounced, rendering it largely ineffective in ordinary scenarios. Afterward, Summer engaged in playful antics with the pets for a while before retiring to bed early. As for the serpent woman's evolution, he resolved to postpone it until the following day. The next morning, as the clock struck 7, Jiang Ming called. What is so captivating about violence that warrants a phone call? Summer muttered, hanging up. He had initially thought there might be progress regarding the demon bloodgrass, only to learn that Jiang Ming wanted him to join in observing the eradication of the Bloodkill Hall. According to Jiang Ming's intel, the police and military had already devised a plan, with action set to unfold that very night to dismantle the hideout. He wished to invite Summer along to witness the spectacle and potentially reap some benefits, given his lackluster strength. It was audacious of him to seek to profit from the chaos. However, Xia Zhi did not refuse. He was taken aback by the swiftness of the police's actions. At present, Jiang Xiujing was still there. Although the police must have implemented measures, he still felt a twinge of unease. After all, it was on his way to check in. Awakened by Jiang Ming's incessant chatter, Xia Zhi found no inclination to return to slumber. To avoid any unforeseen incidents that evening, it was imperative that the Serpent Maiden undergo her evolution first. Rising from his bed, he proceeded to rouse each of his 4 companions. Though he had gone to bed early, he discovered during a midnight bathroom visit that his 4 companions had yet to sleep, were it not for his insistence. They might still be awake now. It's still early. I want to sleep. Kai Yun swatted Xia Zhi's hand away, burying her head under the covers. I won't let you sleep. Xia Zhi lifted Kai Yun's blanket and directly pulled her up. After some playful tormenting of the headstrong Kai Yun, the other 3 companions obediently got out of bed to wash up. Once they were done, Xia Zhi led his companions to the small warehouse he had procured from an Yinming. With ample prior experience, Xia Zhi quickly prepared the necessary materials. The evolution process proceeded smoothly, without any unforeseen complications. The transformation of the Serpent Maiden was not overly dramatic. A flower composed of 6 diamond-shaped crystals appeared on the back of her left hand, her features becoming increasingly delicate, and her fangs even more fearsome. Summon creature, mutated crystal python. Potential, 5 stars. Level, 2nd tier, 30th level. Talents, body of crystal, serpent shed. Health, 50,000. Mana, 2,000. Constitution, 250. Strength, 250. Agility, 150. Intelligence, 100. Skills, star shard armor, meteor blade, crystal wall, stardust shield, explosive sword. Explosive sword. When activated, it forms a colossal sword, inflicting damage equal to twice the target's defensive power plus attack power. Upon inflicting damage, the colossal sword detonates, dealing 50 explosive damage to enemies within a 50-meter radius. Cooldown, 30 seconds, consuming 100 mana points. What a feat to have acquired an offensive skill, Xia Zhi remarked, gazing at the skill in astonishment. He had assumed the Serpent Maiden would never evolve to possess an offensive capability, yet this time she surprised him. The potential damage was quite considerable, totaling 75,000. Though it paled in comparison to the other 2 companions, it was certainly better than having nothing at all, and could be utilized to combat other practitioners. As the skill's level increased, it could serve as a formidable means of attack. Once the evolution was complete, Xia Zhi took his companions to a restaurant for breakfast. They needed to be well fed before embarking on their leveling journey. While waiting for their meal, Xia Zhi inadvertently glanced at the Serpent Maiden's phone and was taken aback by the displayed 500,000 points. His eyes widened in shock. He quickly pulled out his own phone to check, confirming that his account balance remained unchanged. Where did you acquire this money? Xia Zhi demanded, snatching her phone. He had long been aware that 500,000 points equated to 50,000 yuan. Furthermore, since the Serpent Maiden had never left his side, the sudden influx of funds aroused his suspicion. I had Jiang Ming top it up last night, the Serpent Maiden said, her gaze dropping in embarrassment. She hadn't intended for it to be this way, but Xia Zhi had been so vigilant with her phone that she had no opportunity to act otherwise. It's not like this is reality. How else would I compete with others without topping up? Jiang Ming. In the future, refrain from asking others to add funds. Upon hearing Jiang Ming's name, Xia Zhi chose not to pursue the matter further. As long as the money was not acquired illicitly, it was acceptable. Jiang Ming came from a wealthy family, so this sum was trivial for him. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Ultimately, it would all come back to him. Yes, I promise. The Serpent Maiden eagerly reached for her phone, but Xia Zhi interrupted her. It's one thing for you to engage in online banter with others, but why would you disclose our address? Just moments ago, Xia Zhi had noticed a notification pop up in the game's chat window and, intrigued, opened it. To his surprise, the usually demure homebody was fearlessly trading barbs online. Most alarmingly, she had openly revealed their address, challenging anyone with the audacity to confront her. I was just frustrated. It's not my fault you wouldn't T-top up for me. If I can't outplay others in the game, then I'll just have to make them my minions offline. The Serpent Maiden retorted angrily. Xia Zhi was momentarily speechless. She had managed to turn her own frustration into a source of ire. But you can't just reveal our address. What if the other person is a tier 4 or 5 practitioner? You're just inviting trouble. There are plenty of formidable players online. Those who top the leaderboards are often either shills or come from affluent backgrounds. The former wouldn't engage in such confrontational behavior, as they rely on maintaining player engagement for continued financial contributions. The latter, being well off, are unlikely to be lacking in skill. Moreover, even if they were less capable, having high-tier practitioners in their family would render them formidable adversaries. What should I do? I've already said it. It's possible that they're already on their way here. Realizing she had stirred up trouble, The serpent maiden's voice had diminished significantly. It's fine. I was just joking. Who takes online disputes seriously? Xia Zhi chuckled, brushing it off. Although he said this, it was merely jest. In reality, how many people would escalate online arguments to real-life confrontations? If they did take it seriously, they would have already set off. Chapter 89. Anshui Mountain, Leveling Up. Perhaps genuinely concerned about high-tier players seeking them out, the serpent maiden lost her appetite for food, consuming only 2/3 of her usual portion. Sulking in a corner while fiddling with her phone. This was not the main issue. The real concern was that the player ranked first on the game leaderboard had indeed logged off. That individual had said, just wait and see, and then vanished. Typically, such players are online for extended periods, particularly now. At this moment, not only was the serpent maiden anxious, but even Xia Zhi felt a twinge of panic. Given the other party's distinctive personality, they were either an impetuous youth or genuinely formidable. Don't worry, we'll move tomorrow morning, Xia Zhi comforted, patting the serpent maiden's head. After all, relocating posed no issue for him. He held no sentimental attachments to this place. To avoid a potential beating, a temporary retreat was a sensible choice. He could always seek retribution later. Under Xia Zhi's reassurance, the serpent maiden's mood improved considerably. Since she hadn't eaten enough earlier, she polished off several more bowls of rice. Once they were all satiated, the group made their way towards the city gate. Upon reaching the gate, Xia Zhi assessed the direction and set off towards the opposite side of the crystal rock forest. Having already leveled that area yesterday, they could only seek monsters elsewhere and verify whether the boss's respawn mechanism was related to player level. Although many high-tier players had previously exploited the map, they had only targeted lower-tier areas. Now, he sought to grind in a map of similar levels, hoping to uncover a lucrative opportunity. Sprinting westward for an hour and a half, Xia Zhi finally stumbled upon a human settlement. This gathering place was modest, filled with makeshift tin houses. The establishment of such a settlement stemmed from the high risks of monster encounters, which often resulted in fatalities. Thus, the officials collaborated with the priest guild to create this outpost. Otherwise, being so far from the city, one would be lost before they could return. Yet, this gathering place was limited to the vicinity of the city. Further afield, individuals had to fend for themselves. Upon arriving at the settlement, Xia Zhi noticed various shops and vendors selling materials unique to that area. He even spotted a store belonging to the Zhongjiang Trading Company. What is going on today? Why are there so many people here? A vendor mused, glancing at the newcomers. Leveling up at Anshui Mountain is too far. If it weren't for some valuable materials, no one would come here to grind. You may not be aware, but yesterday some fool raised the crystal rock forest. With nowhere else to train, these individuals have no choice but to flock here, a nearby vendor whispered. Standing awkwardly beside them, Xia Zhi sheepishly rubbed his nose. Yet, he bore no ill will towards them, for their words were merely a reflection of reality. Keep your voice down. I've heard that individual S-level isn't particularly high, but their strength is nothing short of monstrous. If they happen to be nearby, be wary, lest they dispatch you with ease, a man purchasing goods remarked with a chuckle. It had been quite some time since he last returned to the city. He had no idea what that person looked like. The vendor cast a wistful glance around, fearful that the individual might indeed be present. I have a video. Take a look, he said, and soon several people were engrossed in watching the footage. As they observed, the vendor couldn't help but glance in the direction Xia Zhi had departed, noting the resemblance. That person just now, he muttered, pointing to where Xia Zhi had vanished. However, at that moment, Xia Zhi had already walked far away. He had not come here for leisure. Leveling up was his primary objective. Is this Anshui Mountain? Xia Zhi pondered, gazing at the imposing mountain before him. Anshui Mountain was colossal, at least twice the size of the crystal rock forest. The mountain was adorned with grass over a meter high, and a small river traversed its midst, as if the mountain had been cleaved in two by the rushing waters, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Within its confines dwelled two types of monsters. The level 35 flying leaf insect, slightly larger than the illusion worm, with a vibrant green appearance, elongated limbs, and two massive pincers at the front. The flying leaf insects were social creatures, often appearing in swarms of dozens. The second type was the level 38 azure bird butterfly, nearly a meter in size, resembling a bird with butterfly wings sprouting from its back, equipped with sharp claws. I seem to have chosen the wrong target, Xia Zhi lamented, ruffling his hair in frustration. He had specifically researched the area, only to discover upon arriving that the mountain was far larger than anticipated. He had spent over 2 hours in the crystal rock forest. If he were to clear Anshui Mountain entirely, it would undoubtedly take at least 7 or 8 hours. Glancing at the time on his phone, he noted it was already 10 a.m. Oh well, I might as well treat it as leveling up, he sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Had he not promised Jiangming, he might have considered staying the night. But now, not only had he made a commitment to Jiangming, but he also needed to check on Jiang Xiujing. He certainly couldn't linger here indefinitely. Observing the diligent adventurers training around him, Xia Zhi silently acknowledged their resolve. He then summoned his 3 pets and proceeded to merge with the nearby bai. The sudden appearance of his pets garnered some attention from the surrounding adventurers, though they did not dwell on it for long. However, when Xia Zhi merged and revealed another Kaiyun, The crowd began to stir with excitement. Bro, that person you mentioned yesterday who flattened the crystal rock forest, could it be him? A young man asked a nearby warrior engaged in battle. Holy crap, it really is him, the warrior exclaimed. This is bad. We need to gather our things and find a more secluded spot to grind. After witnessing Xia Zhi repel a monster with a single sword strike, the warrior grabbed his teammate and dashed in the opposite direction. If they didn't secure a good position soon, they might find it impossible to locate monsters. Who is this person? Quite impressive, even disguised as a woman. A priest murmured, unable to contain their disbelief. You should keep your comments to yourself. With your abilities, others could probably grind thousands in a single day. The news of Xia Zhi's remarkable prowess spread rapidly, soon reaching the ears of those nearby, though some skeptics remained, primarily those who had come from the Crystal Rock Forest. Let us get to work, Xia Zhi declared, disregarding the onlookers as he reverted to his original form and addressed Kaiyun. True to form, Kaiyun, his primary disciple, was obedient to commands in the field, unlike at home. With a slight wave of her hand, a massive crimson magic circle materialized. The illusion worms erupted from the circle like a swarm of locusts, and in mere moments, over 400 illusion worms had gathered around them. This display left the onlookers in awe. You scared me. I thought you summoned something formidable. All that boasting, and it turns out to be these creatures, one observer scoffed. Dismissing the illusion worms as mere variants of the Kaiyun worm, questioning their strength. Yet reality swiftly delivered a harsh lesson. Chapter 90. Encountering an acquaintance, the pollution emerges. Xia Zhi cradled the eerie doll, positioning it on his shoulder. Its fragile nature was too conspicuous, and he dared not let it wander aimlessly. Should it break, there would be no place to lament. As it was their first hunt, the eerie doll harbored a certain trepidation towards the wild monsters, gripping Xia Zhi's collar tightly. With such a timid disposition, how will you accompany me in conquering the world? Xia Zhi remarked, exasperation evident in his voice. But I don't enjoy fighting monsters. The eerie doll replied, lacking confidence. Well, I never expected much from you anyway. Xia Zhi sighed, signaling Kaiyun to initiate the assault. The illusion worms flapped their wings, gradually changing colors to blend into the surrounding environment. What the hell? They can even go invisible. A mage exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. Regardless of their strength, this invisibility was impressive. If their damage output was decent, combined with their overwhelming numbers, anyone caught off guard would likely be reduced to mere shreds. So what if they can go invisible? Their damage is nothing special. Whether they can break through defenses is another matter altogether, a summoner observed. Glancing at the two-headed dog at their feet, their tone dripping with envy. Despite being a summoner, the disparity was clear. Others summoned hordes, while he could only showcase a single 4-star, two-headed dog. As they say, the informed discern the subtleties, while the uninformed merely spectate. Upon witnessing Xia Zhi summon an array of humanoid pets, the summoner realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. Humanoid creatures, aside from the mixed-breed orcs, rarely possessed low-star potential. Even if their strength was lacking, their intelligence would likely be commendable. Boom. Just as the summoner was lost in thought, the first illusion worm reached the battlefield, affecting all flying leaf insects within a 20-meter radius. 31, 112. 16, 222. 16, 031. Enormous damage numbers appeared above the heads of several flying leaf insects. With the explosion of the first illusion worm, the subsequent ones unleashed their offensive. In an instant, a cacophony of explosions echoed throughout Anshui Mountain. In mere moments, every flying leaf insect in sight was obliterated, and those fortunate enough to survive were torn apart by the following shockwaves. All present stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. Didn't they say he was only at second tier? The summoner trembled, pointing at Xia Zhi in disbelief. Though aware of the uniqueness of these pets, he had never anticipated their capabilities to be so extreme. Such damage could potentially overwhelm even a 4th-tier defensive warrior. Now you see how formidable he is. This lad has already made quite a name for himself and is merely a recent graduate. The warrior, who had been a victim of yesterday's events in the Crystal Rock Forest, regarded Xia Zhi with a complex expression. He had witnessed the devastation caused by Xia Zhi, who had obliterated the entire respawn area, forcing many to abandon their usual training grounds. Yet here he was again, wreaking havoc. The crux of the matter was that they were outmatched. They had no recourse. After all, he was simply leveling up, albeit at an extraordinarily rapid rate. You're probably unaware, but just a few days ago, he led a team to clear a hell-level dungeon. A bowman emerged from the crowd, sharing this revelation. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a stunned silence. Everyone recalled the dungeons they had initially tackled, with most having never even entered the nightmarish-level dungeons. Hijun, Zui, you two are here leveling up as well? Upon hearing a familiar voice, Xia Zhi turned to see his two compatriots from the nightmare level. Indeed, we just advanced yesterday. Zui stepped out from the crowd. They were taken aback by the significant growth in Xia Zhi's strength over merely 3 days. Back when they were grinding through the hell-level dungeons, he could barely deal a few thousand damage. Upon hearing that someone had cleared the Crystal Rock Forest, he immediately thought of Xia Zhi. Only a person of his caliber could achieve such feats. Hijun approached with a wide grin, prompting Zhuyu to roll his eyes. First time my foot. When we left the city, someone was saying it was the veterans bullying noobs. Just wait until you have the strength to do the same. Just average, world rank 3. No need to envy. You will both attain such strength in due time, Xia Zhi replied with a smile. He often mused that he would almost forget about these two if they didn't show up. However, his focus shifted as he noticed that both had been tainted. Their presence here, combined with the pollution, suggested a more complex situation. This pollution wasn't a subtle buff. It came with system notifications. If someone were afflicted by such a buff, a normal person would seek out a priest immediately, especially with the recent uproar surrounding the Black Luo Empire. No one wished to end up as a monster after death, so they would willingly accept purification from a priest. What made you consider coming here to grind? Xia Zhi inquired. Leveling up depended on strength as well, and these two had just changed classes, likely still unversed in their professional skills. If they were summoners, it would be different, as they wouldn't need to engage directly, merely cheering from the sidelines. We just wanted to test our strength after our class change, Zhuyu interjected. Stopping Hezhen from speaking, Xia Zhi cast a sidelong glance at the hesitant Hezhen, pondering how to address the situation. Honestly, he had a favorable impression of the two, and their strength was commendable, yet he could not fathom their intentions. They didn't seem like they were here to seek death, but the area they chose to level up was above their level. If the pollution spread here, it could spell disaster for Donyuan City. Since you seem to have no pressing matters, help me collect some items, and I'll take you two leveling up, Xia Zhi asserted, adopting a leader-esque demeanor. The issue of pollution was serious, and it appeared these two weren't voluntarily infected. After all, national matters concern everyone. He lacked interrogation skills, and the useful Eerie doll needed to be stimulated to use its hypnosis. As of now, they could either eliminate the threat or take it to the authorities, possibly investigating if it was a coordinated effort. Thank you, Xia Zhi, they replied, sharing a knowing glance before he added them to his party. Although this would slow their leveling pace, it was preferable to losing sight of them. Should anything go awry, he could intervene promptly. The onlookers regarded the duo with envy, realizing that with such a powerful figure assisting them, their leveling speed would surely soar. Everyone, don't just stand there. I have things to do today. I'll only grind half a mountain, Xia Zhi addressed the crowd. His original plan was to grind as much as possible, but with the change in circumstances, he didn't want to return empty-handed. He reluctantly decided to defeat fewer monsters to expedite his return. Hearing his words, the crowd grumbled in frustration. Did this mean if nothing happened today, they wouldn't even get a taste of the spoils? Despite their irritation, they had to recognize Xia Zhi's prowess. Any attempt to argue would require a careful consideration of their own capabilities. Boss is generous. Boss is mighty. Hezhen and Zhuyu shouted in unison. This display proved quite effective, and Xia Zhi felt a sense of satisfaction. Unfortunately, had he not known about their infection, he might have genuinely considered including them in future endeavors. After a bout of flattery, the two set off to gather equipment and materials while Xia Zhi remained deep in thought. Within a brief period of monster grinding, Zhuyu and Hezhen had repeatedly expressed their desire to leave the party, but he had successfully thwarted their attempts with various excuses. This only solidified his suspicion that they were harboring undisclosed motives. Not long after, the duo returned with their spoils. Xia Zhi, is your luck a bit too excessive? Zhuyu remarked, gazing at the pile of equipment and materials with disbelief. It was one thing to possess strength, but this level of fortune was astonishing. In just this short time, they had collected no fewer than 30 pieces of equipment and numerous materials. Perhaps I'm simply favored by the stars today, otherwise, how would I have encountered you two? Xia Zhi laughed heartily. He glanced at the eerie doll perched on his shoulder, which seemed to be dozing off, seemingly bored. He hadn't anticipated that the lucky attribute, combined with divine favor, would yield such a potent effect. Just yesterday, after clearing the entire crystal rock forest, he had only acquired a little over 10 pieces of equipment and some materials. Yet today, in mere hours, he had procured twice as much. We'll help with monster grinding now, the two declared, eager to assist. However, Xia Zhi could not permit them to do so, regardless of their intentions. He could not allow even a hint of the pollution source to be revealed. Should even one monster transform into an infected being, it would initiate indiscriminate attacks. Given the circumstances, it wouldn't be long before this area became a living hell. What are you two saying? Didn't we agree that I would lead you? Your actions are a slap in my face, Xia Zhi asserted, embodying a leader's authority. Seeing Xia Zhi's firm stance, the two exchanged a discreet glance before acquiescing. Dropping the topic of monster grinding, observing their compliance, Xia Zhi felt a measure of relief. If they had been uncooperative, he would have been left with no choice but to take drastic measures. Subsequently, Xia Zhi led the two on a wild run across the mountains. After just 4 hours of relentless assault, the southern banks of the Anshui River had been dramatically leveled, creating an asymmetrical landscape that marred the once picturesque mountain. Boss, how should we handle this equipment? Hezhen inquired, clutching the amassed gear. Xia Zhi surveyed the mountainous pile of equipment and felt a pang of worry. Today's bounty was substantial. In just a few hours, they had accumulated over 300 pieces of equipment and a wealth of materials. However, his spatial ring was too small to accommodate such a haul, and transporting it back was another dilemma altogether. Here's what we'll do. You both select some equipment you can use, and let us head to the gathering point to find a merchant from the Zhongjiang Trading Company, Xia Zhi instructed. The Zhongjiang Trading Company's business extended throughout Donyuan City, so it was only natural they would be present here as well. Since they couldn't take the loot with them, it would be prudent to sell it right here. The elevated terrain provided a clear view of the surroundings, and with all the monsters cleared, there was no risk of Zhuoyu contaminating other creatures. Thank you, Xia Zhi, they exclaimed, beaming with delight. After selecting their equipment, Zhuoyu dashed down the mountain. Xia Zhi settled onto a large rock, quietly admiring the scenery while keeping a watchful eye on the surrounding anomalies. Living beings lacked the ability to cause pollution, leaving him puzzled about whether these two had come with a different method of infection. After all, the transition tower has been sealed off. They cannot possibly be unaware of the gravity of the situation. Those afflicted by contamination cannot be resurrected. Furthermore, they have suddenly ventured into a high-level training area, which raises the question of whether they possess genuine confidence in their abilities or if there are other motives at play. The reason I refrained from inquiring was twofold. Firstly, it seemed an unnecessary hassle, as I might end up unjustly implicating someone. Secondly, I was preoccupied with collecting loot, especially after grinding for 4 hours, which is quite a tedious task in itself. After a brief period of observation, I discerned no significant findings and subsequently turned my attention to today's spoils. The equipment alone was valued at over 3 million. When coupled with the materials, I had earned at least 700,000. It appears that fortune is indeed smiling upon you, I mused, gently pinching the small face of the enigmatic doll. Even ordinary monsters yield such abundant loot. One can only imagine the treasures that await when confronting a boss. Surely, it would strip the very undergarments off its back. I then selected some materials that I intended to use. It wasn't long before Zhuoyu returned with a few companions. The merchant was exceedingly cordial, perhaps due to his acquaintance with Jiang Ming or his extraordinary prowess. After a thorough calculation, the merchant offered a quotation of 750,000. I nodded in agreement, as it closely matched my own estimates. Soon after, the merchant provided me with a receipt, which I could present at the Zhongjiang Trading Company in Donyuan City to exchange for the funds. With such a profitable day behind us, I announced that I would treat them to a lavish feast upon our return. Holding the receipt, I shared my intentions with Zhuoyu and his companions. We have no pressing engagements. Why don't you head back first while we practice a bit longer? Hijin suggested hesitantly. Your leveling pace is rather sluggish. Tomorrow, I shall guide you in your training, I replied with a smile. Having leveled up 3 times today, my progress was beginning to wane. Even without the burden of these two, I could hardly manage to gain another level. As for bringing them along tomorrow, they would need to be present for that. Surely you wouldn't dare to deny my invitation? I said, raising an eyebrow at their silence. How could we possibly refuse? Since our esteemed leader has extended his gracious invitation, we would never dream of showing disrespect, Zhuoyu interjected, smiling while preventing Hijin from speaking further. Although somewhat puzzled by my unusual enthusiasm today, the prospect of having someone to guide them in training was undeniably advantageous. Given our remarkable progress of 7 levels in a single day, it wouldn't be long before they achieved Tier 3 status. Very well then. I am only looking out for your best interests. The night can be perilous, and your training speed is lacking. It would be wiser for me to take you under my wing tomorrow, I elucidated briefly. The two refrained from further discussion, opting instead to lavish me with praise. Subsequently, I disengaged from my fusion state, and they summoned their respective steeds, and our group departed from Anshui Mountain. Upon returning to the city, I escorted them to the Zhongjiang Trading Company. The purpose of our visit was not solely to exchange the funds. I also sought Jiang Ming's assistance. To avoid being mistaken for an accomplice by the authorities and to spare myself undue delays, it was prudent to enlist someone with connections. Since we had arranged to confront the autumn wind that evening, Jiang Ming had remained at the trading company, awaiting my arrival. Our reunion began with pleasantries. What on earth have you been up to? Did you really amass so much wealth in a single day? Jiang Ming inquired, astonished. Given the equipment and materials listed on the receipt, it was difficult to fathom the number of monsters one would need to vanquish to yield such bountiful loot. It was merely a stroke of luck. There is no need for such astonishment, I replied, attributing my success solely to fortune. You have no idea just how fortunate our leader is. He was defeating monsters while simultaneously acquiring equipment, Hijin exaggeratively proclaimed. I have some matters to discuss with Jiang Ming. You two wait inside for a moment, I instructed, casting a knowing glance at Jiang Ming. Understanding my cue, he promptly directed Zhuoyu and Hijin into a private room. Once they exited, I pulled Jiang Ming aside to a secluded corner and disclosed the circumstances surrounding the contamination of the two individuals. Brother, what on earth is going on? Could you not have simply taken them to the police station? Jiang Ming responded, rubbing his temples in frustration. Last time it was a deity. And now you bring a pair of infected individuals. If one were unaware, they might think you were gathering a band of miscreants. I am merely trying to avoid complications. Moreover, this is a significant matter, and I specifically brought you the opportunity for merit. You surely wish for the Zhongjiang Trading Company to bolster its reputation, correct? After my persuasive entreaties, Jiang Ming swiftly adopted a more agreeable demeanor. We are indeed brothers. At this rate, I might just suspect you are my own flesh and blood. He chuckled, draping an arm around my shoulder. Zui Yu and He Zhen did not strike me as individuals harboring grievances against society. Rather, they appeared to be quite fearful, making it unlikely for them to venture into training areas beyond their capabilities while contaminated. If it were confirmed as a coordinated effort, reminiscent of the Black Luo Empire, it would undoubtedly constitute a significant achievement. Subsequently, Jiang Ming discreetly called for the authorities, while the two individuals were ushered into the private room to enjoy tea and engage in conversation. Under the warm hospitality of Zui Yu and He Zhen, the pair appeared utterly astonished, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events.